Hello, everyone. I trust that everyone is doing well. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the channel. This story explores the possibility of Naruto being a genius born from the UCHIHA and Senju trees. So, this is part 2 story. If you want to listen to the next one of this story, please complete 1000 likes on this channel. Now, without further delay, let's dive into the video. Lee gave a kick that dragged Naruto back. The spandex boy advanced and tried to hit Naruto, however he retreated. When Lee's fist retracted to throw another, Naruto took advantage and at high speed, sent a low kick with his left leg, making Lee bend a little, quickly. UCHIHA gave a low kick with his right leg, in a demonstration of skill. Naruto hit another kick in the ribs with the same leg to finish with a big kick in Lee's face. Everything had been with the same right leg like Yuji Itadori's triple kick in JJK. Lee stepped back clutching his face, suddenly lowering his guard. Naruto wasted no time and landed a left spinning kick, quickly ending with an uppercut that sent Lee flying a little into the air. However, he stabilized and landed on a statue with tiger seal shape. Lee was breathing heavily while Naruto didn't look that tired, he only had a few scratches. It's too good. Rock Lee thought, wiping the sweat from his chin with his fist, trying to regulate his breathing. Incredible, Naruto's attack is very varied. I can see the UCHIHA interceptor's movements in it, but there were also counter-attack movements, boxing, even kickboxing like the one he just did. Guy thought analyzing the UCHIHA. Okay, keep it up, Naruto-kun, said Kyomi. She no longer had to embarrass Naruto, she knew that he didn't like being yelled at in battle, although she didn't hear him. It's incredible, they both resist very well, and they are also very skilled. Everyone had their opinions, but everyone's thought stopped at Guy-sensei's shout. Lee. Take them off. Everyone was taken aback by this statement. But Guy-sensei, you said I could only take them off when I had to protect an ally from the blade or in special situations. This is an exception. Guy gave Lee a thumbs up along with a bright smile. Great. He sat on the statue and began to pull down his leg warmers, showing some kind of weights tied to his ankles. Weights said Kakashi. So he's going to take them off, said Sakura. PFFF, you really think that removing some weights will change things, said Temari. Kankuro laughed. Gaara only remained silent. Lee finally took off the weights, stood up holding the tools in his arms. Yosh, I feel much better now, said Lee. He dropped the weights causing them to fall. The surprise factor acts. The weights colliding with the ground strongly broke the tiles, raising a large amount of dust. The weight was capable of making the sand tremble. The landscape around Lee was destroyed, and only because of his weights. Everyone in the stands had their eyes wide open, even those in the arena. Naruto below was swallowing a little saliva, he wasn't going to deny that he had been surprised. Wow, Guy, as always, Kakashi said, squinting through the dust. Guy had a big smile as he watched Lee, finally saying the words Lee needed. Go read. Yeah. Lee disappeared in a great blur of speed. Naruto was barely able to follow him, however a large blow landed on his face, sending him crawling on the ground. That must have hurt, Sasuke said surprised. He had not been able to see Rock Lee move, only shinobi of Jonin rank could follow his movements. Naruto stood up spitting out saliva with a little blood. Normal, when he hit me at that speed, the force was much greater, said Naruto looking at Lee. Get ready, Naruto-kun, the real battle begins. Lee disappeared in another blur. Naruto raised a block to his left, but he wasn't fast enough. The blow landed on his face, sending him dragging again. Damn this. Time he got up faster, Lee appeared behind him. Naruto crouched down in time to dodge a blow, but he was very surprised to see how he appeared crouched next to him, kicking him. The UCHIHA. He crawled on the floor again. He got up and felt Lee appear behind him again. He tried to hit him, but the spandex boy disappeared in another blur and appeared in front of him, kicking him in the chin. Naruto shot forward with his back towards the ground. Lee appeared in front of him preparing an axe kick. Naruto put his arms in an X. Lee landed the kick with great force, sending Naruto crashing into the ground. The UCHIHA's back collided with the ground, and it cracked slightly. Naruto didn't even have time to scream when he had to leave that place quickly, dodging another kick that cracked the ground even more. Lee didn't waste time. He got up, and in a quick movement he managed to land a strong punch on Naruto's stomach, who spit out blood. He was thrown back and fell heavily on the ground. Lee took his Taijutsu stance with a determined look. And a smile. Wow, that's incredible. Sakura said. She had completely subdued Naruto, whom she considered the strongest of the genins. That's right. Not being able to use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, we have focused all his time, strength and determination on Taijutsu. Lee has the potential to be the greatest Taijutsu specialist in the entire world. Said. I with pride. Wow, Kakashi, it seems like your genin is lost, Asuma said mockingly. No, I don't think so, Naruto hasn't shown what he's capable of doing yet. There please, that's what Guy said before. Asuma said. Maybe, but believe me, Naruto is someone who can cause problems for most of the jonins in the village, even me, said Kakashi, surprising Asuma. I don't think so, that can't be possible. Although the boy promised not to use the ninjutsu or jinjutsu he possesses, I don't think he can continue with taijutsu. The boy has already proven to be superior sensei. Just watch. Shikamaru said that Uchiha is more troublesome than he thinks. Naruto got up. Wow, Lee, you're really great, Naruto said, wiping away some blood. Yes, but you'd better give up. I don't think you can match my speed. Lee allowed himself to be somewhat arrogant. In fact, he thought of throwing a low blow. Admitted, you won't be able to beat me without the help of your eyes. Magical ooh, that was low, Sasuke said. HMPH, Kyomi groaned. Ha ha ha, everyone heard Menma's laughter. Wow, Lee, it seems like you're getting carried away, but there's a reason why I don't cheat, and that's because I always have something up my sleeve. Naruto performed half a ram seal. Everyone raised an eyebrow except the team. 7. Gravity seal, resistant seals. Kai the Uchiha whispered those words. Naruto's body began to glow slightly and then returned to normal. Well, I hope you're ready. Naruto disappeared in a blur of speed. Everyone in the stands, even Minato who was watching the fighting, opened their eyes. Lee looked back but there was no one. He looked up, to the sides, he couldn't see anything, he only heard Naruto's steps, which were very fast. Lee received a powerful blow to his chin and was thrown upwards. The Jonins were able to follow Naruto's path. They watched as he disappeared and appeared on the wall. He disappeared in another blur and appeared above Lee. Naruto gave a strong blow to Lee's stomach. Read that he fell hard to the ground. I told you, Asuma, Kakashi said mockingly. Asuma grumbled. Naruto landed in a corner of the arena while Lee stood up. Why, you're great, Naruto-kun, just as I expected from my eternal rival. Lee shouted with tears of emotion. Sure read, eternal rivals. Naruto felt chills. Okay, let's continue. Lee said, disappearing in a blur followed by Naruto. The frenetic taijutsu battle was not long in coming. In the view of the Genins, Naruto and Lee were nothing more than blurs that appeared and disappeared. In the view of the Jonins, the speed was similar to what they drove, Kyomi and Sasuke. They could easily follow them thanks to their active Sharingan. The only one of the Genins who could see a little more was Neji and Mito. Naruto and Lee disappeared and appeared on the wall. They continued exchanging blows. They disappeared again and appeared on the ceiling. Everyone watched the battle fascinated. It was really addictive. Disappearance again. Where are they? Sakura asked. Look over there, said Kyomi, pointing to the corner of the battlefield. There were Naruto and Lee exchanging blows. Lee and Naruto appeared in the center of the battlefield. The two gave each other a big blow that sent them backwards. They came together again. Lee gave combos of blows that Naruto dodged. The Uchiha counterattacked with another combo of blows that he eyebrows blocked. Finally the two separated. Naruto had scratches and some bruises and was breathing a little hard, while Lee had scratches and bruises a little heavier and was also breathing very hard. He was not a senju. He did not have as much physical resistance. A great disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat. Read attack on Naruto. Konoha Senpu. He tried the kick, but Naruto elbowed his leg, making it hurt too much. Naruto gave a left kick to Lee's chin, followed by a quick right in the same place. The Uchiha gave a small jump, turned and landed a big direct kick to the stomach of the ninja with big eyebrows, sending him crashing hard against the wall. Lee was breathing badly. He was starting to get tired more than he should. Reed, give up now. If I continue hitting pressure points hard, I'm afraid I'll hurt you more than I want. So that's what his taijutsu is about. No wonder Lee looks more agitated and in pain, Neji thought. What are these pressure points? Ino asked. Well, basically they are points on the body that, if manipulated in some way, can cause great pain or even other effects, such as dizziness or even burning. Naruto hits them hard. Apparently he knows very well where they are and reads when receiving such damage. He is experiencing more pain than normal. Right now Lee's body must feel very sore and tired, with possible dizziness. Kakashi explained. Wow, that's deadly, said Ino. I'm not going to give up, Lee said, coming out of his hole. Naruto remained silent. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I've gone too far. I want to continue, so I have no choice. Lee began to unwrap the bandages on her arms. Sakura opened her eyes knowing what she was going to do. He's going to do that thing he hurt the sound guy a lot with, he thought. Lee ran at high speed towards Naruto and began to circle around him. What are you going to do, Lee? Naruto thought cautiously. He didn't have his Sharingan active, so he couldn't predict from one moment to the next. Naruto was hit on his chin, sending him upwards. Lee appeared behind him, touching his back. Leaf Shadow Concealment Jutsu. What are you planning to do? Wait a moment. Or not. Lee's bandages wrapped around Naruto, causing him to be trapped. Amit Range. Lee and Naruto began to spin as they descended. Naruto and Lee collided with the ground, generating a large explosion. Lee appeared spinning in the air and landed in a crouch. Oh, Naruto, Sasuke said. Do you think he's okay? Kyomi asked worriedly. I don't know, that attack looked devastating, he said. Guy, maybe you, said Kakashi, looking seriously at Guy. What did you want me to do? He can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He had to exploit it in the best way. plus he learned them safely, that doesn't stop him from being a dangerous guy, Kakashi said seriously. Lee was breathing very heavily, I hope that was all Lee said. Ouch was heard from the crater. That hurt me. Said Naruto. He was spinning on the ground, his muscles hurt like hell, and he used chakra to reinforce them. The Uchiha stood up trembling, however he managed it. I'm not going to fall for that, Lee. I know that movement, it's the primary lotus, to achieve it you have to open the first internal door, right? What are the inner doors? Said Sakura. The 8 inner gates are specific points in a person's chakra circulatory system, which limit their overall chakra flow. Although the entrances make the ninja weaker in battle, they limit the body's functions by preventing it from expiring before time. By opening these doors the user has the ability to exceed their own physical limits at the cost of extreme damage to their physical body. Kakashi explained. Everyone was surprised at that. Lee Naruto spoke with a serious voice. Give up, the internal doors are a dangerous resource, it's not worth using them, no. I promised myself that I would not back down. Ever. I worked hard for this, I will never back down, not as long as my motivation remains standing, as long as the flames of my determination remain active, I, Rock Lee, will not give up and will keep going. That's my Nindo. Lee placed his arms in an X shape. Lee, don't do it. Naruto shouted. Too late, I will win this battle. Said Lee. Kaiman, Kai. Second door, door of rest, open. Seiman, Kai. Third door, door of life, open. Lee's body was surrounded by a green chakra aura, his body began to turn an eye color due to how fast his veins were pumping, which began to stand out, the rocks around him trembled and began to levitate slightly. Shoman, Kai. Fourth gate. Gate of pain, open. A burst of chakra escaped from Lee, the aura around him intensified, his hair stood on end and his pupils disappeared. Toman, Kai. Fifth door. Closing door open. Another explosion of chakra, apparently Lee left his position. Oh no, Kyomi was worried, this was too much for a normal genin battle. If Lee hit Naruto like that, he might not tell 5 doors. Guy. Kakashi caught the attention of Guy, who looked serious. If you're willing to give it your all, I won't stop you, my little ward. Guy thought. Now what will Naruto do? Sakura said. Naruto looked at Lee in that state, he did nothing but smile. Is that idiot crazy? Sakura shouted. Wow, Lee, you're impressive, but I'm sorry, I can't lose this battle, normally I would use other things, but I promised only to Jutsu, so I have no choice, said Naruto, placing his arms in X. Kaiman, Seiman, Shoman, Toman, Kai. Naruto exploded in chakra, a silver aura with hints of blue, the pupils of his eyes disappeared, his skin was a reddish color somewhat paler than Lee's, and his veins stood out, just a little less. What? Kakashi shouted. Wait, you didn't know your student knew how to do that? Kurenai asked. No. Kyomi, Sasuke, did you know? The 2 Uchihas denied. He never told me about that. Said Kyomi. Lee looked at Naruto in surprise. It seems Hade is too shocked to stop the battle. How about we finish this? Read. Naruto's pupils had also disappeared, his high-necked shirt was tearing, it was not made to withstand such pressure. We'll see who wins this, said Naruto, taking a position. Lee also took his battle position, the internal doors were fed by the resistance of your muscles, victory will be for whoever finishes the other first, or whoever resists the most. Lee and Naruto disappeared, Kakashi had to uncover his Sharingan to even follow them a little, the speed they used was such that strong gusts of air were released from each of their movements, the pressure generated by the 2 was so great that some genins were shocked. They were kneeling, both emitting great heat. Lee and Naruto appeared and disappeared exchanging blows, large waves of shocks came out of their fists, Lee gave a big blow to Naruto who was thrown away, at a great speed Lee appeared behind him, giving other blows, Naruto flew away again, the process was repeated. I only have that move left to win, if he can open up to the 5th door, it means he also knows how to do it, I must do it first, I will win this battle. Lee thought, he tried to hit Naruto again, but this time Naruto turned and landed a kick that sent Lee flying. Naruto performed the same combos as Lee. They were almost invisible and too fast. The 2 were beginning to feel the consequences of opening the doors. We have to finish it now. The 2 thought. The 2 began to concentrate blows, the difference was that Naruto could block some. This can't continue like this, we will be in a tie, and therefore we will be disqualified, thought Naruto. He had to have a small opening, that alone was enough to execute his movement, however, he had to take care that it didn't give an opening for him to read either. I would take advantage of it. It was at that moment that Lee grunted, his muscles tore a little, generating a current of pain throughout his body. Naruto took advantage, and ignoring the pain he felt, he hit Lee with an ascending fist, he appeared behind the boy with large eyebrows, and he delivered another strong blow. Naruto did not let Lee breathe, as he sent him from one side to the other without stopping. The finish, Naruto grabbed a loose bandage from Lee, it stretched causing him to separate momentarily from Naruto, however he grabbed the bandage tightly and pulled it, making Lee return to him at high speed. Naruto prepared a kick and a hit to end with Lee. "Now to finish," said Naruto with a slightly hoarse voice. The Uchiha let out a soft growl before completing his attack. Naruto slammed his leg and right palm into Lee's stomach with monstrous force. A loud roar echoed your range, Hidden Lotus. Shouted Naruto, his voice also took on an echo effect through the walls. Naruto and Lee collided with the floor, generating a large explosion that made everyone cover their eyes, avoiding the dust. Naruto shot out of the cloud of dust, the aura around him had died out and his black pupils returned, his turtleneck shirt had disappeared, leaving only the black long-sleeved sweater, his pants and sneakers were more intact, the ninja band was a little out of place, leaning to the right and last, but not least, the wounds that could be seen were not many, since only his face could be seen. Naruto stood up grunting in great pain, he barely stood up, he placed his hands on his knees and was panting heavily, the cloud of dust dissipated, showing a Rock Lee apparently passed out, the tiles around him were shattered, it was basically a field of stone and dust. Naruto was finally able to stand up straight, however he was still panting. "I guess it's over," Hate said, however. "And no, I can still go on." Naruto and Hate were surprised to hear the voice of the green spandex ninja. Lee stood with his clothes in a mess, they weren't torn, however they were dirty and had some blood on them. Lee said. Naruto, but he was surprised to see that Lee's eyes were blurry, his movements were slow, even his hair was somewhat messy. Everyone in the stands was surprised to see that Lee could keep going. After that blow, however, Naruto, the Jonins, the Hokage's Anbis and even the Hokage himself knew that was not the case. Naruto approached Lee and grabbed him by the shoulders. Lee seemed unfazed. "Now Lee, you fought too well, you've given me more problems than anyone here could have given me, at least in Taijutsu." Lee seemed not to hear his words, but he didn't move either. "You can rest now," Naruto whispered. Instantly, Lee leaned forward, Naruto grabbed him, Lee's head rested on Naruto's shoulder. What happened?" Lee seemed ready to continue, said Ino. "No, Ino." Lee was actually fainted, but, apparently, his determination was so great that his body refused to give up, even though he couldn't do anything else, Kakashi explained, covering his Sharingan. "Wow, that's so." Sakura didn't know how to describe what she just saw. Applause was heard, it was Sasuke who applauded, Kyomi followed him, no one noticed when everyone started applauding. Lee had earned their respect, well, almost everyone's. Neji and those in the arena did not applaud. Guy came down from the box and approached Naruto. "Naruto-kun, thank you for this," Guy said with a sad smile, but he seemed really grateful. Naruto nodded and helped Guy place Lee on the stretcher that the doctors had brought. Naruto Uchiha is the winner of the match. Hade announced, making Naruto's victory official. The nurses took Lee, followed closely by Guy-sensei, and Tenta. Naruto went up to the box and leaned against the wall. He was tired, he felt how his muscles ached, at least his chakra reserves were full. Kyomi knelt down and landed a big blow on Naruto's head. "Hey, why is that?" Naruto asked, rubbing himself. "What were you thinking when you used that? Besides, you didn't tell us," said Kyomi, annoyed. "Hey, I'm sorry. Yes, it was a beam up my sleeve that I didn't plan to use. Normally I wouldn't use it, I have more capable techniques, but in this situation I had no other choice. I'm sorry for worrying you." Naruto sent a look a little sad to Kyomi. "Oh, he looks so cute when he apologizes," Kyomi thought. She smiled and gave the boy a small hug. "It's okay, just don't use it again. I'm afraid something will happen to you, and trust us more, okay?" said the girl. "It's okay," said Naruto. "Hey, it's not that I don't like it, but could you let me go, it hurts too much," the Uchiha complained. "Oh, it's okay." Kyomi pulled away. "Well, everyone pay attention for the last battle. Dosu Kanuta and Choji Akimichi move on to this combat arena." Hey doubted if this was a combat arena, it was almost destroyed, only the statuette had come out almost intact. Summary. This was the shortest fight. Choji tried to crush Dosu with his expansion jutsu, but he easily dodged it. Choji was defeated by a sound wave that caused him to crash into the wall, leaving him unconscious. "Okay, all the winners, I want you to stand in a row in front of me," Hate said. Sasuke, Kyomi, Naruto, Menma, Mito, Dosu, Shikamaru, Temari, Gaara, Kankuro and Neji came down and stood in front of Hate. "Okay, now, Anko will pass a bag with different numbers. I want you to tell me the numbers you draw and based on these, it will be decided who you will fight against." Sasuke. 1 Kyomi. 5 Naruto. 10 Menma. 9 Myth. 6 Dosage. 11 Shikamaru. 7 Temari. 8 Gaara. 4 Kankuro. 3 Neji. 2 Well, the finals fights are Sasuke vs Neji, Kankuro vs Gaara, Kyomi vs Mito, Shikamaru vs Temari, Menma vs Naruto. And Dosu is a wild card, so he will go to the second phase. "Well, please listen to me," said Minato. The third phase will be carried out in 1 month, use that time to strengthen yourself and perfect your skills. I wish you good luck to the future generation of shinobi," said Minato. A month, eh? It seems like it will be a good thing, I already have the complete Hiraishin, I just have to practice, besides, it's enough time to see what Orochimaru is doing here, I just hope that Kabuto gives me more information than I think, who you know Naruto thought. On the other side of Konoha. A sigh was heard here again, it's never bad to see you Konoha. Well, since I'm here, I can go visit Minato, and the others. A white-haired man was entering the doors of Konoha. Well, I don't think you'll mind if I go and investigate a little first. The man's cheeks turned red, oil kanji on his ninja band, he disappeared in a blur, straight to the Konoha hot springs. Ouch. Hey, don't squeeze me. Naruto's pained voice sounded. It's your fault for using that technique. Kyomi said somewhat angrily. It's okay, it's my fault. Kyomi laid Naruto down on his bed. Wow, that was really crazy of you, said Sasuke. Yes, well, I had promised Lee that I would only use Taijutsu. Naruto excused himself. Well, the way your body is, I guess you won't be able to start training right away. No, actually I have a strategy to get rid of the pain, yes. What is it? Kyomi asked. Well this, you don't have anything right? Sasuke asked. Well, maybe I can go to the hot springs and I don't know be cured as. Well, hot water relaxes the muscles, and my muscles are tense, so that would be the first step. Well, that's actually very good, said Sasuke. Okay, I'll go. Wait a moment sir, said Kyomi. What happened? You haven't asked my permission. Sorry. That's right, I'm in charge of your recovery. Who decided that? I. Come on, but I'm older than you. 2 months doesn't make a difference. Actually yes, I'm 60 days older than you, so nothing at all. Okay, can I go to the hot springs? Okay, but first. Kyomi placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder, gave a light squeeze, Naruto's shoulder thundered loudly. Ouch. Wow, wait a minute. Naruto started moving his shoulder in a circular motion. Wow, it doesn't hurt so much anymore. Naruto said surprised, he and Sasuke looked at Kyomi impressed. Well, maybe I'm starting to study medical ninjutsu. Oh really? Well, a little. I'm studying the key points of the human body, and I'm trying to learn some jutsus to heal minor injuries. I see, that's why you didn't use it. It's the forest of death. That's how it is. And what did you do to Naruto? Well, I used a little jutsu to reduce his pain a little, and I snapped his shoulder to reduce the tension. Well, in my opinion, you're on the right track, said Naruto. Thank you, Naru-kun, what are you waiting for? Go to your hot springs. Kyomi hugged Naruto. Okay I guess, said Naruto leaving. You're very affectionate with him, aren't you? Sasuke said. What are you saying? I'm just being compassionate, she said, turning around. Sure. But Naruto. Naruto was walking calmly through the village. It had only been a day since the preliminaries. Those who were too hurt had been taken to the hospital, such as Aku, Hinata and Lee. Surprisingly, the one who was the worst was Hinata, even though Lee had several broken bones, a time of rest, and some therapy left him as good as new. However, Hinata had direct damage to her heart. As if she had been hit directly and that would take a while. He had also been thinking about his new Manjutsu ability. Kamui was more than anything a great defensive ability, with the ability to become intangible. You just had to think about the great possibilities. Other than that, he didn't know anything else, how to access its dimension. I was very curious to know what its dimension was like and how to send things to it, and finally, he realized that he was not taking advantage of his full potential. He was an Uchiha with his Sharingan completely mature, possessor of Manjutsu, at least secretly, a great ninjutsu user with 3 affinities and a great repertoire, a great fighter. Melee and great sword user, great Jinjutsu user, please, disciple of Itachi himself, great Shunshin user at the Shisui level, and if that were not enough, a level 10 Fuinjutsu master. And he also thought about the danger of Orochimaru and a possible invasion. He stopped thinking when he finally came across the entrance to the hot springs. He entered and went to the reception. Good morning, sir, you're here to relax, aren't you? That's right, Naruto gave the receptionist a smile. Okay, you can use the bathroom on the right side, that's the men's side, pick up a towel for yourself, remember that your time will be monitored, and the more time you spend, the more you pay. I have it clear. Naruto headed to the hot springs, took off and put away his clothes. 1 hour later. This is really relaxing, I feel much better. Naruto was lucky to be completely alone. For him it was somewhat uncomfortable to be naked in front of so many people, even if they were also naked. Anyway, he closed his eyes, enjoying it a little more. This was an incredible feeling for him. Sometimes it was better to forget everything and simply be happy. Naruto's tranquility was affected when his sensor sense was activated. He felt a chakra signature that was on the ceiling on the left side. On the women's side, his hearing managed to pick up the voice of the woman speaking, which means that the person on the roof was spying on them, really, having to deal with a pervert now, although I don't know if he's a man. Naruto went to his folded clothes and put them on. He had black pants and white bandages on his ankles. The upper part was covered by a simple dark blue high-necked shirt. Naruto came out and paid his time. He went to the exit and looked at the ceiling. He could see a tree next to him. He hinted that this was how he had reached the ceiling. He finally looked at the pervert. The only thing he could see was a long white and pointed hair, was in a ponytail. Well, it's time to take it out, Shunshin, and appeared behind the person. Hey, Naruto whispered. Ah. The guy shouted, alerting the women. Hey, who yelled like that? A pervert. Let's go from here. The girls left. Oh, it can't be, said the guy. Well, it's about time they realized there was a pervert, said Naruto. Oh, brat, who do you think you were? The person stood up completely, turning to Naruto. The guy had spiky white hair. On his forehead he had a ninja band with the kanji for oil. He had a kind of green clothing under a large red sleeveless haori. Underneath everything he wore a Mayan armor that could be seen on his ankles and sleeves. He carried a large scroll that rested on some ropes. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw who it was. Incredible. Now I'll have to come back tomorrow. The guy jumped off the roof and started to leave. Wait a moment, sir, said Naruto, who appeared in front of the guy. Hey, what is it? I feel like I've seen it before. A smile was growing. I almost had it. Don't go any further. I'll introduce myself. I'm the hermit of Myaboku Mountain, the wise and immortal spirit. Be careful, women, you might faint with my presence. That's me. Jiraiya the gallant. Jiraiya said, kind of strange pose. Wow, incredible. You're Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Naruto barely contained his excitement. That's right, it seems like it's the first time you've seen someone so amazing. Well, not exactly, but it's still impressive. Ah, okay, but anyway, I have to go since you've interrupted my research investigation. Yes, well, you see, I have a novel, more like a book. Jiraiya took out an orange cover book from his haori. It can't be, you write those books for perverts, said Naruto. That's right, it's a success. Jiraiya kissed his book. I don't think so, due to its content it is not at all popular among women. As for men, this book is only read by perverts due to the scenes it has inside, said Naruto. Are you a robot? Also, my book has a very beautiful background. Yes, sure, wait, what are you doing here? Now that I think about it, well, I've come to see my godchildren. Easy to guess, you were the master of the Yondaime, so I can guess that Mito and Menma are your godchildren. Wow, you're pretty smart, so what do you want, an autograph? No, I've never read your book, you should. Well, this Naruto. The two heard the voice of Myth calling Naruto. Hello, Naruto. What are you doing here? Mito looked at the Uchiha who was next to his perverted godfather. Wait a minute, Naruto, don't tell me what. It's not what you think, Naruto interrupted Mito. You better, the blonde replied. So you're not going to greet your favorite godfather? Jiraiya said to Mito. You are my only Iro-san godfather, don't call me that, brat. The two began to argue. In the middle of the discussion, there was a thoughtful Naruto. He was in the middle of a Sannin who was not lost, a Sannin who was still in service of the village. He was a person who, despite the first impression, surely he was strong and had great experience. Without a doubt he would be a great teacher. After all, he trained the 4th Hokage. Wait a moment, teacher. Jiraiya-sama, said Naruto. Hey, what's up? The Sannin asked. I would like you to train me, please. Naruto gave a slight bow. Mito opened his eyes, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Why do you want me to train you? Jiraiya asked. Well, you are one of the legendary Sannin, the only one who is still at the service of the village, and if I am not wrong, you must be the strongest. I am currently in the Chunin exams just like Myth. Well, you see, I don't have anyone to train me, since my sensei will train my 2 teammates, and honestly, for me it is more effective to train with a teacher, Naruto explained. I don't know, I don't have time to train a brat. Please, Jiraiya-sama, I'll do anything. Whatever. Jiraiya's cheeks turned red. It can't be Iro-sennin, said Myth. How about you bring me a mature, tasty and curvy one? Huh. If you manage to bring me one, I'll train you. Really, that's it? Great. Naruto quickly headed towards the center of the village. Wow, I can't believe I'm seriously going to do it. Mito said in surprise. Ha. These were great. 4 minutes later. Here I am. Mito and Jiraiya heard Naruto arrive. Turning around, Mito held back his laughter, and Jiraiya made a face of disappointment. Naruto carried in his hands a large watermelon with a very strange shape. Here you have, Jiraiya-sama, a tasty, mature and curvy girl. Naruto said, smiling. Why, you're stupid. That's not what I meant. Ha. Naruto is very innocent on that Iro-sennin topic. What did you mean then? A tasty, mature and curvy one, Jiraiya said again, but making curved movements with his hand imitating the figure of a woman. That's what I meant, said Naruto, leaving his watermelon on the ground. Give me that. Mito said, picking up the watermelon and taking out a kunai. Do I really have to bring that to him? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded his head. Naruto was quiet for a moment before getting an idea. In fact, I can give you something that might be better, yes. And what's a boy? Asked the white-haired man. Easy, just look into my eyes. Jiraiya thought for a moment before shrugging his shoulders and looking into the boy's eyes. It was then that he saw a fully mature Sharingan turning slightly, the environment around Jiraiya distorted, turning into hot springs. That was when he realized that he was naked and in one of the waters. This isn't starting out too bad, despite it being a Jinjutsu, said Jiraiya, and to think that that brat has the Sharingan of 3 tomos, that's impressive, Jiraiya thought before hearing a voice. Jiraiya Sama, the laughing voice of a group of women was heard. Jiraiya turned his gaze to blush intensely, and a truly depraved smile appeared on his face. Outside the Jinjutsu. What did you do to him? Asked Mito, who was cutting the watermelon. Well, I put him in a Jinjutsu. What's inside? Basically, he was in a hot spring with women, and Naruto watched as Jiraiya began to move his hands in a strange movement, as if he were preparing something. Oh shit. Said Naruto before releasing the Jinjutsu. Hey. What are you doing? I was having fun in there. Jiraiya said indignantly. How can you be so perverted? Said Naruto. There you are wrong, I'm not a pervert, I'm a super pervert. Jiraiya corrected Naruto. That doesn't make Jiraiya-sama any better, but anyway, can you train me now? Said Naruto. Okay, but on one condition, said Jiraiya. Which one is it? Naruto asked. But you put me in that Jinjutsu whenever we train, no way, you get carried away a lot, said Naruto. Then there is no training, Uncle Jiraiya. If you don't train Naruto for that reason, I will tell my mother, and I don't think she will like it, Mito said, eating a piece of watermelon. Jiraiya paled at the mention of myth. It's okay, just don't tell Kushina. Feel well, follow me, said Jiraiya. Naruto followed him enthusiastically, although he didn't show it. Mito followed them from behind eating watermelon. This watermelon is really ripe and tasty, said Mito while tasting. And with curves, how the hell did that brat get that watermelon? Said the Kyuubi in Myth's mind. I don't know, Naruto always surprises, he responded. Jiraiya led Naruto towards a clearing with some waterfalls. Well, before training you, I would like to know what you are made of. You are a young Uchiha, but with a mature Sharingan, let's see what you have. Jiraiya got into a combat pose. It seems perfect to me. Naruto stood in his battle pose, without the Sharingan active, for him it was another tool. He's a Sannin, so I think he'll be serious, Naruto said, making a half-ram seal. Kai, he whispered, and his gravity and resistance seals went out. I release a few seals, said Jiraiya. Hey brat, do you study Fuinjutsu? Said Jiraiya. Since I was 7 years old, in fact I am a level 10 seal master. What? Jiraiya couldn't contain his surprise. How? Shadow clones and a lot of time, plus a great intellect, said Naruto. So he knows the shadow clones, and he knows their secret. If I manage to complete the Fuinjutsu with clones, it means that he can do many, which means that he has large chakra reserves. I must be careful, he is an Uchiha, so his affinity must be with Kaiten. I can counter that, Jiraiya thought before making a sign with his hand for Naruto to rush towards him. Come, he said. Naruto didn't think twice and rushed at Jiraiya at great speed. Quickly, the Sannin thought, narrowly blocking Naruto's blow. He had been careless due to Naruto's speed, which disappeared again and appeared behind Jiraiya with an aerial spinning kick. Jiraiya crouched down, dodging the attack. Very fast, he thought. Without further ado, he began to send blows towards Naruto, who managed to block them well. He's very good at Taijutsu, and he doesn't even have his Sharingan active. Too good, thought Jiraiya, who managed to land a blow on Naruto's stomach, turned and concentrated a kick that Naruto blocked, but was dragged backwards with great force. Crashing into a tree. What's wrong, kid, is that all you have? Jiraiya asked mockingly. Don't underestimate me. Naruto disappeared and appeared in front of Jiraiya, who blocked his attack. You come with the same thing, come on, said Jiraiya. Naruto smiled and began to send blow after blow to Jiraiya, who was impressed by the change of pace. Now they are faster, and they come with great force towards my weakened pressure points. I must not let them hit me. Naruto jumped and sent a combo of kicks that Jiraiya blocked with his palms. The Sannin grabbed Naruto's leg and threw him. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Said Naruto. 4 clones appeared. All the clones went to Jiraiya and began to attack him. The Toad Sannin was becoming overwhelmed, so he increased the level. The clones were eventually dissipated. What was that for? The clones didn't attack seriously. Jiraiya thought, however he opened his eyes when a Naruto appeared in front of him trying to kick him. Jiraiya narrowly dodged it and hit Naruto hard, however, it exploded in a current of electricity that electrocuted Jiraiya, an electric clone. But when? And where is the original? Here. Naruto shouted, appearing in front of Jiraiya and landing a punch. However, Jiraiya exploded, revealing an almost broken trunk due to Naruto's blow. Ugh, very close, but at least I electrocuted him, said Naruto. But now where is he? He asked himself. He looked up, to the right, to the left, and behind. There is only one direction left, he said, and jumped just in time before Jiraiya appeared from beneath the ground with an uppercut. Well done, brat, said Jiraiya. Naruto smiled and performed 3 hand seals. Kaiten. Kikakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball came out of Naruto Doton. Dorya Heki. Earth style, earth wall, said Jiraiya, placing his hands on the ground from which a large wall of earth came out, crashing against Naruto's jutsu. The wall began to crumble. Jiraiya was scared by this, but luckily the fire stopped. Ugh, his ninjutsu is very strong, said Jiraiya. Kaiten and Raiten. Jiraiya thought those are their two affinities. The Sannin was surprised to feel how Naruto appeared too quickly behind him. Naruto gave a big blow to Jiraiya, who was thrown backwards. Oh my back. That boy hits hard. I should be more careful, Jiraiya thought. How did he move so fast? Jiraiya didn't have time to think. Naruto appeared again surprisingly. Jiraiya blocked the blow. Naruto appeared again in another direction and gave another blow. Jiraiya dodged it. Shunshin level 2, thought Naruto. The Uchiha appeared and disappeared, sending really fast attacks towards Jiraiya, who received some, but was able to recover quickly. Jiraiya managed to predict Naruto's move and hit him hard, however Naruto managed to block to reduce the damage. Jiraiya decided to test the boy. Suiton. Sudan no Jutsu. Jiraiya threw the water bullet. Kaiten. Kikakyu no Jutsu. Naruto launched a smaller fireball with less chakra. The two jutsus ended up colliding, creating a small mist. Jiraiya sent his senses to their maximum, trying not to be taken by surprise again. He jumped, dodging a flurry of small fireballs. The Sannin began to perform acrobatic movements, dodging more fireballs. His senses caught the sound of the air cutting. He took out a kunai and deflected several kunai and shurikens that were heading towards him. Great was his surprise when he saw how one of the kunai turned into a clone of Naruto. This clone threw a kunai that Jiraiya narrowly dodged. The kunai cut a bit of Jiraiya's hair. Good strategy, brat, the Sannin thought, but he was confused when he saw Naruto smile. The kunai that he had embedded in the ground turned into a Naruto that tried an upward kick. Jiraiya blocked it. Suddenly the clone started to shine. Oh, Jiraiya thought before the clone exploded loudly. The smoke dissipated, showing a log almost in ashes. I think it happened, even though the explosion was low level, said Naruto. His sense of danger jingled loudly. Back. Naruto crouched down, dodging a backhand blow, leaned on his hands and with great force jumped, turned and directed a kick at Jiraiya, who blocked it. The Sannin disappeared and quickly appeared behind Naruto, who was still in the air. It's too fast. He thought, activating his Sharingan. When Jiraiya tried to hit him, Naruto grabbed his arm. With a great acrobatic movement, Naruto turned and managed to rest his foot on Jiraiya's shoulder. He jumped and made 3 seals of hands. Futon. Rinkiden. Puffed his chest and spat out a large bullet of pressurized air. The bullet apparently hit Jiraiya, but when the smoke dissipated, another log could be seen. You are very slippery, Jiraiya-sama, said Naruto. That's right, Jiraiya appeared leaning on a tree. This was fun, said Naruto. Yes, Jiraiya disappeared in a burst of smoke, but I win. Jiraiya appeared behind Naruto and placed a kunai on his neck. I guess I should leave it at that. I would have liked to continue. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan. Well, you are too good for your age. You have 3 elemental affinities. You could definitely beat a Chunin, even a Jonin maybe, thank you, but you can still improve your Taijutsu, and I would like to see how good you are with elemental ninjutsu. But first tell me, do you have any summoning contracts? Yes, in fact I have 2, said Naruto. Oh, that's a shame. It would be amazing if you were also a toad summoner. And tell me, what is your summoning contract? Crows and fox. There is no fox contract, said Jiraiya. If there is, I am the first and only summoner. Yes. So how do you have it? Naruto told the story of how he got it to Jiraiya, who was surprised that Naruto could talk to the Kyuubi. Well, if so, I would like to see you summon one. Alright, UCHIHA no Jutsu. Naruto summoned Kyurem, who was now bigger, almost reaching Naruto's waist. Hello Naruto, what's new? Said Kyurem. Well, I went to the final of the Chunin exams, and I have a month to train, said Naruto. Great. Answered his fox. Meanwhile Jiraiya looked impressed at Naruto's fox, who turned to look at him. Wow. But you are Jiraiya. The great wise toad. Said Kyurem. Jiraiya smiled arrogantly, a summoning contract that he didn't know if he knew him. That's right. I'm the great, please Hiro Sennin, don't start with that, said Myth, who finally made his presence known. Insolent brat, I was just about to introduce myself. It is an honor to meet you, Jiraiya-sama. Said Kyurem. I'm sorry to disappoint you, little fox, but he's a first-class pervert, said Mito. Hey. Super. Pervert. Said Jiraiya. We already told you that that's not better. Said Myth. Anyway, I only summoned you so that Jiraiya-sama could see you. You see, I'm going to train with him. I swear we'll talk later, said Naruto. No problem, again, it was a pleasure, Kyurem said, disappearing. Well, there you go, said Naruto. Well, now it's time to see your ninjutsu. What is the strongest jutsu you have for each of your elements? Jiraiya asked. Naruto thought for a moment. Well, I think that the Kaiten would be the Kaiten. Karyuenden, although I have hardly used it because I have not seen the situation, the Futon would be the Futon. Shinkajoku or perhaps the Shinkuha, they are not destructive, but they are deadly, and finally the Raiten, the strongest one I have is the Chidori, said Naruto. Well, I must say that I am surprised that someone your age can do those jutsus, especially the Karyuenden, you know the Chidori, I am not surprised, I know that your sensei is Kakashi Haddock, that means that you control the chakra transformation very well, but tell me something, do you know how to handle the transformation of the form? Said Jiraiya. The transformation of the form. Hirosenin, will you teach him that jutsu? Mito asked. It may be, you see Naruto, you can not only transform the transformation of nature, but also the shape of the chakra in its pure state, achieving it is usually difficult, in addition, people do not use it because there are not many jutsus from the state, however, the fourth Hokage, Minato, managed to create a jutsu that is considered the greatest representation of the control of the chakra form, the Rasengan. Don't tell me that that's right, I will teach you the Rasengan, I will hope to pass that power on to you, but it won't be easy, we will see if you are really a prodigy, after all, someone as intelligent as Minato spent 3 years creating that jutsu, what? 3 years? Naruto asked Adamito. That's right, I decided to accept training you, we will work on your physical strength, I think we can improve it more, you are very fast, and I see that you know how to handle Shunshin very well, in Fuinjutsu I can't teach you as much due to the level you have. We can always work on the chakra control, and I can teach you a method to make your fire jutsu stronger, besides, it is the only affinity we share finally, the Rasengan yes. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Hey Hirosenin, I also want to complete the Rasengan, can't your father help you with that? If it's true, well hope it goes well. Mito. Retired I didn't leave any watermelon said Naruto, that's the least of it, it's time to start yeah. Time skip. 2 weeks later. The training with Jiraiya was going well, Naruto, and he practiced mainly with sparring partners, Jiraiya had helped him improve his taijutsu, he taught him espionage techniques, which were very good, there is no doubt that Jiraiya was very good in that area. And finally helped him with his taijutsu and quite strong physical strength training, chakra control only improved, and Naruto was already able to do jutsus with a single sealer too. Jiraiya also taught him a few seals, finally, Naruto also trained alone, and it must be said that he had great ideas, he was thinking about creating his own jutsus, and he already had an idea, currently he was only working on a Raiten jutsu and another Futon jutsu. When talking about the subject, he realized that Kyomi and Sasuke were also working on their own jutsu, in addition to their Chidori variants, which they said they would use in the finals. A great advance in addition to his new physical strength was that he learned the Rasengan, and Jiraiya had been surprised by the speed at which he did it. Flashback. Okay, this is the first step, said Jiraiya, taking out a balloon full of water. What am I supposed to do? Naruto asked. Jiraiya did not respond and instead extended his hand, the sound of a great rotation was heard when a blue sphere appeared in Jiraiya's hand, it seemed to rotate at high speed. Wow, that's the Rasengan said Naruto, surprised, looking at the energy sphere. That's right, you know, you could copy it, and that's it said Jiraiya. No, that's the easy way said Naruto, it's not that easy, even though you copy it, you still have to master it, but it's your decision, well, the first step is the rotation of the chakra, the trick is that you make the water rotate inside the balloon, and your body must also rotate. Chakra to exploit it, when you complete the first step come find me, I'm going to investigate a little he said, and left in a big jump. Naruto spent about 4 hours until he was finally able to burst the water balloon. Okay, it's time for the second step Shunshin, and appeared in front of Jiraiya at the hot springs. Look sensei, I've already completed the first step. Naruto said happily. Wow, that was faster than I thought said Jiraiya. And without clones? Said Naruto. Don't brag anymore, then I guess you're ready for the next step, that's right. Said Naruto. Well, here, Jiraiya threw a rubber ball at Naruto. Time to practice the power, you already know how to rotate your chakra, now you have to blow up this rubber ball, it's at least 100 times more difficult. Jiraiya said. Okay said Naruto and left in a Shunshin. Naruto was practicing all day, however, he could only make the ball shake, it was the next day that if he directed his attention to a specific point inside the ball, his chakra gained more intensity, he practiced for a few more hours, until he managed to completely exploit the ball, he went to Jiraiya to give him the last step. Jiraiya was surprised by how fast he was advancing, finally he gave him a water balloon again, told him that the last step was the fusion of the first and second steps, he had to practice compression, basically rotating the chakra and the balloon. Without it exploding, in order to assimilate the shape of a sphere, according to Jiraiya, this was the most difficult step and it took him 2 months to complete it. Naruto wasted no time and began to train him. Over time, he discovered that with a clone, he could handle the power and form, but he wanted to do it alone, without the help of a clone, so he trained more, and in one day, I managed to do it with one hand, and I managed to master it. Jiraiya congratulated him, he said that it was the shortest time that anyone had learned it, Jiraiya himself had taken a few months to master it, now it was time to try Naruto's Rasengan. Flashback. Well Naruto, it's time to test the power of your Rasengan, for this Jiraiya extended his hand, a perfect Rasengan appeared in his palm. You're going to collide your Rasengan with mine, are you sure Jiraiya-sensei? Of course, don't worry, nothing will happen to me, okay. Naruto raised the palm of his hand, the sound of rotation was present, and a Rasengan appeared in Naruto's hand, it was a blue color a little darker than Jiraiya's. Well, whenever you want. Said Jiraiya. Naruto ran towards Jiraiya who began to run towards him as well, the two met and clashed their Rasengan against each other's, a strong gust of wind came out of the clash, while the earth beneath them seemed to crack, the sensei's and the disciples' hands they trembled, indicating the great pressure and strength of the attacks, finally the Rasengan cancelled each other. Jiraiya looked at his hand noticing some small scratches, heh, not bad, brat Jiraiya thought. End flashback. Finally, Jiraiya revealed to Naruto that the Rasengan was an incomplete technique since Minato had tried to add elemental chakra to the technique but had not succeeded. Naruto proposed that one day he would practice with that goal, but it would not be now. Currently, Naruto was in his apartment with Kyomi and Sasuke, there were about 2 weeks left before the finals, and everyone was resting after a hard day of training. So, how did it go for you? Naruto asked. Well, very well, Kakashi is a better sensei than he seems, said Sasuke, drinking some water. So what have you been training for? We won't fall into your trap, we will probably have to face each other in the finals, so we can't give you details of our training, Kyomi replied. Okay, the Uchiha's conversation was interrupted by a ball of smoke that appeared in the middle of the room, from which a small black fox with 5 tails emerged. Good evening Naruto-sama, am I interrupting something? Kuro asked. No. Not at all, I suppose you come because you already have information about what I told you. That's how it is, what exactly are you talking about? Naruto explained to Kyomi and Sasuke about the suspicions he had in Kabuto, about Orochimaru and how he sent Kuro with his squad to investigate. I see, Sasuke said. Very well Kuro, inform me, said Naruto. Well Naruto-sama, first of all, what I have is not good news, the Uchihas made serious faces. Well, let's get to the point, this Kabuto guy is a spy and subordinate of Orochimaru. Just as you suspected, the Kabuto guy headed towards a kind of village on the borders of the Land of Fire called Atogakure. Atogakure, that's where Zaku, Dosu and Kim came from, said Kyomi. That's right, this Kabuto guy seems to be a too close subordinate to Orochimaru, who is posing as the cage of the Atogakure village, but here comes the most worrying thing, what is it? Orochimaru plans to invade the village, along with Sunagakure and Atogakure. What? Kyomi shouted. It doesn't make sense, Sunagakure and our ally Sasuke said. So it seems, but sad news is coming, the Kazekage was apparently murdered by Orochimaru, who at the same time is posing as him, everyone opened their eyes. It can't be, that guy. I killed the Kazekage, continue please Naruto said, he looked too serious, Kuro nodded. Well, Orochimaru plans to invade the village during the finals of the Chunin exams, he says he has a beam up his sleeve, like a special weapon, it must be Gaara, since he is the Shukaku's Jinchuriki. Yeah, that guy looks pretty unstable. If it's unstable, so is its seal, so Naruto opened his mouth in surprise. Does Orochimaru plan to release the Shukaku in the middle of the village? Sasuke asked. That would be terrible. Said Kyomi. That's all I have, Kuro said. Thank you Kuro, but I need you to stay here for a while, we are going to report this to the Hokage. Kuro nodded and climbed onto Naruto's shoulder. Let's go with you Sasuke said. Okay said Naruto, Kyomi and Sasuke grabbed Naruto's shoulders, the three disappeared in a shunshin of fire, created by Naruto, lately he had been experimenting a lot with shunshin. Hokage office. Minato was finishing signing the papers with his shadow clones. Since he discovered that this way he could shorten the time with paperwork, his life had changed. His attention was called when a kind of line of fire appeared in the middle of his office. The line went down until the figure of the three Uchihas slowly appeared, Naruto carrying a small fox on his shoulder. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, said Naruto. Wow, but if it's you, what do you have? Minato asked. Well, I have some news to tell you, but I would like you to call Jiraiya-sensei and Shikaku-san first. Why should you call them? Minato asked. Well, what I have to say is something of utmost importance, please Hokage-sama. Okay, Anbu. Minato called and instantly an Anbu appeared kneeling in front of him. Yes. Hokage-sama, I need you to look for Shikaku Nara and Jiraiya-sensei please said Minato. Hi. Said the Anbu and disappeared in a burst of smoke. About 10 minutes later, Jiraiya and Shikaku were in the Hokage office. Well then, what do you have to tell us, Naruto? Actually, my summoning here will help me a little, it has been helping me for a long time. Alright Naruto and Kuro told everything about Orochimaru's plan and everything we already know. Minato had a frown after what he had just heard. The former third-year student did cause problems. To be honest, it was better for him that the Sandaime Hokage had taken care of him when he had the opportunity. I guess the man was too much. Gentle, so, what do you think about it? Minato asked. Knowing Orochimaru, he will try to enter in the most unnoticed way. I suppose he will enter disguised as the Yondaime Kazekage, at least that's what I think, said Jiraiya. If your objective is to destroy Konoha, you will surely attack not only internally, but you will also have troops on the borders of the Leaf to take care of its security. In addition, I suppose you will also want to attack the main points of the village, like which ones? Jiraiya asked. They could be the academy, the hospital, the Anbu barracks, the orphanage, and other important buildings, said Naruto. That would be ruthless. There are many innocent people in some of those points, said Minato. What do you propose to protect them? Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but I have developed a pretty good barrier seal. Yes. And how does it work? It's simple. It is a sealing matrix that is capable of adhering to any place. Any ninja will need to supply it with chakra. Once the seal comes into contact with the chakra, a barrier will be activated. I guarantee that these barriers can withstand A-rank jutsus below. The ninja maintaining the barrier can let someone in, but not let anyone out, unless he decides to lower the barrier completely. Wow, could you show us those stamps? Sure, they're at my house, said Naruto. Well, I don't think anything bad will happen if we go. I'll go too. Kushina kicked the door. She had been listening to the conversation from behind. Kushina? What are you doing here? Minato said. I've been hearing all about the invasion, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the seal that Naruto developed is like. There's no problem with her coming, right? Minato asked. Why did I open a problem? Kushina asked. Not at all, they can come. They all disappeared in a shunshin and appeared at Naruto's house. He invited them in. Well, follow me, Naruto-sama, if you'll excuse me, my work here is done, I would like to return, Kuro said. Sure, thank you very much for everything, said Naruto. See you. Kuro disappeared in a ball of smoke. Naruto guided everyone towards a door which was closed. The Uchiha put his hand on the door. Instantly, kanji flashed white before a click was heard. Naruto opened the door, showing a room full of shelves with books, a table with various papers and some Fuinjutsu materials. Sorry for the mess, usually only I am here. Minato looked at one of his three-pronged kunai. I see you still have that gift, Minato said. That's right, it was very helpful. Now I have my own Hiraishin formula, although the design of the kunai is more subtle. Naruto pointed to a sheet of paper next to Minato's three-pronged kunai. Minato picked up the blade and saw a drawing of a kunai that seemed to be normal, except that the handle had Naruto's Hiraishin formula engraved on it, which was very similar to his, only that some kanji were different. In addition to some small kanji add on each side, the kunai was normal, except for the edges that seemed to be a somewhat silvery color. Nice design, it is subtle and can take anyone by surprise, that's the idea, Naruto responded. Naruto opened a drawer and took out a sheet of paper with a stamp in the middle. Can Minato-sama follow me? Naruto said. Clear. Naruto disappeared in a shunshin followed by Minato. The others looked around the room a bit. Well, I think I'm going to get ready to sleep, the truth is I'm tired, see you another day. Said Kyomi, leaving. Good night, Sasuke also said, leaving. Good night, guys. Kushina said. She and Shikaku were left alone. I think you don't need me anymore, with your permission, I'm leaving, all of this is problematic. Shikaku left in a shunshin. The FFF, how lazy. Kushina said. He stayed checking the shelves for a bit until he stumbled a little. He leaned on the shelf, causing some books to fall silent. Oh no. Now I have to fix it. He began to pick up the books until he saw what appeared to be a folder. Fuinjutsu Project. Bijuu Transfer. Kushina was surprised by the title of the folder, and when she opened it she was even more surprised. There was a very complex sealing matrix. It had too many details and was very well made. Next to it the following seals were written. Ram, hare, bird, dog, monkey, horse, rat, tiger. Jiraiya, come see this, Kushina said. Seeing, Jiraiya was very surprised to see the project. What does this mean? It's like a kind of seal to transfer something, said Jiraiya. That's right, but I would like to ask Naruto. He was going to ask Naruto what it was about. Just when he thought about that, Naruto and Minato appeared in a shunshin. They had tested Naruto's barrier seal with the Hokage tower, and it had worked wonderfully. Now the seal was in a state that Naruto had called rest, where the seal would only activate when a stream of chakra touched it. Well, your seals work wonderfully. Tomorrow morning you will go with Jiraiya to put the seals on the aforementioned points at the meeting, said Minato. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto. Kushina said. Yeah. Could you tell me what this means? Kushina held up the folder, making Naruto swallow. Well shit, I had forgotten because I didn't let anyone in here, Naruto thought. Dear Kushina-san, I can't lie to you, that seal, I have been creating to transfer half of Menma's Kyuubi to me. What? Everyone shouted just as you hear it. No. Absolutely not. Why would you? Kushina asked. Well, everything has an explanation. Naruto took out a small notebook, he gave it to Kushina, Minato, and Jiraiya approached to read what it said. In the notebook it was written the reasons why Naruto was moving the Kyuubi towards talked about the bad relationship between the Kyuubi and Menma, and how the dark chakra of the Kyuubi yin hurt Menma. And about Naruto's slight suspicion that Menma's attitude was being affected, and the overflows of your emotions. Kushina, Minato and Jiraiya read the entire explanation. Well, I can't deny that your reasons are valid, but still, how do you guarantee that Menma won't die after you transfer the Kyuubi? Plus, how does it work? Minato asked. Well, the seal works as a bridge between the seal of 8 trigrams of Menma and the seal of 8 trigrams that I will make myself. Once the seal is activated, the only thing the Kyuubi has to do is go from one seal to another, along with a part of his chakra. The other part will be left to the old bearer who, together with the chakra seal and a small health boost, placed in the main seal, will cause the old one's chakra coils to normalize. And they are completely restored with the help of the Kyuubi's chakra, thus stopping their death process after Menma survives. As I possess the Kyuubi itself, its chakra will regenerate, but this time in my seal. Naruto finished his explanation. Wow, just wow, said Jiraiya. And all that in a seal, said Minato. However, it should be said that he was not going to use it without your consent. After all, it was his decision to seal it in the first place, said Naruto. Minato and Kushina were silent for a long time. Naruto waited patiently. Minato was considering Naruto's idea. A new stable Jinchuriki was better for the village than an unstable one. Besides, he wanted to help his son. Kushina was a little hesitant. Was this really the right thing to do? Anyone would think that Naruto simply wanted the Kyuubi for power, but in the explanation he made it more than clear that he was not doing it for his own good, but for Menma's and the boys. Kyuubi. Besides, she trusted Naruto and the Kyuubi also trusted him, as strange as it was. A few more minutes passed until Naruto I accept that you transferred the Kyuubi to you, said Minato. Me too, everything is for the good of my son, Kushina said. We trust you, the two said. Thank you, said Naruto smiling. When will you make the transfer? Minato said. During my battle against Menma in the finals. By the way, for the seal to be completed, Menma must take out at least one tail of chakra almost. So I'm going to have to provoke him, Naruto said. Okay, but be careful, Kushina said. Well, if you'll excuse me, the seal is still missing a few things, so I'm going to have to work a little more. Okay, good luck and take care of yourself. Kushina gave Naruto a hug before being grabbed by the waist by Minato and disappearing in a flash of yellow. You continue to surprise me, Gaki, keep it up, you'll go far, said Jiraiya. There is no limit to great mind, said Naruto. Well said, Jiraiya disappeared in a burst of smoke. Well, Naruto made half a ram seal. Instantly, 10 clones appeared in front of him. They know what to do, said Naruto. Hi, said the clones. Naruto sat with his clones who began to work and create more barrier seals. The original directed his gaze towards the drawing of the kunai with its Hiraishin seal. These finals will witness the power of Naruto Uchiha. Believe it, Naruto thought. One day later. In the morning, Naruto had gone with Jiraiya placing the barrier seals. The Jonin and Anbus ninjas were informed about the invasion and were planning a counterattack strategy. After all, they were facing 2 villages. One of them was one of the big 5, who despite being the weakest of the 5, is still strong. After that, he went to visit Rock Lee in the hospital, where he was recovering little by little. He said that he would promise to recover quickly to see the finals. Naruto laughed at that. After that, he spent the day training. He had quite a few things ahead of him: the Kyuubi seal, the final battles, the invasion, Gaara and Shukaku. Everything was a kind of weight on his head. He just hoped that when it was all over, he would have something rest, and who knows, for now, he's just working on his jutsu. Naruto made hand seals. Rat, ox, dog, hare, monkey. Naruto lowered his arm with his palm open. The sound of birds chirping sounded loudly in the clearing where he was. It was night and the breeze was blowing strongly. An intense purple glow appeared in his hands, while chirping birds and lightning sounded. I'm almost there, said Naruto 2 weeks later. Kunes, ready. Shurikens, ready. Chikudo, ready. Sealed. Seals, ready. Naruto took out some kunai that had some kind of seal on their handle. You guys are ready to be tested. Naruto sealed everything in his special wrist seal, which was kept under his sleeve. It's time. Naruto was wearing his typical black long-sleeved shirt. On top of this, a short-sleeved and high-necked shirt typical of an Uchiha. He had the clan logo on his back. To his clothing he had added a pair of short fingerless gloves of color black and a metal plate, dark gray Anbu pants and black bandages on his ankles. Finally, a pair of black sneakers. His clothing was all dark in color. But he liked that color, it was good and matched with everything, and what's more, you went unnoticed. Well, let's go. A gust of wind disappeared. Konoha Stadium, 12 o'clock hours. The Konoha Stadium, a gigantic construction with a circular figure, the stadium was a little far from Konoha itself, since it could easily accommodate half of the village. It had no roof, because the shinobi combats took place, no matter what the weather. Well, this was the place where the final of the Chunin exams would take place. Inside the stadium, there were the stands which were full of people who did not stop talking, because they were excited. They would witness the final battles of those who managed to pass the other two tests of the exams. In addition to the tough preliminaries, they knew that they were all strong, but they had faith in the children of the Yondaime. And also in the last UCHIHA, the stadium also had a special box where the Hokage stayed. This time, both the Hokage and the Kazekage would stay in this place, although we all know who he really is. Inside the stadium in the lower part, there was a tunnel that led to the waiting room. There is where all the participants of the exams were. There were the two remaining members of Team 11, Menma and Mito. Menma was wearing a kind in an orange sweatshirt with his dark gray pants and blue sneakers. He wore his ninja band on his forehead. And also had white bandages on his ankles and a kunai holder on his left leg. Myth, on the other hand, had a tighter orange jacket with touches blue. He was wearing orange shorts that were a little short, but not too tight, improving his mobility, black stockings that reached up to his thighs, a kunai holder on his right leg and blue sneakers, a ninja band on his neck and on his back. Hair pulled back into a ponytail with two strands framing her face. In the room there was also the complete arena team, and Dosu, for some strange reason, was not there. Shino was in a quiet corner, Neji Hyuga looked at everyone with indifference, and finally, there was also Shikamaru, who was watching all with a bored expression. Everyone's attention was called when Kyomi and Sasuke appeared in a swirl of leaves. Kyomi was wearing a purple skirt, underneath it were shorts that couldn't be seen. She also had a kind of beige shirt with the clan logo. UCHIHA behind, his hair was loose. He also wore large stockings that reached his mules and black sneakers, a ninja band on his neck. Sasuke was wearing a black high-necked shirt with the UCHIHA clan logo on the back, dark gray pants with white bandages on the ankles and blue sneakers. He had bandages on his left arm and his ninja band placed on his forehead. Nice entry, said Myth. Thank you, I take it you're ready. Mito said again. That's right, but where is Naruto? I don't know, it hasn't arrived yet. Just when Mito said that, a large gust of wind crossed the room. Small gusts of wind began to spin and gather together. When they all came together, Naruto appeared in the room with his clothes and with his hands in his pockets. Does everyone make ridiculous entrances now? They're problematic, said Shikamaru. Heh, I guess, said Naruto. And when does this start? Sasuke said. Well, Dad is about to make the announcement. Well, we just have to wait, said Naruto. In the Hokage box. Minato was behind a curtain, in which he was being escorted by two Anbis. I hope you did what I asked, said Minato. Hi, Hokage-sama, said the Anbis. Okay, let's do this, said Minato, passing through the curtain. Minato walked towards the end of the box. Minato directed chakra into his vocal cords to amplify his voice. Listen to me, people of the leaf, said Minato. Everyone in the stadium fell silent, paying attention to their Hokage. First of all, I want to thank you for coming here to witness this great event. Today, in this stadium, the new shinobi who committed themselves to protecting the lives of their villages will be consecrated. Today, new talents who have borne through effort and sacrifice. Each of the participants in this event have gone through different tests that were not easy at all. But each of them managed to overcome it successfully, and now, they are here to fight for the title. What have you been looking for? Minato announced, causing the crowd to cheer. Now, I would like to announce our special guest. Since he also has participants in this event, I want everyone to welcome the Yondaime Kazekage with applause. Minato said, pointing behind the curtain from which a man in a robe emerged. White with a full body, he had a Kazekage hat and a band covering half of his face. Everyone in the stadium applauded the arrival of the cage. Thank you for the welcome, Hokage Dono, said the Kazekage, sitting down. It's nothing, Kazekage Dono, said Minato. I must admit that he disguises himself too well, Minato thought. Well, and now, without further ado, I want to introduce you to the genins who managed to get here. Minato pointed to the tunnel from which the genins began to come out. They all headed towards the center of the arena where they stood in a row. Well, let me lead this event, Hokage-sama, said Genma Shiranui, a jonin with a ninja headband in the form of a scarf and a senbon in his mouth. Okay, go ahead, Genma, said Minato. Well, we will start with the first battle, said Genma. A question, said Shikamaru. Yeah. Where is Dosu? Remnants of his blood were found. It is believed that he is dead, said Genma. Only Naruto noticed how Gaara clenched his fists. Now yes, the first battle, Sasuke Uchiha vs Neji Hyuga. Genma said. The others went up to the stands, while Sasuke and Neji stood facing each other with Genma in front of them. Well, the rules are the same as in the preliminaries. I will stop the battle if I think it is necessary, although it may not be that way. Sasuke and Neji separated a little. Are you ready, Uchiha? Sasuke nodded with a serious look. This guy had hurt his friend without any remorse. He would put on a show in this battle. Are you ready, Hyuga? Genma said. Neji nodded too. He would show this Uchiha that his destiny is to lose to the Byakugan. Okay, then start. Genma jumped back. Why don't you give up? Uchiha, your destiny is to lose to me, Neji said arrogantly. I don't believe in destiny. You, on the other hand, are too stupid to believe that destiny is something real. I will show you that it is not so. After all, my destiny was to die that day, or simply fall in hate, but it wasn't like that. At least I gave you the chance, said Neji, taking the Jukin position. Okay, let's go. Sasuke took his battle stance. He is a Hyuga, so Taijutsu is dangerous. I can hold my ground in that place. Besides, I have all the advantage in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. This battle is mine. I'm going to be Chunin, Sasuke thought. Neji and Sasuke launched themselves at each other. The two began to hit each other. Neji seemed to have a slight advantage over Sasuke, however he was able to recover some of Neji's blows due to his counterattack style. Neji sent a blow with his right palm, Sasuke crouched down and sent an uppercut towards Neji, who blocked it. Now that he thought about it, Sasuke had to be careful with the slightest contact from Neji, because in the pre-eliminations, he showed that he was capable of closing the chakra points by just blocking your blows. Neji and Sasuke separated. The two had different blows, although there were not many. I told you, you can't beat me. Do you really think you can beat me in Taijutsu? Neji said. In the stands. It's amazing how Neji is able to keep up with Sasuke-kun. Ino said. What did you expect? His specialty is Taijutsu, it's what his clan specializes in, said Shikamaru. Something tells me he's holding back, Naruto said to Kyomi, who giggled. There's a reason you're smart, but what if Sasuke shows you what he can do? Kyomi said. I guess that would be fine. In the audience were the Hyuga elders with Hiashi Hyuga, the head of the clan, and his youngest daughter, Hanabi Hyuga. Neji Nai-san is very strong, there is no way that Uchiha will be able to beat him, said Hanabi, with full confidence in the representative of her clan in these exams. Maybe, but how about you keep watching your cousin? Hiashi said. Hai-to-san on the battlefield. Well, I think it's time to teach you a lesson. How about we raise the level? After all, we are in a stadium. Sasuke stretched his arms to his sides, pointing to the stands. We have to put on a show, Sasuke said, and disappeared in a blur. Neji opened his wide eyes wide, activated his Byakugan, trying to be as alert as possible. However, he was not able to see Sasuke in the stands. It can't be, said Naruto. What's wrong, Naru-kun? Kyomi said, amused. That guy, he managed to be almost as fast as me without weights, said Naruto. Impressed, aren't you? Kyomi said. Maybe, but remember that I have also trained this month, said Naruto. Ow, that's not fun, you don't let yourself win, Kyomi pouted. Naruto looked at Kyomi with a smile, she looked very cute. Naruto tapped Kiyomi's forehead with his index and middle fingers. Don't do those things, you manipulate me easily, said Naruto, looking back at Sasuke. On the battlefield. Neji did not see the blow that landed on his face coming. He was thrown backwards, but was able to stay on his feet. However, Sasuke appeared behind Neji and managed to land him another blow. Incredible. He reads faster without stamps. Neji thought. Sasuke began to go on the offensive, hitting Neji multiple times, who began to get desperate. He quickly recognized his mistake and took a deep breath. He had already fought against Lee before. He could handle this with his technique. Neji began to spin very quickly on his axis. Strangely, a dome of chakra began to appear protecting Neji. Hakesho. Kaiten. 8 trigrams celestial rotation. Sasuke sensed the danger and quickly moved away, narrowly avoiding the chakra dome. The chakra dome suddenly became strong, raising a lot of dust. Sasuke cautiously observed the chakra dome, which disappeared when Neji stopped spinning, surprised. That's Kaiten, the best defense technique of the Hyuga clan, said Neji, standing up. Yeah, I have to admit that was impressive, said Sasuke. In the stands. What? How is it that that member of the secondary branch can do that technique? Only the main branch can practice that, said a Hyuga elder. Who taught him? Hiashi, you must punish him, this is unacceptable, said another elder. Sometimes you should pay attention, he is representing us, if it weren't for the technique, the Uchiha would have destroyed him. Besides, no one taught him the technique, he learned it alone, he is a prodigy, the best of the Hyuga clan so far, said Hiashi, looking at the battle. On the battlefield. Well, now continuing, Neji launched himself at Sasuke with his Byakugan active. Sasuke kept his distance a bit, because now with his Dijutsu active, it was easier for Neji to close the chakra points, which would be very bad. Now what's happening? Are you just going to escape? Neji said, trying to hit Sasuke, who was dodging with agility. I'm just keeping my chances, Sasuke said. Have you realized that you can't win? Not really, Sasuke took a big leap back. Well, then let me show you. Neji took another posture, a more crouched one, his right arm extended behind him and his left arm forward, while he seemed to have an image of yin and yang beneath him, around him were kanji. It's time. Neji launched himself at high speed. Sasuke was surprised by Neji's speed, he only had to try to dodge. Hakesho. Haki Rakujkin SHM, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji threw punches too fast that Sasuke could barely see. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. The Uchiha dodged the blows of the wide-eyed prodigy as best he could, however, some blows fell like stones on his body. For Sasuke, it was one of the worst pains he had ever felt. He could feel the strength and chakra ceiling behind each one of those blows. In the stands. This is bad, he had to receive at least 40 hits from the 64 palms, said Naruto. Yes, it's bad, I wonder if there is a way to reopen the chakra points. Kyomi said, somewhat worried, she could see Sasuke's grimaces of pain. Well, to open a chakra point you need to drive a lot of it into the point to force it open, but that will hurt a lot, almost like punches themselves, and you could risk hurting yourself more, or you could wait for the points to heal. Chakra will open on their own, which won't be soon, said Naruto. Kyomi remained silent with a serious face, watching her brother's game. It's incredible how Sasuke is at a disadvantage, Chaoji said. This can't be possible. Ino almost screamed. Well, what did you expect, Sasuke? Kyomi and Naruto are not the only strong ones in these exams, as if that were not enough, Neji is a year older than us like everyone on his team, he has a little more experience than us, but if I've learned anything from those troublesome Uchihas, it's that they always find a way. Shikamaru said lazily. In the combat arena Neji finished his attack with a large double palm that Sasuke had to block by flying backwards. I still wonder, why haven't you activated your Taijutsu? Because if I do I would beat you easily, Sasuke said, rubbing his arms. The FFF, I don't think so, even with your little red eyes, you couldn't beat me, the Byakugan is better than the Sharingan, said Neji, exuding pride. I'm not going to say anything about that, we'll decide who's better, for now, I'll prove to you that I'm good, even without Sharingan. Sasuke channeled a large amount of chakra into himself, he felt like something was uncovered inside him. But it hurt too much. Arg. Sasuke let out a cry of pain as he felt his chakra points being unblocked. So you've decided on that, huh? Naruto said with a serious face and arms crossed, it was a good alternative, Sasuke could now handle his chakra without problems, but in exchange his body received damage, and it's unknown why. Measure. Okay, time to teach you a lesson. Sasuke launched himself at high speed, again, Neji couldn't see him. That strategy again? Neji began to turn. Let's see how strong that dome is. Sasuke made hand seals. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke launched a large fireball from his mouth. The fireball collided with the growing dome of chakra which protected Neji incredibly, the fire dissipated, showing an almost unharmed Neji. Neji looked at Sasuke with a serious face, it seemed like he was testing him. Sasuke disappeared and appeared in front of Neji, starting to fight into Jutsu. You see Taijutsu again, is he crazy? Neji thought. Neji blocked and sent blows to Sasuke, who also blocked them, he was so fast that Neji couldn't block his chakra points. Sasuke grabbed Neji's palm and quickly extended a fist that landed in the Hyuga prodigy's face. Sasuke didn't lose time, his counterattack began with one more simple blow, he made different consecutive blows with his left arm and ended with a big right that sent Neji to crawl on the ground. The Hyuga got up, backed away acrobatically, and took out different kunai and shuriken that he threw. Toward Sasuke, the Uchiha took out a kunai and deflected all the projectiles so that they all shot upwards, remaining suspended in the air. Sasuke jumped, grabbed the kunai and shurikens and threw them at Neji, who jumped to the sides, dodging the weapons that had previously been launched by him. Sasuke appeared in front of Neji and landed a huge attack on the Hyuga's stomach, who was thrown backwards. Sasuke passed through hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Small fireballs came out of Sasuke, so Neji could only dodge, however, 3 fireballs were able to hit him, sending him badly injured towards a wall, he grunted in pain while he had some burns. He opened his eyes only to see Sasuke at a distance from him. Before I beat you, I have a question to ask you, Sasuke said. Tsk. Neji growled. Why do you hate the primary branch of the Hyuga so much? It's none of your business. Neji shouted. So? Well, it seems like it became everyone's business after you hurt Hinata that way, why did you do it? Was it out of envy? Neji frowned. Was it because of a small slip? Or what? Said Sasuke. It's because of what they do to us. Neji shouted. What do you mean? The Uchiha asked. I don't know who came up with the idea of dividing the clan into 2 branches, if I had him in front of me, I swear I would kill him. Who decides who is in charge? Just because they are from the main branch, we have to serve them. So much. We are family. Why do we have to be their slaves? Neji asked helplessly. Hinata watched sadly from the stands, she didn't like that mentality of her clan either. The elders, Hiashi and Hanabi looked on with stoic gazes, although the youngest seemed to hesitate, they don't know how we feel they treat us like accessories or objects or however they see us, it's wrong, it's no way to live, it's their fault my father died. What do you mean? They couldn't cross that line, said Sasuke, not even his own clan was so ruthless. Let me show you something. Neji removed his ninja band from his forehead, showing that beneath it was hidden an X-shaped seal, which was surrounded by 2 light green lines. Naruto sharpened his gaze as he observed Neji's seal, Kushina did too. What is that? Sasuke murmured. This one here is a seal that is placed on each of us from the secondary branch. This is used to mainly seal our Byakugan at the moment we die, so that someone else does not discover our secrets. However, it also has the ability to control us in some way. A member of the main branch is able to activate it with a hand seal, and this seal will be responsible for destroying our brain cells. Sasuke gulped at that. In the stands. How can they possibly do that, it's too cruel. Kyomi said, covering her mouth with her hands. Naruto didn't say anything, he remained calm. Don't tell me your father died because of that. Sasuke said. Something like that, but it's not your business, and neither is the moment Neji put his ninja band back on. Neji stood in the 64 palm position. Now, I must win this, said Neji Hakesho. Haki Rakujkin SHM, said Neji, throwing blows at Sasuke who received them without opposing. What are you doing? Kyomi shouted. Naruto maintained his silence, knowing what was happening. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Neji strongly hit Sasuke who fell to the ground forming a crater, a cloud of dust rose when it dissipated, he was seen Sasuke lying on the ground. I told you that your destiny was to lose, it was a mistake on your part not to activate your Sharingan, said Neji with a serious look. However, he was surprised to see how Sasuke exploded into smoke. He had no time to react when Sasuke came out of the ground and gave a big punch to his chin, sending him flying. I've wanted to try that strategy for a while, said Sasuke. Hey, listen to me, wide-eyed guy, I already told you, destiny may exist, but it is not completely decided, as long as you have the determination to be what you want, it is possible. Don't let that silly thought blind you from the reality. Neji got up after a hard fall, his Byakugan was still active. I already showed you that I can kick your ass without my Sharingan, but do you still want to see it? Well, you have it. Sasuke closed his eyes and when he opened them, they were red with 3 tomos spinning determinedly. Neji launched himself against Sasuke, however, now Sasuke could see Neji's every move in clear detail. The Uchiha perfectly dodged the blows and counterattacked strongly, little by little. Neji held his stomach, giving Sasuke more time, who delivered an uppercut straight to his face and finished off with another kick that sent Neji crawling, but he still didn't fall. Raiden. Jibashi. A really aggressive electric current came out of Sasuke's hands towards Neji that he couldn't dodge and was electrocuted. The weakness of your rotation is that it takes a while to take full effect, attacks faster than yours will break your perfect defense. Neji fell to the ground, Genma was about to declare Sasuke the winner, but no, it's not over yet, I can continue, I refuse to lose like this. Neji stood up once again without his Byakugan active. I must admit that you really are incredible, you oppose the rule of your main branch, and you continue fighting to maintain the pride of your clan. I guess there is still some affection, but your mentality about destiny, it's clumsy coming from a genius like you. Neji was surprised. Genius? He asked, stupefied. That's right, you learned the most difficult techniques of your clan even though you were from the secondary branch, when you were only supposed to serve and protect Hinata. However, you hurt her, a part of you didn't want to do that it wasn't the way to vent, but still, do you know what you did? You changed your destiny, from just being a servant to being one of the best genins in Konoha, Sasuke said. Neji looked down. You have some of my respect, but remember that you owe someone an apology. I'll end this now at high speed. Sasuke appeared in front of Neji and grabbed his head, making Neji look him straight in the eyes. The Hyuga gasped. Sleep. The tomos turned as the Sharingan shone, Neji's eyes closed and his body fell unconscious to the ground. It's over. The winner of the fight is Sasuke Uchiha. Genma shouted and the people cheered loudly. It's incredible how they only focus on the fight they saw and not on the background. Well, what can be expected from them? Sasuke thought going up the stand. Sasuke finished climbing the stairs until he reached his leaf companions, who were waiting for him. Congratulations on your victory, Sasuke, Kyomi said, happy for her brother. Thank you, Kyomi, said Sasuke, who stared at Naruto. What? Aren't you going to congratulate me? Sasuke said. Are you talking to me? Said Naruto, who was thinking. Yeah, congratulations on your victory, Sasuke, said Naruto. What's wrong with you, Naruto? You're more thoughtful, said Kyomi. Don't worry, it's just that there's a lot to think about, don't you remember? Naruto whispered to his companions. Don't worry, Naruto, we already know, you don't have to worry, the plan we have is good, said Sasuke. Alright, the three stopped when they saw how Genma was preparing to speak. Please. Come forward, Shikamaru, Nara and Sabaku no Temari. Genma shouted. No, I better go, this is very problematic, said Shikamaru as Temari confidently walked down. Don't be acting like that, go fight for the honor of the blade. Ino said, pushing Shikamaru down the steps, who fell face up in the sand. What's wrong with this bum? Don't you want to fight? This guy doesn't have my support. People started throwing trash at Shikamaru, who couldn't care less. Troublesome blonde, he pushed me here, now I have to fight, Shikamaru thought. Are you scared? Temari said mockingly. It's so troublesome to fight only with women, Shikamaru thought. Well, if you're not going to start then I will. Temari started running towards Shikamaru. Wait. I haven't said to start yet. Genma shouted, trying to get Temari's attention, but she turned a deaf ear. I forgot that this girl was as impulsive as a myth, that's also problematic, the Nara thought again. Taking out two kunai, Temari took out her closed fan from her back and tried to hit Shikamaru, who apparently blocked her blow with the kunai, however, it could not be known due to a large curtain of dust that was raised by the collision. Temari was surprised to see that Shikamaru was on top in front of her without any scratches. The truth is, whether I become a chunin or not, it makes no difference, anyway, I think I shouldn't let myself be won by a girl, said Shikamaru, smiling. Temari growled and opened her fan on the third moon, blowing a great gust of wind that raised another large curtain of dust that, when it dissipated, revealed Shikamaru's two kunai stuck in the wall, while the Nara was gone. He's fast, at least for hiding, thought the Tsunagenin. Shikamaru was hiding behind some trees. The truth is, it wouldn't be polite for a boy to beat a girl, but who said I was polite? He thought again, nice try, he's trying to make me come closer to the shade of those trees, but it won't be like that, I won't fall for his game. Shikamaru could hear the shouts of a haughty Ino supporting him from the stands, however, he was in another world. How I would love to be a cloud, just to be out there, floating without making any effort, just going wherever the wind takes me, that is a life for me, thought Shika, who subtly observed the hole that Sasuke had made. Created on the ground at the moment of hitting Neji. You won't hide forever. Fuden. Kamitachi. Temari fanned and released a great gust of wind that cut the bark of the trees where Shikamaru was hiding, the wind again raised a large amount of dust. Temari was alarmed to see a shadow that stretched out from the dust, she jumped back as fast as she could, trying not to let the shadow touch her, she continued until the shadow seemed to extend no further. Summary. Temari kept everything under control, she calculated that Shikamaru's shadow could extend about 15.32 meters from its starting point. As time went by, she discovered that it could extend further due to the shadow that the large walls of the stadium generated. She sensed that Shikamaru was waiting for the sun to set more, so that the shadow would lengthen. Shikamaru stood in his thinking and meditating pose, which confused many, but Asuma explained that his IQ was super high, over 200, so he liked to take everything in stride. Temari, who was good at long-distance attacks, took advantage of her position and sent gusts of wind that hurt Shika, who had taken off his jacket for some reason. Shika threw some kunai to distract Temari from his shadow that was getting longer and longer. Temari, upon completely moving away from the shadow, thought that it would not extend any further until his brother warned him to look up. Temari saw the parachute created by Shikamaru's ninja jacket and sash, which was holding a kunai. The small shadow created by the makeshift parachute was enough to expand the range of Shikamaru's shadow much further. Alarmed, Temari backed away as much as she could until the shadow stopped. It was basically much further away from Shikamaru, but she didn't care about that. She placed her open fan on the ground and stood behind him making hand seals with the intention of finishing it. The fight, because if it spread any further, Shikamaru would win by the shadow of the walls. However, she was surprised to see that she could no longer control her body. She asked Shikamaru the reason, until she herself realized she was right in front of the hole that Sasuke had made in his battle against Neji. Shikamaru was not trying to catch her with his previous attempts, he was only leading her to his main trap. The shadow of Shikamaru entered through the entrance of the large tunnel that Sasuke held and left through the exit, which was right behind Temari. He took into account all the ways of extended shadow except one, the underground shadow. End of summary. That's Shikamaru. Shouted a really excited Ino. That lazy guy, he's really good, said Kyomi. I didn't expect anything less. Shika has the essence of one of the true values of a ninja, patience and strategy, said Naruto with a smile. Shikamaru walked forward making Temari do the same. I'm completely at your mercy, it can't be. She thought, frustrated. Temari. When they were face to face, Shikamaru raised his arm, Temari closed her eyes waiting for something until. Well, it's over, I give up, said Shikamaru lazily. Everyone was left with blank stares, even Naruto. What did that sloth say? Ino shouted. I told you he would give up, I know Shikamaru better than your Ino. Choji said, eating his 15th bag of chips. What? But why? Said Temari. Meh, I'm low on chakra, I spent it all trying to catch you, my jutsu would have only lasted about 10 seconds longer, said Shikamaru, shrugging his shoulders. Yes, I don't have any chakra left, he says, don't fool me, I can feel that you still have enough chakra left to maintain the jutsu for about 3 minutes Naruto thought, but he left his friend in peace with his decision, of course. I'm sure he wants to sleep, he thought. That guy is very unique, Genma thought with a smile, the winner of the match is Temari no Sabaku, due to the surrender of your opponent, please withdraw to continue with the next battle. Shikamaru went up lazily while Temari went up shocked. Okay. Everyone ready for the next battle. Please come forward Mito Namikaze and Kyuubi UCHIHA. The time has come Kyomi, good luck said Naruto thank you Naruto-kun, but I don't need it, I'm going to show what I'm capable of Kyomi began to go down towards the sand, you better not lose to that UCHIHA, you hear? Menma said to Mito. Who are you to force me hot tomato? Mito said to Menma as she raised her fist. Good luck daughter, show them everything. Tebane. Kushina. Said, thanks mom. Mito went down the stairs quickly. From what I know, those two girls are very close friends, this will be interesting, Genma thought as he watched the Genins get off. Mito and Kyomi came down completely and positioned themselves opposite each other, in the middle was Genma ready to start the battle. The Jinchuriki of a half Kyuubi and an UCHIHA with Sharingan, this battle will be worth it, Orochimaru thought behind his disguise. So, are you ready Myth Namikaze? Always are you ready Kyomi UCHIHA? The girl nodded. Well then, let's get started. Genma. As usual, jumps back, without wasting time, Mito quickly launched himself towards Kyomi, stretching out a punch that was dodged by the UCHIHA. Always so impulsive, aren't you? Kyomi asked. It's part of my charm, I can't leave it behind, replied Mito. The girls began to exchange blows, from afar you could see the mastery that the two girls had over their taijutsu style, Mito attacked with quick attacks that were dodged with great movements by Kyomi, it was then that the UCHIHA tried to counterattack, however, Mito also kept her defense high, in general, the battle was very even, and neither of the two received damage. Wow, look how they move. Said Sakura surprised. Yes, it's incredible Ino responded to her friend. Mito knows how to overwhelm Kyomi, normally almost no one forces her to directly block blows, Sasuke said. In addition, the battle style he uses can be seen from afar, which his father taught him, they are fast and non-stop movements, normally making an attack this continuous requires great resistance on the part of the user, which is not a problem because of his blood Naruto gave his contribution. Kushina was in a dilemma, on the one hand, she wanted to support her blood daughter, however, she also wanted to support Kyomi, daughter of her late best friend, furthermore, the girl had also earned her affection, with nothing more than think, I opt for the easiest action. Come on, Kyomi, Mito, you can do it. Don't make it easy for either of you. Kushina shouted. The two girls heard the red-haired woman scream, they both smiled, it was exciting, the fight, the cheering, the speed and the adrenaline, everything was ecstatic, at least in this context, another blow from the blonde was dodged by the black-eyed girl, who, even without her Sharingan, was very skilled. The UCHIHA sent a fairly strong counterattack blow that Mito tried to block, but it was too late, thus receiving the damage. First hit his mind thought the UCHIHA, sending another flurry of blows, due to the hit previously received, she was put on the defensive, now the blonde girl was witness to the offensive power of the UCHIHA. Finally, Mito was able to catch a blow from Kyomi, without wasting time, he sent an upward hook to Kyomi's stomach, a sharp blow. The fist hit its target directly, making the black-haired woman bend her posture imminently, the blonde grabbed Kyomi's arm. And began to spin rapidly. Mito's strength made a spectacle when he completely lifted the UCHIHA from the ground. Mito released Kyomi, causing her to fly through the air. The UCHIHA recompassed herself by tracing seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Kyomi released several small fireballs at Mito. So you already go with ninjutsu huh? The blonde dodged the fireballs by jumping and doing somersaults. The flurry of attacks ended. My turn. Myth passed through hand seals. Suiton. Suiton no Jutsu. Mito launched two very dangerous pressurized water bullets towards Kyomi. I don't believe it hand seals flew Kaiten. Endin. A small burst of fire came out of Kyomi colliding with Mito's water bullets, creating some haze, nothing to block the vision of the people in the stands. Kyomi put herself on guard, a running myth came out of the fog attacking Kyomi, he neutralized her and led her into combat, however, the UCHIHA was surprised to see that two other myths came out of the fog. Cage Bunshins Kyomi said, being overwhelmed by the myth clones, and she didn't wait for more to come. This won't be enough Kyomi activated her Sharingan, now she had the advantage, she moved her head, while her eyes left a trail of bright red and faster than lightning, blows fell on the shadow clones as the Kyomi's body was spinning, the explosions of smoke did not wait. Wow, that was too fast, Chaoji expressed his surprise. The Uchiha girl deactivated her Sharingan. It was a very good strategy. Her Sharingan helped her in situations in which she was in danger, and thus she could counteract the myth strategies. Now where are you? Kyomi started looking for Mito everywhere, front, back, right, left, up. No way. Kyomi jumped just in time when Mito appeared from the ground trying to catch the Uchiha by surprise. You are an expert at copying Sasuke's strategies, said Kyomi. It's not copying, it's you don't know what it is, it's copying, said Kyomi. If you're trying to make me feel bad, it's not going to work. The blonde girl gets into a battle stance. Kyomi does it too. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The Uzumaki makes the characteristic seal of the Jutsu, and 15 clones appeared trying to attack Kyomi. The Uchiha girl decides to increase the level of her battle. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kyomi created only a clone of her prepared to fight against the myth clones. The Kyomi clone manages to disperse 6 myth clones with quick blows and the occasional flash of the Sharingan. However, the myth clones manage to dissipate the Kyomi clone, leaving only the original. I won't let you beat me Sharingan. Kyomi's red eyes were present. Kyomi could see all of Mito's movements, however, the amount of Mito managed to surpass Kyomi. A clone of Mito managed to kick to Kyomi who cornered herself against the wall. The 3 remaining myth clones, one of the blondes gave an uppercut towards the black-haired woman who flew away, however, she recompassed herself and stuck herself towards the wall. The myth clones followed her, a clone tried to hit her, Kyomi crouched down and swept, taking out the blonde's clone, which recompassed itself. Wait here with me, said the original who was on the ground. The clone nodded. Kyomi turned around again with his Sharingan shining, 2 really quick hits, 2 clones dissipated. Kyomi jumped dodging an air bullet, being in the air, he looked down with his Sharingan shining, his eyes widened. Futen. Tatapa. The original myth released a large gust of air. Doesn't he know what he's doing? I have an affinity for fire, Kyomi thought. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. The large ball of fire came out of Kyomi's mouth, the wind fanning Kyomi's fire. Suiten. Mizurappa, Mito and his clone launched a large burst of water that almost extinguished the fire, a large curtain of steam. However, Kyomi was surprised to see that bullets of pressurized wind passed through the steam. Kyomi with his Sharingan managed to dodge a little, however, it was in the air. It tried to turn, however, he could barely dodge the bullets, so they began to make slight cuts that were somewhat deep. Kyomi fell to the ground and staggered a little. Shortly, Mito lunged at her with a fist, but the Sharingan came forward again, dodged a blow and returned the punch that Mito could not dodge, a great combo of punches, left punch, right hook, kicks, and he managed to send Mito back. Without time to react, Kyomi launched an electric blast Raten. Jibashi. The rays hit Mito's defenseless body, and she was electrocuted and in the process gave her some paralysis. It's time to end this. Kyomi approached Mito who was paralyzed. No, I can't lose like this, Mito thought somewhat desperately. I guess there's no choice, I won't let my hostess lose to a girl with those eyes, you better bear it and don't forget it. Control your emotions. Said the Kyuubi in Myth's mind. Thank you little fox. Thought Myth, don't tell me like that. Said the Kyuubi. A reddish chakra appeared around Mito, a rather strong killing intent appeared in the stadium. The civilians who survived the Kyuubi attack felt the same sensation as that same day. Mito disappeared in a blur of speed. So your fox friend is already helping you, right? Mito appeared behind Myth, his features now more savage, aggressive red eyes with a slanted pupil. Let's say yes, Myth's voice was somewhat deeper and raspier. Well then, if we go like this. Kyomi jumped back and got into a battle stance. 2 blurs of speed and Kyomi and Mito began to exchange blows. It's incredible how the Yondame's daughter is able to control the Kyuubi's chakra, she must have great control over her emotions, thought Orochimaru. Kyomi and Mito moved at a speed that was almost imperceptible to civilians, the other ninjas were able to see them. Mito threw really fast punches towards Kyomi who came forward with his Sharingan. Kyomi's body failed her thanks to the cuts she had on her body. Mito took advantage and hit Kyomi in the stomach, who almost screamed because of the pain she felt. Mito continued hitting her friend with some cruelty, bruises appeared on her body. Kyomi's body, however, managed to dodge some of the blows and counterattacked. Now it was Mito who was receiving blows from the Uchiha. Kyomi kicked Mito hard, who leaned against the wall of the stadium. Time to show my jutsu ox, ram, monkey. Chidori. Senbon. The sound of the Chidori sounded in Kyomi's hand, however, she made a cutting movement towards the air. Suddenly, Senbon made of lightning appeared and at high speed headed towards Mito, who ran by the wall dodging the electric projectiles. The myth passed through hand seals. Futen. Shinkajoku. Mito spat out quite a few vacuum air bullets. This time you won't hit me. Kyomi did a somersault, moved her arm throwing more Senbon that this time gave birth to Mito who was electrocuted again and this time, cut. Mito was distracted and Kyomi took advantage. At an amazing speed, the Uchiha appeared in front of Mito, giving a big kick to the Uzumaki who shot upwards. The spectators raised their gaze observing the blonde's body. Kyomi threw a kunai that passed by Mito. The kunai became a clone of the Uchiha. The clone quickly hit the blonde hard with a kick and she fell into a tailspin. The real Kyomi leaned heavily against the wall and launched herself strongly against Mito, attacking her. However, the Uzumaki managed to grab the Uchiha, turning around in the air, leaving to Kyomi helpless. Mito raised his fist for a while. Kyomi opened his eyes wide, seeing how chakra accumulated in his fist. He tried to do something, but it was too late. Take this. Mito hit Kyomi hard in her stomach, sending her hard against the ground. The Uchiha hit the ground hard, raising a large curtain of dust. Mito recompassed herself in the air and landed standing in front of a Kyomi almost buried in the ground, a large crater around its body. "This is over," Mito said, grabbing his knees. "It's amazing," said Sakura. "This is bad, very bad," said Naruto. Mito's blow was really shocking. His chakra plus the Kyuubi's chakra must have been too strong, thought Naruto. "Come on Kyomi, you have to get up," said Sasuke. "Well, apparently the Hokage's daughter won. I really expected more from the last female Uchiha," Orochimaru thought. Kyomi fought very well, but in the end, Mito came out on top, Minato thought. Well, the winner of the match is Genma was about to decide Mito as a winner, however. "No, it's not over yet." Kyomi started to get up, Genma jumped back as the fight continued. "I'm sorry Kyomi, but I will be the winner, you already lost." Mito raised his fist trying to hit Kyomi, however, Kyomi managed to predict Mito's move, stopping Mito's blow. "You're not the only one who can copy the moves." Kyomi gathered chakra into her fist with her great chakra control. "How about I return the favor?" Kyomi hit the Uzumaki hard, who was thrown towards the wall, creating another crater. "Wow, now everyone's copying moves," said Sasuke, sighing. It seems that he managed to get rid of her, but those blows are too strong. Now the fight is more serious. They are not going to get out of this unscathed, said Naruto. "TSK, that hurt." Mito grunted, even though he was in the crater of the wall. Kyomi stood breathing too hard, that hit in her stomach. "This blow really hurts me too much, but I can't lose. I won't let myself win, not that far." Mito made the seal of the cage bunshin. 30 Mito clones appeared around Kyomi ready to hit her. "Keep trying, I won't give up." The clones launched themselves at Kyomi. "You know, this reminds me of a lot of things," Kyomi thought, fighting the clones. Mini flashback. "So, you train in this field?" asked a 9-year-old myth. "That's right, it was Naruto Shisui and Itachi's training camp," Kyomi said, throwing some kunai and shurikens. "So why did you bring me here?" asked the blonde. "Well, the truth is, why else am I bringing you to a training camp?" said the Uchiha, sarcastic. "Well, I guess you want us to fight, don't you? Yeah, how about you give me the best you've got, huh?" Kyomi jumped and got into a battle stance. "It's okay, just don't be sorry." Cage bunshin. 20 myth clones appeared. "I guess if you're serious." Kyomi activated her Sharingan. And flashback. "I can't believe how long we've been together." Kyomi turned around hitting 4 myth clones. "But we are equal." Flashback. "So, that's your goal?" "Well, it's basically Naruto's, but I want to help him. I'm impressed by the mental strength he has." Kyomi said. "Well, I guess looking for an S-rank criminal is not a very smart thing to do," said Mito. "I know, but it's something that the three of us want. If you want, you shouldn't accompany us," said Kyomi. "Hey, don't worry, you're my friend. What I mean friend, my best friend, with you until the end." Mito said, raising his fist. Kyomi smiled and gave her friend a fist bump. "Thank you." And flashback. Another 8 clones were dissipated. "Heh, I guess we're special or something." Kyomi thought. Raiden. Jibashi, lightning bolts came out of Kyomi's hands, dissipating the remaining clones. Finally, the original myth manages to emerge from its crater, descends quickly and rests heavily on the ground. Seeing how his clones were dissipated, Mito prepared for his final attack. "I guess we have to finish this, right?" "I can't take all day," said Mito. "Heh, now you're arrogant like your brothers." "Don't compare me to him," said Myth. "I love him and everything, he's my brothers, but he has to change. Anyway, but hey, we have to put an end to this." Yes. Myth created a shadow clone. Mito opened her palm, while the clone made some rotation movements. The sound of chakra rotation rang throughout the stadium as a Rasengan appeared on Myth's palm. "Wow, that's the Rasengan Naruto is talking about," said Kyomi. "Is that so?" surprised. Said Myth. "A little, but I can't lose." Kyomi bent her knees and lowered her arm, opening her palm. The characteristic sound of the trilling of thousands at once resounded with a great roar of lightning that intensified with each second. "There is the Chidori, it looks like something that can counter my Rasengan, but I'm not afraid, it's already gone too far." Mito dispelled his clone and prepared to advance. This is something quite interesting, if the two of them collide that attack, I don't know who can win, Naruto thought. Wow, I guess I can't trust 100% of who is going to win anymore, Sasuke also thought, so, let's see who wins, how about we finish the show, best friend? Said Mito. Nothing would make me happier, I'm tired, said Kyomi. Haha, let's go. Mito's feet made cracks in the ground when the blonde launched herself against the Uchiha. I will win. Kyomi's feet also broke the ground, launching herself against her friend. Here we go. The distance between the two genins was shortened in an instant, the red eyes with Kyomi Tomo's observed for a moment the red ones with Myth's torn pupil. May the best win, they thought before the final clash. Rasengan Chidori. The two attacks collided, a large number of cracks were located under the sandals of the two Kunoichis who were fighting for domination. They were not aware of the large amount of energy they accumulated. The techniques caused big gusts of wind that made people in the stands cover their eyes. Wow, they're too strong. Ino almost screamed. Incredible, they have great flames of youth. Rock Lee shouted with tears in his eyes. Mito, Kyomi, you really outdid yourselves, thought Kushina. I'm proud of both of you, no, I'm going to lose. Kyomi's Chidori rays intensified, taking on a dark blue color. You're strong, but I am stronger. Mito drove more chakra into the Rasengan, making it take on a purple color due to the fusion with the Kyuubi's chakra, even a small air red took over his body. I'm going to win. The two thought. The red eyes of the two girls shone brightly. The two girls gave a final scream, a large explosion of chakra took over the stadium, everyone covered their eyes due to the light. Finally the light faded, small fragments of chakra fell from the sky like snowflakes. What happened? Sasuke said, uncovering his face. I don't know, it seems like the chakra got overloaded and exploded, said Naruto. What? So what happened to them, are they okay? Kushina's concern was present for the two younger Kunoichis. Genma was stupefied, he did not expect the fight to end that way, right now he was searching with his eyes for the two genin, however he could not find them, there were quite a few fragments of chakra remaining, however, when it dissipated a little, it disappeared. I could see two figures still standing. Mito and Kyomi stood staring at each other, the Kyuubi's eyes faded, as did Kyomi's Sharingan. His arms had burns that looked a bit serious in plain sight. Finally, the eyes of the two Kunoichis closed, falling backwards, neither of them moved. Genma couldn't find his words, since both girls were passed out, I declared this a draw, so both participants are disqualified. Genma announced the result of the match. There was a ghostly silence throughout the stadium, until from one moment to the next, all the people in the stadium began to cheer and applaud the two girls. I must admit, they are two splendid genins you have there, Hokage Dono Orochimaru expressed his impression of the fight and the result of it. This battle has had its fruits, now he knew more about the Uchiha girl, and why not, of the Hokage's blade. Thank you very much. Kazuki Dono Minato accepted Orochimaru's congratulations. I guess you're more interested in her now, right? Damn psychopath. The Hokage's thoughts showed his true feelings, thank God the Sand Snake was not capable of read minds. What are we supposed to do now? Sasuke asked Naruto. I don't know about you, but I think they can't move, huh? Naruto jumped from the stands, landing next to Kyomi. I guess you're right. Sasuke jumped and landed next to Mito. The two Uchihas picked up the Kunoichis from two nuptials, the flakes of chakra were still falling, but in smaller quantities, they had certainly made a big mess, you could see that the cracks extended to the walls of the stadium. The two Uchihas were carrying the girls towards a stretcher that would take them to the infirmary. Wi1. Naruto heard the soft and weak voice of Kyomi, who dreamed of victory over her friend. No, Naruto responded simply. Did I lose? Kyomi said to herself sadly. No, they were tied, but both were disqualified. Naruto clarified the Uchiha's doubts. I see, don't feel bad, remember that here you qualify regardless of whether you won or lost. Plus. To me, you fought tremendously, you really are very strong. Thank you, Naruto-kun. How about now we go to heal those wounds, you still have to watch my game, I wouldn't miss it, I'll be supporting you, you never fail me, I never will. Naruto looked at Kyomi, the Uchiha's tired eyes seemed to captivate Naruto's infinite black ones. We're always going to be there for each other, right? Kyomi told the Uchiha. Yes, you're right, Naruto gave a smile to the girl who also smiled. She is closing her eyes, enjoying the closeness with the boy, warm and comfortable. I like it, the girl thought. I don't know if you're listening to me this time. It was Sasuke who was speaking, he was carrying an apparently fainted myth. You fought quite well, despite being a heavy and hyperactive blonde, Sasuke said casually. Gentle. And you know when to say things, don't you? Stupid emo. Sasuke froze when he heard Mito's voice, be glad, at least I'm recognizing how well you fought. Do I need your recognition to feel good? No, but I'm glad you're this strong, I like it. Again, Sasuke didn't realize what he was saying. A blushing Mito looked embarrassed, Sasuke realized it and turned away. Made him nervous. I mean I like that look, I mean I like how you fight, you understand me? Ugh, Sasuke's mind burned. Thank you, stupid emo. The blonde turned her gaze Sasuke. Dusk continued on his way, calming down when he saw that Mito had not taken it the wrong way. A mischievous Kushina watched the interaction of the four from the stands. Haha, it's getting better and better, he said, rubbing the palms of his hands. You Kushina-san, said Kakashi next to him. Oh please. Don't you see it? Finally, after taking the two kunoichis, Sasuke and Naruto returned to the stands. A regular ninja used a Doton Jutsu to restore the battlefield. Okay, now I want you to come forward, Kankuro no Sabaku and Gaara no Sabaku. Excuse me, instructor, I surrender. Kankuro shouted. What happens that today people keep giving up? Gemma asked herself with a tired expression. Well, the winner is Sabaku no Gaara due to the surrender of his opponent. Genma raised his hand and closed his eyes, announcing the result. There's only one battle left, and it's yours, huh? Orochimaru thought, looking at a certain black-haired man. Well, for the final battle of the first round, I want Naruto Uchiha and Namikaze Uzumaki Menma to come forward. Genma shouted with some excitement. He was certainly waiting for this battle, as was everyone in the stadium, the new Uchiha prodigy versus the son of the Hokage. Naruto went down in his new wind gust shunshin, and Menma went down in a water shunshin. Well, it's time. Menma was overflowing with anticipation. The entire stadium was silent, waiting for the battle they were going to experience. Menma smiled, showing his teeth. He was eager to put this Uchiha in his place, while Naruto kept a serene face, everything ready to start the next match. Uzumaki Menma vs Uchiha Naruto. This fight is going to be good, more than you think, because what makes you feel the most emotion is what you least expect. In Konoha there was a large amount of noise that could be heard even outside the village. The cheers of the villagers kept alive the Konoha stadium that was about to witness a great battle between the Hokage's son and one of the last Uchihas. Menma looked at Naruto with a big misplaced smile, because there was about to be a fight. Naruto kept his stoic face, which hid the feelings he really felt. It was a mix between anticipation, excitement, worry and seriousness. He was about to execute a great plan that would change Menma's life, and with any luck, it would change for the better. Kushina was quite worried about what was about to happen. The plan that Naruto had told her was quite risky, and she was also worried because if the process went wrong, her son and perhaps Naruto himself would not survive, but Naruto had made it clear to her that she could believe in him, Minato observed with a look. Serious from the box, Orochimaru saw him with an amused look. What's wrong, Yondaime? Orochimaru asked, trying to mock Minato from the safety of his disguise. Well, almost safety. I only ask you to watch this battle carefully. Kazukiage Dono. Minato placed his hands covering his mouth waiting for the fight. Tell me it hasn't started yet. Sasuke was surprised to hear his sister's voice behind him. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the infirmary? Sasuke asked. That's supposed to be, but it wasn't like that. I'm not going to miss Naruto's fight. Kyomi began to look towards the arena with great emotion. So it's going to start now? I should have thought you would be here too, said Sasuke, addressing the blonde Uzumaki, who appreciates not being hurt in any way. It seems that your fox friend is of great help to you. That's right, he's an excellent doctor. If you say that to me again, oh please. Okay. Everyone pay attention for the final battle of the first phase of the finals, or something like that. Genma got a little tangled anyway. The only thing left to do is this. Menma Uzumaki, are you ready? Menma nodded his head, the smile still adorning his face. Naruto Uchiha, are you ready? The Uchiha nodded with his serene gaze, taking light breaths. Everything is going to be okay, you have it planned, you can do it. Well then. The wind blew gently, moving the red and jet black hair. The leaves of the different Konoha trees swayed with the wind. In the middle of the sand, there were only the two boys, the one who was always in front and the one who tried to reach him with all his strength, and now, that boy believed that he had his chance, and in his mind he believed that he would take advantage of it wholesale. This time, I will beat you. Dadabeo. The Redeed thought before the announcement began. Menma and Naruto launched themselves against each other. You could see the images of certain small children running towards each other. When the two were close, finally the fight of the two big ones began, with a violent clash of forearms that took off a slight gust of wind. The two separated and the battle began. Menma threw blows that Naruto dodged by crouching or retreating. A direct blow went towards Naruto, who blocked it with his hand, pushing Menma's limb. I get up immediately after being laid down. Menma sent more boxing punches towards Naruto, who dodged each one by turning his body and blocking the fists with his palms. Finally, after a while, Naruto began to counterattack. He sent blows towards Menma, who also blocked them with some difficulty. Menma managed to catch a fist from Naruto, who also caught a blow from Menma. The two stared for a while until a knee he fell on Menma's stomach, who bent a little. Naruto kicked his leg, destabilizing him, and then he turned on his axis, giving a powerful kick with his other leg, sending Menma dragging to the ground. However, Menma was not even lazy. He acrobatically raised and took out kunai and shuriken, throwing them towards the Uchiha, who took out a kunai and blocked them all. Naruto threw his only kunai at Menma, who blocked it with his own weapon. Menma launched himself towards Naruto, with his kunai held firmly in a reverse grip. The Uzumaki attempted a cut against Naruto, who was agilely dodging it. Menma attempted a horizontal cut with which the black-haired man crouched down. With a great acrobatic movement, Naruto turned on the ground and with an upward kick to Menma's hand, making him release his grip. Kunai, with his hand resting on the ground, Naruto turned and placed a kick on Menma's stomach, who again grabbed his stomach. Another turn, and another kick landed, this time on Menma's face. The Redeed separated from Naruto, allowing him to compose himself. Menma wiped some blood in his mouth. TSK Menma growled and lunged at Naruto again. Another great Taijutsu battle took place. Wow, Menma has advanced too much in his Taijutsu, before he couldn't even touch Naruto, Sakura said, surprised. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like Naruto is holding back, Kyomi whispered to her brothers. You can't jump to conclusions that quickly, you have to keep watching the battle, Sasuke responded to his sister. Okay, but I hadn't seen Naruto's movements that rigid, the girl gave her opinion. What do you mean by that? Says Sasuke. Well, he doesn't move as fast as he normally does, it's like he wants to prolong the battle, Kyomi said. I see, you're right, but he's probably thinking about something. Sasuke said. Could be. Menma continued attacking Naruto, who limited himself to dodging and launching accurate blows when Menma let his guard down. Naruto grabbed Menma's arm and hit hard with his other arm, separating Menma from him with a big kick. Kaiten. Dakaku no Jutsu. A large fireball came out of Naruto's mouth, heading dangerously towards the Uzumaki, who made hand seals. Suiton. Sujin Heki. Menma spit out a light stream of water from his mouth that then spread, forming a wall made entirely of the liquid. The fireball collided with the wall, creating a large curtain of steam. Naruto's senses activated when he heard the air cut off. The Uchiha turned acrobatically, dodging kunai and shurikens. Naruto dodged without any problem, however he also noticed quite dangerous pressurized air bullets. He learned more air jutsus, thought the black-haired man, who landed and made hand seals. Futon. Tatapa. A large gust of wind came out of Naruto's mouth, dispersing the large curtain of steam. When the steam dissipated, Menma could be seen next to some shadow clones. Now apply the quantity strategy. Menma's clones launched themselves against Naruto. But he forgot about Konoha's specialty, quality. Naruto dodged a blow from a clone and elbowed him, dispelling it. The other clones launched blows in a row, and sometimes disorganized, trying to distract the Uchiha, who didn't seem phased. A large flurry of blows dispelled 4 of the clones. Naruto jumped and gave a big kick to another clone. Another clone grabbed him from behind, trying to stop him. However, the Uchiha pushed off the ground and jumped, turning around with the clone. Naruto extended his legs. Picking 2 more clones twice, finally falling with an elbow to the clone, who dissipated on the ground. Naruto got up and dodged a blow from the original Menma. In an acrobatic move, Naruto did a backflip, landing his feet on Menma's back, propelling himself with it. The Uchiha jumped back, kicking Menma. When the Uzumaki turned around, he saw Naruto in the air tracing seals. Futon. Renkiden. Naruto inflated his chest enormously and took out a really big air bullet. It was more or less half his size. Menma was barely able to dodge it. The bullet hit the ground and expelled Menma back. He recompassed himself. The air, but upon landing, he fell due to slight cuts on his arm. The air bullet managed to hit me at one point, damn. Menma got a little angry. This guy, he's ahead of me again, and he hasn't even activated his Sharingan. Menma thought. Naruto, what kind of training did he do? He's holding back, but he's still able to cope with Menma, which is not that easy, plus he hasn't activated his Sharingan, Kyomi thought. Menma got up. What's wrong? Is that all? Naruto asked. He seemed to have an arrogant expression on his face. Maybe you're provoking him, what do you have in mind? Kyomi said. I don't know, Naruto doesn't normally act like that. Besides, he doesn't know that practically nothing, you know. Yes, but this is strange. What did you just say? Asked a red-haired boy. You don't seem really demanding, said Naruto. Okay, now I don't know what's happening, Kyomi said. Damn. How dare you? Menma was getting angry. It is what it is. Naruto's face was stoic, more or less the same as Itachi's. His attitude seemed arrogant. TSK, you're going to regret it. Menma's wounds were healing quickly. His chakra seemed to become more evil. It seems that the Kyuubi's chakra is beginning to appear, but his chakra feels more sinister than myths, Naruto thought. Menma's eyes glowed a torn slit red, his eyes were bloodthirsty. You're going to pay for your words. Menma's voice was deeper than normal. Well, the plan begins, said Naruto, swallowing saliva. What do you think of this? Menma showed himself with a battle stance, his red eyes looking furiously at Naruto. Naruto refused to activate his Sharingan. He has confidence in himself. Menma came out with a great shot of speed towards Naruto, who almost lost sight of Menma due to the great increase in strength. Menma stretched out a big blow that Naruto dodged thanks to his danger instinct. The blow, when dodged, unleashed a great gust of wind. His physical strength increased too much, Naruto thought. Menma hit at high speed that Naruto dodged. Naruto jumped back dodging a big kick from Menma. "Don't escape, you bastard." Menma shouted, launching himself towards Naruto again. Menma launched an axe kick towards Naruto who doubled his body. Menma's foot broke the ground with a loud crash. Naruto sent a high kick that broke the block, another large gust of wind. "Naruto increased his strength too," said Kyomi. "That's how it is." Naruto sent a combination of boxing blows. Menma crouched down and sent his body to the right to dodge Naruto's flurry of blows. Menma launched a counterattack. Naruto crouched and sent a sweep of his legs towards Menma. The Redeed jumped back with a spin. "Let's see what you think of this." Menma threw a punch. Naruto took a few steps back. Menma grabbed his hand and gave the cross-hand seal, creating a cage Bunshin that was holding onto his hands. The clone let go of Menma and the two began to attack Naruto. "I shouldn't trust myself anymore." Naruto activated his Sharingan and gave two quick blows, avoiding the rest of the clones. Then he deactivated his Jutsu. Naruto without wasting time attacked the original left blow. This was repeated 3 times and then he gave a hook with his right. Menma resisted the blows with great strength and punched Naruto who received it. "Ugh," Naruto growled. Menma finished off with a kick. Naruto's feet dragged along the ground and he remained stable. Those were good hits. Naruto kept one eye closed in pain. Menma gave a roar trying to deliver a downward blow. Naruto headed back and landed a downward kick on Menma's face who did not fall. Menma grabbed Naruto's foot and started to lift him up. The Redeed tried to crash the Uchiha into the ground. Naruto leaned on the ground with his hands, grabbed Menma's head with his feet and with great force, slammed Menma into the ground. "Looks like it didn't go well for you," said Naruto. "TSK, don't fuck with me." Menma's deep voice overflowed with pure anger. Naruto quickly compassed himself followed by Menma. Menma launched a large flurry of kicks. Naruto dodged them all while watching the Uzumaki's wounds regenerate. "That chakra, it doesn't suit you." Naruto was dodging Menma's furious strikes. He could feel her chakra. He felt disoriented and almost completely cut off. "What's wrong with him?" Kyomi said. It may be what Naruto explained to us about Menma's lack of control over his emotions and the hatred he has for Naruto. But why does he hate him? Naruto hasn't done anything to him. According to what I believe, it is because Naruto has always been a hard blow to Menma's ego. What are you talking about? Come on Kyomi, you know well what's happening. Menma has always been arrogant. The people of the village always praised him for being the son of the Yondaime Hokage and the savior of the village, possessor of one of the halves of the Kyuubi. That's why it bothers him both the fact that someone is superior to him and something he thought he was very good at. Naruto always stayed one step ahead of him in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, intelligence, in everything that bothers him too much, and combining that with the fact that he doesn't get along with his half of the Kyuubi and how quickly he gets angry, it's not a good combination. Sasuke watched as Menma threw himself at Naruto without remorse, throwing blow after blow with only one goal: to make the greatest possible damage, no matter what happens. And the more blows Naruto dodged, the more Menma increased his speed. It's like he's taking advantage of the fact that now he can get out everything he feels, but I still can't explain why Naruto doesn't take greater measures. It's like you say, it seems like he keeps himself at bay, although if I were him, I wouldn't stay confident given the situation you are experiencing. Naruto jumped away from Menma. "Suiton." Mizurapa. A strong blast of pressurized water came out of Menma's mouth. "Kaiten." Kikaku no Jutsu. Naruto concentrated some more chakra. A dark orange fireball collided with the jet of water. Naruto took advantage of the steam, activated his Sharingan, improving his vision. He could not see completely, but he was able to feel the chakra signature that was waning more clearly. Futon wind began to swirl strongly in Naruto's palm. Rapusho. Naruto threw his palm forward from which a large gust of wind came out that hit Menma in the chest. The Redeed spit out saliva and a little blood. The internal damage had been strong. Normally I wouldn't use this jutsu, but taking advantage of the fact that Menma is a Jinchuriki, I don't see a problem. Naruto thought, running forward. Upon reaching Menma, Naruto launched a high kick that threw Menma into the air. Naruto himself created a clone that jumped and hit Menma with a downward kick, making him fall quickly. However, the Uzumaki managed to compose himself with pain and land on his feet, jumping towards him. Behind the clone of Naruto stayed next to the original that kept the half-ram seal. Menma's wounds began to heal quickly. "You can't beat me, as long as I have this chakra, this power, I am unstoppable." Menma and his arrogant expression were still standing. "No one in this world is invincible," Naruto said softly. "What are you saying?" "No one is invincible." Naruto looked up with his Sharingan shining brightly. At least not for now. The clone of Naruto disappeared and appeared behind Menma. The clone shone brightly and exploded with a loud bang, the curtain of dust covering almost half of the arena amid high-level explosion. "Hopefully this will make him as angry as I need." The smoke cleared, revealing a Menma lying on the ground. He was face up with smoke coming out of his body and some burns. What the hell is wrong with him?" Myth shouted. This I don't know, from one moment to the next I went from being passive to aggressive, and half Sasuke said aggressive. He basically exploded a chakra bomb next to my brother. Mito said, somewhat worried about Menma. Hey, remember that Menma has the Kyuubi chakra, Naruto sure has something on his mind. Kyomi tried to excuse Naruto. I don't know. Mito didn't know what to think. Time to drop the real bomb, Naruto thought. Did you already lose? That was nothing. Is that all you have? Naruto gave an arrogant look. What's wrong? Naruto isn't like that, Kyomi said, somewhat worried due to Naruto's sudden change in attitude. No, I honestly don't know anymore. Sasuke didn't know what to think either. Menma's red eye opened with great fury. Unfortunate Naruto now got into a battle pose. His danger sense sounded loudly, and his sensor sense went off. You're going to pay me. Menma's chakra was skyrocketing. His fangs grew exponentially. The marks on his cheeks did too. The bubbling chakra began to take over Menma's body, while he stood up quite angry. I'm going to. Menma stood up completely. The bubbling chakra completely took over his body. The chakra formed around him, on top of his head. It looked like ears well behind Menma's back. A tail made entirely of chakra began to swing. I'm going to kill you. Menma's deep voice wreaked havoc on the crowd, but what Kyomi expressed her doubt. What's going on? Sasuke said. I don't know. Mito responded. Heh, so that's what I wanted to do, huh? The voice of the Kyuubi Yang sounded in the blonde's head. What's wrong with Menma? Asked the girl. Well, let's say he accessed more chakra belonging to me, at least from my other part. Menma got so angry that the dark chakra of my other part emerged, giving him access to the chakra cloak. Chakra cloak. It's like my chakra is made into a mini armor around my body. My chakra is so aggressive that it seems like it has a life of its own. Honestly, taking into account your brother's attitude, it's not a situation anyone would want to be in. I'm not liking this, said Myth. Now that Menma has awakened so much of the Kyuubi's chakra, I can now give way to the next phase. Grrrr, Menma let out growls, as if he were a predator. Come. Naruto dared Menma to come. Gra. Menma launched himself with a great roar towards Naruto. Naruto did not trust himself anymore and activated his Sharingan, dodging Menma's quick blows that each time they were dodged, launched a strong gust of wind. His strength is off the charts. Naruto thought with surprise, if he ever hits me, it will hurt a lot. Naruto dodged and sent blows that at the same time were blocked by Menma, who does not appreciate being in his right mind. Naruto dodged a blow and sent a big kick that Menma received, but he didn't seem to have felt the pain. Arg! Another roar escaped Menma. Sharingan predicted it. The Uchiha was able to dodge the blow. He turned backwards, sending a sneaky kick. Menma dodged it and counterattacked. Naruto jumped back, dodging Menma. It's very fast at great speed. Naruto counterattacked Menma with his eyes, leaving a red trail, indicating the effort of his eyes. A few punches, he turned to the left, sending a palm blow with his right, leaned to the right, finishing with a left fist, hit his chest, and then his chin, ending with a big direct kick, sending Menma to drag his feet on the ground. Tsk Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Menma's distorted voice recited the jutsu of the physical clones. Many, but seriously many clones of Menma with the chakra cloak appeared surrounding Naruto. The clones literally appeared throughout the arena, scattered, and all with a rather angry look. Oh, Sasuke said. Be careful, Naruto. Kyomi thought worriedly, her hands together in a kind of prayer. The Uchiha's sandals dragged on the ground when the clones launched themselves at him. The dust managed to enter the eyes of the first clones. Great blows and kicks fell on the first circle of clones, causing the noise to dissipate. Whitish smoke. Naruto turned and dodged blows from the rabid clones who were making friendly fire, dissipating more and more clones. However, there were still many. Naruto's feet dragged. He seemed to dance and spin, hitting the hundreds of clones with chakra cloaks. Naruto grabbed one of the clone's arms and with great force turned the Menma, causing him to hit the others. He crouched down, dodging an attack of a clone that dissipated, bending his body. Naruto made a great sweep, supporting his hands. Naruto gave acrobatic kicks with great skill. He let his feet leave the ground and leaned on his only hand placed on the ground, turning his wrist. He managed to deliver a big roundhouse kick. He seems to handle it pretty well, Sasuke thought. Wow, Naruto is very skilled. He can even fight against all those Menmas with that red cloak. Sakura finally spoke after witnessing the movements of the battle. How is he so strong? Ino asked. Well, that boy had always been training in his free time, Shikamaru interjected, remembering a little black-haired boy who said he was going to train instead of eating, and the little chubby boy who complained about that statement. Also, he told me that he was trained by his own brother, Shunshin no Shisui. Naruto is the brother of that Shisui, the one who invented Shunshin. Sakura said that's right, he was also trained by someone else if I'm not wrong. Do you know who he was? He asked innocently. Well, he told me that he was trained by what's happening? It's nothing, it's just that name is pretty bad in fame in this town, said Shikamaru when he realized that Sakura and Ino were no longer paying attention to him, turning their eyes towards the fight. Shikamaru knew all that. Naruto had great trust with Shikamaru, after all, he was one of the boy's first friends outside of the other Uchihas. Naruto jumped and gave a double kick to two clones who dissipated a clone through a kunai. Naruto Sharingan followed him in slow motion, he grabbed the kunai, turning, and threw it hitting the same clone that dissipated. Four clones went under Naruto with a kick, Naruto flew into the air, a clone of Menma jumped spinning forward, he's going to do the myth move Naruto thought, remembering his blonde friend in the preliminaries, Uzumaki Renden. Said Menma with her raspy voice. You even change his name. Naruto just made the horse seal, with great strength he forced his body to spin in the air, blocking the Menma clone's kick with his elbow. I finish with the tiger seal. Kaiten. Kikaku no Jutsu. A large torrent of fire in the shape of a sphere came out of Naruto's mouth, falling towards the Menma clones who dissipated. Naruto fell gracefully, some Menma clones were still left in the sand Suiton. Miserapa. A clone shouted, a very strong burst of water came out of the clone's mouth, oh Naruto only had time for hand seals. Doten. Doriheki Naruto placed the palms of his hands, making a wall of earth come out of the ground. Since when has he known that jutsu? It's not in his nature. Said Kyomi, surprised and somewhat excited. It must be because I train with Hirosenin, he has earth nature, that jutsu should have charged him a little more chakra. Chakra was almost never a problem for Naruto, although it doesn't have as much for Uzumaki. The earth well effectively stopped Menma's jutsu, however as he left, Naruto had to dodge Menma who lunged at him. If only you could look at yourself. Naruto dodges and blocks Menma's attacks with his forearm, it's not you anymore. Naruto looked at Menma who was delivering blow after blow without resentment. Inside Menma, there was a dark Kyuubi, who endured the discomfort of being forcibly taken away from his chakra. I'm going to help you both of you even. If it's seen as a selfish act, Naruto grabbed Menma's hand making the horse hand seal with his hand, Naruto crouched down, hit Menma's face with his other hand, and as they separated, Naruto joined their hands again, but with the seal of the tiger. Naruto hit Menma on the shin making him kneel, he still didn't release the seal, Naruto kicked 3 times with his leg, the last one being the strongest, Naruto flew into the air. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Naruto spat small fireballs, Menma dodged by jumping back, however, some fireballs managed to hit Menma. A large ball of smoke appeared, Naruto landed and looked at the ball of smoke in front of him. However, Naruto's senses were triggered when some species of hands made of chakra lunged at him. What is this? Said Naruto, dodging the chakra's limbs. The chakra hands began to come out of Menma's body, who was on all fours, different hands came out of his chakra cloak, some larger than others, and they moved aggressively, the hands crashed into the walls cracking them, and then they came out and chased Naruto. I think it's time to use it. Naruto stood at the top of the wall, taking out a kunai with a seal in his hand, he extended his hands and placed his kunai in the palm of his hands. What is that kunai you have in your hand? It has a different handle, said Sakura. It looks like he's already going to use it, Kyomi said, apparently she seemed excited. Yes, there it goes, it can't be. He's going to use it now. This will be great. Kushina couldn't maintain her excitement, at least in her mind. Hey Kakashi, that doesn't look like a kunai like the Yondame's guy said, referring to Naruto's kunai. Yes, only this one doesn't have 3 points, it only has the seal on the handle, maybe the Kakashi was expected. Naruto threw the special kunai next to Menma. It didn't give it any importance, because he was focused on the Uchiha. I just hope I'm ready. Naruto performed the tiger seal, closing his eyes in concentration. Feel the chakra. Naruto felt how his seal connected with the will he now. Minato thought from the box. What are you going to do now? Orochimaru thought, standing on the edge of the chair. Menma, seeing that Naruto remained still, took advantage and sent all his chakra hands towards where he was, the hands were about to touch the Uchiha who had his eyes closed. Naruto. Kyomi couldn't stand it, she thought Naruto was about to give in to the Kyuubi's corrosive chakra but sometimes when you see something so fast, that's the problem. When things are so fast that you can't even see them, not even when you are as attentive as possible. Konoha revived the yellow flash, but it wasn't a yellow flash, it was rather a rather peculiar color. Had they ever seen a silver flash, as fast as who knows sound? Even faster. The chakra hands were about to touch the Uchiha's face, literally, just the rose of a small air of air, however, before the touch, before the contact, a silver flash appeared, in less than a second, Menma, it was embedded in the wall, with large wounds and a large cut. What the hell happened? Ino screamed, she hadn't seen anything, the only thing she remembered was how the hands were heading towards really fast. Sasuke could barely look at the flash, even with his Sharingan, he wasn't able to see the moment of the attack. Naruto was standing in front of his special kunai. What? Orochimaru was startled and stood up from his chair quickly, knocking it down. Keep like this, and you'll get your role. Orochimaru. Minato thought, although he couldn't deny that he was impressed, that Hiraishin was very fast and he didn't know the possibilities of what he could do in the hands of someone like Naruto. Naruto bent down and picked up his special kunai in the end. If I master it, he thought, well then, I guess it's time to finish. Menma's wounds began to heal at a fairly rapid rate. Naruto grabbed his kunai in a reverse grip and placed it in front of his face, his Sharingan spinning and shining. He was ready for his final act, the Fuinjutsu he had been working for a long time. Menma separated himself from the wall and stood on all fours, or hands with feet on the ground. Menma launched himself with a great explosion against the Uchiha, who jumped, avoiding the Jinchuriki. Menma stopped his advance and charged at Naruto again. The Uchiha disappeared in a blink of Shunshin Kage Bunshin no Jutsu once again. Too many Menma clones appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto jumped into the air and took out 2 more Hiraishin kunai, throwing them in different positions among the clones. Come on, a silver flash was present. Naruto appeared in the middle of all the clones when all of them exploded in a screen of smoke. Minato analyzed Naruto's attack, observing that the other kunai he threw were no longer there. He didn't teleport once, he teleported 3 times in such a short time. Naruto's Hiraishin has quite a bit of potential, thought the Hokage. TSK, disgrace. Menma couldn't finish his sentence. Naruto hit his face hard, he didn't stop and continued hitting. A great blow with his right, then a great combination of kicks. Naruto turned and sent quite strong kicks. Menma came out crawling on the ground. He got up, but the Uchiha appeared behind him. He tried to hit him, but he disappeared. Then, different images of Naruto appeared. Menma tried to hit them, but it was impossible. The images of Naruto hit Menma mercilessly. He received blows from everywhere. The Redeed roared, sending a shock wave that caused some in the stands to cover their faces. Menma hit the ground with great force, raising large debris. However, the images of Naruto continued like this, flashing without stopping. Naruto appeared in front of him and kicked him upwards. Menma shot into the air, and Naruto appeared behind him and punished him with an axe kick. Menma landed on his feet, but had to move after seeing a large fireball descend, resembling a large meteorite. The large hand of Chakra came out from Menma's back, stopping the fireball that refused to go out. However, in a flash of silver, Naruto appeared behind Menma, who did not notice due to the speed, charged Rasengan in hand, ready to hit your target. The large sphere of Chakra hit its target, sending Menma flying, who crashed against the wall. Again, the fireball exploded. However, Naruto was no longer there. The Uchiha was standing at the other end of the wall, where a Hiraishin kunai was stuck. Menma fell to the ground with quite a few wounds, which were healing, but more slowly, because Menma was getting tired due to Naruto's constant attacks. It's time. Naruto raised his right sleeve and went through a large sequence of seals. Menma was barely on his knees. Upon finishing the hand seals, a small white flame appeared on Naruto's fingertips, while the kanji for bridge appeared in a somewhat small form on his palm. Menma got up completely, but it was too late. At great speed, Naruto appeared in front of Menma, clasping his fingers tightly against Menma's stomach. A few seconds passed before Menma began to scream in pain. In the mind of Menma, the Yin Kyuubi was lying on his front legs when he felt that a presence appeared behind him, or rather, a kind of accumulation of chakra. What's that? The Bijuu asked himself. A large white bridge was present when Naruto's voice was heard throughout the mental space. Kyuubi, do you hear me? Yes, I listen you. That's great. It seems to be working great. What are you talking about? Is that the seal you said you were going to make? Kyuubi remembered his first conversation. That's right. Well, listen, I don't have much time. If I keep in contact with your chakra like this, I'll end up hurting myself. You could see how outside of Menma's mind, the chakra that covered the Redeed was spreading through Naruto's arm, which had burns appearing sure. Tell me what I have to do. The Kyuubi was somehow anxious. Do you see that thing behind you? Yeah, you must pass your chakra and your soul through there, leaving some chakra in Menma's body. Why leave chakra? I need it so that there is less chance of Menma dying. Why not kill him? That guy tortured me besides. He's a pain, I know, but understand, despite everything he did, there may still be goodness in his arrogant heart. I can't believe you're saying that. Hey please, I'm asking you, okay? Okay, I'll believe what you say. The Kyuubi passed most of his chakra and soul through the bridge, while leaving some chakra in Menma's body out of the mental space. The layer of red chakra that surrounded Menma moved towards Naruto, hiding within him. An insurance sound sounded when the flames on Naruto's fingers went out, and he separated his hand. Naruto and Menma stared at each other. Menma's eyes returned to their usual blue. The eyes that previously showed infinite anger were now bright and playful. Beep-boo, good fight. Menma whispered before falling unconscious. The Kyuubi's remaining chakra quickly filled his reserves, stopping his death due to lack of chakra. Did it work? Naruto asked himself. Yes, that's right. Naruto was surprised to hear the Kyuubi's deep voice in his head. The wounds that were on his hand began to heal quickly in the box. If it worked, Kushina thought with surprise. She could feel how her son's chakra was still active, confirming that he was not dead. In addition, she could feel how Naruto's reserves were significantly larger. He really did it, Kushina. said Genma, who was coming out of his shock, was finally able to move. He had to move several times to avoid being hit by the attacks of the genins, who no longer knew if they were real genins. He observed how Menma was lying on the ground, while Naruto was standing, without injuries, but breathing heavily. The winner of the fight is UCHIHA Naruto. He announced to the public, who burst into cheers. They no longer care that the Hokage's son has already lost. The fight was exciting, as always. They don't see the background of things, and they settle for the spectacle. Naruto was well, it was a feeling of tranquility, since in his opinion, everything had gone well, although he knew that there was still an obstacle ahead, a very big one. He looked with his Sharingan towards the box of the Hokage, more specifically looking at the fake Kazekage who stared at him. You can't fool us anymore, the Uchiha thought. Believe me, in the end you will regret having planned all this. He stared at the arena Jinchuriki, who looked anxious and desperate. The blood of someone as strong as him has to be mine. Gaara thought macabrely, clenching his fists. The doctors picked up Menma quickly, while Naruto went up to the box. Upon setting foot on the stands, Naruto was greeted by a jet stain. What the hell were you thinking, provoking Menma like that? Kyomi scolded Naruto, although it didn't seem like a scolding in the middle of a hug. Don't worry, I'm fine. Don't repeat that, I'm not worried, do you hear me? You always do such risky things, and if one day something happens to you, I will. Hey, calm down. I know I shouldn't worry you so much, but I appreciate you doing it, you know. Don't thank me, that's what friends are like, right? Okay, but did we hug for so long? No. Kyomi separated, blushing. Sometimes I do not understand. Yes, sometimes you tend to be very innocent. I didn't think that about you. The Kyuubi spoke in Naruto's mind. Naruto only saw the color black in Naruto's mind. You know, your mind is still just as uncomfortable. The Kyuubi was still behind a cell. Naruto's mind assimilated a large room that was equally giant, with a yellowish hue. However, it had small blue lights that floated. Apparently yes, you're still behind a cell. Naruto was small compared to the dark Kyuubi. But while we're at it, I'd like to ask you a few questions forward, because you are darker in color than the other half. Well, maybe the other half has more hate, but there are two forms of hate, at least for me, the hate that destroys everything with rage, and the hate that consumes everything slowly from the darkness. That part of me was more angry, however, the amount of dark chakra that I possess is greater than that part, so to speak. Contrary to what many think, darkness is not total madness, also. It is calm, that makes me calmer than my other part. Are you still the strongest of the Bijuus? That makes me proud, even though I'm divided in half, I'm still the strongest brother. The Kyuubi overflowed pride. Can you become a whole again? If they put me together with my other part, obviously, and what would happen if the two halves became two whole beings? I see what you think, it's interesting, honestly that's beyond my knowledge, but, with two beings so powerful in the world and they get along, I don't see destruction in a future like that. I think I see. Besides, I think a cell is too uncomfortable for someone like you. What do you plan to do about it? Are you forgetting something? This is my mind. Naruto closed his eyes. The cell in the large room disappeared in a completely white space. Suddenly, Naruto's mental space was replaced by a large plain of green grass and a somewhat dark sky with stars that shone brightly, some small ones. Forests appeared in the distance, and a great river of crystal clear water appeared. A full moon reigned in the night skies of mental space. The space was filled with more plains and some mountains, sakura trees and certain strange flowers, everything all in all, it was a pretty nice space. What have you done? Easy, I arranged my mental space so that it is more comfortable. I chose the night because it is the part of the day that I think is calmest. Also, there are some sakura trees as decoration, and the details don't matter, boy. Hey. In all the years I've been alive, no Jinchuriki has ever done this for me. The Kyuubi's voice was calm. So, thank you, just thank you for this, for everything. You're welcome, Kyuubi. Kurama, sorry. What are you saying? Kurama, that's my name, boy, it's a great name. Yes, I know. Well, I guess I have to go. One more thing before you go. That Naruto's reserves filled quickly, making him have all his energy again, even more. Wow, I feel great. What did you do? Well, refill your chakra reserves, it's a gift. Thank you. You're welcome. Now come back. Remember that when you are in your mental space, you stay in a trance in real life. They are waiting for you for the second round. Okay, I hope we get along. Naruto disappeared like a mirage. I don't doubt it, boy. Kurama lay down on his front paws. Do you think he's the father? He looks a lot like the description of the boy you said. Kurama closed his eyes. This will be interesting. Out of Naruto's mind. Hey. Kyomi passed his hand in front of Naruto's face, who seemed lost, then blinked. Hey now, I'm here. What happened? I was talking to my new friend. I see. I would like to see it sometime. It will be someday. Well, everyone pay attention for the next round. Everyone paid attention to Genma. Since we can't match the Genins, one will go to the finals directly. The Genin with that luck will be Genma. Put his hand in a bag with the Genin names on papers. Sasuke Uchiha. Announced the Jonin. What good luck, said Kyomi. Well, you qualify by performance, right? Not if you win the tournament. The fights that will take place next are Uchiha Naruto vs Gaara no Sabaku and Sabaku no Temari vs Uchiha Kyomi. There will be a 5-minute break, looks like you're up against the sand boy and you against the wind girl. If Sasuke makes it to the final, that means we have to fight in the semi-final. Yes, although we both know that won't happen. Yes, I wish things were different. I believe in a future that will be like this, but for now we have to face what the world throws at us, right? As we have always done. Yeah, good luck, we need it. Kyomi thought for a moment. Nu he responded with a playful tone, so, let's go, let's wait, right? Oh yeah, the battle arena had been arranged by the Konoha ninjas with the nature of Doton. Since the battle of Naruto vs Menma had been quite destructive, but due to the disproportionate attacks of an uncontrolled Menma. The 4 remaining participants were the key to the end of this tournament: Sasuke, Temari, Naruto and Gaara. Whoever won the semifinals would go on to the final to fight for the glory of first place. Well, the 5-minute break is over. No one could have rested from those battles in 5 minutes. Sakura complained about the minutes to rest. You don't have the right to complain when you haven't fought, Harazita. Ino mocked Sakura. You too, pig. Thank you to everyone who stayed silent unlike the 2 brats over there, Genma shouted. How did he hear us? Ino asked himself. Don't know. Anyway, let's move on to the next battle, move on. Uchiha Naruto vs Sabaku no Gaara. Straight to dessert, huh? Although the truth is I'm worried about what Naruto might do to Gaara, Orochimaru deduced in his mind. Naruto prepared for battle. You're okay, you just fought not long ago, said Kyomi. Yes, the Kyuubi filled my reserves. Naruto wasn't sure if the Kyuubi wanted him to tell his name to someone else. You will tell them my name if you fully trust them, they won't tell anyone else, Kurama said. Alright, so your new friend is quite useful, isn't he? I don't like to see him as a tool, he is a companion, said Naruto. Okay, but be careful anyway, you're going to fight another Jinchuriki, and this one seems more unstable than Menma. Don't worry, if everything goes according to plan, Orochimaru's main weapon will be unusable. It's okay, I trusted you. The girl approached Naruto, the soft feeling again, warm, soft lips. Naruto grabbed his blushing cheek. Hey, and that? Naruto asked. It's for good luck, you know. Well, thanks. Naruto looked at Sasuke. What are you waiting for, a kiss from me? Of course not, good luck anyway. Thanks, I guess we'll see you in the final. Well, if everything goes well, if you beat me, said Kyomi. Naruto started to go down the steps. Gaara also started to go down too. Gaara, be careful with that boy, he's very good, I don't need that, I can beat him on my own. Gaara responded to his sister rudely. Temari sighed. That boy gave him a bad feeling, and if he was capable of angering Gaara to that point, it was worse. After all, he was the only one in his entire life who managed to hit Gaara. Naruto stopped going down, and in a wind shunshin he appeared in the sand. Gaara did the same with a sand shunshin. Naruto and Gaara walked until they were in front, Gaara with his arms crossed, Naruto keeping his hands resting in his pockets. Well, prepare for battle, mother asks for your noble blood. Uchiha, you must be careful, I may see yours for the first time, Naruto responded. Okay, stop the threats. Naruto and Gaara separated at the referee's shout. Well, the first battle of the quarterfinals or something like that, Naruto Uchiha vs Gaara of the arena. The people in the stand sat on the ends of the chairs, attentive to the battle that was about to begin. The wind was moving the hair of the fighters, the two with their calm gaze, although Gaara's was moving. Anxious. Begin. Naruto didn't wait and jumped back, avoiding Gaara. Are you escaping, Uchiha? No, I'm just keeping some distance. That's no use, you can't escape from me. Mother will have her blood. Gaara's sand suddenly came out of his gourd. Make me feel alive. Uchiha. Gaara smiled sadistically, the sand quickly headed towards Naruto. Gaara's sand is not a mystery, the Ichibi must give him that ability, and of course it is not a perfect defense. Naruto dodged the sand's attacks. According to what I saw, it consists of 2 parts, the normal sand and a sand armor that is attached to his body. He dodged another sand attack with turns, took out kunai and threw shurikens, the sand rising like a wall, protecting him from the projectiles. The sand is easy to pass, I just need pure speed and for the sand that is acting as armor. Naruto began to surround himself with small rays of electricity. I just need this. Nature. Naruto disappeared in a blur of speed, appeared in front of Gaara, and landed a blow that broke some of his armor, but it regenerated. That guy, he hits Gaara very easily, Kankuro growled from the stands. I just hope that Gaara can defend himself in a good way. Gaara made a clone of himself with the sand. He grabbed Naruto's arm and tried to unite it with the sand, but Naruto disappeared in another blur and appeared in front of Gaara, connecting with a big kick. Now you're trying to grab me, I guess I'm a fly, one I want to kill, Gaara whispered, standing up, the sand swirling around him protectively. Gaara's sand is normal, so I can heat it and turn it into crystal, so I could get rid of his only way of attacking Naruto went through hand seals. Now that I have more chakra, I can be more intense, haha, yes, the Kyuubi laughed. Kate. Naruto's voice sounded thick, some smoke came out of his mouth, as if he were a dragon, Kyuubi. A really big burst of fire came out of Naruto's mouth. Gaara put his hands in the shape of an X in front of his face protectively. The sand was covered in front of him, making a wall about 3 times bigger than the previous one. Naruto did not stop with his flame and continued like this for a few more seconds. The heat was intense, the people in the stands turned their faces thanks to the change in temperature. It seems that now that he has great chakra in his favor, he will not hesitate to use the most powerful jutsus in his arsenal, said Kyomi. Well, who wouldn't do that, please? Sasuke spoke. I wonder what other jutsus he has. Kyomi activated his Sharingan. Do you plan to copy them? We shouldn't always use good with our Sharingan, right? In the ninja world there is no foul play, said Kyomi. You know what, you have a point, do what you want. Finally Naruto stopped breathing fire. Gaara's sand wall had been turned into glass, which seemed to collapse. Naruto straightened up and blew some smoke out of his mouth. Yes, maybe I should control myself a little, he said. Some sand broke the glass wall. It quickly headed towards Naruto. Keep trying. The shunshin was enough for Naruto. With it he could dodge and hit easily. TSK. Stop running away. More sand came out of Gaara's gourd. So you had more. Naruto took a big leap back. Large gusts of wind came out and tried to catch the Uchiha, but he was spinning. Naruto turned back and grabbed a gust of sand, jumped and dodged another one that collided with the other attack. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Naruto disappeared. A large curtain of dust began to spin around Gaara, implying that Naruto was spinning around the sand ninja. From one moment to the next, Naruto appeared in front of Gaara and hit his face. He hit Gaara's face again. The sand returned quickly trying to protect Gaara, but Naruto disappeared and appeared somewhere else. The sand headed towards Naruto again. Heh, you fall into traps easily. Naruto disappeared again and again. Gaara was bombarded with blows in the standers. It seems that Gaara falls easily. Kakashi made an intervention. Yes. Why do you say that? Said Kurenai. Well, the only thing Naruto does is distract Gaara's sand. He makes it move a great distance away from him, taking advantage of the vast field, and when it seems that the sand is about to reach him, he simply heads towards Gaara with his great speed, and well. The sand is not able to return at the same speed, leaving Gaara vulnerable, Kakashi explained. Pretty good, but I don't understand why he doesn't use the Hiraishin. With that jutsu he could have ended the battle a long time ago, said Asuma, smoking his cigarette. Well, maybe he has a plan and maybe it has to do with the invasion, so I don't see a problem, said Kakashi whispering, so that the others wouldn't hear him. Could be on the battlefield. Naruto kept dodging and hitting brutally. Gaara's armor was cracking too much, so much so that it seemed like Gaara was about to break. Naruto broke away and made hand seals. Futon. Tsuneru Senpu. Sacred Whirlwind. Naruto launched a small jet of wind that then spread strongly, creating a strong miniature tornado that surrounded Gaara, who surrounded himself with his sand like a dome. You could see how this one got quite deep cuts. It's not a light trace. Other hand seals. Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. The burst of fire came out and merged with the tornado. A large tornado of fire surrounded the sand boy. Gaara. Temari worried about her brother who was literally surrounded by a tornado of fire. Damn, that guy is too good. Kankuro had sweat running down his forehead. Naruto stopped breathing fire looking at the jutsu he just did. Actually, I just made up that combination. I should give it a name, he thought. It will be later. The fire continued to burn until it was finally extinguished. The sand dome had turned into glass. A fist went through the glass. This was Gaara's, who was looking at Naruto with an angry look. Looks like you're out of sand. Hee. Gaara laughed. You're a fool. I can create sand whenever I want. Gaara put his palms on the ground. Suddenly, sand started to rise around Gaara. I absorb minerals from the soil and the earth, creating sand from the earth itself. I can even have more sand than before. But a lot of sand rose up around Gaara. So I turned all that sand into glass for nothing. That's fine with me, Naruto said to himself in a sarcastic tone. Come and give me your blood. A large wave of sand headed towards Naruto, but it's still the same. Naruto activated his Sharingan and dodged the large wave of sand. Stop escaping already. Gaara shouted in anger. I don't think so. The Uchiha kept dodging. Futon. Rinkyuden. A large air bullet came out of Naruto. Gaara's sand protected him, but in a blur Naruto appeared in front of Gaara, hitting him hard. Naruto did not let him and continued hitting. Gaara's sand returned and attacked. Naruto disappeared in a blur. You wretch, your blood will be mine. An exorbitant amount of sand swirled in front of Gaara. Under Naruto's feet, sand swirled and trapped his feet. The large amount of sand headed to crush Naruto. However, a silver flash was present, dispersing the sand. Thanks to the speed, Naruto appeared on the Hiraishin kunai at the top of the wall. He's getting crazier and crazier, he said. DSK, I will have your blood no matter what it costs me. A small dome of chakra grew around Gaara, while more sand swirled around it inside the dome. Gaara made seals and covered his left eye. Gaara from inside the dome slowly traced seals while whispering outside the dome. The sand formed an eye, with which Gaara could see Naruto at the top of the wall. It can't be, he's going to do it now, it's not supposed to be time yet. Temari thought, this is bad, and we can't stop it, it would be suspicious. Kankuro thought. I have an idea. The Kyuubi was interested. I could try my new special technique. Special technique? That's right, it was a jutsu created by me. Lately you've been creating jutsus, and that, Kyomi and Sasuke have also done it, but they haven't shown it to me. I didn't show them mine either. Okay, do your show, I'll continue accumulating chakra. Do you know about the invasion? Well yes, I heard everything you were talking about with myth, as Menma was there. Anyway, show your show. It's okay. Naruto crouched down. Now what will he do? Kuren, I wondered. Well, it seems like he was going to do the Chidori, said Kakashi. It's a good option, considering that it has to go through that layer of sand, said Asuma. Well, let's see it in action. Will he do the Chidori? Said Kyomi. Apparently Sasuke was attentive to Naruto. It's the first time I'll use it in combat, I hope it goes well. Naruto went through hand seals, there were only 4. Ox, ram, tiger, monkey. Naruto grabbed her wrist and extended it downward. Suddenly, lightning began to sound and the thunder of birds sounded. That's the Chidori, but he made one more seal, Kakashi thought. Naruto's rays did not intensify when a circle of rays appeared around him. The rays that revolved around him united in his hand, increasing the power with every second. But what is he doing? Everyone was wondering why Naruto was taking so long. However, everyone was shocked to see how small purple sparkles began to flash. Get ready. Naruto was ready. Electricity in Naruto's hand gave a reaping burst, accompanied by the sound of increased electricity. The rays went from being blue to a dark purple, which seemed to have flashes of phosphorescent blue. All the rays around Naruto continued to coalesce in his hand. What is that? Said Kyomi, impressed by her friend's Jutsu. I don't know, that's new. It looks like an improved version of Mirakiri, but this one looks more powerful, much more, thought the one-eyed ninja. Naruto grabbed his arm and prepared it to push off, the wall breaking only with the rose of his hand wrapped in lightning. Naruto launched himself at great speed from the wall. Naruto's hand broke the wall, while his hand left a purple trail in less than 8 seconds. Naruto had already reached the ground. Gaara's eye barely managed to see Naruto. Out of fear, he sent the sand that revolved around him to attack Naruto. Naruto's Sharingan worked, predicting the sand's attacks. Naruto moved sideways, dodging the sand's attacks, which collided with the ground, raising large debris. Naruto's eyes saw everything in slow motion. He jumped and bounced off a piece of debris. He jumped again, dodging a blast of sand, sliding on the ground, dodging an attack on his head, got up and turned forward, dodging another blast. Naruto closed the distance in less than 6 seconds. It's a great speed. Kakashi had uncovered his Sharingan to see Naruto. The Uchiha managed to see some spikes coming out of the sand dome. However, Naruto dodged it with great skill and extended his arm. Shiden. Purple electricity. Naruto extended his arm, listening to the sound of birds on a large scale. Naruto's hand easily passed through the sand wall, the purple rays piercing strongly through the other side of the dome. There were a few seconds of silence until my blood. It's my own blood. Gaara gave a heartbreaking scream from inside the dome. Gaara. Temari shouted her brother's name. Now the final touch. Naruto took out his hand. While the purple rays were still attached to the dome, Naruto used Shunshin to get away. The purple lightning in the dome began to shine until it exploded, expelling rays in all directions. Finally, purple rays remained on the ground. Slowly they disappeared. That jutsu, it's pretty good, Minato thought. And combined with the Hiraishin, it's a creepy combination. A cloud of dust did not reveal the Gaara's condition, however it dispersed, showing a Gaara with blood running down its mouth and burns on its arms. The most serious thing. A hole in its right shoulder from which too much came out of the red liquid. Georgia. Gaara. Temari covered her mouth. She never thought she would see her brother like this. Unfortunate. Kankuro shouted from the box. What kind of jutsu is that? Kushina said to herself, not long ago no one could touch that boy. That jutsu touches him once and leaves him in that state. Gaara's sand rose, healing him little by little. It seems that some of the Ichibi's chakra flows into the sand, that makes it heal him, but I won't let you win. Naruto threw 4 Hiraishin kunai around Gaara. The Jinchuriki of the sand rose little by little. However, Naruto passed through hand seals. Yuinjutsu. Chakura Kiksh Barrier, Chakra Absorption Barrier. White lines extended to the Hiraishin kunai, then kanji appeared inside the figure. What is he doing? Kushina asked herself, excited to see Fuinjutsu in action. Apparently it is a chakra absorption barrier. Generally more people are needed, but he managed to extend his own chakra through the Hiraishin kunai, achieving the chakra barrier. A pretty smart move. Minato was impressed with the Naruto moves. Gaara was surrounded by a small barrier. He instantly felt his chakra go, thus kneeling and the sand moving less aggressively. The kanji barrier disappeared. Gaara was kneeling. Okay, it's time to end this. Naruto went through hand seals again. Fuinjutsu. Gojo Fuin. Naruto's fingertips lit up in purple fire. Oh no. If he hits Gaara with that, it will screw up my whole plan. I can't allow this. Orochimaru made seals for his spies so that they could notify everyone to start the invasion. Naruto started running towards Gaara. Shit, there's no time left, it's time to start. Orochimaru gave the signal to start towards a ninja who was hooded in the crowd, which was Kabuto, who wore a mask similar to those of Anbu. Naruto continued running towards Gaara just as he was about to engage the jutsu. The sound of a large explosion was heard throughout the stadium. Naruto turned his gaze towards the Hokage's box when he saw a large amount of smoke coming out of it. The second he was distracted, Gaara's arm was surrounded with sand, creating a large claw of the material. Gaara directed the large reinforced blow towards Naruto, however before it touched him. Naruto disappeared in a flash towards the kunai on the wall. Naruto watched helplessly as the purple flames disappeared from his hand. Damn, I guess the plan to stop Gaara disappeared, but at least he's weakened. Naruto watched as feathers began to fall throughout the stadium. A Jinjutsu, easy to dispel. Naruto, with sign language, warns his fellow genins about the Jinjutsu. What's wrong with Naruto, why is he looking this way? Ino asked himself. Shikamaru observed Naruto's signs. It's sign language, he's warning us of a Jinjutsu. Shikamaru, Sakura, and Ino observed the feathers that fell and how some civilians fell asleep. It's a Jinjutsu, we can dispel it easily, said Sasuke. Kyomi nodded. Now Naruto turned his gaze to the Jonins, who were prepared to counterattack. Damn, I'm starting early, said Temari, who launched herself into the sand followed by Kankuro. The two grabbed Gaara and began to climb the wall. Temari, while climbing, watched as Naruto looked at them seriously. Why aren't you following us? Are you confused? Kankuro, Gaara and Temari left the stadium heading out of the village towards the forest that surrounded the leaf. Naruto quickly did a shunshin towards Sasuke. It seems I couldn't stop Gaara. The explosion in the box distracted me. Naruto apologized. Don't worry about that. Kakashi appeared behind them. For now we have to worry about that. Kakashi pointed to a bunch of sand and sound ninjas who stood up in the stadium and tried to attack the civilians, but they were stopped by Konoha ninjas who appeared from the nothing. Okay, the first thing we have to do is wake up the civilians from the Jinjutsu and direct them to the shelters that have my barrier seals, the hospital, Anbu barracks. I also put seals on the Hokage heads. I know there is a hiding place there, yes, but the problem is how are we going to wake up the civilians at the same time? There are too many of them, and we Konoha ninjas are less than the merger of two villages. Let's trust the ninjas of our village, but answering the other question, I don't know, we could wake them up one by one. Oh. You could make a shock wave with your chakra to disrupt the civilians' network and cut off the Jinjutsu, said the Kyuubi. It's good, but my chakra is not powerful enough to do that. You forget that now you have me. Get ready, it will be the first time you will use my chakra. I'm ready. The Kyuubi pushed an amount of chakra through Naruto's network. Everyone watched as some thick mustaches appeared on Naruto's cheeks. His hair became scandalized and his eyes changed from black to a dark red with a torn slit. What's wrong with you, Naruto? Kyomi asked. I'm just trying something new again. Naruto's voice was thicker. Okay, now expel as much chakra as you can. But Naruto put his hands together in the ram seal and gathered chakra and then expelled it forcefully. A large pulse of red chakra escaped from Naruto, making a peculiar sound. The people who were asleep were awakened. Well, the Kyuubi's features disappeared. It seems like you already know what to do with that chakra. Not completely, but we have to move now. Well, Sasuke and Kyomi, you can go after those from the sand. You can go with Shikamaru and Sakura. Naruto, you stay here. You are going to help us against the ninjas who try to attack. The other genins can defend inside the village. Okay, let's go there. Kyomi and Sasuke headed toward Sakura. Sakura, you have to come with us. For what? Asked the lazy man. We can go after those in the sand so we can stop them, said Kyomi. It's a bummer, but since okay let's go. Sakura was nervous, she was in the middle of an invasion, it was a pretty dangerous situation. Don't worry, Sakura, we can do it, said Sasuke. Okay, let's go. The four ninjas were about to launch, but were stopped by Kakashi. He performed hand seals, Uchiha no Jutsu. Kakashi summoned a small dog with a small blue trench coat with the kanji for Ninkin, while he had a miniature Konoha ninja band. Hello Kakashi, what do you need? Hello Pakin, let me do something first. Kakashi tore off a small cloth that Naruto had on his right arm. What is that? Sasuke asked. Apparently it's Gaara's clothes, it must have stuck to my body, said Naruto. Can you smell this? Pakin, always the little dog, sniffed the piece of cloth, which had some of Gaara's blood on it. Okay, I got it, it's almost outside the village, Pakin said. Well, you can take these four ninjas to him, said Kakashi. Okay, you guys follow me, said Pakin, disappearing in a blur with the four genins. At ready Naruto Kakashi took out a kunai and uncovered his Sharingan. Naruto took out his Jakudo from the seal, infusing it with lightning chakra. Now things get serious, and he also activated his Sharingan. A green blur landed in the middle of the two. Well, let's show our flames of youth. Go ahead and read. Yes, Guy-sensei. Lee responded to his adult version, well since. Out of the village Temari and Kankuro running carrying their younger brother, who was breathing slowly. Damn, that Uchiha almost managed to completely defeat Gaara, said Kankuro. Well, now we just have to escape. Kankuro heard how the leaves of the trees moved and footsteps were heard. Hey, you don't believe the Konoha ninjas are following us, right? And it can't be they. Must be busy with the ninjas inside the village. Pakin continued jumping from tree to tree, followed by the 4 Konoha ninjas, each of whom was silent in their thoughts. I can smell them, they are about 300 meters away. How problematic, having to follow them all that way. Stop complaining, lazy. This is for the good of the village. Sakura hit Shikamaru on the head. Kyomi and Sasuke became alert as they heard the sound of air cutting. Everyone down. The twins shouted. Everyone came down from the tree branches when about 12 sound ninjas landed in front of them. You won't get past here, leaf ninjas, said one who seemed to be the leader, or something like that, since they all dressed the same. If these guys keep getting in the way, it will be harder for us to catch up with Gaara, Sasuke thought, until he realized something. Hey, where is Shikamaru? Everyone asked, as they had noticed the absence of their pineapple-haired friend. Just when they were thinking as quickly as possible, a shadow came out of the bushes, stretching out until it caught the shadows of all the sound ninjas. Damn, you really know how to hide, don't you? You shouldn't complain, now go after Gaara, I'll buy time. Shikamaru came out of the bushes, controlling the sound ninjas with his shadow. Damn it, let us go, you brat. Oh, truthful. It's not like you guys can do much in that state, you know. The 3 remaining Konoha ninjas continued on their way, trying to reach the sand user and his brothers. About 3 minutes had passed. Temari and Kankuro kept getting further and further apart. Temari felt a bad feeling, a feeling of danger that alerted her to something nearby she didn't want to see, but it was necessary. She slowly turned her head only to see 3 leaf ninjas chasing them. Okay, we'll see you. Kyomi said. If so, then my work here is finished, said Pakin. Be fine, thank you for everything, Sasuke said. Pakin nodded and disappeared in a ball of smoke. They're too close, and we haven't even gone that far from the village. I can still see the Hokage faces. The sand girl thought desperately. I have no choice. Temari let go of her arm. His brother's Kankuro, you keep carrying Gaara, I'll stop them for a bit. You're crazy, not to belittle yourself, but you can't handle the 2 Uchihas, maybe the girl with the pink hair, but don't worry, I'll try to buy time. TSK, it's okay, don't regret it. Kankuro continued moving forward. It was the priority before Gaara woke up and got out of control. It seems that Temari is trying to buy time. I can fight her. Kyomi began to move forward. Okay, Sakura, and I will go after Gaara. Sasuke and Sakura were after Kyomi. Temari released a large burst of air. Sasuke grabbed Sakura and jumped strongly. Kyomi went through hand seals, Kaiten Gakakyu no Jutsu. Kyomi launched a large fireball that intensified thanks to the air. Temari had to jump out of the great range of the attack. In this battle I have no advantage, but everything is so that he escapes, thought the girl from Suna. Kyomi with her great speed reached Temari and kicked her in the stomach, passing through hand seals right away. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Small fireballs came out of Kyomi's mouth. Temari jumped in a display of acrobatics, narrowly avoiding several fireballs. She made a big spin and landed on the ground, surrounded by a large circle of flames. Temari didn't have time to think when Kyomi landed on another branch. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. The great fireball was heading dangerously towards Temari. Oh no, Temari tried to jump, but the big explosion managed to hit her, burning her a little without thinking. Temari launched a large gust of wind trying to keep his distance. Never in my life have I been forced to use random attacks. I guess this is when ninjas take it seriously. Kyomi quickly appeared in front of Temari. Shit. Temari tried to jump, but Kyomi managed to land a blow. The girl slid on the ground and gave an upward kick, taking the fan away from the blonde. The Uchiha kicked, sending the girl crashing into a tree branch. Rain. Chidori Senbon. The lightning needles stabbed into the skin of the girl, who screamed in pain. The electricity ran through her body, paralyzing her. The war fan fell a few meters in front of them. Now you are useless, Kyomi said. Temari growled, grabbing her arm where one of the needles rested. Kyomi threw himself through the trees trying to reach his brother. With Sasuke. He continued advancing with Sakura behind Kankuro, who was the only one carrying Gaara now. Damn, those 2 are still following me. I have no choice. Kankuro stopped and let Gaara continue alone, since he had woken up. They won't be able to get past here. Kankuro took out his puppet. I'll have to defeat him quickly, or else Gaara will escape, thought Sasuke, who stopped to defeat Kankuro. But don't worry, Sasuke, I'll stop him, said a voice behind them. Shino. Is that you? Where were you? The Uchiha asked. Let's say, they forgot about me, said Shino. I take this opportunity to apologize for having forgotten about Shino. I really apologize for my mistake. Well, I leave it in your hands, Sakura, you better help Shino. Gaara is a dangerous opponent, and I'm really afraid that he'll use you as a distraction, Sasuke said. Okay, good luck, Sakura said. Sasuke nodded, he continued advancing at high speed trying to catch up with Gaara. It was easier now, because apparently he was moving slowly. A few meters passed until the Uchiha made a big jump and landed a few meters in front of the Retreat, who also stopped. You no longer have an escape, Gaara said, the Raven Man. A light laugh came from Gaara's mouth. It's true, there is no escape, but from me. Gaara raised his head showing how his right eye was different. It had a black sclera with a yellow pupil and a black four-pointed star. Gaara's sand swirled frantically around the boy, Sasuke staring with his Sharingan at what was happening. The Gaara sand stopped swirling when the figure of the Retreat was shown, who now had a large sand arm with a Gaara claw at the end. The arm that formed the arm joined in one way with the pumpkin and then finished the deformation. With a kind of tail. This will be more difficult, but apparently the sand no longer works as a defense. Sasuke observed how the sand no longer revolved around Gaara. He had to be careful, he was fighting an uncontrolled Jinchuriki. With Naruto. Dodging an attack from a sound ninja, Naruto sent a spinning kick sending the ninja to the ground. How will Kyomi and Sasuke be? The thought interrupted his battle position. Maybe I should go now, I wouldn't forgive myself if something happens to them, Naruto. The Uchiha left his mind when he heard how they shouted his name. He looked ahead seeing how a sand ninja was about to stab him. Fortunately, Kakashi appeared, defeating the ninja by cutting his neck. You should be more attentive, said the sensei. I know, but are you worried about Kyomi and Sasuke? Yeah, I don't know, I left them with the Sand Brothers and a crazy Jinchuriki. You know, I'm also worried, but Kakashi dodged a blow and cut another ninja's chest. I know very well that those two are strong, and it is my duty as a sensei to trust them fully, so, as is also your duty as his best friend and almost brother, look at those two. Naruto watched as Guy and Rock Lee defeated ninjas with only Taijutsu. At certain times, Lee lost concentration, but he was saved by his sensei who gave him a thumbs up, raising the spirit of the little brow. I trust his student a lot. I trust that everything you have planned will serve to counteract what they have done to us, and you can fight, trusting that your companions will be fine. Kakashi smiled at Naruto, who returned the smile. Well then, Naruto took out his sword from the seal. You know something? I've never seen you fight seriously. I know you've said it sometimes, but I just think you fought Orochimaru seriously. How about you show me your level after a month of non-stop training? Kakashi said. Standing with his back next to Naruto. Well, it could be like this. Naruto disappeared in a blur. Suddenly, around Kakashi a bunch of blinking Narutos appeared. It seems that he is going to start with his brother's technique, it seems that he loves it a lot. Kakashi watched as the multiple Narutos attack different ninjas, cutting them or hitting them in the neck, knocking them out with one blow. It seems like he's serious, he's defeated several ninjas in no time, said Kakashi, fighting against more attackers. Naruto appeared in front of two ninjas, kicking one, he ducked avoiding the other's blow, and cut him in the back with a spin. From his seal, he took out 3 Hiraishin kunai, spinning quickly while kicking them, causing them to stick into the ground. Many ninjas surrounded him, but in 3 silver flashes, they all fell to the ground defeated. It seems that Naruto-kun is in the flames of youth. Guy finished off a ninja with a big blow. I won't be left behind. Rock Lee began to increase his speed. That's how you speak, my dear student. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto warned his sensei. Yes. Kakashi went through hand seals Kaiten. Kikaku no Jutsu. Kakashi launched a gigantic fireball. Futen. Tatapa. The gust of wind fanned the flames, several ninjas were burned by the combined jutsu. Well, they have a bit of an advantage, said Rock Lee. Ragaa. That doesn't matter, we have our flames of youth. Guy moved at great speed, defeating several ninjas along the way, clearing a large part of the stadium. Wow. I want to do that. Rock. Lee quickly took his weights and at high speed, destroyed all the ninjas he could. Several ninjas jumped towards Naruto. Futen, sucked air gently. Shinkuha. Naruto let out a breath as he spun, causing a large wind scythe to come out, cutting the chest of the ninjas who jumped. They all fell dead. I don't like killing them, but it's for the good of the village. On the roof of the Hokage, Orochimaru and Minato were on the roof. Judging by what Orochimaru observed, the Wise Leaf village from their previous invasion, there were barriers surrounding various points of the village, and Minato did not seem surprised. You can take off your costume now, Orochimaru, we already knew about this. Minato said to Orochimaru, who took off all his clothes, showing his pale face again. Wow, I guess you're still just as smart, Minato-kun. Well, let's say that this time I had the help of a friend. What do you mean? Orochimaru was doubtful of who discovered his invasion. Surely you know Naruto Uchiha. Minato smiled at Orochimaru's disgusted face. Damn, that brat is now ruining my plans and without me realizing it, Orochimaru thought, cursing the young Uchiha. Well, how about we take the icing off your cake? Minato prepared for the imminent battle against the Snake Sannin. Okay, but first, let me make our battle a little more private, since apparently, you're not such a fair man. Orochimaru looked at the ambus that were coming through the rooftops, the Sannin snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 4 people with almost the same Orochimaru clothing appeared from the shadows. The characteristics of these ninjas were that one was a woman, redeed with a hat from which 3 strands protruded, one crossing her forehead, another had quite a physical build, orange hair with some baldness, another who appreciated having a sleeping head behind his face. Mane, and quite pale skin. Finally a boy with dark skin, a pineapple hairstyle and 6 arms. Each. One was a kind of anomaly, or well, almost all the 4 of them began to make hand seals. Fuinjutsu. Shishi engine, formation of the 4 violet flames, the 4 stood in a square formation, then they placed their hands on the roof, and a bright purple barrier began to rise from them. I think you should already know how this barrier works, Minato-kun, said Orochimaru, preparing himself. I can't touch this barrier, if I do I'll get burned, it's an S-rank technique, those 4 are very good, Minato thought. Well, it's time to fight, said the blonde Hokage. In the stadium. Everyone jump. Naruto warned his fellow bladers. All the leaf ninjas around him jumped at the warning. Raiden. Friend. Naruto placed his hands on the floor of the stadium from which lines of lightning emerged, spreading like a spider web. All the ninjas in the range of the technique were hit by the lightning, burning and paralyzing them. Naruto cancelled the technique right away. The other ninjas only had to knock out or kill their enemies because they were paralyzed. Kakashi observed the panorama, he observed how on the roof of the box there was a large purple barrier. Sensei thought the one-eyed ninja, on the other hand, almost all the sound and sand ninjas were defeated, at least in the stadium. Well, the stadium is almost clear, a giant roar shook the ninjas of the entire village. At the southern entrance to the hillside, a large 3-headed snake, we already have this area clear, the other areas have Naruto barriers, but that area must be somewhat empty, if that snake enters it will not hesitate to cause destruction, in addition, we need more protection outside the buildings, Kakashi thought. Naruto, come here, said Kakashi, calling to the little Uchiha. Naruto, you have to help defend the village, look over there, Kakashi pointed to the south of the village. Okay, I understand what I have to do, things are faster now. Naruto went through hand seals. Uchiha no Jutsu. Naruto put his right hand on the ground. A burst of smoke appeared and a bunch of foxes appeared, only these foxes were a little smaller than Kakashi, on all 4 of their legs. What? Kakashi asked, surprised. Where are we? Asked one of the foxes, it was dark blue. It seems we are on a battlefield. Hello. Said Naruto looking up at the big fox. Oh, you are our summoner, right, this is the first time you have summoned a battalion of battle foxes? Asked the fox. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Well, this is my team, we are a few battle foxes. The fox directed his gaze towards about 9 foxes from the same battle. Well, Konoha is under a sudden invasion by 2 villages, we need to advance, defeating ninjas through the southern quadrant of the village, until we reach the edge of the village where a large-scale attack is occurring, said Naruto. Now he sounds like an Anbu, what's wrong with him if he's still a genin? Kakashi thought. Well, where do we start? Said the fox. Well, we just have to go out there, Naruto pointed to one of the exits of the stadium. Okay, let's go. By the way, what is your name? My name is Kazuto, a pleasure to serve you, Naruto-sama, said the fox. It's a pleasure to meet you, and how about you leave the sama, okay? But you are my summoner, Naruto-sama, okay, just let's go. Naruto and the foxes disappeared in a blur. Well, here you go, I hope it goes well. Location. Konoha Center. Naruto was quickly going with the foxes, several ninjas of sound and sand were trying to stop them. It seems that the sound and the sand lean towards the number, there are too many ninjas. Naruto jumped and kicked a ninja in the face, he ducked, dodging a blow, one of the foxes jumped on the attacking ninja, biting him strongly. The Uchiha turned his gaze, watching as a fox made seals with its claws. What, are you serious? Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. The fox spit out a large ball of dark red fire, the large ball exploded with a ninja exploding strongly. They know how to do jutsus, and they have great magnitude, Naruto-sama. Look ahead, one of the foxes caught Naruto's attention, who directed his gaze forward, seeing how the 3-headed snake was trying to reach the buildings, trying to demolish them. But was stopped by a species by one of the barriers. The barriers are working, now we just have to finish off the big guy. Naruto watched as the foxes advanced, it looks like they're going to improvise, Naruto thought, getting ready. Kaiten Futen, Ryuka de Toppa no Jutsu. The foxes shouted their jutsu, sending a great flame towards the snake, who retreated as it was burned. It's quite resistant, it has to be one of Orochimaru's best summons. Naruto prepared himself for a move, he had wanted to summon it to battle for a while. He bit his thumb causing it to bleed, hand seals flying. Uchiha no Jutsu. He placed his hand on the ground, instantly, a large ball of smoke of gigantic proportions appeared, from which 8 dark blue tails emerged. A giant fox with a kind of Haori and a giant katana. It seems like you're finally calling me for a battle, isn't it, Naruto? The fox, without even the ball of smoke having disappeared, already knew what he had to do. I guess it was time for you to fight, right? This will be fun for you, or I don't know how you'll take the battles, said Naruto. Inform me well, you just have to know that we are under an invasion, and well we have to stop the summon, said Naruto. Okay, I guess my target is that tri-brainhead, Core said. Well yes, well let's go there. Naruto jumped off Core's head, who jumped at high speed. Wow, he's pretty fast for his size, Naruto thought. Hey. Let's get him out of the village, so there's no damage to the infrastructure. Naruto shouted at the big fox. Understood. Core gave a big kick with his hind legs towards the snake's heads, taking it out of the village, or at least from the walls. He has too much strength. Naruto thought in surprise. Core made a great leap across the walls of Konoha, entangled the snake with his tails, and threw it strongly towards the forest. Naruto disappeared in a flash of silver, appearing in Core's head. Thank goodness I put that seal on his head while he was there, the Uchiha thought. The snake stood up strongly with a roar. It opened its mouth, releasing a loud hiss, showing its large fangs. We have to teach him a lesson, said Core, passing through Hand Seal's Katen. Kiryu Enden. The great blast of fire came out of Core's mouth that burned the snake and a large part of the forest. Plus Core, you must be more careful, you could hurt the surroundings. I'm sorry, but I've never fought before, I've only trained with the other foxes. This is exciting, Core said apologetically. Okay, I can understand you, let's finish her cleanly, you understand me? Yes. Core unsheathed his katana. The snake emerged from the rubble with severe burns. Time to finish her off. Core took off at high speed against the snake. In the blink of an eye, Core swung his katana, cutting off one of the snake's heads. It crawled in pain, moving frantically. It would be easier if it stayed still. Core tried to cut the snake, but it didn't stop moving. Leave it to me. Naruto activated his Sharingan. He looked directly into the snake's eyes. Naruto's red eyes glowed. The snake froze. All yours. Naruto jumped from Core, who cut off the snake's heads. Naruto landed on Core's head again. Well, you were great help, but for now the combat foxes are more than enough. I understand, but this was fun, Core said, quite satisfied with the battle. Okay, I'll call you again if necessary. Captured Core disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Naruto went through a free fall. Well, for now the invasion is being countered correctly, the barriers are working, and the civilians are safe. He directed his gaze towards the large purple barrier. I guess the Yondaime has his own battle. I trusted him. Orochimaru doesn't stand a chance against him. He looked up at the sky while he was still falling. After this I'll take a break. His body was about to touch the ground when a few centimeters from it, Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. Location: Konoha Stadium. Getting closer to finishing this, Naruto watched as Kakashi and Guy finished off the last ninjas in the stadium. They must be tired. Well, the one in the green suit looks younger than ever, while the Cyclops looks older than he is. The Kyuubi spoke in the Uchiha's mind. Don't be mean to him, said Naruto. One way or the other, Naruto disappeared in the blink of an eye, appearing next to Kakashi. I see you took care of the snake. Kakashi panted a little. Yes, I think I'm going to help Sasuke and Kyomi. Okay, they went that way. Kakashi pointed in the direction they went. Well, you can continue cleaning around the center of Konoha. My foxes are heading there, so the work will be less difficult for you. Naruto went at maximum speed. I guess we have to continue. Kakashi stood up. Let's continue to demonstrate our youth. Guy disappeared in a blur with his student. He could have left me a soldier pill, well, since Kakashi disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto jumped from tree to tree, leaving more and more of the borders of Konoha. If I remember correctly, Sakura and Shiko left with them. Naruto looked forward where he saw several sound ninjas who were being stopped by a shadow. You are a fool, you know that if your jutsu runs out you will be defeated, said one of the ninjas. It pains me to admit that you're right, I won't last much longer. Shikamaru looked increasingly weakened. Shika, let it go. Shikamaru heard Naruto's voice. He looked up where he saw Naruto coming at maximum speed. Trusting his friend, the pineapple-haired boy released his jutsu, allowing the ninjas to move. Naruto landed in the middle of the ninjas. Jumped Shika. Shikamaru jumped away from Naruto. Raiden, the ninjas tried to hit Naruto. Chidori Nagashi. Lightning chakra ran through Naruto's body, exploding strongly. A lot of rays came out of Naruto's body, electrocuting all the ninjas around him. This was his new version of the Chidori. All the ninjas fell unconscious. Shikamaru came out from behind a tree. You're a troublemaker. Sorry for being late. Damn, I just want to rest for a few moments. Is that too much to ask? Shikamaru dropped onto the tree trunk, resting. Well, you can rest now. Naruto took out a Hiraishin kunai and handed it to Shikamaru. Throw it to the ground if you need help. Naruto quickly jumped between branches. Okay. Naruto continued advancing until he reached an area where the trees were down and it was somewhat burned. It seems like they fought here, it's quite destroyed. Naruto directed his gaze to where he felt a presence. The Uchiha saw how the sand girl was practically crashed against the tree. I guess they beat you pretty badly, right? Naruto said smiling. Leave your arrogance aside, I won't let them do anything to Gaara. The girl tried to get up slowly. I guess you said the same thing when they defeated you for the first time, do whatever you want, they won't win this battle. Attacking Konoha was one of their biggest mistakes. Naruto jumped towards where he felt the presence of Gaara and Sasuke. His sense sensor had improved now that he had Kurama inside him. I must follow him, maybe he knows where Gaara is, after all he seems confident in where he is going. Temari stood up with all her strength and tried to follow Naruto's path. I'm not stupid, I know he's following me, but in that state he doesn't represent that much of a threat, Naruto thought to himself. But Sasuke and Gaara. It was not easy at all to fight against a Jinchuriki. Those were the thoughts of Sasuke and Kyomi who had reached him and found him. Sasuke launched himself against the deformed Gaara. Die once and for all. Gaara moved his twisted arm towards Sasuke who jumped to dodge his attack. He threw several kunai and shurikens. Gaara covered himself with his large arm that seemed to swallow the weapons. Kyomi threw herself at the sand boy, tried to hit him and succeeded, but the truth was that it didn't seem to affect him at all. Do you want to die too? Gaara lunged at Kyomi who tried to dodge, but he seemed to move faster. What? Since when does he move faster if his body carries all that sand? Kyomi's Sharingan predicted Gaara's blow as best he could, narrowly avoiding the devastating attack that broke the ground and detached some trees from his place. It's ridiculous, it's too strong. Kyomi backed away as much as he could. Sasuke was going to attack. The Uchiha managed to hit Gaara in the face. Disgraceful. Gaara hit back with double the force, making Sasuke crash into a large rock dam. Sasuke couldn't compose himself when Gaara appeared in front of him. Once again he was saved by his Sharingan and dodged the blow by tilting his head. Gaara got somewhat stuck in the stone, the Redeed saw his Gaara and tried a downward hook, but Sasuke moved to the left, dodging the big attack. Once again, the sand claw got stuck in the ground, this time more difficult to get out. Sasuke climbed up, grabbed Gaara's shoulders to propel himself. And giving an acrobatic turn he placed his feet on Gaara's back, trying to bury a kunai that he turned between his fingers. However, Gaara gave a great shake, taking Sasuke off his shoulder. It's incredible how he moves despite everything he has there. Sasuke landed near Kyomi. I don't know how to beat him, literally no attack works, and sound ninjas are starting to arrive, it's like they want to completely annihilate us, Kyomi said. Remember that Orochimaru is behind the invasion, it was inevitable that he would want to take us again, so try to tire us out, or even think that we will be so overwhelmed until we fall. Sasuke said, seeing how Gaara's sand was covering more of his body. Damn, the transformation increases, at this rate it will be difficult to beat him, and to think that we are tired from the exam. Sasuke gathered lightning chakra in his hand. But I won't let him touch Kyomi, I'm also here to protect her. The sound of birds chirping came out of the chidori that Sasuke was carrying. Chidori? Iso. Sasuke's chidori lengthened in a second, piercing Gaara as if it were a sword. Erg the Jinchuriki roared at the new wound. Now Kyomi. The girl went through hand seals Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. Kyomi sent a giant gust of wind against the deformed Gaara. The jutsu continued for quite some time until the girl was left breathless. When the fire disappeared, it was possible to see how there was a badly burned Gaara. Sasuke's chidori continued to pierce Gaara. Sasuke didn't waste time and unearthed his technique, cutting Gaara with it again. Sasuke swung his sword several times at Gaara, who lost control. The cuts had paralyzed the Jinchuriki. Sasuke impaled Gaara one last time. Kyomi jumped and accumulated chakra in her hands, fell at high speed and joined her hands in a hammer blow. Take this. The girl hit Gaara's head, creating a large crater. Kyomi slowly left the crater. This is more difficult, much more than I thought. Sasuke barely retracted his jutsu. Did we make it? Kyomi barely left the crater, but Gaara's arm grabbed Kyomi's right arm. The girl let out a scream because that was her injured arm. Kyomi. Sasuke tried to move forward, but sound ninjas stood in his way. Get out of my way. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed with anger. He dodged the blows he could and tried to knock him out, but they were more and more ninjas. Damn it, move away. Sasuke went through hand seals. Kin Senpu. The whirlwind of fire grew around Sasuke, burning everyone around him. Sasuke tried to punch towards the cloud of smoke from which Gaara's arm was emerging, but suddenly, another sand arm stopped Sasuke's punch. Shit, another arm like that. Sasuke tried to break free, but he squeezed him. TSK, let go of me. Sasuke squirmed, but wasn't able to get out of the big grip. A ninja jumped trying to stab Sasuke. He finally managed to make a replacement jutsu. Grrr, stay out of the way. A distorted voice was heard from the dust cloud. Kyomi was still at the mercy of the one who now seemed like a monster. Gaara now looked like a miniature version of the Shukaku, his upper half now completely covered in sand. The only thing that was not covered was his feet and a small part of his legs. Let go of me now. Kyomi accumulated chakra in her hand, hitting Gaara's claw hard. It pushed itself to the ground, releasing Kyomi's hand in the process. Although more than covering her hand, it covered part of her arm, which now I was more hurt than before. Unfortunate thing, your blood will be mine. Gaara. Hit Kyomi, she collided with a tree. Sand bullet. Gaara swung his arm throwing sand projectiles. There is no time for pain. Kyomi dodged as best he could the sand bullets that went through several trees and rocks. Gaara appeared in front of Kyomi. Time to die, UCHIHA. He swung one of his big arms to finish the girl off. Damn, no please. Kyomi closed her eyes, she was too tired to dodge. Holes appeared in Gaara's arms, which distracted him suddenly. Larger holes appeared in his body. A kick landed on Gaara's face and he was sent flying. Are you okay? Naruto landed in front of the girl who was clutching her arm. Why are you always so late? I got lost on the path of life. The boy extended his hand towards the girl. Don't use those stupid excuses, you'll damage the moment. The girl grabbed Naruto's hand. Oh, I'm sorry, damn you, you're late. Sasuke reproached Naruto. I'm sorry, I already apologized for that. You actually didn't. UCHIHA Naruto, I was waiting for you. Gaara stood up slowly, as if Naruto's blow had been nothing. I guess you're crazier now, right? That's not that important, is it? After all, I was always crazy. So much that you no longer know what you're saying. Naruto prepared for battle. Sasuke, Kyomi, if you can take care of the ninjas. Kankuro somehow managed to escape from Kankuro and Sakura, and also the girl is Temari me. I was following, I know you can. Okay, take care of yourself against that monster. He's not a monster, he's just another victim, I'm sure. Naruto uttered his last words before Gaara lunged at him aggressively. The Jinchuriki tried a very strong blow that Naruto dodged, disappearing in a shunshin. He quickly appeared in front of him and hit Gaara's body, which didn't seem to hurt much. It seems that layer of sand on his skin protects him. I should attack the only part that does not cover him, but how much damage can I do to his feet? Come back here. Gaara tried to hit the UCHIHA, but he was always able to dodge his attacks. Naruto jumped, avoiding the boy's scratch, turned, and gave an axe kick to the mini Shukaku's head. Naruto backed away, but had to dodge the shurikens of some sand ninjas. Why are we attacking him if we can attack the leaf too? Said one of the ninjas. Orochimaru said he needed one of the UCHIHAs, and you know what happens to us if we disobey him. The ninjas launched themselves to attack the UCHIHA. Damn, now can't be the time for these to come attack. Naruto dodged and turned, kicking the ninjas. Gaara tried to catch him, but he jumped. Fuden. Rinkiden. Naruto expelled the large air bullet that collided with Gaara. Naruto landed. Gaara shooed away the dust by moving his gigantic arms and tried to hit again. Naruto turned on his foot, gracefully dodging the attack. Sound of birds chirping. Chidori loaded in hand ready to pierce Gaara. However, a large gust of wind made Naruto retreat. The Chidori was cancelled. Now what? Naruto had to dodge several senbon needles and then dodge the attack of the puppet by jumping. It seems that the older brothers have arrived. Naruto turned his gaze to look at Temari and Kankuro. Damn, and Sasuke and Kyomi. Naruto turned again. The two UCHIHA boys were being overwhelmed by the ninjas of sound and sand. Oh no, this is bad. Kankuro's puppet managed to grab Naruto. TSK, this one was about to stick her needles in, but Naruto changed into a log. He appeared behind a tree, but it was cut by the Temari wind. Fuden. Sajin, woman to Toppa. Gaara sent a large gust of wind with sand that tried to reach Naruto Shunshin and disappeared. Now they won't stop attacking me. Naruto went through a series of evasive movements, trying not to get hit by the different attacks that were chasing him, his Sharingan working at full speed. While with Sasuke and Kyomi, they were not doing so well. Kyomi's arm limited her to fighting with only one arm, in addition to the pain causing her to lose focus, while Sasuke was separated from her and was in a sword fight. Without his sword, Naruto performed a sweep, knocking down more sound ninjas. Kankuro tried to attack him with his puppet, but Naruto dodged and dodged. Fuden. Kamitachi. Temari sent the gust of sharp wind once again. Naruto dodged. What's wrong with them? It's like they're really trying to kill me. Naruto thought. Maybe that's his goal, or at least that of his deranged younger brother, said Kurama. This is no time to joke. Does this seem like a joke to you? You're right. Naruto was distracted by a large explosion, which came from where Sasuke was. Shit, that must have been a paper bomb. Naruto thought with alarm. Another explosion on Kyomi's side. What's happening? Naruto was getting more alarmed. The cloud of smoke cleared, showing a Kyomi against a stone and bleeding from the forehead. Oh no, Kyomi. Naruto couldn't hold back the scream, his Sharingan shone too brightly. If you ever let her go, I won't forgive you, Naruto said to himself. However, Gaara and Temari wouldn't let it go. Get out of the way, get out of my way. Naruto's Manjikyu didn't wait any longer, the feeling of being close, again, to helplessness, desperation, the fear of losing someone else. Kyomi slowly got up holding her arm, she didn't doubt if it was broken or something, because it hurt a lot. Gaara looked at the helpless girl. If I can't get your blood, at least it will be that of someone you love very much, you wouldn't dare, Naruto thought with all his might. He took out a Hiraishin kunai, with his mind so clouded, what would he be thinking? Sand bullet. Gaara ejected a large number of projectiles larger than the previous ones, heading dangerously towards the Uchiha. A kunai appeared in front of her, not a second later, Naruto appeared hugging her to protect her. Time seemed to slow down for both of them, although the one who felt it the most was Naruto. Naruto. What is he doing? That attack could kill him. The girl thought. I won't let anyone else die, I promised him. Naruto's Manjikyu spun at full speed, while shining brightly before the bullets hit the two. A large explosion of black chakra surrounded Naruto. The dust cloud slowly faded away. Heh, how naive, I know he teleported in front of her, now her blood is mine. Gaara thought with euphoria. And it can't be tell. It's not true, please. Sasuke's mind refused to accept what he saw. He couldn't stand having lost his sister and his best friend. It looks like those guys died, I don't think they survived that attack, said a random ninja. I guess Orochimaru will be fine if we leave this one alive, one of the ninjas referred to Sasuke, who was stunned. However, something in the atmosphere changed. Everything around him felt colder and creepier. What is this feeling? It feels too dark. A ninja was trembling at what he felt. Gaara took a few steps back. What's wrong, Gaara? Said Kankuro. This feels bad, very bad, mother says to be very careful, but what? Temari asked T about that. Gaara's lack of stability caused his finger to point towards the vanishing cloud of dust. You could see a gigantic black aura inside. It was a kind of rib cage protecting two figures. Kyomi opened her eyes slowly. She could feel Naruto's arms holding her protectively. However, when he opened his eyes, he was surprised by what he saw. What is this? Kyomi noted that she was surrounded by what looked like a light gray ribcage that was glowing. I didn't think I would awaken this ability at this age. Naruto's voice sounded a little hoarser than normal. I never thought they would push me to this point. Why do I learn at the last moment? I will never know why, but I will never trust myself again, no matter how strong I am. Naruto turned his body, still holding the girl by the waist. Naruto. Kyomi, leaning against her friend's chest, couldn't help but feel worried about Naruto's chakra. It felt too cold and dark. She raised her gaze a little, observing Naruto's Manjikyu shining with fury, a contained fury, which is now slowly overflowing. Of course, I guess you must be confused, since my Manjikyu activated, you must already know that an ability like that is mysterious. Naruto let Kyomi sit on the ground. Stay behind me, I won't let them hurt you, not again. Naruto closed his eyes and opened them with his Manjikyu spinning. From the ribcage arms appeared that were apparently made of bones. Behind Naruto a spine grew, and at the end a skull appeared with hollow eyes that were then filled with a bright amber color. I guess I have to take advantage of it. SUSANO'. Naruto was now surrounded by the upper part of a skeleton. What is that? One of the ninjas backed away in fear. I don't know, but it's really scary. We didn't know what to do. All the ninjas backed away. See, come on guys, it can't be that bad. The ninja went through hand seals. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. He launched a large fireball at the large spectral figure. If it really is the perfect defense of the Uchiha, I have to check it, Naruto thought. The large fireball collided with the ribcage. The cloud of smoke left, showing an unharmed Naruto, and apparently, the Susanoo was not affected at all. Okay, although I don't know how to use this, I can help you with that. Kurama contacted Naruto. What do you have? I will only tell you that if you think about attacking he will do it, it works that simple. Besides, the more chakra you put in, the stronger he becomes, although I don't think you have enough power to awaken the full form, said Kurama. Okay, this is more than enough for now. Naruto's Susanoo sent a devastating blow against the ground, creating cracks and a small earthquake. It's pretty strong. Sand bullet. Gaara sent several sand bullets that collided with the Susanoo, it was not affected at all. Naruto closed his fist as Susan's eyes shone, he sent a great blow towards Gaara, sending him flying into several trees. Gaara. Kankuro and Temari worried about their brother. Unfortunate. Temari sent a great gust of wind that when it reached the Susanoo, it divided into two. What? Even gusts of wind are useless. Temari was impressed. Kankuro sent his puppet into attack mode, launching poison senbon, but they only collided with the ribs of the large chakra figure. You should know by now that it's useless. Naruto sounded bored and tired. The Susanoo grabbed the Kankuro puppet and with a light squeeze it broke. No. My puppet. Kankuro backed away, now he had nothing to attack with. Suddenly, Naruto grabbed his eyes as he grunted in pain. It hurts a lot. The eyes were starting to bleed. A red chakra came out of Naruto heading towards his face. You should already know that the Manjikyu has that weakness, why don't you implant your mother's eyes? Kurama said, trying to relieve the pain in Naruto's eyes. I'm seriously thinking about it, believe me. Naruto stopped grabbing his eyes, his manjikyu receding back to his normal Sharingan. The boy's vision blurred for a moment. I used it in Orochimaru's battle, and now, why do I lose my sight so quickly? Naruto asked himself. I don't know, it's certainly the first time I've seen someone lose their sight so quickly, said Kurama. Maybe it's because I activated it at too young an age, said Naruto. MMMC, could it be? Kurama suddenly felt a large burst of chakra. Hey kid, did you feel that? I think so, it was like an explosion. Naruto took out his Hiraishin kunai. I must finish them quickly, you and I know what's coming. Naruto threw his Hiraishin kunai and made seals. Hiraishin style. Multiply. Hiraishin's kunai multiplied, leaving several kunai across the battlefield. I'm not going to waste time with you. Not a second passed. Naruto appeared in the last of his kunai. He had left a silver trail, showing what happened to each of his kunai. Every ninja in range was hit heavily and fell unconscious. Kyomi, can you get up? Naruto approached the girl again, who was holding her arm. Yes, I'm fine. More than it seems. The girl stood up, a green glow appeared in the palm of her hand. You keep moving forward with that, said Naruto, watching the medical ninjutsu. Yes, but I'm still not very good, said the girl. I have an idea. In that case. Naruto went through hand seals. Kuchiyus no Jutsu. Naruto placed his hand on the ground, from which a ball of smoke emerged that had a small three-tailed red fox. Oh, you are a summoner, I have been told about you. My name is Karai, you are a medical fox, a pleasure to serve you. Naruto-sama, said the little fox. It doesn't bother me anymore when they call me Sama, Naruto thought. Hello Karai, I need your help healing my friend here, her arm is very injured, also if you can, check the boy who is there. Naruto pointed to Sasuke, who was slowly approaching. What was that thing? Sasuke asked. That giant thing that surrounded you? Sasuke asked again, he was intrigued. I don't have time to explain it to you now. Naruto could feel a large amount of chakra building up. Okay, at least I know what it has to do with Manjikyu, but I still want you to tell me about it later. I've finished checking your partner here, her arm is a little broken, nothing more, it's nothing that serious, said Karai. Fractured was never good news. Naruto said, crouching down to Kiyomi's height. I think it's best for you to go to the civilians' hideout, there the battle is less heavy. No, I'm fine, I can continue. No, you're not in a position to fight, it's serious. Naruto sounded stern. But nothing Kiyomi, it's good to try to give more of yourself, but if you give more than you can, you will be left with nothing. Naruto placed his hand in Kiyomi's hand, the Hiraishin symbol appeared in the girl's palm. From Naruto, only for him to become invisible. I won't let anything else happen to you, okay? Naruto tapped Kiyomi's forehead with his index and middle fingers, just as his brother did. It's okay, please take good care of yourself, you too, I need you to help her get to the hospital, and if you can, check how the academy's protection is going. Naruto stood in front of Sasuke. Okay, what are you going to do now? I'll stay fighting the raccoon. Are you crazy? I'll stay to help you. Sasuke, it's not to belittle you, but realistically, tell me how you can help me. Once again Naruto was right, Sasuke didn't know Fuinjutsu or anything to stop a Jinchuriki, more than anything, he would be a kind of target to attack. Shit, you better not die or I won't forgive you. Sasuke extended his hand. Don't worry, I wouldn't forgive myself either. Naruto put his palm on Sasuke's, and the Hiraishin seal appeared, then turned invisible just like what happened with Kyomi. Well, now that I think about it, I can teleport them straight to the hospital. An earthquake was felt around the entire forest. You have to go, take care of yourselves, you also take good care of yourself. Naruto touched Sasuke and Kyomi on the shoulder, the two disappeared in a flash of silver. Naruto turned his gaze when he saw a large amount of sand rising, then, there was a large explosion of smoke that covered much of the forest, the smoke slowly dissipated, two amber eyes appeared behind the smoke, shining with menace. It seems that it has already appeared. Naruto looked at the large figure of a kind of raccoon that seemed to be made of sand. The big raccoon spotted Naruto in the forest clearing. The people of the village could observe the figure of the great one-tailed Bijuu outside their village. Many ninjas and even civilians had bad memories of the night of October 10, 15 years ago. Minato from the box could observe the large figure. Really, he brought the one-tailed Bijuu to destroy the village, huh? Heh, I had to ensure my victory, no matter how strong Naruto-kun is, he has no chance against a Bijuu, even if this is the weakest, it's all about crushing the blade. It won't turn out the way you think, I trusted Naruto more than you think, we'll see about that. Orochimaru launched himself again at Minato, who stopped his blow. I think you're going to need my help, you have to admit that you're tired, and besides, you're facing a mythical creature that's over 1,000 years old, and that's strong of course, said Kurama in Naruto's mind. I think you're right, we're going to have to show him who the stronger brother is. How much chakra can you give me? Well, it depends on how much you can control. How well do you control your emotions? I've lived long enough to tell you that I can control them very well. Okay, I don't hesitate, get ready. Kurama began pumping chakra through Naruto's network. The Uchiha felt how his reserves were refilled and a large amount of energy was taken over. Naruto's eyes turned red with a slit around him, a kind of bubbling chakra began to appear, it covered his entire body, until a kind of ears similar to Kurama's appeared on top. Behind Naruto, 3 tails appeared made of chakra and waving freely. "It seems like this is all you can control," said Kurama. "It feels quite stimulating, it's like a kind of state of ecstasy," said Naruto. "This is how you must feel if you can control it, you are too lucky, normally you would be losing your mind, you still can't control any more tails in this state, you will have to practice more with my chakra. Okay, by the way, how many states do you have? There is no time to answer that now, you have a big problem ahead of you." Naruto looked at the large sand tanuki. "Now you will die. Uchiha. You and your village will not be saved from this." Gaara went through hand seals. Fall sleep jutsu instantly, Gaara fell asleep and his body hung on Shukaku's forehead, the great Bijuu's eyes stopped shining and became a little more opaque. Yes. Finally he is free. The cry of the great Bijuu sent a great shock wave. Now it's completely Shukaku. Naruto stepped back a little. "Don't be scared yet, I'm not scared, I'm just taking caution, I'm facing a beast with a sadistic tail. Anyway, now we can deduce a little about the Sand's Fuinjutsu skills, and they are very lousy, that brat seal was so bad that he couldn't afford to sleep or Shukaku would break free," Kurama scoffed. "Yes, but now that is costing us a fight against a Bijuu. Don't worry, beating him is going to be easy, as you see it's only a partial transformation, to defeat Shukaku, we just have to wake up the brat, now, you have to think about how to approach him. Okay, for now this will be it." Shukaku turned his gaze once towards the boy in the clearing. I'm going to destroy you, and then I'm going to destroy this pathetic village, and then I'm going to destroy more things." Shukaku didn't think about it and launched a devastating blow against the ground that raised a large gust of wind that was heading toward Naruto. Naruto shunshin and appeared elsewhere. Shukaku sent another attack with his long limbs, Naruto continued dodging. From his seal, he launched a large smoke shuriken. "I've almost never used one of these, I guess now I have the chance to try them." Naruto blew on the edge of the giant shuriken. Futen. Shinkijin. At the time of throwing the great shuriken, it obtained a large layer of cutting wind that surrounded it. The great wind saw hit Shukaku's arm squarely, tearing it off, but when it fell it turned into sand. It moved quickly going up the raccoon until he reaches his cut, regenerating his arm. It has quite good sand regeneration. The big raccoon puffed out his chest and raised his arm. Futen. Renkiden. Shukaku hit his belly hard, releasing a truly gigantic air bullet that was heading dangerously towards the Uchiha. Shit, a flash of silver, and Naruto appeared on one of his kunai that he had left on the ground. Damn, the range of his attacks is very large, but Naruto looked at the disproportionate shape of the one-tailed raccoon. He's very slow, he barely even moved, so if I'm very fast, I can easily approach Gaara. Naruto picked up a single kunai from Hiraishin. But I might need help. Naruto placed his kunai in his mouth and went through hand seals. Uchiha no Jutsu. A large explosion of smoke appeared in the forest. "I knew you would call me again, but so soon. I'm sorry, Core, but I was originally planning to stop this Ujim, I guess it got out of hand. No, I have everything under control, but I could use a pair of claws." "Heh, okay, and I guess the one-tailed Bijuu is a great adversary." Core directed his gaze toward Shukaku, who smiled with his pointy teeth. "You remind me so much of my annoying nine-tailed brother." "Brrrr, beat up that miserable filthy raccoon," Kurama growled in Naruto's mind. "It will be enough for a 15-year-old boy to humiliate him, come on, Core." "Yes." The big fox jumped on the one-tailed tanuki. Shukaku stretched out his arm trying to land a blow, in the process he grabbed Core's face. "You're nothing against me," Shukaku said amused. "That's what you think." With one of his tails, Core hit the raccoon's face, making him bend his face. When he was released, Core finished him off with the rest of his tails. Shukaku compassed himself. Unfortunate, he sent a big blow with his claw. Core could not dodge it being sent backwards. "Pretty good hit," Core said. "This is not the time to get out of hand, we have to defeat him." Naruto barely held on to the head of the great boss of the foxes. "Oh yeah, whatever you say." Core passed through hand seals. Kaiten. Enden. Core threw a large fire bullet. Shukaku covered himself with his arm, the fire bullet exploded and Shukaku's arm was somewhat crystallized. "Damn, Futen. Renkiden." The air bullet headed towards Core. He jumped and took out his sword with great force and in a great landing, Core buried his sword in Shukaku's shoulder. You could see how it went through and was stuck into the ground. "That's not going to be enough." Shukaku grabbed Core's face and squeezed it. "Not so fast." Naruto performed half a ram seal, and in a shunshin, several clones appeared on Shukaku's shoulder. High explosion maintaining the seal, Naruto gave the order with his chakra, and the clones exploded harder than normal, damaging Core a little. "What? They're not supposed to be that strong," said Naruto. "That's because of my chakra, it's enhancing your jutsus." "That was expensive, I'm sorry, Core." Naruto shouted to his partner, that doesn't matter, just do something. I should take advantage, it seems that Shukaku's arm is coming off. Naruto went through hand seals and being on Kore's head, he launched the Jutsu Kaiten. Kyuubi. From Naruto's mouth came the great burst of fire that completely covered Shukaku's right side, who grunted in pain. Kore's face barely came out of the range of the jutsu. Once the fire stopped, you could see how Shukaku's arm was detached and almost completely crystallized. Damn brat. Shukaku stretched out his left arm, Kore blocked the blow with his tails. Naruto jumped and began to run along Shukaku's arm. Naruto ran with great speed, the sand on Shukaku's arm tried to reach him because he knew he was headed for Gaara. Waves of sand tried to hit Naruto, but he took out his katana and infused it with Rasen Chakra, cutting off the sand that was heading towards him. Naruto threw Hiraishin's kunai upwards, Naruto teleported to him, dodging a large blast of sand. When he appeared next to the kunai, he kicked with the soles of his feet. Multiply. The kunai turned into several Hiraishin kunai. Naruto teleported to each one, changing direction with kicks. All in all, there was a silver light that came and went with several turns, until one of the kunai landed next to Gaara, flashed, and Naruto appeared next to Gaara. Quickly and without wasting time he hit Gaara on the head. The red-haired boy slowly opened his eyes in shock. No, it can't be, I just arrived. Shukaku's arm on the ground crumbled into sand while his other arm began to crumble. No. I won't leave here without destroying anything. Shukaku opened his mouth, a large amount of chakra began to accumulate in his mouth, red and blue spheres began to condense into a purple sphere. Very dark, almost black. What is that? Naruto asked Kurama. It is a Biju lady, the definitive attack of the Bijuus. It is a great accumulation of its chakra in the densest and purest state with great destructive power. I don't know how you will stop it, because it is aimed at the village, said Kurama, alarming Naruto. Shit. Naruto threw Hiraishin kunai towards the ground and then teleported towards a kunai that was on the Konoha wall. He started running as fast as he could, using Shunshin to go faster, until he reached the point where was Shukaku pointing. Everyone die. Bijuadama. Shukaku threw the large sphere of chakra towards the village, creating an earthquake. The large sphere destroyed trees just by touching them. I don't know if I'm ready, but I'll risk everything to protect them. Naruto made hand seals with a Hiraishin kunai in hand. When he finished them, Naruto extended his two hands open with the Hiraishin kunai resting between his thumbs. Hiraishin Dorai. Under guide, Naruto sent a large amount of chakra in the air. Kanji appeared that seemed to unite in the center. The large sphere of chakra collided with the barrier, which seemed to swallow it. Naruto held the barrier with all his strength, his hands holding the Hiraishin kunai tightly. Damn. Naruto's feet dragged on the tiles. The Biju lady sent a shock wave that sent a part of the wall flying. You can't let that thing touch the village, please give a little more. Naruto gave himself support, trying to stop the great attack. In the distance, Shukaku increasingly turned into sand. The dimensional barrier swallowed more and more of the Biju lady. Impossible. Shukaku thought. Naruto gave a growl. The Biju lady was completely swallowed by the absorption barrier. The kanji disappeared with the Biju lady. Naruto pointed his kunai upwards. The kanji appeared again, giving way for the Biju lady to shoot upwards. The large ball of chakra shot into the sky, parting the clouds as it passed and disappearing from sight. Finally it exploded, generating a great light and a great noise. The heat in the atmosphere made it start to rain. Shit, said Naruto, taking a breath. I must admit that you did well, considering that Shukaku was disappearing and that it was a partial transformation, and that yes, in the end the Biju lady didn't have that much power. The chakra cloak disappeared. No, yes, Kurama couldn't lie to Naruto. That doesn't matter now. He turned his gaze to see that the village had not suffered any damage from the Hokage box. Minato watched in amazement as Naruto stopped a Lady Biju. Only he had been capable of that great feat. He never thought that someone so young but with so much power would exist. An injured Orochimaru watched as his ultimate weapon was defeated not even 5 minutes after it had appeared. What? But how did that happen? He shouted furiously. Well, let's say that boy you want is stronger than you think, Minato said, amused. Damn, with the Shukaku gone and thinking I have no chance against this one, I guess I only have that jutsu left. Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. Naruto took a deep breath and teleported into the forest. In the clearing, Gaara's figure on the ground could be seen. Naruto picked up his kunai and approached him at a slow pace. Gaara noticed the approaching Uchiha. Stay away from me, don't kill me. Gaara was retreating on the ground. I'm not going to kill you, and I'm not going to hurt you either, see? Naruto, faced with the boy's reaction, placed his kunai on the ground again and raised his hands. See? I'm not going to do anything to you. Gaara didn't know what to think. He had always been the one that people ran away from, but now he was the one that backed away. That bothered him. He had to know how the Uchiha was so strong. How are you so strong? Gaara asked. I've trained a lot, because to protect my loved ones, dear people. Gaara sounded confused. You know, friends, I've never had friends. Gaara sounded strangely sad now. Oh, shit, I forgot, that's the life of a normal Jinchuriki, not like Menma and thought Naruto. I can't imagine the hell he must have gone through, so, how about I'm your first friend? Naruto stretched out his hand towards Gaara. That because? Because I know you're not a bad person, you didn't want to do this, or I don't know, but I can't feel that you're bad, you're just confused, how do I know you won't betray me or stab me in the back? Gaara pointed to Naruto accusingly. Because I don't see the need to betray a friend and you must learn to trust, you weren't just there, you had your brother and your sister. Those two. Yes, I can feel that they love you a lot, said Naruto smiling. Now that I think about it, I can feel a lot of things now, the Uchiha reflected on his thought. It's my fault, I'll explain to you later, said Kurama. Anyway, what do you say, friends? Gaara stretched out his hand hesitantly. Don't worry, from now on, you won't be alone, Gaara finally took Naruto's hand, who helped him up at that moment. The tinkling sound inside Naruto's head rang, the Uchiha jumped, dodging a blow from Temari with his fan. Upon landing, Kankuro pounced on him coming out of some bushes. Naruto simply dodged. Kankuro was not good at all in body. Temari, Kankuro, stop it. Gaara yelled at his brothers. What's wrong, why do you defend him? Kankuro asked. I don't want my first friend to be hurt, said Gaara. What? The two brothers shouted. It's not like those two would have hurt this beast, hahaha. Kurama laughed out loud. You Kurama. Naruto sweated for his new friend. Gaara, how is this your friend? Said Temari. It's a short story, so maybe there's no time to tell it, I'll let them escape, but first Naruto touched Gaara's hand, the Horatian seal appeared and disappeared. Okay, now you can go, I'll visit you as quickly as I can, okay. But now I have other things to do, Naruto said, disappearing in a flash of silver. Gaara was about to jump but fell to his knees. Gaara. The two brothers carried him on their shoulders and started jumping. You don't know how worried I was. To think that you let that raccoon get hold of you, said Temari. You didn't have to worry, but still thank you. Kankuro and Temari were shocked by the deeds. Thank you, who without further ado fell asleep. They only managed to smile and continue on their way. Naruto arrived in front of the large purple barrier. It's useless, you can't touch it or you'll get burned, one of the Anbus told Naruto. I have an idea. Naruto activated his Manjikyu and activated his Kamui. He passed his hand that simply crossed the barrier as if nothing had happened. Upon checking that it worked, he passed his entire body without haste. What did he do? Asked an Anbu. I don't know. Orochimaru went through hand seals Kuchiyus. At that moment he saw how Naruto had arrived. I guess I can take advantage of getting his Sharingan. Oh yeah, this will be the best Hokage-sama. Naruto arrived at Minato's side. Naruto. How did you get through the barrier? A magician never reveals his secrets. Normally I would tell you to leave, but it would be better to guarantee the defeat of this madman no matter what, said Minato. It's a shame that you guys are going to lose, admire my new technique. Kuchiyus. Ito Tensei. Resurrection of the impure world. In front of Orochimaru, 3 portals appeared on the ground, from which 3 coffins emerged. The first had the kanji for Shadame, the second the kanji for Nidame, and the third Sandame. Don't fuck with me, are you going to revive them? Minato was alarmed. However, the third coffin sank into the ground. It's true, the Sandame is in the Shinigami's stomach. It seems that I won't be able to see my dear sensei, but with these two, that's enough. The 2 coffins opened, showing the figure of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, first and second Hokage of Konoha. Automatically, Kurama's chakra cloak activated again. Believe me, you're going to need it, said Kurama. Naruto swallowed, activated his Sharingan, forever recording the image of the powerful shinobi in front of him, who had just returned from the dead. This is getting out of control. This is getting out of control. Minato clenched his Horatian kunai tightly. What kind of jutsu is that? It just revived the first Hokages. Naruto stepped back a little. Are you afraid, boy? Said Kurama. I don't know what's wrong with you, I have to fight the god of shinobi, and also the creator of jutsus. Naruto observed with his Sharingan the 2 great shinobis in front of him. The 2 Hokages took a step forward and began to move their heads, observing the panorama. This is Konoha. The first Hokage was the one who spoke. Tobirama had his arms crossed and nodded, maintaining his silence. Wait a minute, we're dead. Hashirama was beginning to come to his senses. So you realize, said Tobirama. Tobirama. This is your jutsu? Hashirama said, pointing at his brother. Yes, the second Hokage seemed to be a few words. Hey, you two. Orochimaru caught the attention of the 2 shinobis. So you are the one who summoned us? Said Tobirama. Who are you? Hashirama asked. I am a student of your student. Are you Seru's student? Tobirama said. That's how it is. And where is he? I know he must be old, but he must still be alive, but he is a tough nut to crack, said Tobirama. Well, let's say he's already dead. He sacrificed himself to save the village from the Kyuubi attack, so that's it. No wonder, he should have used the Shiki Fujin, right? You see, Tobirama, once again your jutsus caused trouble. Hashirama scolded his brother. Just know that I saved the village, don't be stupid, Sari did a great job, he protected the village, even if it cost him his life, said Tobirama. That doesn't matter. Orochimaru made a hand seal. The two Hokages stiffened from one moment to the next. You are here to help me defeat these two. Orochimaru pointed to Naruto and Minato. Who are they? Hashirama asked. They are a nuisance, meet the current Yondaime Hokage and Uchiha Senju. Naruto, a total nuisance, said Orochimaru. Hang on a minute, Uchiha Senju. Tobirama asked, narrowing his eyes. He looked towards Naruto, who had his Sharingan active and also saw the Kyuubi's Chakra cloak. So Uchiha Senju and also Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, it must be a total weapon. Nidaime is wrong, Naruto is not a weapon, he was born an Uchiha and a Senju naturally, and being a Kyuubi Jinchuriki is something a little more complex, said Minato. That's the thing, huh? Tobirama began to get into a battle position, although he didn't want it, just like Hashirama. What's wrong? Hashirama said, trying to stand up straight again, but he couldn't. Listen to me carefully. Tobirama called the attention of the two shinobi, who got into battle position as well. This technique is not easy to counteract, first of all now that we are revived, we have infinite chakra and our wounds will regenerate every time we are damaged. As if that were not enough, we will not disappear unless Orochimaru undoes the jutsu. A question, if we kill him will they disappear? Said Naruto. No, the only way for us to disappear is if he wants, said Tobirama. I don't know if they will find a way to do something, but for now the eyes of the two Hokages looked sharply into the eyes of the defending ninjas. Survive. Orochimaru finished Tobirama's sentence. Naruto's Sharingan spun at maximum speed. Without trust, this is a battle at the Hokage level at incredible speed. Tobirama was already in front of Naruto. What? Naruto could only see the blow, but his body had not even prepared itself. The blow fell hard on Naruto's face, who was thrown backwards. Tobirama did not let him and ran quickly, but this time Naruto anticipated his Sharingan, followed the movement with all his effort, a red trail coming out of his eyes. With his hands he jumped back. He leaned on the ground and launched a kick that apparently went towards nothing. Tobirama dodged it by ducking. That's a good one, Uchiha, but at high speed. Tobirama appeared behind Naruto, sending a blow, but with a backflip Naruto dodged the blow, sending a kick that Tobirama blocked. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two Naruto clones appeared next to Tobirama trying to give two kicks. Tobirama turned, giving a sweeping kick. The Naruto clones exploded, but one turned into lightning, paralyzing Tobirama. He didn't seem to care a lot. The original tried the blow again, but Tobirama stopped him. It's not enough, boy. Tobirama delivered a devastating blow at an almost imperceptible speed. Naruto was lifted off the ground, spitting saliva. The only thing Naruto could see was Tobirama's blow reaching his face, crashing into a column. Damn, it's not easy. And you say it, with this three-tailed mantle, you are superior to a high-level Jonin, almost as strong as a Kage, but those two, they are out of range. I tell you, Kurama spoke in Naruto's mind. Katen. Gakakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball was heading towards Tobirama, who made only one hand seal. Suiton. Sujin Heki. Water swirled around him and turned in front of Tobirama like a wall. There it is, Tobirama's other specialty, creating water from nothing, said Naruto. Meanwhile, Minato dodged the shinobi god's blows as best he could, right and left blow, and then a spinning kick, all blocked by Hashirama. He's pretty good, none of my attacks can hit him, he has great resistance, and practically every blow he gives is quite powerful, Minato thought. Minato blocked a blow from Hashirama that almost knocked him out of position. The Shodaime pushed the Yondaime with his pure power. He gave a big kick that sent Minato dragging, but he remained standing. If I want to win, I have to be faster and more effective. Hashirama, at an almost imperceptible speed, appeared in front of Minato, but he had thrown a Hiraishin kunai towards the front. He disappeared in a yellow flash. It was pretty fast, Hashirama thought, surprised. Hey, is that the Hiraishin? He's very fast, Hashirama said. Yes, Minato responded simply. Minato picked up his kunai and rolled it gently in anticipation of Hashirama's attack. He disappeared in a flash. In less than a second he reappeared on the previously thrown kunai, his kunai pointing at the back of the Shodaime's head. With force, he buried the stabbing weapon in Hashirama's back, which dissolved into water, showing that it was a replacement. I didn't expect anything less. He made a substitution knowing what my plan was, Minato thought. Minato leaned back, dodging a blow from Hashirama that appeared below him with an upward fist. He attempted a kick that Hashirama blocked. The two began to hit each other, each blocking the other's blows. Orochimaru watched with a macabre smile. The jutsu is working wonderfully, the two Hokages perform well, even though the Ito Tensei does not allow them to use all their power. Orochimaru crossed his arms watching the battle. Naruto's feet dug into the wood, he put his hands in an X and blocked Tobirama's blow that sent out a shock wave. Naruto jumped and sent a kick that Tobirama blocked. Another series of kicks was sent, but Tobirama blocked them all by sending his own blows. Naruto backed away with his hands, crouching, sending a heel kick. Tobirama backed away, jumped and made hand seals. Suiton. Suryudan no Jutsu. Water began to swirl, it turned into a water dragon that launched itself towards Naruto. Naruto jumped dodging the attacks of the water creature. Naruto took out his sword. Futon. Nami. Naruto sent a large crescent of wind that cut the dragon. Tobirama took out 2 kunai and rushed towards Naruto. With a reverse grip, Naruto and Tobirama exchanged cuts. Sparks jumped from the clash of metals. Naruto's Sharingan working at full speed, dodging the attacks of the Nidaime Hokage. The two opponents came and went, disappearing in blurs with high speed. Naruto and Tobirama jumped, avoiding several wooden roots. It's the Shadaime's Mokuton. Naruto thought, but blocked a Tobirama attack with his sword. Once again, Naruto and Tobirama entered into a back and forth attack. Behind them, yellow flashes dodged wooden stakes. A 3-pointed kunai landed in the middle of the Uchiha and the Senju. In a yellow flash, Minato appeared crouching, releasing a large cut at Tobirama. Naruto, predicting a jump and dodging Hashirama, the large sparks jumped and the sound of metal rang loudly. Minato's kunai pushed Tobirama. Naruto jumped on Hashirama's back and made hand seals. Raiden. Jibashi. Minato disappeared in a yellow flash before the lightning struck the first 2 Hokages, paralyzing them for a moment. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Futon. Tatapa. Naruto and Minato sent the attacks without thinking, however, the 2 Hokages disappeared in a blur. Tobirama jumped again and attacked Naruto from behind, however, Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. Tobirama was not able to follow him. Naruto began to blink and in less than a second, several Narutos appeared blinking. They moved at great speed jumping between the branches. The Narutos attacked Tobirama with ferocity. Tobirama tried to hit, but Naruto always disappeared in the blink of an eye, appearing behind Tobirama or somewhere else. He tried to finish off the clones, but they were not clones. Shunshin level 3 Naruto continued attacking Tobirama from everywhere, but the second Hokage defended himself quite well. It's incredible, despite being attacked from several angles, he can see the attacks I send. It's the power of the Jutsu creator, Naruto thought with admiration. This technique is quite good, he can attack me, but I can't attack him, it is very difficult to hit him. Tobirama admired Naruto's technique. Tobirama grabbed his 2 kunai tightly, spinning in the air, sending Naruto back, deactivating the Shunshin. Tobirama jumped and threw a kunai. Naruto saw it with his Sharingan. It was not a normal kunai, it had the Hiraishin seal. Naruto turned his head, slightly dodging the kunai. Tobirama at high speed appeared behind Naruto who could not follow him. Tobirama he pierced Naruto with his kunai, but he disappeared and turned into a log. Substitution, huh? He could read my movements, or he just priced my Hiraishin with his Sharingan. It seems like he knows how to use those eyes. Tobirama jumped to the side, dodging a downward blow from Naruto that broke the ground greatly. He turned his sword in his palm and attacked without fear. Tobirama countered, tried a sweep against the Uchiha, but this jump, Tobirama turned on the ground and with a kick, he disarmed Naruto who was left without his sword, which was spinning freely in the air above them. Tobirama jumped and tried to cut Naruto, but he dodged and blocked the attacks as best he could. I can see it, I can do it. He turned his body blocking with his elbow, raised his knee blocking the kick. 3 seconds since the sword is out, Naruto was calculating the time in which the sword was in the air, now it began to fall. Naruto grabbed Tobirama's arm, pulling him trying to knee him, but Tobirama blocked it with his palm. He looked up where he saw the sword falling spinning. Naruto propelled himself with his leg and spun upwards, somersaulting forward. The heel of his foot hit hard with the handle of his sword, it shot out. Tobirama almost moved his head, receiving a small cut on his cheek. Not bad, Uchiha said Tobirama. In his years of life or death, not even Jonin level ninjas could do what the boy just did. Tobirama hit, Naruto blocked the blow, but the great force pushed him. Naruto's sandals dragged releasing dust. He looked up and jumped, dodging large water bullets, spinning in the air, making hand seals. Futon. Shinkajoku. The pressurized air bullets traveled at high speed against Tobirama, who began to spin acrobatically. The air bullets hit Hashirama and Minato, who disappeared in a yellow flash, while Hashirama used his pure speed. Tobirama launched himself at Naruto, landing a big blow. Naruto resisted him as best he could and crouched down, sweeping the Hokage's legs, who supported himself with his hands. Naruto made a half-ram seal, and a clone appeared and kicked Tobirama, sending him away. The clone he did Shunshin in front of Tobirama. This one started to shine. Tobirama jumped dodging the clone's explosion, however, more Narutos appeared exploding, making Tobirama retreat. Naruto began to blink, advancing quickly, he reached Tobirama. Tobirama managed to observe him and tried to hit Naruto, but his fist just went through him as if nothing had happened. Tobirama was too surprised, the body finally went through Tobirama. Naruto gathered wind chakra in his palm. Futon. Rapusho. He hit his palm hard against the surprised Tobirama, he shot out looking back, observing Naruto's evolved eyes. So you two are trapped by hatred. Tobirama wrinkled the seal. He crashed into a branch, getting up almost instantly as his armor and body regenerated. Naruto landed a few meters in front of him, with his Manjikyu activated. So you also have the curse of hatred, huh? For a moment I thought you were different from the others. Tobirama crossed his arms. What do you mean by that? Naruto said. You have the Manjikyu Sharingan, tell me, who did you kill to get those cursed eyes? I didn't kill anyone, Nidame-sama, not anyone dear to me, but I don't understand that curse of hatred. When an Uchiha awakens the Sharingan, their emotions shoot to the top. Once these eyes have appeared, the emotions that shoot the most are love and hate. Uchihas usually gain a lot of love for something or someone. But what happens when that is taken away? Naruto opened his eyes. That's right, his hatred. If you take away from an Uchiha what he loves, only hatred will remain, and that hatred will be directed at all those around him. Naruto backed away. I knew it, the Uchihas are a cursed race, thirsty for power, and are not able to control their emotions. You have never thought that Uchihas could be different. Maybe you have seen other types of Uchihas. Things have changed since the creation of Konoha. You lived since the era of clan wars, where everyone was ruthless, even his clan, it may be, but we did not kill our own. For power. Naruto opened his eyes, remembering Itachi. Could it be that the curse was real? Flashback. 6-year-old Naruto ran in circles around Itachi. It's a new jutsu, I hope it's cool. Itachi laughed softly as he crouched down and told Naruto with his fingers. Naruto ran over only to be hit with his fingers on the forehead. Oh, but why? Naruto rubbed his forehead. You have to stay calm, what did he teach you? Naruto calmed down and took a deep breath, keeping his face calm. Well, for now I'll teach you a new jutsu, then if you want we can go to my house for dinner. My mother is preparing a big dinner, it would be amazing. I really like going to Mikoto-san's. Yes, I also love my family very much. I'm sure especially Sasuke and Kyomi. Yes, they are my dear little brothers, I love them more than anything. Naruto looked at him with serious eyes. Of course I also love you very much, you are my favorite disciple brother, Itachi said smiling. And what do you think of the rest of the clan? Isn't it obvious? Itachi turned his gaze while Naruto did the same. The two observed the clan, the buildings with the lights on, people walking talking to others, more people shopping in stores, the air swaying and playing with the leaves of the trees that fell, everything and everything, it was a kind of calm atmosphere. I love everyone in the clan very much, everyone has helped me at some point, they have greeted me, and at some point they have looked me in the eyes and smiled at me, that is enough to have respect for them, they all work for their families and have affection for each other. It makes me happy to see them like this, and we are all part of the same family, Itachi observed, smiling softly. Two ladies who were walking greeted the two boys, who returned the greeting. It's good, yes, it's very good, Naruto said softly. Okay, let's go to the training ground, you have a jutsu to learn. And flashback. No, Tobirama raised an eyebrow. The Sharingan may enhance our feelings, but everyone who learns to love must also learn to hate, even if it is not the Sharingan, or what you felt when you saw that everyone in your clan was defeated. Hashirama and Minato stopped the battle upon hearing this. Orochimaru looked at that in amazement. Tobirama remained silent. My best friend, my sensei, I kill my entire clan, I kill your entire family, what? Hashirama looked angrily at Minato, who had his head lowered. How did that happen? Said Hashirama. I don't know, he didn't tell me, but that doesn't matter, I saw him cry. Before I go, my goal is to find him, and I'll ask him what happened. And you think that if you ask him he will tell you, I know what you mean, but that's why I become strong, not everything is achieved the easy way, so, with that you show me that you don't have the curse of hatred. I can attest to it, said Minato. So you yondaime, Hashirama said. Naruto has always strived with the help of others, he is loyal to the village and has many dear people here, so I am sure he would never betray us, he is Naruto Uchiha of the Leaf. Minato blocked an attack from Hashirama, who did not control his body. So what? Said Tobirama. Naruto opened his palm, chakra began to swirl, a sphere of chakra. What? The Rasengan. Minato watched as Naruto used a technique that he himself invented. I won't let him hit Tobirama with that. Orochimaru performed a half-ram seal. Tobirama launched himself at great speed against Naruto, Tobirama's fist headed towards Naruto, the fist was about to touch him, but… in the last fraction, before the Hokage's knuckles hit the boy, a silver flash cut him off, Naruto appearing in a kunai buried in the branches of the trees that Hashirama had created. Before Tobirama himself opened his eyes, Naruto appeared behind him on his back. Rasengan. Naruto smashed the chakra sphere into Tobirama's back, it began to drill into the resurrected man's body. That was fast, pretty fast, I didn't even open my eyes. Tobirama thought. The chakra sphere exploded, sending Tobirama crashing to the ground, the roof of the box broke, crashing Tobirama into the ground below them. Naruto wasted no time and threw a kunai at Hashirama, the first Hokage. With great reflexes, he pulled out a kunai and deflected the projectile, while with his back, he managed to block a blow from Minato. The kunai went upwards. In a silver flash, Naruto appeared holding his kunai. He threw it towards Hashirama's side and appeared with Shiden in hand. Minato disappeared in a yellow flash. Shiden. The Uchiha crashed his attack against the first Hokage, who managed to cover himself. Hashirama shot out with a purple beam that then exploded. Hashirama rested his slippers on a branch of a large tree, his body regenerating as he traced hand seals. Mokuton. Sashiki no Jutsu. Several wooden stakes came loose from the trunks and were thrown strongly at Naruto. The Uchiha dodged the wooden projectiles with great skill. He could see them in super slow motion thanks to his manjikyu. It was almost as if he were moving in another time. Struck hand stamps. Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. Launched a large flame of fire against the first Hokage, who covered himself with a wooden dome. Naruto grabbed his sword buried in the ground while pulling out a Hiraishin kunai. With his Sharingan, Naruto watched as the wooden dome opened. Without fear, he threw the special kunai with great speed. The first Hokage easily observed the approaching kunai, grabbed it with great skill, but did not realize its special condition. Naruto appeared walking around. With his sword he cut Hashirama's chest. With his foot he hit the Hiraishin kunai, kicking it up. He disappeared in another flash, appearing on the kunai above Hashirama, which was shocked by the large wound that they have managed to cause him. If I weren't an Ito Tensei, that wound would have been much worse, thought the first Hokage. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Naruto launched a large number of fireballs that collided with the first Hokage. The attack had been at a high speed. Naruto is incredible. A 15-year-old boy attacking two shinobi who made armies run. That kid Orochimaru made an angry face. Once again, Naruto surprised him, and not in a good way. Orochimaru took out a sword from his mouth, threw it at high speed against the defenseless Naruto, but the sword simply passed through him and continued on his way. Naruto landed and jumped towards Minato. No matter how much damage we do to them, this battle will only end one way, yeah. Naruto and Minato were thinking how to win this battle. For Naruto, there was no way to win this battle. He did not know what to think. He felt helpless. If he and Minato ran out of chakra, Orochimaru would order the barrier to be lowered and destroy the village with those who they once loved her. Sealing them would be of no use, as they would not disappear yet, and sooner or later the seal would break due to the strength of the two's chakra. But for Minato, there was only one way to win. Naruto, what's wrong? Yondaime-sama. I only see one way to win this battle, and. Well, I'll just say that, after that, I won't be able to stay here. What do you mean? Maybe I'm going to use this jutsu. No, don't tell me that. That's right, the Shiki Fujin, you're crazy. If you do that jutsu, you'll stay in the Grim Reaper's stomach, and what will happen to Mito and Menma? Jiraiya-sensei and Kushina-san. If you tell me about them, you'll only make it hurt more for me. Naruto watched as Minato squeezed his kunai tightly. But Naruto, I know very well that this is sad, but it's the only way you know. Besides, if I can take Orochimaru with me, we'll get rid of a hassle. I don't know if you've already noticed, but the bodies of the Ito Tensei take longer to regenerate the more damage they receive, Minato thought. We can take advantage of this to seal them. Minato got into a battle position. He could see how Tobirama and Hashirama regenerated. I will not let these two win, the blade will fall this day. Half a ram seal, making the former Hokages stiffen and then give a serious look. Hashirama went through hand seals. Mokuton. Jukai Koten. The branches of the trees did not wait, they attacked and grew frantically. The two opponents disappeared in flashes. Tobirama attacked with kunai, Naruto blocked the attacks as best he could. Damn, his attacks leveled up. Sparks flew from the collision. Minato appeared in front of Hashirama. This blocked his cut. Hashirama attacked with a big blow to his stomach. Minato spit out blood. Hashirama finished off with another blow to the face, 2 kicks to the face. Minato held on with his hands, turned and stood up again. Hashirama kicked the floor, breaking the tiles. Hashirama took out a kunai, gave a horizontal slash. Minato ducked and turned. He attacked with a reverse slash. Hashirama blocked it. The first Hokage grabbed Minato's arm and pulled him. He kneed the Yondaime's stomach with his palm, pushed the first's knee, gave an upward kick that Hashirama blocked. The Senju gave a series of punches that Minato couldn't block. Dodge. This hurts like hell. It's very fast and strong. Minato expelled blood from his wounds. He did a backflip, throwing a Hiraishin kunai, and teleported with a Rasengan in hand, crashing it into Hashirama. Tobirama and Naruto exchanged blows. Tobirama crouched down and swept. Naruto held on with his hands turning, trying to hit Tobirama, who grabbed his leg with great force. The second Hokage picked up Naruto and slammed him against a branch, throwing pieces. Naruto spat blood. Tobirama, unable to control his body, landed a blow against Naruto, right in the stomach. That really hurt. Naruto. became intangible, making Tobirama let go of him. Naruto turned and sent an upward kick. Tobirama blocked the kick with his forearm. Naruto pushed himself up with his arm. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. Naruto sent a giant fireball. Tobirama raised a wall of water. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several Naruto clones appeared. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu 2 Tobirama clones appeared. Tobirama's clones destroyed Naruto's clones. One Naruto clone lifted another, the clone attempted an upward cut. The Naruto clone leaned on the handle of his sword, turned hard and hit a Tobirama clone. -1. Tobirama hit a clone of Naruto, it turned into lightning destroying the clone. Senaru Senpu. Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. The great fire tornado consumed Tobirama, kicking up large debris and wood, burning the particles. Pretty good, Kurama said in Naruto's mind. I don't know what to say right now, I'm fighting 2 legendary shinobi, defending my village from an invasion, and now I'm going to witness the death of someone I love, again. That's shinobi life, you should know by now, they live and fight, they witness deaths, they cause deaths, it's all part of life, in the end said Kurama. Naruto watched the great fire tornado with his manjikyu, and then turned around and saw Minato fighting Hashirama. Yes that's right but. After all a large whirlwind of water broke through the fire tornado, expelling a large burst of chakra, it's our job, and it's to protect right. Then the image of Sasuke, Kyomi, Kushina, Mito, and a little Menma passed through Naruto's mind. Tobirama launched himself at Naruto, launching a slash, but Naruto became intangible once again. Tobirama crossed him, Naruto turned and almost kicked the Hokage, but he jumped. You will not escape. Naruto's sword was surrounded by Futon chakra. It's going to flash. Orochimaru gave the order for Tobirama to get ready. Naruto flashed, appearing in front of Tobirama, who used his own Hiraishin to escape. You can't escape forever. Nami. Naruto launched the wind cut against Tobirama's position. Using his Hiraishin, Tobirama disappeared again, but Naruto appeared in front of him, cutting Hashirama in half, but he disappeared showing a trunk. He anticipated again. Minato managed to kick Hashirama into Tobirama, the two recompassed themselves, the duos reuniting. Naruto, you have to cause them as much damage as possible. The Ito Tensei represses them, and apparently it is not perfect because I could see that they have a little control over their bodies, and while the two of them regenerate, he can seal them. Yeah. What's going on? Like, what's happening? You're going to die. Don't you realize how many people it's going to hurt? I understand, but it will hurt more if Orochimaru manages to defeat us and attack the village. I wish there was another solution. I would like that too, but it's not worth it to me to regret now. I'm going to save my people and sacrifice my life for my village. It's my responsibility. As Hokage of the Leaf Village, I will ensure that the people of this village have a better future. Naruto looked at Minato, his blue eyes almost seeming to shine with determination. Let's finish this. The Uchiha and the Namikaze grabbed their Hiraishin kunai. We must do them the greatest amount of damage, said Minato. I have an idea, Naruto whispered to the current Hokage. What is it about? It's not strategic at all, it's just flash, said the Uchiha. Minato smiled. Alright, the two former Hokages launched themselves against a pair of leaf shinobi, who prepared for the attack. Both Naruto and Minato threw their respective kunai to the ground. Before the two former Hokages hit them, they disappeared in a yellow and silver flash. In less than a second, they appeared, giving an upward blow to the Hokages. They picked up their kunai, and with great force they launched the projectiles, making a hand seal Hiraishin style. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The kunai of the two multiplied, at the same time multiplying their seals. We have to do it as quickly and lethally as possible, said Minato. Yes, Naruto responded. Naruto looked at Minato for the last time. The blue eyes had great determination, and the sadness could never be gone, but that was something that had to be overcome. Naruto gripped his sword tightly, while Minato grabbed another kunai in a reverse grip ready for the final attack. Each kunai multiplied around the former Hokages, who did not know what awaited them. In a flash, the two figures disappeared, then in another flash, and another and another and another, with each illumination, a large wound appeared on the resurrected warriors. Minato and Naruto looked like yellow and silver trails moving from one place to another at high speed. The speed was so great that they created a reaping light. What's happening? Orochimaru thought. What the hell is going on in there? Asked a girl with red hair and a hat, one of those in charge of maintaining the barrier. What the hell do I know? It looks like a sphere of light, said the six-armed boy. Tobirama and Hashirama couldn't say much, the rapid blows didn't let them react, the least they could see was a silver and yellow light hitting them. They could see how their bodies received wounds seemingly out of nowhere. Naruto and Minato appeared in their respective kunai. Minato was breathing heavily, all those flashes had tired him, he had to move as fast as he could, but there was something that surprised him. It's incredible, even without so much experience, he was able to move as fast as me, Minato thought, watching Naruto, who was panting a little. You're going to be very strong, but I wonder what you'll do with all that power, Minato wondered. The two Hokages fell to the ground, their bodies seemed full of cracks, and they were slowly regenerating. They had really deep cuts all over their chests, it even seemed like their armor had been completely broken. That was incredible, it was about 10 seconds, and it could have been hundreds of blows, said Tobirama. Yes, I thank the Ito Tensei for not feeling pain, can you imagine having felt all that? It would have been but the mythical Uzumaki outbursts when he stole his ramen, hahaha. The first Hokage burst into laughter. Yeah, Tobirama sounded a little, the village was in good hands. He remembered what the Uchiha told him, maybe you're different, get up and finish them off. Orochimaru gave the orders to the injured puppets, which began to get up. It's time. Minato went through hand seals pretty quickly. Shiki Fujin ... Once again, the air became dark and cold in the presence of the Shinigami, the god of death. Again in this village. What's happening this time? The Shinigami's bored voice resonated. Shinigami-sama, I understand the fact that you are upset at being summoned for the second time in less than 20 years, but what? I need you to help me seal the first two Hokages in front of you. The Shinigami did not show his surprise on his face, but keeping the soul of the first two Hokages. I won't ask you the reasons for wanting to seal your ancestors, I suppose it has to do with a white snake, but I hope you are clear about the price of summoning me, said the Shinigami. Yes, I know. The two Hokages barely got up. Minato teleported in front of the two Hokages. The Shinigami, without hesitation, crossed his spectral hand through Minato's torso. The hands touched the Hokages, pulling out their souls and hiding them in their stomachs, where souls are tortured for eternity. Just one more, said Minato. What do you mean by that, human thing? It wasn't just the Hokages, now the snake too, said the Shinigami. I honestly don't know why you're complaining, it will be more souls for you, said Minato. You're right, human, I won't complain anymore, but the next time you talk to me like that, I'll make sure that your soul goes through the worst torture and that your loved ones have the worst experiences, said the Shinigami. Okay, Minato didn't have a Hiraishin seal on Orochimaru, so he had to jump closer. Orochimaru tried to escape, but you won't. In the quick shunshin, Naruto appeared behind the Sannin delivering a blow. Damn, I couldn't foresee it, said Orochimaru. Minato grabbed Orochimaru's shoulders ready to seal him. The Shinigami's hand began to grab Orochimaru's soul. Say goodbye to this plane, I'll see you in the Shinigami's stomach. Don't think you're a brat, Orochimaru said while pulling his index and middle fingers. Orochimaru's sword began to wobble until it approached quickly. The metal pierced Minato's chest, taking out a lung. The blonde Hokage spit out blood in droves. Shit. Minato felt the pain like never before, he felt like his strength was leaving. I know I won't be able to take him now, the strength of the jutsu depends on my life force. Wow, it seems like you've backfired, human, what are you going to do now? Said the Shinigami. I may not be able to take everything, said Minato. What do you want? Orochimaru said, somewhat scared. I will take the most precious thing for him in life. Minato cut off the part of Orochimaru's soul that represented his hands. Once it was cut, Minato retreated, clutching his chest in extreme pain, while Orochimaru retreated seemingly without any damage. What were you supposed to do? I didn't tell you, I took the most precious thing for you. What thing? Your jutsus. Suddenly, Orochimaru began to feel the greatest pain he had ever felt. It was as if they were destroying every cell within him. The tips of his fingers began to turn a grayish color until that color began to spread throughout his arm, to finally stop when it reached his shoulders. The screams of pain stopped for a moment. What, you made me miserable? The Sannin shouted in pain. If the Shinigami can't take your body, he'll take your arms with him, and you'll never be able to get them back. My work here is done, the Shinigami said. Your soul will also come with me, was the last thing the Shinigami said with a macabre smile. Minato fell back against the ground, the remaining bodies of the Ito Tensei of the Hokages completely disappeared. Naruto looked at Orochimaru, the Sannin was scared by the image of the Manjikyu looking at him with anger. Withdraw. Orochimaru shouted, the purple barrier disappearing in a moment. No, you won't escape, you bastard. Naruto ran towards Orochimaru, but the four of sound landed around him. One of them threw a strange spider web that Naruto had to cut. He continued advancing, but the five figures disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Damn, he escaped, said Naruto, who resigned himself, and Minato's figure approached, looking towards the clear blue sky, which was beginning to turn grayish, indicating the possibility of rain. Minato was breathing deeply, his eyes losing their shine. It's over, isn't it? Minato said. Yes, it's all over. In the distance, the two ninjas observed several figures approaching. A blonde, a black-haired woman, a dark-haired. Here comes the worst part, said Minato. I wonder why he hasn't left yet, it must be that the Shinigami gave me some time or something. It could be, said the Shinigami. Minato. Kushina shouted in fear when she saw her husband on the ground and hurt. Papa. Mito also made his voice heard. The two women approached the man. Oh god, how I hate the part about saying goodbye, Minato thought sadly. Where did Orochimaru go? Kushina asked. He escaped once again. Naruto was the one who responded. But at least that means this madness is over. Kushina seemed happy. Well, how about after this we go to Ichiraku for a victory dinner? The Redeed was overflowing with happiness, something that wouldn't last long. Naruto and Minato couldn't help but make sad faces. What's wrong? Why those long faces? That's when Kushina noticed the wound on her husband's chest. Minato. Why didn't you tell me about that? Look at that wound. It's deep. Kushina got on her knees in front of the blonde and placed her hands on top of the wound. A faint green light began to emerge from the Uzumaki's palms. Don't worry, you'll be fine, then we'll go to the hospital and completely heal the wound. Minato looked at Kushina's sweet purple eyes, which looked at him with concern and a little relief, seeing that her husband was almost good and the invasion was over. You won't need to heal me, Kushina. Minato began. Hey. Why do you say that, Dad? Myth asked. I don't know how to start with this. What did you do now? Kushina asked. The battle reached a certain level of difficulty and that. Kushina. Minato, use the Shiki Fujin. What? Kushina shouted. What is Shiki Fujin? Mito expressed his doubt. The Shiki Fujin is a forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage. With this jutsu you are able to invoke the Shinigami or God of Death to seal something or someone. The bad thing about this is the cost, explained Naruto. What's the cost? Mito had a feeling where that was going, but it was his stubbornness that still wanted to believe that what was happening wasn't true. The cost of summoning the Shinigami is your soul. The Shinigami will keep your soul, and it can't be. That means Dad is going to. Mito covered his mouth with his hands. I'm really sorry, Minato said. But what made you summon the Shinigami? If Orochimaru is supposed to have escaped? Kushina asked. Minato explained the situation to Kushina about the Ito Tensei and how he had to stop them. I see, you take up a lot of your time, human, finish it now. I had to leave here a while ago, the Shinigami spoke with a tired voice. So that's the Shinigami, Mito said. Kushina grabbed her husband's increasingly cold hand. Mito, come here, Minato called his daughter. I wish Menma was here. Minato placed his hand on his daughter's cheek, his little ray of sunshine while the woman he loved held his hand. His skin could feel the tears of the two girls, warm and sad. I just want you to know that I do not regret every moment that I lived with you. I do not regret everything that happens. I fulfilled my greatest dreams, becoming Hokage and having a beautiful, but very beautiful family with the woman who most loved. The blonde and the Redeed smiled sadly. Mito, and this also goes for Menma, I want you to live fully and become strong, and I don't doubt for a second that you will be great people, take care of each other and love each other. I hope you both can find that woman or man who will love you. Love, but don't let it be too soon. Everything in this life involves a process. Mito nodded. Also, I don't want you to drink when you are under 18 years old, that is bad. Know how to manage your money well and especially your time, because you will need it a lot, and even more so when you become Hokage. Don't get into trouble. I understand that you are at that age where you like to experiment and Papa. Myth shouted. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say goodbye, but it's just that. And Kushina, I know, it's all summed up in one sentence. Kushina rubbed her husband's hand against her face. Minato smiled. I love you. The two said at the same time. The woman leaned down, giving one last kiss to the person she loved. Naruto, one last thing, tell me. Minato nodded for him to come closer. Naruto crouched down. The blonde whispered a few words in the Uchiha's ear, who opened his eyes a little. Naruto straightened up, thinking, well, I guess it's time. Yes, a while ago, said the Shinigami. Goodbye, take care of Konoha and don't forget to love Minato's soul left his body, heading towards the Shinigami's stomach, which welcomed it into its cold and dark eternity, and without further ado, the Shinigami disappeared with a smile. The two women cried in their own moments, their own thoughts and their own way of dealing with things. At that moment, a man with spiky white hair arrived. What happened here? Jiraiya asked. It was then that I observed the panorama, the two women and the body. I'll explain, don't worry Naruto, I know now is not the time. Jiraiya simply accepted, then he would ask about what happened. For now, he would face the shock as best he could. The Kyuubi's cloak disappeared from Naruto. At that time, the Uchiha fell to the ground almost fainting. Leaning against a branch that protruded. God, I spent so much energy. Yes, as much as I wanted, it was all the chakra I could give you so far, and besides, you still have your Manjikyu activated. It's true. Naruto deactivated his Manjikyu, clutching his eyes with a little pain. He looked at the sky. All this, everything that had happened, already gave him messages of what the future would be like. I have to be stronger. Yeah, I can't believe this happened nor that it ended like this, Naruto said to himself, lamenting. Well, that's how things are, but at least I admire that guy has protected what he wants until the end. Kurama's voice sounded in Naruto's head. I think it's time, I can't let this happen again, and what will you do to prevent that from happening? Will you continue training hard? Kurama responded, that's a fact, but it's something more. And what is? Naruto stayed silent for a while. The air moved her hair and sounded softly in her ears. You know it wouldn't be bad too. See the world through my mother's eyes. Yeah, it's about time, said Kurama. From now on I won't trust myself, that is progress. Although trust is not always bad, Naruto was starting to feel more and more tired. It seems I've run out of energy. A while ago, you did very well, now it's time to rest, said Kurama. Yes, it's time. A last effort, easy to detect all the people who were heading towards them, Sasuke, Kyomi, ninjas, etc. Naruto took one last breath. Strength to all, he lay down on the ground. Thank you for everything and rest in peace, Minato-san. A last breeze moved Naruto's hair. He closed his eyes. There is still a lot to live. Alcohol, cold, bed, light, a white landscape that Naruto recognized perfectly once again here. I swear I will never lie down in one of these beds again. Naruto only knew how to complain in his mind. He had not yet opened his eyes. He refused. He wanted to enjoy his rest as much as possible. He had defended his village to the maximum from an invasion created by the greatest traitor in history. He had fought against the first two Hokages. He had fought against snakes, ninjas, etc. Not even the little chakra that Kurama had given him had been enough for him. Even staying awake for a little while longer after the Bijuu chakra armor dissipated. He chose to straighten up and open his window little by little. The warm and gentle sun received him with its rays hitting him directly in the face, but it was the least that mattered to him now. I wonder how the others are doing, was what was going through his mind. His thoughts were interrupted by the subtle noise of the door opening. Kyomi walked in front of the door with a serious face. She had not stopped to see if Naruto had gotten up. She calmly closed the door and looked forward. The calm look was replaced by vibrant joy. Naruto. The girl couldn't resist the urge and ran towards her smiling friend. The girl's arms went around the boy's neck on the bed. Hello Kyomi, how are you? The boy asked with his typical calm voice. Well, you know, everything follows its rhythm, said Kyomi. I guess everyone already heard about that, right? Naruto said with a sad voice. Yes, it's a shame, Mito and Kushina-san are destroyed. Kyomi could not hide her sadness either. The girl could see how Naruto clenched his fists. This wouldn't have happened if only I were stronger. Naruto's eyes momentarily changed to a furious Sharingan that shot anger into the depths of his own being. There, if you make a mistake, Naruto, it wasn't your fault. It wasn't because you weren't strong. That was the only way to stop the opponents, and Minato-sama knew it. The girl gently took Naruto's tense hands. You, for your part, did quite well. You fought against several ninjas, against two legendary ninjas. Please, you stopped a Lady Bijuu from the one-tailed Bijuu, and you defeated him. Kyomi highlighted the UCHIHA's achievements during the invasion. Yeah, it's just, you don't have to blame yourself anymore for that, do you hear me? The girl placed her hand on the boy's face. You did what you could, and you gave everything you had at hand, and I want you to know that I and all of us are grateful for what you did. And how are you? How do you feel? The girl made circles with her index finger on the bed sheets, while her thumb began to gently caress Naruto's face, her tender eyes hypnotizing the UCHIHA. With his blinking. Well, better than it looks, are you okay? Really? What about Minato-sama? You already said it, it was his decision and he said it himself. It was his duty as Hokage to sacrifice his life for the village, but you know, again, I'm more worried about Myth and Menma. That worries me about you. Have you ever worried more about yourself? Kyomi asked. Naruto did not respond. Tell me, have you ever put yourself ahead of others? Why those questions now? Because I care about you, see? Do you care about me? Do you put me in front of you? Don't be confused, Naruto Uchiha, I've been concentrating a lot on myself, but it's okay, you don't have to worry about that, I also have time for my things. Naruto hit Kiyomi's forehead with his index and a half. Ouch. Hey. One more thing, really, how is Menma? Kyomi didn't respond. Jiraiya was called by the Shinobi Council. He was really having a nice evening at the hot springs, and it's not because the death of his student didn't hurt him. In fact, it cut him more than any knife or kunai or shuriken or the most powerful weapon. Sharp about the world, but she couldn't help but take refuge in her habit of watching sluts. But anyway, he knew what they called him. He walked through the corridors until he reached the large door where the Shinobi Council and Civilian Council proceeded, which had attached themselves like a parasite to the shinobi body. He opened the door with that feeling of fatigue that invaded him when he thought that he was going to have to deal with the hateful civilians, but he already had a way to defend himself, or at least that was what he thought. He was not the one who had better luck. It finally arrives. Jiraiya-sama the Sannin was greeted by the moan of one of the civilians. Now, you don't have to get angry, you should already know that a Sannin has many obligations, Jiraiya defended himself. Yes, of course the civilian did not say anything else. Ahem, the reason for this meeting Kaharu called everyone's attention. Yes, that. We are gathered here to kindly ask you, Jiraiya-sama, to become the Hokage. I refuse, said Jiraiya, without letting Kaharu finish her sentence. But what is your reason? You haven't even thought about it. Homura was the one who spoke now. The position of Hokage is not made for an adventurous man like me. I don't like being locked up in an office signing papers like crazy, and Minato didn't tell me his secret to finishing the paperwork that quickly. Those are not enough reasons to refuse the position of leader of our village, Koharu told Jiraiya. And as I already said, it's not for me. I have my network of spies operating at all times, and I need to manage it. At that statement, the council remained silent. But, I have a candidate, are you serious? Who is this? I guess you know her. I think she would be the perfect fifth Hokage. She is a woman. Yes, a pretty strong woman, who unfortunately has been away for a long time. You're not talking about yes, I'm talking about Tsunade Senju. What? The civilians stood up from their chairs, those from the Shinobi Council simply opened their eyes too much, without getting so excited, but even so, the news was shocking. Do you know where it is? They asked with anticipation of the answer. Of course. Or at least I have an idea. What do you mean you have an idea? Well, you see, some of my toads managed to visualize her heading to a town a little far from here, said Jiraiya. So you plan to look for her? That's right, I'll bring her back and she'll become the Godame, I'm sure. Honestly, I'm not sure about that. Jiraiya thought. Well, you have a task then, it will be to bring back Tsunade Senju to make her the Godame Hokage of Konoha. Wow, they make it sound so easy. Then the meeting is over. Menma had been up for a while, and as if it were a stimulus, he was beginning to feel that something was missing, something felt different. After that, his mother had come to visit him and had told him many things. First, that Naruto told him. He had removed the Kyuubi that was inside him, and he honestly didn't know how to feel about it, but something that did destroy him was the news about his father's death. His mother had told him the events as if she had lived them, since Orochimaru locked his father in that purple barrier, about how Naruto had come to help him, and how he had sacrificed himself to save the village. Obviously, the tears did not wait to come out. No matter how distorted his personality was, he did feel great affection for his father. And now, he honestly didn't know how to feel. His father was gone, and if that wasn't enough, they had taken away from the Kyuubi what made him the hero of the village and what gave him so much power to equal that. UCHIHA and his magical eyes. The Redeed was looking out the open window, his previously electric and vibrant blue eyes now replaced by somber and cold ones. The air swayed and played with his hair, his temporary calm was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. He wouldn't bother to watch who came in, surely it was his sister or his mother, or even Hinata, who had come to visit him a couple of years ago. Menma the Redeed was surprised when he heard a male voice. He turned his face to look at the person who was calling him. Is that you? Menma was surprised to see how Naruto entered his living room. What are you doing here? He said. I was just coming to see how you were doing, so tell me how you feel, is everything okay? I don't know what's good about all this. Menma said, turning her gaze towards the window. At least now it's calmer, the Menma from before was already yelling at me, I just wanted to know how you were. Oh please, are you smart or what? You took a Bijuu from me and my father died, how do you think I feel? Menma said, somewhat annoyed. I know how you must feel about your father, after all I felt that way, but what about the Kyuubi? I don't know, it's like a weight less and a weight more, the truth is it's a strange feeling, Menma said, looking at her hands. Menma, if I am not wrong, Kushina-san should have told you my reasons about yes, he already did, and I honestly don't know what to say. What's going on? That I don't feel so powerful anymore, maybe I have created some kind of dependency on the Kyuubi's chakra, and that's why I let it consume me easily, that may be, but you shouldn't think that you are so weak without the Kyuubi's chakra. What makes you think that? I could never beat you, and I couldn't have faced you if it weren't for the Kyuubi's chakra, but still, you beat me. Naruto couldn't answer that. Just then the door to the room opened, a girl with pearl eyes entered with a basket of fruits. The girl turned to see her friend and Menma who were looking at her with different expressions. Yo Hinata, how are you doing? Naruto raised his hand in a friendly manner. Hello Naruto, I'm fine, thank you. So, what brings you here? Well, I came to leave these fruits for Menma and to visit him because I found out that he had already woken up. Why does she visit me? I almost always treat her badly, Menma asked himself in his mind. The pearl-eyed girl approached Menma's bed, who looked at her in confusion. He left the fruit basket next to the bed on a table while he sat on a chair that was on its side. So how are you feeling, Menma-kun? Hinata said, giving a smile. I'm fine, said Menma. Do you want some fruit? Yes, an apple wouldn't be bad. The girl grabbed an apple from the basket and gave it to Menma who received it and started to eat it. If you want, you can eat Naruto too. The girl extended another apple towards the UCHIHA, who received it. Thank you Hinata. Naruto started eating his apple while Menma stared at him. The Redeed analyzed the raven who was simply eating his apple. Flashback. So what happened? That's why you no longer have the Kyuubi inside you, Kushina explained to her red-haired son. I see. How about that? Naruto is very strong, Kushina said. Menma grimaced at that. To think that at that age I managed to defeat a tailed beast and its Jinchuriki and also fight against a crazy Sannin who summoned 2 legendary shinobi is too admirable, said Kushina. It almost seems like you praise him, Oka-san. I wonder why everyone seems to praise him, at least that's how I see it, Menma said. It's not that we praise him, Menma, but once you see someone who knew how to control the situation, even though he has been against it all his life, it's admirable, Kushina said. What do you mean? Naruto is strong by nature, the mental load he had to endure, he had to take care of himself and Sasuke and Kyomi, and incidentally, having time to train until he was tired, is quite admirable, said Kushina. I suppose, and flashback. Menma watched as Naruto spoke with Hinata, who apparently felt very comfortable next to the Uchiha. Really, are you so? Menma stayed in thought until a word came out of his mouth. Naruto, What's wrong, Menma? The red-haired boy seemed to think for a moment longer. Let's fight, said the boy. What? Hinata said. Menma, are you sure? We just got up from the hospital, and I already told you that nothing happens, or are you afraid? That brat Kurama complained inside Naruto. Don't worry, the truth is I'm tempting myself into a battle just to warm up, you know. Yes, that Kurama cut the connection. Menma, it's not right for you to fight now, you just recovered, you no longer have to worry so much about my Hinata, I can handle this and more. And also, I need to confirm how strong I am, and who better than him to confirm it. Okay, I'll wait for you on the roof. Naruto disappeared in the blink of an eye with his arms crossed. Are you sure about this, Menma? You don't have to fight him. Look, I know you care a lot about others, but you should know how to trust those who know well what they want. Menma just opened the door, leaving those words to Hinata, who remained static. The Hyuga could only follow him through the walls of the hospital towards the stairs that led to the roof. Hello, Hinata, where are you going? Kyomi asked. Hey, let's go to the roof. Why are they going there? And do you know where Naruto is by any chance? Well, he's waiting for us on the roof. Are you waiting for us? It was then that the girl saw Menma, who was walking up the stairs in silence. I see. The girl went up the stairs after Menma, behind them was Hinata. Menma opened the door to the roof. The first thing he saw was a pile of railings with clothes and towels hanging. In the center of everything was his opponent, who had his eyes closed with his hands in his pants pockets. Well, I guess you want to battle to prove yourself or something. Menma didn't respond. Well, Naruto opened his eyes. Still black. Then we will fight for real, Menma said, positioning himself in a battle pose. It's okay, you can attack whenever you want. Naruto prepared for Menma's attack. Menma launched himself at Naruto at full speed. The Uchiha blocked the Uzumaki's blow. The sound of coking hands rang throughout the rooftop. Menma did not wait for Naruto to react and sent a large flurry of blows. Naruto moved quickly, dodging the Riti's attacks. Naruto dodged Menma's fist. He used his arms to deflect the boy's limb. With his elbow he hit Menma's stomach, who grunted. Naruto moved his legs at high speed. Menma reacted at high speed. With his hands resting on the ground, rose up trying to kick Naruto with different kicks. Naruto tilted his head and turned his body. He crouched down again, sending kicks at ground level. Menma performed a backward turn, dodging. Naruto stood up at the same time as Menma attacked again. A fist was blocked by Naruto's forearm. Menma kicked. Naruto crouched down. Straight right, a left hook, another straight punch. Naruto grabbed Menma's fist, grabbed his arm and pushed him. Menma tried a backhand punch. Naruto blocked it with his palm, pushing him again. Menma turned again and tried another kick. With just one step back, Naruto dodged it. Knee that Naruto blocked. Menma tried an uppercut with his hand. Naruto put his palm on Menma's elbow and pushed to block the blow. Menma tried once again with a knee, blocked by Naruto's leg. Naruto stopped defending himself and began to counterattack, assimilating Sasuke's battle style. He's using Sasuke's Jutsu to counter Menma's attacks, Kyomi thought, noticing the changes in Naruto's posture. From one moment to the next, Naruto gave a big blow to Menma's stomach. He gave an upward blow, raising the Riti's posture to finish his attack with a direct kick to the chest. Menma crashed into the roof fence, taking a sheet with him in the process. Naruto approached quickly, removing the blanket, opening his eyes when he noticed the Uzumaki's absence. He didn't bother activating his sensing sense. After all, how far away can he be on a rooftop? He watched as a hanging blanket seemed to move. You can't hide in a place like that. Naruto jumped high, hoping to see Menma somewhere, but he was surprised when he couldn't see him. A sense of danger was activated, making Naruto raise his guard. He observed a figure on top of a large water tank. The silhouette was nothing more than enough for Naruto's sight, as the sun shone brightly behind Menma. Nature was stronger than Naruto, and he instinctively narrowed his eyes, placing his arm on his forehead, exponentially reducing his field of vision. It turned out the way I wanted. Menma launched himself at Naruto. The bell rang loudly on Naruto's head. Out of instinct, he moved his other arm to form and that the Riti maintained a smile, while his fist remained extended. Unbelievable, I hit Naruto. Kyomi thought, well done, Menma-kun. Hinata thought, happy for the Uzumaki. Haha, after a long time, I made it. Menma thought. Naruto stood up straight in the air, his locks of hair falling freely down his forehead. Now that he didn't have his ninja headband covering his eyes with a shadow, he raised his head to show his smiling face. Good, pretty good, how about we continue Uchiha? Menma made a cross-shaped hand seal. Many shadow clones of Menma appeared surrounding Naruto, who was unfazed by the number of opponents. He can still make enormous amounts of shadow clones, after all he is in Uzumaki. How about now, show those eyes of yours, I don't think they'll help you much anyway, it seems like he's still somewhat arrogant, Naruto thought. Okay, I'll show you my little eyes, just so you know, I don't need them, but to give you the pleasure Naruto's eyes turned red with 3 tomos rotating gently. On the attack. Menma's clones launched themselves against Naruto. The Uchiha's feet slid across the tiles, raising some dust. He spun around, dodging attacks from clones. Naruto hit all the clones who didn't see where Naruto's blows were coming from. His red eyes watched every movement, he jumped and gave a double Uchiha kick. Naruto turned again, kicking 2 clones, one of the Menma grabbed him, placing his hands on his stomach, another clone came to hit him, Naruto jumped and kicked with his 2 legs on the clone's chest, with the momentum he achieved destabilizing the clone, he placed his hands on Menma's chest, turning agilely, when the 2 fell, Naruto received a strong elbow. He turned on the ground giving several kicks, when he straightened up he dodged the blow of a clone, grabbed his hand, and together with his, he managed to make the seal of the bird. What the? The clone didn't finish because he was knocked out by a kick. Futen. Rapusho. Naruto put his palms together, expelling a gust of wind in all directions, dissipating all the clones, leaving only the original. Menma launched himself at high speed against Naruto, stretching his fist once again, but Naruto grabbed his arm and with great force raised it. Let's finish this with the weight of gravity, Naruto was about to smash Menma into the ground again. I won't lose like this again. Menma managed to keep his feet on the ground and grabbing Naruto's arm and with great strength, he lifted Naruto up. This time you will be against the ground. Menma shouted to crash Naruto, but he held on with his feet just like Menma, the blue ones looked into the red eyes of the Uchiha clan, which seemed to hypnotize him. Very good answer Menma but. Naruto jumped still holding Menma's arm, making a complete turn, Naruto placed his legs on Menma's shoulders, bending his knees to grab his head. He completely left alone, making her hands touch the ground, and with great force he bent her legs, crashing Menma against the ground. I win said Naruto getting up. Ouch okay, you win again. But, I must admit that this time, it was more difficult to beat you, it was a great battle, Menma Naruto extended his index and middle fingers towards Menma with a smile. Yes, that Menma intertwined his fingers with Naruto's making the seal of reconciliation. Naruto helped Menma up, the girls approached the 2. Hinata immediately went to check on Menma. Are you sure it doesn't hurt? Hinata asked, checking Menma's head. Not at all. He just subdued me and that's it. Menma hid the pain while Kyomi touched Menma's head with a finger. Ouch. Hey. Menma grabbed his head. I think it does hurt you, said Kyomi. TSK, come on Menma, let's go get some ointment applied to you, Hinata grabbed the Ritide's arm. Hey. What do you think you're doing? I worry about you, come on, that blow wasn't weak at all the 2 entered through the door, Menma showed a surprised face. And you? What? What's wrong with me? Naruto said. What are you thinking crashing it like that? It was what I could do Kyomi crossed her arms. Oh, sometimes I don't understand you Naruto sighed. Suddenly, a bowl of smoke appeared next to Naruto and a small toad emerged from it. Hey. You're Naruto-san right? Asked the little toad. Yes, what's up? Jiraiya-sama wants you to see him at the hot springs. Ash. That pervert must be spying again, I'll give him what he deserves, Kyomi bumped his fist with his palm. I'm sorry, but Jiraiya-sama only wants Naruto's presence, said the toad, and then disappeared. Kyomi pouted. Whatever he complained. Well, I guess I'll meet Jiraiya-sensei, said Naruto. Take a hit for me, yeah. He okay, thank you Kyomi let out a word with a kind of relief. Well, see you later. Naruto raised his hand as he disappeared in a shunshin. Hot springs. Jiraiya for the first time was not observing the women in the hot springs, but rather, he was sitting on a branch of a tree. He looked at the horizon while the wind moved his hair. Naruto appeared next to him. So what's up? Let's say everything goes at its own pace Jiraiya stood up. They gave me a mission, or something Yujin. It is to find and bring back the goddamn Hokage That's right, let's say she's a distant relative of yours, very distant I would say, Tsunade Senju wow, really? That's right, and I want you to come with me to look for it. Okay, Menma will also come with us, because. Well, I want you to be distracted a little said Jiraiya. Sounds good to me Naruto closed his eyes. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow at the Konoha entrance at 9:30 in the morning okay? Yeah hey, I didn't see that you have those locks that cover your face Jiraiya pointed to Naruto's locks that covered his forehead, one falling between the 2 eyes. So that's because I don't have the Konoha ninja gang, normally she would hold them back, but now that I don't have her, well now, why don't you cut them? Oka-san liked my hair plus it doesn't take away my vision, they just fall a little, and that's it. Naruto blew, removing a strand that reached the height of his eye. Okay, then see you. Jiraiya took out a telescope and began to observe inside the hot springs, letting out occasional giggles. Naruto at that moment remembered Kiyomi's words. Naruto landed a big blow on the head of an unsuspecting Jiraiya. Oh. Hey, what was that about? Replied the furious Anin. It's a message from Kyomi, said Naruto. You mean your girlfriend? Naruto blushed at Jiraiya's statement. She's not my girlfriend. Naruto shouted. Wow, this is the first time I've seen you this nervous, Jiraiya said, now knowing how he could play with the normally impassive Uchiha. TSK, hey pervert, what do you think you're doing watching women? Naruto shouted, drawing the girl's attention to them. By the time Jiraiya wanted to see Naruto in anger, he had already disappeared. Damn, you sneaky brat Kaya. A pervert. The women began to throw everything at the poor white-haired man who had to escape, again. The next day. Naruto was at the entrance to Konoha. He was wearing a blue short-sleeved turtleneck shirt with the UCHIHA symbol on the back, his black wristbands in which there were hidden seals. Anbu pants with black bandages on the ankles and black sneakers, a simple outfit that he liked because of how comfortable it was. His ninja band again on his forehead. He's arriving a little late. Naruto said, somewhat annoyed. In the distance, you could see Jiraiya approaching with Menma. Menma was carrying a backpack, who knows what he was carrying there. Until they arrive. Sorry Iro-senin, but why does he have to come? Well, let's say I want to train something with him, do you have a problem? Also, the person we are looking for has something in common with Naruto, what thing huh? Let's say it's some blood of blood, will it be another Uchiha? Menma thought. No way, impossible, we are looking for the next Hokage, of course. Tsunade Senju. I forgot that Naruto is part Senju. So we're leaving? Jiraiya said. Yes. Menma and Naruto followed him out of the village after checking out. Time. 10:15 in the morning. Inside the village, two figures walked slowly. They seemed not to attract attention despite the flashy clothes they were wearing. The two figures were wearing a long black robe with red clouds, a straw hat with white cloth around it. One of the men, larger than the other, carried a kind of giant sword wrapped in bandages. So this is Konohagakure. Ah. Not bad, it's a good village. I would like to get to know the village where you were born better, said the man with the sword. You know well that we don't come for that, Kisum, said the other figure, with a really cold voice. Okay, for now we just have to go unnoticed. The two figures entered a store. Kakashi appeared on one of the rooftops, seeming to have followed the two figures. Kakashi jumped and positioned himself at the entrance of the store where they entered. It seemed to be a restaurant. He leaned against the wall and took out the book from him. Those two give me a bad feeling. He raised his gaze to look at Asuma and Kurenai, who were walking together. Hello guys. What are you doing for a walk? You guys are getting along better and better. What's wrong with you, stupid? Kurenai blushed at Kakashi's statement. Asuma, in contrast, knew how to stay calm. And what do you do, apart from reading that stupid book? Asked the Sarutobi. Well, I've been seeing some things. Kakashi's eye sneaked into the restaurant. Why don't you do some missions with your team? Huh? I would, but I'm sure that soon they will be Chunins, so we won't be a team anymore. Besides, Naruto went out today with Jiraiya-sama. Inside the restaurant, the two hooded men were listening to the conversation between the Jonins. So Naruto, huh? That's not the person you told me about? Kisum asked. Yes, the other figure responded curtly. Kakashi-sensei Sasuke's voice was heard. The hooded figure inside the restaurant seemed to have a small spasm in his finger. What's wrong, Sasuke? Kakashi asked. Have you seen Naruto? I haven't seen him, Sasuke asked. Well, he went out with Jiraiya-sama, some kind of special mission, and he didn't tell me. Well, maybe he was in a hurry. Besides, the mission was for him, not for you. Anyway, I'll go with Kyomi to train before leaving. Sasuke had a strange feeling. It was a kind of discomfort. He looked inside the restaurant, but there was no one. Kakashi also noticed the lack of people. He gave a small glance towards Kurenai and assumed who nodded and jumped to the rooftops at high speed. And that? Sasuke thought that before not giving it any more importance and looking for his sister. On a concrete bridge were the two hooded figures. In front of them Asuma and Kurenai appeared. Stop, you two, Asuma. Stop the shinobi's pace. You guys aren't from around here, right? Asuma spoke again, asking a rhetorical question. Asuma, Kurenai, time not to see you, one of the two spoke, directing his hand to his hat, raising it a little to reveal his eyes, red with 3 tomos. Asuma and Kurenai opened their eyes. Here you are. Figure A completely removed his hat. His hand went to the collar of his tunic, unbuttoning the buttons one by one. Itachi Uchiha. Asuma said the name of the person in front of him. Itachi remained still, his hand resting on the opening of his robe and the wind moving his hair. Are Itachi friends of yours? So I should introduce myself. The other figure also took off his hat, revealing a face with a peculiar blue skin tone. His eyes were small and round, and with a kind of gills on the side of his cheeks, his ninja band covered the back of his head, reaching his forehead, raising his pointed hair, as well as his teeth, giving the impression that he was a kind of human shark. I hope we get close, my name is Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame greeted. Better today than later, now I have to sweep the floor with you, Asuma smiled with a fierce look. Wow Itachi. It seems like they hate you as much in this village as they hate me in mine. We know who they are, you are Kisame, renegade ninja from Kurigakure no Sato, wanted for being a spy, and is also attributed with the murder of the feudal lord. You are wanted in all nations. Kurenai highlighted Kisame's information. I must admit, Itachi, that you coming to this village after what you did is a sign that you have guts. Asuma addressed the Uchiha. I'm warning you, don't get in my way, I don't mean to kill you, it sounds funny coming from someone who killed your clan, now tell me the truth, you didn't exactly come to eat, you are looking for something, talk. Kisame pulled his greatsword from his back, smashing the tip against the floor, breaking the tiles easily. He's getting on my nerves, can I kill him? It looks like we won't get anywhere without fighting, just don't get crazy. Kisame attacked at high speed, he attempted a reliable downward slash, which he assumed was evasive, he raised his sword with ease and attacked once again, Asuma drew out his chakra blades and managed to block the attack, his feet made cracks in the ground. Kurenai stayed behind, made seals and disappeared like a ghost. I see, with what Genjutsu Itachi thought is his Sharingan shown. Asuma continued his struggle against Kisame. He is pushing from his handle, he has superhuman strength. Kisame's sword managed to touch Asuma's arm. Now, Samehada, sharkskin sword, the bandages tore showing what appeared to be giant scales. Kisame pulled his sword generating a large wound on Asuma's shoulder. It doesn't cut, it tears. Kisame seemed to be amused. Kurenai, it's time. Asuma grabbed his arm. Suddenly, a kind of sand managed to immobilize Kisame's feet. What is this? Behind Itachi, roots began to grow until they became a tree that trapped him with its branches. From the trunk, Kurenai appeared with a kunai ready to cut. Let's finish this. Kurenai was going to cut Itachi when she realized that she was the one trapped between the branches of the tree. A genjutsu of that level doesn't work on me. Itachi took out a kunai and went to cut the girl, who bit her lip dispelling the genjutsu. She came out in time to avoid the cut that managed to take away some of her hair, but Itachi predicted her movement and at high speed sent a kick. Kurenai covered her face with her arms, the force was so much that she was thrown towards the water. Unbelievable, it made my arms numb. You live up to your reputation as always. Itachi appeared behind Kurenai, she hadn't even been able to see him. Whatever a voice said behind the two, that's how you finish your sentence. Kakashi appeared behind Itachi with a kunai. Asuma dodged 4 cuts from the Samehada to counterattack with a cut of his own. Kisame tilted his head dodging, but out of nowhere a cut appeared on his cheek. But what? Kisame saw how a little wind chakra was infused into the Jonin's blades, answering his question, he growled and went through hand seals. Suiten. Suikoden no Jutsu. Water Shark Bomb, Suiten. Suikoden no Jutsu. Another voice rested the same jutsu. The water of the river turned into 2 sharks that collided strongly. What? I use my same jutsu. Kisame was surprised. Not that it bothers me, but what are you doing here? Asuma asked Kakashi. Well, let's say I worry about you. It's you, Kakashi, Itachi said, looking out of the corner of his eye. Itachi Uchiha, the royal heir to the Sharingan, if he is here, it means I have to be prepared for the worst. Kisame on the bridge stood in front of Kakashi's shadow clone. So one more of you, and I'm not surprised that you could copy my jutsu, it seems that someone else besides Itachi has that crazy eye. Kisame prepared to attack, Kakashi prepared a kunai behind his back. Kisame Hoshigaki, the terror of Kiri village. Wow, it's a great honor that you know me. Kisame's smile widened with his pointy teeth. Kisame, don't attack him, if you attack that man you won't come out unscathed, Itachi warned his partner, if we prolong this fight, more ninjas will come, remember that we came to this village with an objective, and may I know what that objective is? Asked a copying ninja, his clone disappeared. Let's say it's something we're looking for and we know it's here. Sasuke, Kyomi, or is it Naruto? Kakashi thought quickly, trying to figure out what Itachi was looking for. You should be careful, my style is more effective than Kisame's. Itachi directed his gaze towards his hand, Kakashi followed his gaze, from Itachi's sleeve, shurikens appeared that the Uchiha took between his fingers. Kakashi stepped back tracing seals. Suiten. Sujinheki. The water around him rose, making a wall of water that protected him from several water drills that were going towards him. The speed of his jutsu is impressive, I couldn't even see the hand signs. Kakashi thought. You're good, you almost anticipate my movement, said Itachi. Almost another Itachi appeared, burying a kunai in Kakashi's back. His speed is supreme, Kurenai thought. Kakashi turned into water, a water clone. My village must be proud that they copy their jutsu so well, Kisame thought from the bridge. Under the water, Kakashi handed a kunai to Kurenai. Well done, Kakashi. Kurenai prepared herself, but Kakashi appeared from the water and pushed her back. Step back. The one in front of you is the real shadow clone. Itachi's clone exploded with great force, raising a large amount of water. Kakashi, Kurenai. Asuma launched himself towards the large amount of water. He detonated his own shadow clone. After a while, the water went down, showing Kakashi with his vest somewhat dirty and burned. However, Kurenai had managed to save himself. Asuma was next to him. Bunshin Daibakuha, Naruto also uses that jutsu, Kakashi said in his thoughts. For not being from the Uchiha clan, you have perfected the Sharingan well. Itachi began to speak, but that is the problem, you are not one of us, you lack physical strength, and that is something that cannot be copied. You're right, I don't have the energy as much as he wants to solve it. The Sharingan had always been a problem for his chakra reserves. What is the reason why the Uchiha clan is so known and feared? Itachi blurted the question into the air, closing his eyes. I will show you the power of the Sharingan when it is wielded by an authentic bloodline heir. Itachi opened his eyes, they shone brightly. Close your eyes. Don't look him in the eyes. Kakashi warned his companions, who closed their eyes quickly. Kakashi closed his right eye. Listen, whatever happens, don't look at it directly, if you do, you're dead. Kurenai swallowed, how could she fight with her eyes closed? Just having a disadvantage that big was scary. I'll take care of it on my own from now on, it'll be my Sharingan against yours. Your skills are indeed impressive, maybe you can even resist the Manjikyu, but whatever, there is something you can't defend against. Itachi's Sharingan shape changed into a three-pronged shuriken. Tsukuyuyomi. The world changed for Kakashi, the sky was red, and instead of the sun there was a red moon, the water was also black, and before he realized it, he was already tied to a cross, from which it was impossible to let go. And Itachi materialized in front of him, a sword in his hand. Without regrets, he buried the sword in his stomach. Kakashi screamed in pain, it felt real, very real. But the Tsukuyomi, time, space, even body mass are controlled by me. Itachi took out the sword and buried it again in another part of the silver-haired ninja's stomach, once again letting out a grunt, blood pouring out of the wound. He closed his eyes in pain. When he opened them again, the wounds were gone, but this time, there were two Itachi in front of him. The two buried their swords into Kakashi's body, over and over without stopping. The Konoha ninja looked to the side, where another Kakashi was suffering the same torture with two other Itachis. With Tsukuyomi, time, space, even body mass are controlled by me, the words were repeated. He saw how he was tortured, and at the same time, it was as if he himself felt the pain. For the next 72 hours, you will suffer the same fate, over and over again. Itachi buried the sword again. Kakashi growled loudly, his eyes bloodshot, his body shaking in pain, his wounds hemorrhaging severely. Stay calm, it's just a Jinjutsu, Kakashi said to himself, hoping to calm his state. What's the point of telling yourself that it's an illusion? Pain is pain, however you want to see it. 3 Itachi buried a sword in Kakashi's body. The same scene was repeated in every direction. Kakashi directed his gaze. Do you feel less for believing that it's not real? The Uchiha's questions only played with his mind. It was an unbearable torture, and no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't free himself. Thinking that he was at the Uchiha's complete mercy only made him more desperate. The physical pain was also terrible, and it was repeated over and over and over again without stopping. He wanted to breathe, but if he did, his wounds were responsible for giving him tremendous pain, but if he didn't breathe. What seemed like years passed in Kakashi's mind. He had been tortured again and again, and once again he was uninjured, but this time, thousands and thousands of Kakashi were around him. There were so many that they could even be seen in the eye horizon, unfinished, a sea of despair and pain. All the Kakashi around him turned into Itachi, each with a sword. There are 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left. The Itachi who was in front of him recited the words that ended up driving him almost crazy. What? It's only been a second, everyone, but all the Itachi buried their swords. Kakashi's body went through unbearable pain. The sky returned to its original color as the sun shone once again. However, for Kakashi it was not a happy day. The big dark circles under his eyes were a sign of that. He just collapsed in the water. He tried to contain himself, but his head hurt, and he felt like his body was losing every strength. What's wrong with you, Kakashi? First we heard the boy speak, and now you're collapsing in the water. What's wrong with you? Asuma asked, still with his eyes closed, confused with what he was hearing. Can we open our eyes now? Kurenai asked. No, not yet, said Kakashi. Kisame appeared next to Itachi. That guy's will was damaged, but not all of it, and meanwhile you get tired of those eyes, and you know that's bad. Kakashi watched as the Uchiha's eyes trembled. The price of using Manjikyu, Itachi, is that Sasuke or Kyomi you're looking for. Or maybe Naruto. asked the one-eyed man. No, it's the legacy of the fourth Hokage myth, and Menma Kakashi remembered a conversation with Jiraiya. He had named a certain organization that searches for Jinchurikis to hunt them, and that they were all S-rank ninjas. So they're looking for Mito and Menma, they must not know that Naruto self-sealed the Kyuubi, Kakashi thought. I see, you are part of that organization that searches for Bijuus, they call themselves Akatsuki, huh? There are 8 more of you out there, I know everything about you there. Kakashi lied a little, but it was enough for set off the alarms in Kisame and Itachi. Kisame, we must take Kakashi, he is dangerous, take care of the others. Kisame grabbed his great sword. It will be a pleasure. He ran at high speed, but something stopped him. Konoha Gariki Senpu. Intense hurricane of the blade. Guy appeared giving an aggressive kick to Kisame, who flew backwards. Guy landed in the water splashing in front of him, making a nice entrance. My, but who do we have here? Said Kisame. To Konoha's fiercest battle beast. Guy the mighty. Powerful Guy. Powerfully stupid. Kisame mocked. Don't underestimate him. Kisame. Itachi warned his partner. It's him. Itachi. Guy looked at the Uchiha, but behind him, Kakashi ended up collapsing. He was sinking, but Guy lifted him up. Guy, close your eyes, if you look at Itachi you will fall into his jutsu, Asuma told Guy. Don't worry, I've trained so much with Kakashi that I already know a lot about the Sharingan and how to combat it. Just look at him at his feet so you can anticipate some of his movements. The two opened their eyes. It's easier said than done. Kurenai was right, in a battle you are supposed to observe your enemy well, but if your field of vision is reduced so much, then fighting will not be easy at all. Then what do we do? Kurenai, you take Kakashi to the medical corps, assume you cover my back. Yeah. I already warned the Anbu Corps, but until they arrive, just you and I are going to hold them. Interesting, I recognize that they are brave. Kisame took up his sword. No Kisame, the least we want is a pitched battle, we're leaving once again. Itachi was the thinking head. TSK, you don't know how lucky you are. After Kisame's words, the two Akatsuki disappeared in a blur. Itachi and Kisame were jumping at high speed. Before leaving the village, they managed to overhear a conversation between two people. Jiraiya-sama has gone out with a Yandame's son to look for Princess Tsunade. It's true, do you think they'll make it? And I know, if I'm not wrong, you're also going with that Uchiha, right? Which? That one who was the brother of that Shisui guy, that one. If he goes too, do you want to follow them? Kisame asked his partner. They shouldn't be that far. If they traveled on foot, they shouldn't be in a hurry. If we follow the path to the exit and continue straight, we will find a town. I'm sure they should be there, Itachi said. Well, then what are we waiting for? Itachi. And Kisame jumped at high speed, hoping to catch up with the Sanin's group. Naruto, Menma and Jiraiya had arrived at the village near Konoha. It was actually very quiet. Well, let's say this is our first stop, said Jiraiya. They still hadn't realized that they were being followed. Itachi and Kisame were hiding in the shadows. Leaving a store, a really beautiful woman was walking. Itachi, from the shadows, looked her directly in the eyes. Just when she turned around, without her realizing it, she had already fallen into the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. The woman suddenly turned to see Jiraiya, Menma and Naruto. She fixed her hair in a charming way, drawing the attention of the Redeed and the Whitehead, but Naruto could control himself. As a final touch, the woman winked her eye seductively. It was enough for Jiraiya to simply shut up. Ha. You know what, we can stay and rest here, take this money. Look for a hotel and rent a room, I'll be there later. Jiraiya gave Naruto money and then ran off towards the woman. It can't be, that pervert already abandoned us for a woman, said Menma. What can we do? Nothing for now, for nothing in the world will he detach himself from that woman, and even less if she really shows interest in him, which seems impossible to me. Well, come on, let's look for a hotel near here, said Naruto to go to a hotel. In Konoha. Kakashi was laid on a hospital bed. Kurenai, Asuma and Guy were around him. What happened to him? Asked Guy. Well, we don't really know. First Itachi whispered a technique and about 3 seconds later he fell to the ground. I see, maybe it was a Sharingan technique, or it could also be the Manjikyu. The door opened showing Kyomi and Sasuke. They had found out about their sensei's condition, somehow. What happened to Kakashi sensei? Kyomi asked. Well, let's say he had an accident on a mission, Guy said nervously. That's impossible, I saw him not long ago. I asked him if he had seen Naruto. Sasuke replied what Guy said. Shit, now that I say it before the Jonin could think of anything, a completely random ninja entered the room. Hey, do you know that Itachi returned to the village? A chill ran down the spines of all the people present in the room. And what's more, he's looking for Menma and Mito. The ninja finished dipping his finger into the yaga. Idiot, said Kurenai, directing her vision to the two Uchiha brothers. Kyomi clenched her fists tightly as her eyes widened in surprise, showed an angry Sharingan that was spinning rapidly. Sasuke kept his hands in his pockets, but his face did not say the same. His Sharingan was also shown spinning at high speed. His eyes were also open. Sasuke and Kyomi rushed out the door at high speed. I know where Mito is, go see where Menma is, said Kyomi. The two ran out to look for the two Uzumakas. In the village, Naruto and Menma had already rented a room in a hotel somewhat far from where they were, but they were sure that Jiraiya would find them. Menma was meditating while Naruto was reading in another bed. What are you reading? Menma asked. The book of Jiraiya-sensei. I'm very surprised that you are a pervert and that you are not afraid to tell me. It's not that dirty book that Kakashi-sensei reads. It's the first one. He wrote stories of a brave ninja. He gave it to me since he realized that I have the same name as the protagonist, and the truth is that it's interesting, said Naruto. I see. They both heard a knock on the door. Who will it be? Will it be services? Menma really wouldn't mind if it were services, but if it was something else he was going to have his patience severely strained. When he opened the door, he had to see the forehead of the person in front of him, since if he looked further down, he would find those red eyes that bothered him so much. Who are you? Menma said. Menma Uzumaki, I ask you to come with us please, we don't want to get older, so what if I don't want to go? I've had enough of people this day, why don't I just rip off his legs and take him away, Kisame said. This is not the time to let ourselves be carried away by anger. Who is Menma? Naruto was curious why Menma took so long, but when he saw the face of the person in front of him, he felt a quick chill, his muscles tensed, all his nerves became alert, his chakra raced quickly to his eyes, activating his Sharingan. All these stimuli at once gave him a kind of contraction in his stomach, while his fists closed. This time, they were two pairs of Sharingan looking at each other, a calm Sharingan in front of a Sharingan that was spinning rapidly, and it shone brightly. Wow, someone else with those eyes, and this one has it on both of them. Isn't it that Naruto you told me about? Yes, said Itachi. Well then Menma, go back, enter the room, but what are you saying? I already told you to come in. Naruto looked at Menma. The boy had to admit that the Uchiha's look scared him a little. He entered the room and Naruto closed the door. What do you want, Itachi? Naruto asked. It has nothing to do with you, I ask you to please step aside and let me in. Do you want the Kyuubi? So he already figured out what we want, Kisame thought. Naruto, I don't want to drag this out any longer. What if? No way, I'm not going to let you take him, he's important to the village. From what he was saying, Naruto knew that they don't know who the current recipient is. I've been training for this moment. Do you want to kill me already? No, I want you to tell me what really happened that night. Naruto looked at Itachi with some anger. Do you want me to tell you that? Didn't I already tell you? Or is it not so clear? Itachi responded. You know very well that that was a horrible lie. Naruto didn't like how Itachi evaded the truth. I killed the clan to test my power, I already said it, and besides I only left them alive so that one of you could test my power to the fullest. Tell me, do you have enough hatred? Itachi made Naruto remember that night, the words that he himself said. TSK, you apparently. Naruto was starting to get out of control. It's not always like that, but talking about that topic simply got to his deepest feelings. Then we have to get rid of the boy to grab the Jinchuriki, let's go ahead then. Kisame quickly approached Naruto. Kisame attacked with a downward slash, but when he reached Naruto, he disappeared. Hey, where is it? Kisame asked. Naruto was behind Itachi. So, if you feel like killing me? Itachi said. No. I don't want to kill you. I just want answers. Okay, but you should know that I gave them all to you. Itachi turned quickly and gave a big kick. Naruto blocked the kick with an X of his arms, but was thrown backwards. This time you won't fool me. Kisame, at high speed, attempted a lateral cut. Naruto crouched down and rested his arms on the ground, the sharkskin sword. Naruto turned on the ground and kicked. Kisame blocked with his arm. Naruto jumped and gave a combo of kicks. Kisame blocked them with his sword. He pushed his sword, propelling Naruto. The Uchiha barely put his feet on the ground, shunshin, and a big blow landed on Kisame, right on his stomach. Is that what he uses, his shunshin? He uses it too well, Kisame thought. Naruto appeared behind Kisame and hit again. Kisame slashed back, but Naruto disappeared again and hit his face. He uses Shunshin as well as Shisui. Itachi thought. Even for me it was difficult to get used to. Itachi thought, remembering Shisui. I have nothing to do with you, get away. Said Naruto. I'm sorry, but I'm having fun with you. Naruto could feel his chakra decreasing. What's happening? Naruto asked himself. It's that sword, the Samahata, it has the ability to steal chakra, said Kurama in Naruto's head. I see. Naruto stepped back. Kaiten. Enden. Naruto sent a small concentrated flame of fire. Kisame cut the jutsu, it disappeared. I think you should know by now that that doesn't work, said Kisame. Kisame launched himself at Naruto again, but Naruto jumped, dodging him. He made a half-ram seal, and two shadow clones appeared, who began to fight Kisame, each with two kunai. Kisame was left fighting the clones, while the original appeared in front of Itachi. Are you going to tell me the truth? You're being a bit annoying, and maybe you're desperate for something. I would never have imagined you like this. Itachi mocked Naruto's temperament. Enough of that. Naruto said with some fury. He launched himself at high speed and grabbed Itachi by the neck, slamming him against the wall. What's stopping you, huh? What's wrong with you? I just want to know what happened. Naruto was not able to hold back his tears. They started dating without him wanting it. Itachi had the image of little Naruto crying before him when he was still 7 years old, and he had to live through that event. His face only showed infinite coldness, but inside him. Itachi hit Naruto in the stomach. The blow felt like a cannon shot, very strong and fast. Itachi hit Naruto again. He sent another blow. Naruto crouched down and attacked. Itachi blocked it with his palm. The younger Uchiha sent one high kick. Itachi lowered his body and turned, sending his own kick, which hit Naruto hard. He's fast, very fast, and he also has too much strength. Naruto created a shadow clone. These two attacked the Akatsuki simultaneously. Itachi stopped a blow from the clone. With only his strength, Itachi was able to lift him up and let him go. The clone gathered chakra in his feet and stuck to the ceiling. He took out a kunai and threw it at Itachi, who shook his head. The kunai passed by him, crashing in front of him. The clone replaced itself with the kunai, leaving the clone on the ground and the kunai floating in the air. The original Naruto jumped in a spin. He was about to hit the kunai with his heel, while the clone sent an upward blow. But attack, it forces me to defend myself from either side, but that won't be enough. Itachi, at high speed, lowered his right palm and raised his left, grabbing the kunai by the handle and stopping his blow. Clone. It would have been much more difficult without Sharingan. Itachi thought. He used a kunai to attack the clone, which dissipated into rays, but Itachi turned into crows, which joined together again, Itachi appearing again, further away from Naruto. Naruto's face was dark. He had many mixed feelings: sadness, anger, helplessness and a little despair. Kisame finished off the two Naruto clones. That's a kid, I thought you had more, or maybe you're busy crying about the past. Kisame mocked. As much as you want, you won't be able to beat Itachi. His eyes are better than yours. Once again you underestimate the rival Kisame. The Sharingan evolves and becomes stronger from the first moment you awaken it. Therefore, the longer you have had the Jutsu, the stronger it becomes. Aha, and what? You told me that you woke up yours when you were 8 years old. They are the strongest eyes I know. That's the problem. Naruto awakened his Sharingan at 5 years old, said Itachi. I wouldn't underestimate him. Naruto looked askance at Kisame, his Sharingan shining brightly. It is perhaps the most powerful Sharingan that exists. Kisame looked directly into Naruto's eyes. Suddenly, he felt like he was pierced, right in the chest. He saw how there was a Naruto, piercing him in the chest, cold and sharp. He felt like he couldn't move, and the pain in his chest was so strong that it seemed real. Fortunately, it was just a Jinjutsu out of this. Kisame was clutching his chest and breathing deeply. For a moment, I thought Naruto tried to hit Itachi. He grabbed his hand, and with the other, he hit Naruto hard against the wall, creating cracks. He grabbed the ninja by the neck and looked him in the eyes. Unfortunately, it's not enough. You lack hate. Itachi's Manjikyu shined, so that then Naruto's world would change. Kyomi revived the worst memory of Naruto, his family, his clan, once again, being massacred by the one who once had so much affection for him. Once again, he could do nothing, crucified on a cross. That's where you're wrong. Now it was his Manjikyu that was shining. I have enough hate. Itachi was surprised to see that it was him who was on the cross, while Naruto appeared in front of him in crows, with a sword in his hand. So you managed to put me in my own illusion. Unfortunately for you, you are not good enough with Kyomi. The jutsu broke, showing Itachi still holding Naruto's neck. Itachi's Manjikyu looked at Naruto's, the two eyes reflecting similar pains. Losing someone, you're still weak, Itachi said. I already told you I have enough hate. Suddenly, Naruto pierced Itachi's hand, who was surprised by what he saw. He couldn't defend himself from the blow that Naruto hit him in the stomach. The force was too much, changing his stoic face to one of pain. What was that? A Jinjutsu? No, that's impossible. I should have seen it. Itachi was confused. But unlike what you think, it's a strange hatred. I can't help but feel it towards you. You took my brother away from me, but I feel like there's something else. I feel like there's something you're hiding. Itachi. He separated from Naruto. I mean, killing the entire clan just because, that doesn't make sense. Coming from someone like you. Itachi remained silent. So the only way for you to tell me the truth is to defeat you, huh? Well, I guess it won't be today. Clearly you are stronger than me, much stronger, but I swear that one day I will come for you, you will tell me the truth, and after that Naruto didn't know what to say. If the truth was that Itachi had killed the clan, why not? He had no choice but to let himself be carried away by his darkest emotions. But if it was the other way around, I don't care. The only thing that matters is moving forward and doing the right thing on the path I have chosen. Are you here for Menma? Well, let me tell you something, he is no longer the Jinchuriki. What do you mean by that, brat? Like he's not the Jinchuriki anymore. This is taking a big risk, but with luck he will feel Kurama's chakra, and I will also leave Menma out of danger. Kisame attacked Naruto once again. This time, Naruto stopped his sword with a kunai and his great strength. He has great physical strength. I wonder what you're like without that sword, huh? Naruto said. He moved quickly, crouched down and delivered an upward kick, snatching Kisame's sword. Now Naruto attacked with his kunai. Kisame dodged as best he could, and with a slap he took Naruto's kunai away. Kisame tried a reverse spinning kick, but surprisingly his leg went through Naruto. Once his limb passed completely, Naruto grabbed his heel, leaving Kisame vulnerable, and without thinking, he landed a strong blow with everything on the shark's stomach. Kisame salivated. That blow felt too strong, he almost thought something had broken. Kisame felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Something definitely broke. Kisame said in his mind, but what surprised him was seeing how a bubbling root chakra began to cover Naruto. What? Kisame thought. But how is he the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki? Itachi said to himself. The chakra completely covered Naruto, generating a tail of chakra. Suddenly, the Samehada sword began to move until it reached Kisame's hand again. He attempted to attack with a downward slash, but Naruto jumped back, tracing seals. So you're the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. I don't understand how our information was wrong, but you're coming with us. But. Before he could see, Naruto was behind him, with his palm on his back. I think that will be impossible. Naruto let go of Kisame. A seal glowed for a second. Kisame felt weaker. What did you do to me? I seal your chakra, Itachi said with his Sharingan, looking at Kisame. Because he appeared so quickly behind Kisame, I couldn't even follow him, Itachi thought. Naruto kicked Kisame, some of the bubbling chakra entering the Samehada. That sword is the worst, it even absorbs Biju chakra, thought Naruto. His sensing sense caught something that left him frozen. What are they doing here? Naruto watched as Kyomi and Sasuke entered the stairs. Sasuke and Kyomi observed Naruto with that chakra cloak. In addition, there was a guy with a giant sword, and further down the hallway was the person they were looking for. Itachi. The girl shouted. The Uchiha turned his face away. Oh wow, but they are my little brothers. The voice sounded monotonous, again. It's really you, Kyomi said, her fist clenching. Sasuke didn't say anything. The chakra gathering in his hand said it all. The Chidori appeared in Sasuke's hand. Naruto felt Kyomi gathering chakra in his hand. It seems like you guys want to kill me too. I already told you that I don't want to kill you, Itachi, Naruto said to the Uchiha, grabbing his friend's hands. Kyomi, Sasuke, don't do something you might regret. But. Calm down, he's already here. Who? A cloud of smoke appeared in the middle of everyone in the hallway. Did you really think you could fool the great Jiraiya with a trick like that? It's unfortunate. Said Jiraiya, entering the hallway. However, he was still carrying the fainted girl on his shoulders. It seems that more and more people are appearing. Kisame grabbed his sword and pointed at the ninjas. Kisame, let's go, he's a Sannin, fighting him is counterproductive at the moment. Besides, we have the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki who apparently can handle the Bijuu's chakra once again. The thinking head of the Akatsuki couple spoke. Okay, you guys aren't going anywhere. Jiraiya went through hand seals. Uchiha Iwagama. Said Jiraiya. Suddenly, the walls and the floor turned into a sticky and pink material. They can't escape. Right now they are in the stomach of Iwagama, the largest toad on Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya explained his jutsu. Follow me, Kisame. The two Akatsuki ran around a corner. Everyone followed them, but when they turned, they could see a large gap with some black flames remaining. What? The Sannin was amazed. They used the Amaterasu to escape. The Amaterasu burns everything, no matter how indestructible it is. You should seal the flames. They will never go out until they consume the stomach completely, said Naruto. Okay. Jiraiya approached the black flames. Be careful with that thing, I know what I'm doing, brat. The Chidori disappeared from Sasuke's hand while Kyomi stopped gathering chakra. I guess he's gone. The chakra cloak disappeared as he deactivated his Sharingan. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's shirt collar. Why didn't you let me go, Are you refuting me? Think a little, do you really want to do it? I thought it was clear 8 years ago. Naruto pushed Sasuke. I don't know. It's just that, it seems to me that you gave an empty speech. Do you know if Itachi really went crazy? Said Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke were talking about the day after the massacre, in the hospital. Sasuke, I thought you were smarter. Don't you think it's strange that I really killed everyone just because? Said Naruto, once again with the same argument. That doesn't matter to me now. I only care that that bastard killed my family. Sasuke was going crazy. He told me to live hating him, that when I was strong enough I would kill him. So I just saved your life. You're not strong enough to beat him. And you, This time it was Kyomi who spoke. It's not that, I'm not strong enough to beat him either, but Naruto, I ask you one more time, why do you have so much faith in Itachi? Kyomi asked Naruto. It's just that Naruto remembered Itachi, the Itachi who was always there for him, the one who trained him, the Itachi who accompanied him to eat, the one who was so happy and smiled from time to time. From time to time, that Itachi who greeted everyone in the clan, who helped whoever crossed his path. No, it's not possible, we saw Itachi, we saw what he was like and everything he gave for the clan, over and over again he told me that he loved his family, he couldn't just kill everyone, why not? And if I kill many children, why don't I kill us? Or why don't I kill myself? If I'm not completely blood related, I'm just your friend's brother, said Naruto. It's very strange that he changed from one day to the next, and that he killed everyone he loved. I saw it, I think I saw it. An image of Itachi shedding a tear passed through his mind. I'm not going to jump to conclusions, Naruto said. I'm going to beat him, and I'm going to know the truth. Naruto continued defending Itachi. It's okay. Kyomi put her hands on Naruto's shoulders. I can't sound as optimistic as you on that topic, but I think from what I've seen and because I'm your friend, I have to trust what you say. The girl smiled at him. Naruto grabbed the girl's hands and joined them with his own, bowing his head. Thank you, Kyomi. This time, Naruto directed his gaze toward Sasuke. Okay, but I hope you can understand that I can't help but have doubts. Besides, it's not an accelerated decision, it's something I've been thinking about for 8 years, Sasuke said. Continue with your mission, we have to return to Konoha. Sasuke gave a friendly blow to Naruto's chest. See you. Sasuke turned around and started walking. Give it time, Itachi is a very sensitive topic for us. Kyomi looked at Naruto's thoughtful eyes, he had a low and serious look, his ninja band slipped, releasing the strands of hair. I guess for you too, and Kyomi brushed the locks from Naruto's face. I can't just think about us, we've got your back, remember? Why are you covering ours? Kyomi saw something she didn't think she would see. Naruto was letting out tears, small and few, but they were what they were, pain in the form of water. Oh hey, why are you crying? I don't know, it's just that I'm confused, I don't know what to do. Itachi, I'm taking away my brother, I don't want to think that he really did it to test his power, and having taken away so many important people from me, it fills me with helplessness. Not knowing what happened, said Naruto. The important thing is that we move forward, right? I remember you told me those words, said Kyomi. Yes, Naruto calmed down. Kyomi dried Naruto's tears. Come on, you have to continue with your mission. Kyomi patted Naruto's face. Good, okay, see you. Kyomi left to look for Sasuke to return to the village. Wow, you're softer than I thought, said Jiraiya. Yeah, okay, we have to continue. By the way, where is Menma? Oh, inside the room, said Naruto. Jiraiya went to the room and entered to see Menma. Naruto stayed outside, picked up his ninja band from the ground and placed it on his forehead. This time he left a few strands on top, took a deep breath and released it. Keep going. He scratched his eyes, because they hurt a little. You're very good at that, aren't you? Kurama said. Since always, said Naruto. Menma left the room with Jiraiya. To tell the truth, he was very confused once Naruto told him to enter the room. With that face he was not going to deny that it had scared him a little. Then he tried to calm down as much as he could and limited himself to listening to a little babbling and then struggling, and yet, he didn't know why he hadn't come out to help. If it was obvious that they were fighting, then why didn't he come out? Then he realized that this was a delicate topic and maybe that's why he hadn't come out at all that time. He heard Sasuke and Kyomi arrive, then the Iro-Sennin, the two strange people escaped, an argument, and then Jiraiya entered the room. He asked him how he was and if he had hurt himself, then they went out and the first thing he saw was a Naruto looking at a large hole in the wall. So you're okay after all? Well, yes, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Yes, Naruto sounded somewhat confused. Okay, said Menma, sharply, it wasn't like he would get involved in those matters, he knows they are delicate. Well, I guess today was a hard day, at least for you, so how about you rest a little, eh? Tomorrow we will continue with the trip and this time we will go running, we will reach the town in less than 2 hours. Okay, but what about that? Naruto pointed to the large hole in the wall. So that, you can't I don't know take care of that with a little genjutsu? You know. No way, those people have nothing to do with what happened, it's bad to leave them with those expenses because of our irresponsibility, we will pay for it, Naruto corrected his sensei. Well, there you are, I have nothing to do with it. The Redeed was about to enter the room again. Oh no, I'm sure you'll help your godfather with this. What about what? Are you crazy? Said Menma. Don't worry, I know you'll earn that money again, soon at some point, said Jiraiya. That's not worth it. Naruto could only smile. Suddenly, a kunai stabbed into the wall behind them. Hey, what's that? Naruto said. Everyone had let their guard down when dynamic entry. Guy entered with a big kick that landed on Jiraiya's face. Several things would have to be explained the next day. The hotel collectors were surprised to see that the 3 Konoha ninjas had left them more money than they had to pay. Perhaps it had something to do with the giant hole at the end of the hallway, although they said it was for hospitality. Naruto, Jiraiya and Menma continued advancing quickly through the forest. Jiraiya had said that they wouldn't last even 2 hours, so they were calm. That lady was suspicious of us, said Menma. You know what, she should be grateful that we didn't run away and pay her, said the Sannin. Well, we just left the money with an excuse, whatever that works. 1 hour 30 minutes later, 8 hours before the arrival of Naruto, Jiraiya and Menma. The blonde woman was walking down a lonely street right next to a large stone wall. Behind her, a girl with short black hair followed her steps with a little pig in her arms. Tsunade-sama, are you heading downtown to gamble again? You know Shizune, this time I feel like I woke up with good luck, maybe I'll have a good streak today, having said that the other days it doesn't seem like those words have any power. Shizune had witnessed the bad luck that this woman has. The two continued walking in silence until suddenly they felt two presences appear out of nowhere. A pleasure to see you again, dear companion. A playful and evil voice sounded behind Tsunade and her student. What are you doing here, Orochimaru? Tsunade said, a calm voice coming from the woman. Well, the truth is I don't have the time for detours, so I'm going to get to the point. I want you to help me with a situation, said Orochimaru. At the snake statement, Tsunade turned her head. Body to see his former companion, being surprised at the appearance of the Sannin's arms. What happened to you? Now what did you do? You can see it as a punishment for attacking the blade. You deserve that. What, does that bother you? I thought you didn't have affection for the leaf. It's not that, you know well that I hate that place, it's just that I find it funny that it backfired on you, had the blonde mocked the snake. Don't make fun of Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto, who was accompanying Orochimaru. So this is your minion, huh? Make him shut up or I'll beat him up. You shouldn't underestimate Kabuto, he could fight Kakashi hand to hand anyway. Tell me, who left your hands like that? Was it the fourth Hokage? Indeed, although it is sad that it cost him his life. What are you saying? You're telling me that you killed Minato? Tsunade seemed to clench her fists. Well, he sacrificed himself to stop my biggest technique so far, but that bastard managed to take my hands with all my jutsus. I see, that makes you angry, doesn't it? That's right, but I would like to know if you could fix them. Why would I help you? You're the best medical ninja in the world, and the role of doctors is to help those in need, right? It would be better if the person in need is not a crazy scientist. Okay, I understand that you distrust me, but what do you think is a deal? What are we talking about, huh? Tsunade asked to find out what Orochimaru would give her. To tell the truth, she didn't expect much, she didn't want anything like this. You make my arms go back to normal, and I bring them back to life. What do you mean you bring them back to life? Who are you talking about? You know, from Dan and Nawaki. At the mention of those names, Tsunade froze. Impossible, how can I guarantee that you're really not joking? One jutsu will be enough, I'm sure you know his name, Mito-tensei. I will think about it. Okay, take your time. Orochimaru and Kabuto left. Tsunade-sama, if you let me have my say, I don't think you should accept the deal with him, you already know how tricky he is, how about we go downtown now? Tsunade ignored what Shizune said and continued forward. The black-haired girl just sighed. 8 hours later. Jiraiya, Naruto and Menma had arrived at the town where the Sannin Toads had located the Senju woman. At first glance the town looked busy, it was then that Jiraiya spoke. Well, the first thing you should know is that this town loves to gamble. There are quite a few games that you can try, although well, I don't recommend it since you must not have that much money, plus your luck. Well, it's not really that I want to bet, I already have enough money saved from ninja missions, said Naruto. Menma took out a frog-shaped purse, which Jiraiya himself had given him. Well, actually if it weren't for Oka-san I wouldn't have saved so much. Menma looked inside. Damn, these brats, how do you guys have so much money? Well, we didn't spend it on alcohol, and well sluts, didn't my mother tell you about the basic rules of ninjas, said Menma. That's nothing, I'm a grown man, said Jiraiya. Anyway, if we start searching now, it's better that they take off their ninja bands. If Tsunade sees us first, she will escape when she sees the leaf band. Wow, that old lady is going to be a pain. Menma began to take off his ninja headband, his short locks now free. Meh, although I don't understand it, if he sees you he won't run away anyway. Naruto said, taking off the band, blowing some strands. Well yes, but I'll intercept her quickly, and besides, she'll think twice when she sees me. One way or the other. Okay, let's split up to search. Jiraiya went one way, leaving Naruto and Menma alone. Well, I guess we should start looking, let's go. Naruto began to walk, followed closely by the Redeed. Hey, a question. Menma addressed the Uchiha. Tell me what's wrong. This about Itachi. Naruto remained silent, waiting for the question. I was wondering, why don't you hate him? Normally I would tell you it's something personal, I understand. Well, calm down, thank you. Naruto was actually grateful not to have to tell Menma all that, although he didn't understand why he asked in the first place. A few minutes passed until Menma took out a rubber ball from his backpack. And so? Well, I do it because it's entertaining. If Hiro-sennin taught you the Rasengan you should understand it. Yes, can you give me one? Here. Menma took out another one, handing it to Naruto. The point is that it doesn't explode. I have it. Naruto and Menma walked through the village in silence. During the journey, Menma observed boys his age, who apparently did not seem to be ninja. For a moment he wondered what his life would have been like if he had never been a shinobi. There were also groups of girls, who surreptitiously looked at the Uchiha in front of him, with a soft red on their faces. Oh wow, the Uchiha charm, I wonder how it feels. The Uzumaki didn't know that the only girl that was even in the boy's head was another black-haired woman, with the same clan name. Then Menma remembered Hinata. Why do I remember her now? Menma thought. Jiraiya landed behind them. What's up? Nothing yet. We don't know exactly where to look. Well, you should know that Tsunade likes alcohol and especially gambling. We could start looking for stalls like that. Jiraiya pointed to a stall where a lady had some lottery tickets. The two approached the young lady's stall. Excuse me, ma'am, have you by any chance seen a lady of approximately 50 years old, blonde and with honey eyes? Menma asked. Well no, young man, but how about you play a little? What do you say? If you win you could earn money, the woman persuaded Menma, who looked at Naruto. The Uchiha shrugged his shoulders. I don't see why not. Try it. After all, if you lose you will only lose a little money, and if somehow you win, then congratulations. Jiraiya watched from a distance as Menma bought a lottery ticket. Deluded people, these people are very good at cheating. They could be taking all the money if they wanted to, the odds of them winning are too low after a while. Jiraiya watched with envy as Menma hugged his frog purse, which was too full of money, some bills falling out. Chubby, you are prettier, don't you think so, little frog? Yes, you are. Naruto looked at Menma with a smile, still playing with the rubber ball. Hey Naruto, look at that game. Menma pointed to another stall. That one over there? Why not try it? I'm sure that was a lot of luck, but that doesn't happen again. Naruto was in front of the stall, with all the games solved. Wow. You're really good. Menma said, seeing how Naruto had a bear doll in his hand, plus he had more money. Well, actually I guess I'm lucky. Maybe Kyomi will like this bear. The bear disappeared in a ball of smoke, indicating that it has been sealed. What's wrong? These guys are very good. I'm envious. Wait, think on the bright side, this could help us find Tsunade. Jiraiya walked towards a stall, followed by his lucky students. The Sannin asked the owner of the establishment. Excuse me, good man, have you seen a lady with blonde hair, possibly and two low pigtails, and also with honey-colored eyes? I may have seen her. Oh yeah, tell me where you went please. Wait a minute, friend, if you want information, you'll have to bet. How about a simple game of dice? Said the man. I accept, if I win you will give me the information, won't you? That's right. But you have to give me something in return. How about 1000 ryo? What? It's okay, I can't take a step back anymore. Alright, what do you choose? Okay, well I choose odd. The man threw the dice, they bounced, the sound of the dice hitting the ground marked Jiraiya's heartbeat. The two dice began to stop, showing that they would land with a 4 and a 3. Oh no, that's odd. Naruto looked at the two dice. At this rate we will lose. I have an idea. Naruto expelled a large amount of chakra, causing the chakra inside the rubber ball to explode in a large gust of wind, which moved the dice, making the die of the 3 will change to a 2. Hehe, great Naruto. Jiraiya gave a confident laugh. You see friend, it seems like I won. What? Really? Wow. So we headed to a bar. Well, it was logical, said Menma. A question, Jiraiya-sensei. Tell me Naruto, he said he wanted to train something with me. Of course, you see, it's something about the Rasengan. Menma paid attention. You see, Minato created the Rasengan using chakra shape manipulation, which simply affects its contour, but Minato had a dream that the Rasengan would also handle elemental manipulation, turning the Rasengan into a jutsu that controls both shape and element of the chakra. That's why he said that the Rasengan was incomplete, so you want to know if we can complete it, right? Naruto guessed correctly. That's right, I want to try to complete my student's jutsu. I think it would be a great honor for him. Well, I accept the challenge. I like that, but first we must find Tsunade. The three entered a bar. Jiraiya observed a woman sitting, he recognized her immediately. There you are, Tsunade. The subtlety had been put aside by the white-haired Sannin. Jiraiya. The girl couldn't believe what she saw, so much so that she stood up from her seat, revealing her two great blessings. What the hell, are you telling me that woman is 50 years old? Menma thought. Naruto didn't look fazed by the woman's body, he had something else on his mind. What are you doing here, Jiraiya? Calm down a little, okay? Let's talk. Jiraiya and the two boys approached the woman. Everyone sat down. Tsunade at least let them eat the food that she herself had ordered. While Jiraiya and Menma ate, Naruto kept his margin, quiet and serene. This is like a reunion, many faces from the past suddenly appear. Are you talking about Orochimaru? Shizune, who was next to Tsunade, was surprised that Jiraiya guessed. We just greeted each other, nothing more, Tsunade said. So, what brings you here? The Sannin asked her former partner. I'm going to get to the point. Konoha has chosen you as the Godame Hokage. Tsunade opened her eyes wide, but she remained silent in the first room. The news had left her a little shocked, the silence seemed eternal. Jiraiya continued eating calmly, waiting for his friend to continue talking. Since he knew her so well, he knew she would try to divert the topic. And who are the two brats that come with you? Them two. Well, you should already know the one on my left, he is Minato and Kushina's son, Menma Uzumaki. In fact, you are his godmother. Kushina chose you. Tsunade maintained her silence again, and then asked about the other boy. And this to my right is Naruto Uchiha. I have taken him as a student. Okay. Once again there was silence. I'll repeat it to you, Tsunade. The village has chosen you as the Goddamn Hokage. Do you accept? Absolutely not. Menma widened his eyes at that. Naruto was simply surprised, but he didn't express it. What do you mean, why not? Jiraiya insisted. Well, the Hokage is simply a fool's job. This time, Menma had gotten angry, they just indirectly insulted his father. Calm down, Menma, Jiraiya whispered to the boy. What are your reasons for saying that, huh? Because of the blush on your cheeks, or I make you nervous because of my incredible attitude and beauty, which is most likely, or you're too drunk to say that, the white-haired Sanin juiced, asking for the woman's reason for declining in such a rude manner. Believe me, I'm drunk, but I'm sane enough to know what I'm saying. Then give me your reasons for not being one. The Hokage is a position for fools, locking yourself in an office just to sign and leave the paperwork aside. Plus, each one was willing to give their lives for the village, which culminated in everyone dying before they should. Tsunade, even if she didn't want to, seemed to be mocking the Hokages. I'm tired of this old woman, she's insulting my father, she's insulting my sister's dream. Menma stood up against Jiraiya's warnings. Listen to me, old lady. I won't let you insult my family just like that when you're just an inept person who runs away from things. Menma, please don't talk to Tsunade-sama like that. I don't care. Is the Sanin a real title? Or is it just a nickname given to them by that shinobi whom they couldn't beat? Unlike you, my father earned everyone's respect, the Sandaime too. He sacrificed himself and people respect him and love him despite his mistakes, but what will they think of you? An old woman who ran away because she couldn't bear the pain. To me. You're nothing more than a little girl who doesn't know who to blame, and she prefers to blame the village that gave her everything and saw her grow, betraying her. Your child. Tsunade grabbed Menma's shirt collar. You don't know anything, you're just spoiled, you don't know pain. Well, I'm spoiled. But losing that person who spoiled me so much was painful, more than you think. Menma hit the table, knocking over the food. Two things seemed incredible to Jiraiya, which Menma didn't know. He would bow down to Tsunade, and that Naruto was not startled despite everything. Do you want to fight, brat? Is that serious? That's your solution. Every time you show me how immature you are, grandma. But that's okay, if you want to fight, let's fight. I will fight. Naruto spoke for the first time in the conversation. Huh? Everyone looked at Naruto. Well, I thought you'd go unnoticed all the time, huh? The white-haired man said to Naruto. I want to see how much guts the goddamn Hokage has. I already said I'm not going to be Hokage, brat. We'll see about that. How about a bet, eh? He cut through the princess's weak point. So a bet, huh? Talk, this battle won't decide it. How about something more difficult, like a challenge with the Rasengan? Naruto, you're not thinking about. Calm down, sensei. Naruto interrupted Jiraiya. Listen, Tsunade, I will add elemental chakra to the Rasengan, that is my challenge. Tsunade was surprised, she knew what she was talking about, completing the Yondaime Hokage's jutsu. He laughed a little, thinking that the feat was impossible. Ha. Well, okay, tell me what you want. If I win, you will become the goddamn Hokage, okay? Besides, if you win, I'll give you this necklace. Tsunade took out a necklace with some small blue spheres, in the middle of them there was a green crystal. This was my grandfather's necklace, Hashirama Senju, said Tsunade. Naruto felt Kurama shudder. Is something wrong? Kurama. It's nothing, it's just that necklace. It seems that it contains a special seal to calm my chakra. It wouldn't hurt if one day you got out of control, which I doubt will happen, by the way. Interesting. Well, what if I lose? The Uchiha asked. Well, you and your dear sensei will leave, and leave me alone. Besides, you will have to give me 50,000 ryos. Jiraiya paled, looked in his wallet and swallowed some saliva. He signaled to Naruto to reject, but to his bad luck, his student did not consent to that option. Okay, I accept. Besides. What's happening? You only have 1 week, Naruto, I think. I accept. Naruto this time interrupted Menma. Okay, let's fight her. What a brat. Come on, I'll give you the advantage. Tsunade started to leave, Naruto followed her. The streets were alone and quiet, the atmosphere was dark, only illuminated by the lamps. Well, I'll give you the advantage since you're just a little genin. Tsunade, as a recommendation, I would tell you not to underestimate Naruto. Jiraiya warned his partner. Please, what's the worst thing a genin can do to me? The woman was overflowing with pride, she fully trusted that the boy couldn't do anything to her. Well, how about you go first, kid? Said Tsunade. I think it's better if you attack, I don't feel like humiliating her so quickly. Naruto knew how to get on people's nerves, and he did it. Tsunade showed her displeasure at Naruto's statement, cracking her knuckles dangerously. Well, brat, I just hope you don't break so easily. Willing to teach him a lesson, Tsunade moved at great speed. The Uchiha opened his eyes in surprise, he moved his head, avoiding a blow from the woman, a fist closed quite tightly, it looked from afar that it would break anything. A gust of wind came from the blow, destroying a portion of the pavement below. She is fast, and her strength is monstrous. Naruto's instinct indicated danger, neither short nor lazy. Tsunade sent blow after blow against the Uchiha. At high speed Naruto dodged as best he could, witnessing how Tsunade seemed to have fun with him. What's wrong, brat? You're just going to escape, so you won't beat anyone, be thankful that I haven't finished you off. In the blur, the blonde appeared behind Naruto, she sent a blow, but the Uchiha disappeared from view. Nothing, in a blink, appeared above her, sending an axe kick. The blonde covered herself with her arms, a gust of wind came out of the crash. How did he move so fast? The Senju wondered, but she didn't stop and grabbed the boy's leg and threw him against a wall. Naruto spun in the air, managed to rest his feet on the wall of the house, his body flickering. What is that? Tsunade said to herself. He raised his fists to block, but it was too late. Naruto's fist had already stuck into his face with great force. Great strength. Tsunade thought, letting her body rotate to make acrobatic movements backwards, but in the middle of a jump, she observed how Naruto had appeared beneath her, with his back on the ground and his legs retracted. She blocked the kick with ease, but the force destabilized her, causing her to fall. She quickly got up. You're pretty good, brat, besides that technique you use is quite annoying. Yes, many have already told me. Naruto activated his Sharingan. Oh, so he has a mature Sharingan, interesting, now it will be more difficult for me I suppose, besides, it seems that it does not depend on him, he was able to fight with me, even though it was deactivated. The woman prepared herself, but apparently she made a small mistake. Naruto took advantage of this to launch himself against the Sannin. They began to exchange blows. It was now easier for Naruto to counter the woman's attacks. The woman gave a blow, Naruto passed the outside of her hand, deflecting the blow, turning his head. He sent a blow with some chakra, the woman blocked it with her palm, a small shock wave came out from the contact. The woman smiled, she was having fun, it was like those battles she saw in her clan when she was young, the sparring and the training, why did those memories come to her with that boy? He sent a blow, which Naruto blocked, another shock wave came out, Naruto was dragged backwards, his feet leaving a large trail in the ground. When he looked ahead, the woman was no longer there. He opened his eyes and lowered his head, avoiding a blow from the woman who released a strong gust of wind. It seems like it's already getting out of control, Naruto thought, stepping back. You are very good, Tsunade-sama, you would be a wonderful goddamn Hokage, but I already told you, I will not return to that village. Naruto remembered the argument he had with Menma. I see, I guess it's the pain, isn't it? What are you talking about? Are you a coward despite being so strong, Tsunade-sama? Naruto looked directly at the woman. Are you going to date me with the same thing as that red-haired brat? Said the woman. No, I'm smarter, said Naruto, making Menma angry. I can't understand her, I lost a lot of people too. Tsunade opened her eyes, remembering about the rumors of the Uchiha massacre. Naruto opened his eyes, showing his manjikyu. You also lost your entire clan, but I, as a small child, witnessed again and again how they were killed, without being able to stop, even seeing my brother die thousands of times. Those eyes, they are not an ordinary Sharingan, it was all because of a jutsu, launched by the one I consider to be my second brother. Recently he tried to torture me again, but this time I was able to take something more from him. Tsunade could not prevent what would come next, her world changed completely, showing a red sky, a dark moon, and after that, everything had disappeared, showing only Naruto with inverted colors. She herself had her colors inverted. What is this? Tsunade asked, somewhat scared. Tsukuyuyomi. For a moment, I always wanted to forget this word, in fact, I think I had some trauma with this. A cross appeared behind Tsunade, arresting her. She had to admit, she was scared when in Naruto's hand, a sword appeared out of nowhere, altered, she tried to dispel the Jinjutsu, but it didn't even tremble. You can't get out of here, it's the special Jinjutsu of the Manjikyu, in this Jinjutsu, I control matter, space, even time. What are you going to do? Tsunade said, now knowing that she was at Naruto's mercy, this was why the Uchihas were the Senju's rivals. Suddenly, the cross behind her disappeared, along with the sword. But that trauma was nothing compared to my first interaction with this jutsu. I guess for a moment I forgot the reason why I awakened the Sharingan. Naruto walked towards Tsunade and stood next to her, looking forward, causing the woman to do so as well. A long time ago, my mother, Itomi Uchiha, taught me the reason why I had never seen my father, but at the same time, she taught me that he loved me very much, even if he never really knew me in the Tsukiyomi. Itomi's figure appeared smiling, it was as if the jutsu showed Naruto's thoughts. So, you hinted that I can do something similar. I don't know much about the reasons why you don't want to return to the village, could you tell me a little? If you don't feel confident, I will understand, after all you just met me. No, don't worry, I'll tell you a long time ago I was in the Leaf Village, I was young and happy, I had a brother and a boyfriend, the two made me complete, they were my little light. However, both Naruto placed a hand on the woman's shoulder, silently encouraging her. Nawaki, I couldn't even say goodbye to him, he died on a mission, thanks to an explosive trap I didn't know what to do, but luckily Dan was there for me but, life me I would play it one more time Dan. He died in the Second World War, I tried to heal him, but I only saw him die, I couldn't even save him I still remember the blood that was overflowing in my hands. Tsunade let out a sob. Naruto waited for the woman to calm down before continuing, I see, I'm very sorry, but by chance, didn't I mention a last Senju, who was still loyal to the village? Naruto asked a question. I remember, I think his name was Tenshiro, but the truth is, I never had a relationship with him, he was still a child the Yandame's age the last time I saw him, said Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, do you really think you're so alone? Naruto stood in front of the woman. I do not know, you should not hesitate within. At Tsukiyomi, the figures of Kushina, Jiraiya and Shizune herself appeared. These people still remember her, love her and admire her. She should not turn her back on them just because she lost two important people. I am aware that that is not a small thing, but not because she lost the queen should be forgotten. Of the other chips, do you understand me? Yeah, isn't Shogi like that? That's right, in truth, that reference came out well for me, but anyway, what I want to say is that you should know that you will never be alone, and if you ever are, you should move on. And look for those people who will accompany her without a doubt. I see, it's just I'd like to have them again. Unfortunately you can't, it's hard, but that's the reality of the shinobi world, we live and die for our villages, that's the word that defines a shinobi, self-sacrifice. They had the same dream, what was it, if I may know? Being Hokage. I see. Well, before we go, I must introduce myself well, since Jiraiya-sensei didn't tell you my full name. Yes. Then go ahead. Naruto smiled. My name is Naruto Uchiha Senju, son of Itomi Uchiha and Tenshiro Senju. Excuse me, can you repeat your other last name? Senju, Tsunade-sama, I am half Senju. It was at that moment that Naruto felt the woman's body surround him warmly. No, it can't be. You? Yes, it's a pleasure to meet the other part of the family. No wonder it felt so familiar. Yeah, you don't know how much I've longed to meet someone with my blood. Me too, actually, I never had any interaction with a Senju, other than Orochimaru's revived Hokages. What? Orochimaru revived the Hokages? Oh wow, it's true that you don't know, Naruto explained Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. I see, that snake, he's crazy if he thinks I'm going to cure him so he can continue doing his thing. Tsunade clenched her fists. That's good, I'm glad you show some love to the Leaf Village, said Naruto smiling. It's not that. It's just that snake always makes my hair stand on end. Also, don't think that the bet was lost, you still have to try to improve that Yandame's jutsu. Tsunade hit Naruto's shoulder. It's okay. Naruto laughed with the woman until an unbearable pain took over his eyes. He grunted while blood came out of them like tears. He grabbed them trying to contain the red liquid. Just like that, the Tsukiyomi broke, showing Tsunade in front of Naruto. In real life, only 3 seconds had passed. Tsunade ran up to Naruto. Hey, what happened? Shizune asked Jiraiya. I don't know. The Sannin also approached Naruto. What's wrong with you? Tsunade said. Let me see your eyes. In fact, Tsunade-sama, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to look for you. What is it about? Naruto told Tsunade about manjikyu, blindness and how to cure it. I see, so you need to implant your mother's eyes. That's right, but the eyes are on the village, Tsunade growled. Naruto saw for a second how things seemed blurry. Before returning to normal, he immediately deactivated his Sharingan, making the pain disappear. Well, for now we have to sleep, tomorrow we will start training, after that, we will see what to do with Orochimaru, said Jiraiya. Alright. The next day. Naruto, Menma and Jiraiya were in a large clearing. It was almost like a plain, in fact, it was, they were on the outskirts of the town. Tsunade and Shizune had stayed while they went to train. Well, what do you think can be done? Naruto and Menma sweated at what Jiraiya said. To tell the truth, not even he knew where to start. Applying an element to a jutsu that manages the form of chakra, it was very cool. Difficult. Well, we both have quite advanced natures, said Menma. Although I think we should discard Suiton and Doton, since they are defensive elements, which leaves us with Futen, Kaiten and Raiten, said Naruto. Okay, I guess it's better. The three of them thought for a long time. This is frustrating. It seems impossible to handle two difficult things at the same time. Managing the form and nature of the chakra at the same time is like looking at two sides at the same time. Look in both directions at the same time. I got it. Naruto shouted. What? What do you have? Look both ways. That's impossible. Actually, yes I can. Naruto made a shadow clone. This one looked to the left, while the original looked to the right. Okay, but what do you want to try? Jiraiya asked. It's easy. Well, more or less the sound of the spiral was heard as the chakra swirled in Naruto's palm. The normal Rasengan manages the form of the chakra. I can take care of that. Naruto began to explain, but if I want to apply the elemental chakra, I will need help from someone who can control it while I manage the form. For that the Naruto clone placed his hand around the Rasengan. Let's start with how about Futon? The Naruto clone began to channel elemental chakra. The Rasengan began to gain a lighter tone until a really white trail began to rotate around him, giving the shape of a small shuriken. The Rasengan sounded louder. It had a sharp and thunderous sound. Gusts of wind came out of it. Naruto began to feel how his chakra was going out of control. Stand aside. Naruto warned his companions, who did not think about it and jumped just before the Rasengan exploded between chakra and wind, only seeing a great light. Jiraiya stopped covering his eyes to see how Naruto was holding his hand. Apparently his clone had disappeared. Getting closer, he saw how the boy's hand had cuts and bruises and some cuts on his arm. God, that was amazing. Yes. That was great, said Menma. However, it is dangerous. Just look at how you left your hand. That's the least of it. It was a great first try, said Naruto, enduring the pain, while Kurama's chakra was responsible for healing his wounds. The power is incredible, so much so that it is difficult to manage the chakra, said Naruto, moving his hand. Well, as you said, it's a great start. Well, Menma can only practice with wind, just like I can only practice with fire. You will practice fire with me. You will also help Menma, although both of them can make shadow clones, so you will advance quickly and also try with the lightning chakra. Understood? Yes. The two boys said in unison. They both made shadow clones, with Naruto managing to make about 20, while Menma easily made 50. I'm sure these kids will be great. Maybe they'll be able to achieve my ambition. Jiraiya watched the two with a calm smile. Well, let one Naruto clone come with me. Jiraiya ordered and 5 clones went with him. 14 hours later. In a bar, Tsunade met Shizune. The first had several empty cups of sake by her side, while the second only had 2, one empty and the other half drunk. She was not like her teacher. Suddenly, Tsunade looked up, looking back, seeing how Jiraiya entered the bar. He was hurt and his clothes were somewhat burned. Walking slowly, he sat next to the woman and asked the bartender for a round of sake. Just look at yourself the way you are, you're still a dirty boy. Haha, Jiraiya's mocking Tsunade. You haven't changed much either, you know. Jiraiya didn't look into Tsunade's eyes, but a little lower. Stop dreaming, perverted. Tsunade hit Jiraiya. Ouch, okay, haha. The bartender arrived with Jiraiya's drink. I see you're a little drunk, right? Please, this is nothing. I've been in worse. Well, as for why I'm so dirty, well, I've been practicing the Rasengan thing with my students. I see it's not easy at all. I don't think they've made much progress. Tsunade took another drink. Actually, we made a lot of progress, more than you imagine. Tell me what. Let's see. Well, we have managed to apply the chakra of Futon, Kaiten and Raiten. What, that's impossible, in a single day. Haha, I don't remember telling you, but Naruto is a full-fledged prodigy, the greatest I have ever seen in these times. I dare say that he is better than Minato himself at his age. Really, Jiraiya-sama, do you think that boy is better than the Yondaime? Shizune asked, impressed. As I said, at your age, but I'm not afraid to say it. Jiraiya took his drink. Well, I can prove that. The boy is very good. Tsunade rested his chin on his palm, remembering the battle he had with the boy. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with mischievous eyes. Well, but I have nothing to envy him. Of course I'm better. I'm the great Jiraiya. Yes, it could be, but haven't you seen him? He has such fine features, calm and hypnotizing eyes. He surely has several admirers, something that you don't. Wow, you always know where the blow hurts the most, right? Jiraiya made Tsunade laugh. Well, yes, I've known you since I was little, when you were just a failure. Oh yes, I remember that time very well, but now you are one of the strongest shinobi, there is no doubt about it. What an honor. My first admirer is Princess Tsunade. Don't get your hopes up, I just admit that you are strong, nothing more, so, whatever you say. Jiraiya threw a small tantrum. And tell me how the Rasengan thing goes, huh? Well, the first one that emerged was the wind one. It is quite powerful. Apparently, it is capable of creating almost countless small cutting attacks. According to Naruto, who saw it with his Sharingan, the attack is the one that seems to be more stable than the others. The fire Rasengan seems to be the most unstable. The Kaiten nature is quite aggressive, trying to control the flames with the spiral of the Rasengan is quite difficult, but its destructive power seems to be impressive. Naruto believes that this jutsu will be able to be used at close range and then explode in a spiral of fire. Wow, who knew that the boy had imagination? And what else? Tsunade listened attentively. The Rasengan of the Raiden is missing. This is where the strange thing begins. Apparently the lightning Rasengan is capable of compression and moves in a rather frantic manner. In fact, sometimes it disappeared and reappeared like an explosion. Sometimes it appeared far away from us. It's like he's teleporting. Jiraiya stopped to think for a moment. But well, let's leave that behind. What have you done today? Nothing more than thinking and drinking a little. You know, sometimes I would like you to control yourself more in that regard. I'm the least likely to tell you, but I think you should tone him down. I don't think so. This is the only thing that has supported me during all these years. Naruto told me what I was talking about. I think you shouldn't forget it so easily. Okay, the brat is right about that part. Tsunade looked at Shizune with a smile. The girl returned it with confusion, but she wasn't going to deny her teacher the smile. It saddens me that you think of Shizune first than me. It's not that I don't like the girl, but please, I've been in your heart for longer. Yes, but in these last few years, she has literally been by my side, you know. Okay, this time I let them beat me. Ha, yes, the two stayed in a silence that was actually quite comfortable, then they started talking about anything. Well, I think we should finish here. I'm a little sleepy, said Jiraiya. It's okay, you can go to sleep. Are you supposed to give me permission? Yeah, okay, I'm leaving, see you. Jiraiya left the bar with a hand raised in farewell. Tsunade-sama, I know it's beside the point, but what will you do when Orochimaru comes? Don't worry about that, I'll take care of it. Tsunade left the answer in the air, leaving Shizune somewhat worried. The next day. The three ninjas of Konoha once again found themselves on the same meadow as before. Naruto and Menma had their clones practicing the elemental Rasengan. Impressively, Menma was advancing at almost the same speed as Naruto, because now that Naruto he had the Kyuubi. It was more difficult for him to control his chakra. Jiraiya watched from afar monitoring the training. He watched as Naruto maintained a stable wind Rasengan. That was when he decided to get closer. Naruto watched as his sensei approached with his arms crossed. He undid the jutsu as the clones dissipated, sending the information to his brain. Menma also watched as Jiraiya approached. He also dispelled his clones. Well, Naruto, I think the time has come. Time for what? To test the power of the new Rasengan. Naruto looked surprised, but no. Try it with my Rasengan. If your jutsu is complete, then my Rasengan will be useless. Okay, Naruto made a shadow clone. The origin extended his arm, creating a perfect Rasengan. The clone extended the palm of his hand. The Rasengan began to gain a white trail around the figure. A sound-sharp wind began to be heard loudly. Okay, let's separate a little. You should do it too. Menma. The three stepped back, with Naruto and Jiraiya facing each other, while Menma was looking at them from a distance, with his arms crossed. Okay, let's try it. Normal blue trails came out of Jiraiya's Rasengan, while gusts of wind and white waves came out of Naruto's Rasengan. Forward. Naruto. And Jiraiya began to run towards each other, with quick and firm steps. As they were close to colliding, the two extended their arms, colliding the Rasengan with force. The two were on par for less than 2 seconds, when from one moment to the next, Naruto's Rasengan took too much advantage, expelling large shock waves and blinding rays of light, while the sound intensified. Ending with an explosion of a not-so-great magnitude. The light blinded everyone, even Menma who was meters away. Naruto and Jiraiya had their backs to each other. This time, Naruto's hand was intact, but it was not the same case with Jiraiya. The grimace of pain on her face was completely justified. His hand had cuts all over it, smoke was coming out of his hand, and some blood was coming out of the cuts. His hand was shaking, the power was still felt running through his entire body. This is incredible, he thought. He looked back, seeing Naruto's back. The wind moved his hair. He looked at his hand in surprise. It was also shaking. Naruto turned around worried. Jiraiya-sensei. Is okay? The boy ran towards him. Yes, this is nothing. Ouch. Don't act strong, even strong shinobi feel pain. We are all human after all. Naruto placed his hand on Jiraiya's wrist. Suddenly a bubbling red chakra came out of Naruto's hand, covering Jiraiya's own hand. The Sanin's wounds began to heal quickly. Naruto, this jutsu is so strong that it could match your Shiden without problems maybe, although I haven't tried the full power of the Shiden yet. Well, having a wide repertoire of jutsus is good and bad. Bad because sometimes you can forget some jutsus, but it was good when you know which jutsu to use at all times. Some jutsus may be better in open or closed spaces. There the power of destruction can be individual or group. You're right, I already said that I would use everything in my favor to not lose again, said Naruto. Hey Naruto, help me complete the jutsu. Menma said. He okay. 5 days later. Time. 6 AM. Location. Outskirts of town. Tsunade was walking alone on the outskirts of the town. She was passing by the meadow where Menma, Jiraiya and Naruto had been practicing. There were craters, burned leaves, and some kunai on the ground. She smiled in a strange way, just imagining those three crazy people training in such an aggressive way, talking about them they were still asleep, at least that's what she believed. She changed to a serious anger when she felt that Orochimaru was in front of her, still with his arms hanging, and with this strange tone, at his side, was his faithful assistant, Kabuto. "So you've decided, huh?" said Orochimaru. Tsunade was silent, refusing to talk to him. "I just want to say that you have made the right decision. After this, you will be able to see your loved ones." Tsunade approached Orochimaru, who also closed the distance. The woman extended her palm that glowed green. However, Kabuto shouted, somewhat upset. "Orochimaru-sama, stay away from her." Kabuto tried to hit Tsunade, but she jumped away from him. "What do you think you're doing, Kabuto?" "Orochimaru-sama, she is not trying to cure him, she was trying to poison him. It is a reverse jutsu of the mystical palm," said Kabuto, getting in front of his master. Orochimaru grunted in annoyance, but then showed a smile. "Haha, good try, Tsunade, but Kabuto is also very good at medical ninjutsu, you almost fooled us," Orochimaru mocked. Tsunade hit the ground with great force, creating a large crater. "That doesn't matter, I'm going to finish you off." Orochimaru backed away. "I'll give it to you, Kabuto." "It's okay, Orochimaru-sama." Tsunade began to hit Kabuto hard, who simply dodged Tsunade's devastating blows. His blows have great power, his chakra control only increases strength, but sooner or later he will get tired, and that is where I will take advantage. Tsunade shouldn't underestimate Kabuto, hopefully he's at Kakashi's level. Kabuto limited himself to dodging Tsunade's blows. But was beginning to get frustrated at not being able to hit. "The time has come." Kabuto jumped back and extended his arms with his palms pointing at Tsunade. Suddenly, the boy's hands began to glow blue, while a sound like blades could be heard. "What is he doing?" Tsunade wondered what the boy was doing. However, with great conviction he launched himself against Kabuto, who with his speed dodged the blow, trying to reach Tsunade. He managed to touch some of her clothes, impressively, at the mere contact with Kabuto's hands, the clothes were torn. "Oh god, those things, their hands are like chakra scalpels, if they touch me they could tear my muscles. No one in their right mind would want that." This time it was Kabuto who took the initiative, fiercely attacking Tsunade, who instead of blocking me could only dodge the blows. The woman dodged Kabuto's attacks by doing acrobatic backflips. She jumped spinning in the air, but what she didn't count on was that Kabuto would appear under her at great speed, and with her palm she touched Tsunade's chest, who felt a big pain. Without giving him time to breathe, as soon as Tsunade touched the duel, Kabuto attacked again, this time hitting the back of Tsunade's leg, making him kneel. "You better give up, avoid touching any vital point, because Orochimaru-sama needs you alive." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, but without realizing it, the woman appeared behind him giving a karate blow right on his neck. He felt something run through his body before he fell to his knees. The Tsunade herself fell to her knees, breathing and clutching her chest. "I managed to do internal damage, it could have been worse," the woman thought. Kabuto tried to get up, but strangely he couldn't do it. "What's wrong? My body doesn't respond. Did you realize? You can't control your body. At the moment of the blow I sent an electric current that caused a short circuit in your brain, making you unable to control your limbs well." Tsunade explained what she had done. Without further ado he launched himself against Orochimaru. "Damn, what can I do?" Kabuto asked himself in his mind. He tried to move his right leg, but instead, he moved his left arm. Wait a second, that might work. He tried to move his left arm, but his right leg moved. Kabuto began to experiment with different parts of his body, discovering that he could move if he tried to move a part of his body at random. That was complicated, but it was not impossible. The woman stood up with a kunai in hand, cutting Kabuto with surprise. Blood splashed on her body. She was paralyzed when she felt the sensation of the warm liquid on her skin. "What a shame that the best medical ninja in the world is afraid of blood." Kabuto mocked the woman, approaching slowly. With great effort, Kabuto approached Tsunade ready to finish the job. However, before he delivered the final blow to the woman, a kick landed on his face. That's the bad thing about women, they always leave without warning, and then you look like a fool. Jiraiya appeared with his arms crossed. Naruto landed, implying that he was the one who landed the kick. Menma and Shizune were behind them. They all appeared in what seemed to be a strange trail of white smoke. "We arrived just in time," said Shizune. "Meh, I've made better entries than this, I give it a 5 out of 10." Jiraiya scratched his head. "That's the least of it, now we have to take care of them," said Naruto. "Well, you're right, Shizune, you can take care of helping our girl here." "Naruto, I know you can." "Against Kabuto, he can't, that guy is strong, at the level of Kakashi." Tsunade was warned about the boy's strength. "It's like you don't trust me, I told you that Naruto is a pretty capable boy." No matter how prodigy he is, fighting someone bigger and more experienced is a disadvantage. You may be right, Tsunade-sama, but I have some experience. The Uchiha stood in front of the woman. Here he comes, Uchiha Naruto, he is the perfect vessel according to Orochimaru-sama, I must be careful. Kabuto stood in a defensive pose. Menma, Orochimaru is defenseless, you and I can teach him a lesson. Jiraiya cracked his knuckles. By the way, don't tell your mother that I made you fight him. It's clear. Menma stood next to his godfather. Let's go. The two launched themselves against the Saiyan snake. Both of them are coming. Menma is no longer so much of a problem, now that he is no longer the Jinchuriki, but Jiraiya, he could easily finish me off. Orochimaru jumped back, dodging a blow from Jiraiya. Menma performed hand seals. Futen. Shinkajoku. Menma launched several air bullets. Jiraiya narrowly dodged one. Orochimaru couldn't see it, he moved his head a little, making one of the bullets spray them, making a cut on the Saiyan's pale face. More bullets were fired from Menma's mouth. Orochimaru jumped several times, dodging the bullets. Currently without Kabuto by my side, I don't have much to do, for now I can only escape. Naruto stood in front of Kabuto, ready for their battle. I'm excited to try the power that Orochimaru-sams want so much. But don't regret it. After that Naruto disappeared in a blur. Kabuto was surprised. In a quick instinct he raised his arms in an X shape, narrowly stopping the blow that Naruto sent. He has great strength. Kabuto was dragged backwards. Without giving any rest, Naruto resumed the assault with great blows, fighting firmly with his battle style, aiming for the pressure points. Naruto landed a blow on Kabuto's stomach, knocking the air out of him. He slapped his shoulder hard, enduring the pain. Kabuto sent a blow, dodging by Naruto. He sent a blow to his rib. Once again, Kabuto sent a series of blows. Noticing that his movements were slower, Naruto dodged easily, sent a kick to the knee, sent another blow a little below the chest, forcing his knuckles to hit the boy's skin mercilessly. Something inside him broke. The Uchiha turned his body with a blow. Backhand followed by a kick that Kabuto blocked. He wasted no time and counterattacked. Naruto blocked his blows and dodged by crouching and stepping back when he could. He jumped up, taking out kunai, throwing them towards Kabuto, turning on his axis. He gracefully dodged the projectiles. With great skill, he managed to grab one and quickly threw it towards the boy in the air. Naruto turned his body, narrowly avoiding the kunai, and made hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. I sent small spheres of fire towards Kabuto. Kabuto spun and jumped, dodging the fire bullets. Futen. Renkiden. An air bullet came out of Naruto. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. Kabuto commanded the large sphere of fire. The wind from Naruto's jutsu fanned the flames. Shunshin. Naruto appeared a little far from the fireball, another shunshin, and appeared in front of Kabuto, giving a high kick to his chin. Quickly, he took out a Hiraishin kunai, throwing them at Kabuto in the air. When the weapon was next to the boy, in a flash Naruto hit him. Kabuto was shot again. Once again Naruto threw the same kunai. This time the weapon pierced the flesh Kabuto right in the chest. Naruto teleported, placing his feet on the ninja's chest and then taking out his kunai. Kabuto screamed as the blood came out of his body. With a big kick, the Uchiha sent the Odonin towards the ground. With great effort, the boy turned and landed on his feet, his legs shaking. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. Without forgiving for a second, Naruto sent the fireball at high speed. The sphere of heat was quickly heading towards Kabuto, who was surprised at what he saw. It seemed that the sphere was doing more bigger as it progressed. Finally the projectile hit its target, generating a large explosion. Damn, it seems the Kabuto is giving in to Naruto. Orochimaru kept dodging as best he could. Incredible, Naruto-san has quite a bit of skill. Shizune watched the battle from afar, healing Tsunade. Don't worry, Shizune, I can continue from here. Tsunade stood up and headed into battle with Orochimaru. Naruto approached the part where his jutsu had exploded, however when he arrived the only thing he saw was a burned log. Kawarini, where is he now? Orochimaru took a hit from Jiraiya, flying backwards. Tsk. Orochimaru clicked his teeth. Next to him, a Kabuto appeared. He was healing his wounds. He had burns and bruises. So what's up? Don't you think it's incredible? From my perspective this is shit, but from another, he is very good. His fighting style is deadly. He attacks pressure points. The blows still hurt, and I feel a little dizzy. His jutsus are of a high level. He is fast and strong, and to top it off he didn't even activate his Sharingan. He doesn't seem to depend on it at all. Heh, that's true, but how about you give me a hand? Of course. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto took out a kunai and cut off Orochimaru's finger, passing the blood over a seal on Orochimaru's arm. A large explosion of smoke was present. It dissipated, showing a snake of large proportions, purple in color. It seemed to have small horns and blue eyes. Orochimaru, I want 100 sacrifices for this. If you do well and get me out of this, I will give you 300 sacrifices. Done deal. Manda, the serpent, Orochimaru, spotted his enemies and attacked with force. Heh, if you want to play that game. Jiraiya went through hand seals, bit his finger and put his palm on the ground. UCHIHA no Jutsu. A giant explosion of smoke appeared. From this a toad hand appeared and grabbed the snake. Another arm came out dissipating the smoke, showing Gabunta, leader of the toads, directing a blow at Manda. With his great flexibility, he dodged and entangled his body in the big toad's arm. He waved his hands trying to get free, he pushed his arm crashing it against the ground, then he used his other arm to elbow the snake, which broke free, and he moved away a little. UCHIHA no Jutsu. Another voice was heard, another large explosion of smoke was present, showing a large whitish slug with blue details. Manda and Gamabunta, how long, said the slug. Kitsai. This is not a meeting. We battle Orochimaru and Manda. Really, why? They attacked a leaf, and you already know that he is Konoha's biggest traitor. The snake launched against the slug, it divided into many smaller slugs, and then united again into the large slug. Kabuto, I'll take care of them, take care of Menma. Yeah. Kabuto launched himself against Menma, who jumped to avoid the ninja's attack. Menma, in the air, made the seal of the cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several Menma clones appeared to attack Kabuto, he took out the chakra spikes, finishing off each clone one by one. The real Menma was now attacked by Kabuto, he dodged out of pure instinct, hinting that whatever Kabuto was doing was dangerous. Menma managed to kick Kabuto, making him step back. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. The white-haired ninja commanded the fire jutsu Suiton. Sujin Heki. Menma countered with a wall of water. I'm running out of chakra, I've used jutsu after jutsu, and I also had to heal from what Naruto did to me. Kabuto took out a kunai, while Menma prepared a shadow clone. I can finish it. With this jutsu Menma prepared a Rasengan, while the other clone extended his hands, the Rasengan began to take on a whitish tone. But at great speed, Kabuto appeared in front of Menma and buried the kunai in the boy's shoulder. Menma let out a grunt as blood began to ooze out, staining Kabuto's hand. You can see that by no longer having the Kyuubi you are not the same, now die with that feeling, don't believe it, I was always more than the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Menma grabbed Kabuto's hand, the Rasengan Futon ready to impact. I am the son of the bloody Havana and the yellow flash of Konoha, I am Menma Uzumaki. With great conviction, he smashed the jutsu into the abdomen of Orochimaru's disciple. Futon. Rasengan. Kabuto screamed in pain as the Rasengan attacked with force, the guy was ejected, while the white sphere seemed to completely surround him, a spiral-shaped trail came out of Kabuto. Finally he crashed into a rock, Kabuto crashed to the ground, he had cuts and a horrendous wound in his stomach. Menma sat up and removed the kunai from his shoulder. This is nothing. Menma remembered his mother and myth. I can keep going, this is what motivation is all about, Menma said before seeing the Sannin battle. He opened his eyes when he saw how Naruto was heading there. Bunta, give me oil, Jiraiya ordered the invocation of him while he performed hand seals. Kaiten. Gameu Enden. Jiraiya expelled a jet of fire, while Gabunta sent oil, as was obvious, the jet of oil fanned the flames, resulting in a sea of flames. When he finished, all he could see was an old mandarin's skin. Under you Bunta. Jiraiya. Bornden made his summon jump dodging the snake's bite. Naruto performed a half-ram seal. Bunshin Daibakuha 7 clones of Naruto appeared, and with the Shunshin, they teleported to the snake and later exploded, doing great damage to the snake. Heh, so you're joining in on the fun, Naruto-kun. This time there are no more games. Naruto's Manjikyu appeared in his eyes. Orochimaru anticipated, he opened his eyes in surprise. The Amaterasu? Orochimaru leaped and landed on the ground. Futon. Kazakiri no Jutsu. Slashing wind jutsu, Naruto extended his hands forward with a bird seal. It seems that a gust of wind appeared from Naruto's body and passed through him, making several cuts. Manda dissipated due to damage. Damn, he managed to separate me so he could dispel it easily. Orochimaru landed on the ground, looking forward, big mistake Tsukuyuyomi. There was no time to react, the moment he looked into Naruto's eyes, it was the end. Orochimaru was transported to Naruto's jutsu, he was tied to a cross, and Naruto materialized in front of him, with a sword. I see, this is like your hell trip jutsu, huh? But how much chakra do I need to break it? Orochimaru exploded his chakra in the hope of being able to break the Jinjutsu, but nothing happened, not even a small distortion. Hey, it seems like you improved it a little, it's okay, I just need a little more chakra. Once again, the snake tried to break the Jinjutsu, but nothing happened. This is different. Naruto buried the sword in Orochimaru, who group. In the Tsukiyomi, I control everything, time, space, matter, everything. I take out another sword and cut Orochimaru's flesh again. You will be tortured for 72 hours, well in real life it will only be 3 seconds, said Naruto. For what seemed like an eternity of time, Orochimaru and several copies of him were tortured with swords. There were 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left. Naruto's voice made Orochimaru desperate. Has it only been a second? Orochimaru repeated the words Kakashi had said a few times in the same situation. You're going to have a long bad time here. In real life, Orochimaru collapsed onto his knees while Naruto clutched his eyes. The Sannin was breathing deeply. Damn, I can't move, my whole body hurts, plus I feel without energy. Orochimaru closed his eyes as a stab of pain appeared throughout his body. Naruto grabbed his eyes, feeling how they were burning quite strongly. He removed his hands trying to look at Orochimaru, but he could only see his blurry figure. He deactivated his Sharingan, now showing his black eyes a little more, of course, showing slight blindness. Damn, I can barely see anymore, Naruto said to himself. At least it served on a silver platter, they can finish it off at any time. However, to his surprise, Kabuto appeared breathing heavily next to Orochimaru. He turned his head looking at Menma, who was sitting far away, while clutching the wound on his shoulder. Shizune and Tsunade were heading towards him. Jiraiya noticed Kabuto's presence next to Orochimaru and ran towards them. Kabuto, let's get out of here. Orochimaru found it difficult to speak, but his disciple was able to hear them performing hand seals and hugs. Orochimaru's shoulder and put his hand on the ground. Reverse summon. The two disappeared in a burst of smoke before Jiraiya arrived. Damn, the Sannin of the Toad said to himself, but then he approached his student, who seemed to be staring into nothingness. Naruto, are you okay? Yeah, how many fingers do you see here? Jiraiya held up 3 of his fingers. I don't know, 6. That don't worry, I know there are 3 fingers, it's just that my vision is a little blurry, said Naruto, patting his sensei. There's nothing left to do, let's go see the others, said Jiraiya, leading Naruto by the hand. I don't need it, seriously, said Naruto, letting go of Jiraiya, who was laughing. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at Tsunade, who was healing Menma's wound with some hesitation. It seems you overcame your fear of blood. Shut up, it's just that after seeing those guys fighting like that, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. I just want to tell you that we both completed the jutsu, so I won the bet, said Naruto. How come you remind me of that now? That was when Tsunade vaulted and almost screamed when she saw blood coming out of Naruto's eyes. Your eyes? Said Tsunade, pointing at him. I think I already told you about the consequences of my eye power, right? Naruto said. So, for that you need your mother's eyes, right? Tsunade said. That's right, said Naruto. So what? Said Menma. I want to rest, said Naruto. Oh yeah, Menma rolled his eyes. 1 day later. Tsunade Senju was on the balcony of an apartment. The other people who accompanied her were still asleep, or at least, that was what she thought. Again, he looked towards the dawn with serene eyes, while the morning wind moved his blonde hair. His tongue passed over his lips, obtaining a sweet taste. It must be for the sake of yesterday's victory. Behind her, the boy who had changed his way of thinking appeared, walking calmly until he positioned himself next to her, resting his elbows on the wood of the balcony. How do you feel? Pretty much, I don't know, Tsunade said, still looking ahead. Already, sometimes I feel like that too, said Naruto, now looking towards the sun that greeted them. So you will be the goddamn Hokage, I didn't say that, you know. Said Tsunade. It's just a hunch, I'm always right, oh yeah. That's how it is. Well, it will be the first time you fail, brat. They told me that old women refuse first. Who are you calling old? Eh? I didn't tell you, you recognized yourself, Naruto said, laughing. You brat. Tsunade pointed his index finger ready to deliver a big blow. Oh, Naruto closed his eyes, but the blow never came, only a warm and soft sensation, right on his forehead. Tsunade kissed Naruto on his forehead. The Uchiha himself was surprised by the woman's action. Tsunade broke away and smiled at Naruto. It will be a pleasure to give orders to someone as capable as you. You will be a great man when you grow up, said Tsunade, looking at Naruto. Naruto wondered what this feeling was. It was familiar. It's the blood, Naruto answered himself, with a smile on his face. You're missing this. Tsunade took off the necklace from her neck and put it on Naruto. Now it's yours, you're also a gentleman, you're my family. Tsunade gave Naruto another smile. Thank you, Godame-sama. The shower was one of the most special moments for Kyuubi Uchiha. The water was cool, the sensation of feeling the drops going down her body was relaxing. That was the reason why she had gone in to bathe. It was not because she was dirty, but to relax a little. It was a space for her, where she could think and speak whatever she wanted, giving herself the answers. She got out of the shower and put the towel around her naked body and left the bathroom, heading to her room. Sasuke had gone out shopping, so for now she was alone at home. He entered his room and dressed in his usual clothes. He looked out the window and looked at the landscape for a long time. He remembered that his friend was outside the village, therefore, he remembered his meeting with Itachi. I would like to know what you had in mind, look at everything you did to us. He rested his chin on his hand, sighing, at least Naruto is the one who takes it best, but your own brother, even I thought about killing you. The wind moved Kiyomi's hair, the wind played with the leaves that were blown off the trees. I'm here. Kyomi heard her brother's voice entering the house. Sasuke put the groceries aside as he closed the door behind him. Hello Sasuke, how was it? Well, I don't know how you expect me to do if I go shopping, you know. Everything is still normal. It's okay, you don't have to be sarcastic, Kyomi said, turning her back on Sasuke. One way or the other. Izumo and Kotetsu, once again, were bored at the entrance to Konoha, guarding the door. The wind smells sweet, don't you think? Izumo said to Kotetsu, who was reading a magazine. I don't know what you're smoking. Kotetsu didn't take his eyes off the magazine. Izumo let out a sigh, then looked out the door, watching as 5 figures approached the doors. They don't come running, they must be travelers or something, said Izumo. What? Someone is coming now. Yes, Kotetsu looked away and took a place next to his friend. In the distance you could see the figure of 3 adults and 2 children. The 2 recognized the Sannin of the Toads with his striking white hair. They also recognized the son of the Hokage in the Uchiha, but they could not say the same about the other 2 figures. A woman shorter than Jiraiya, with blonde hair and 2 low pigtails and amber eyes, a strange diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. She wore a beige shirt under a large green tunic and blue pants. The other woman had short black hair, a kind of dark kimono, and she also had a little pig resting in her arms. The 5 people and the animal arrived at the gates of Konoha, being greeted by the 2 chunins. Welcome back to Konoha. Izumo stopped when he saw the woman in front of him, Tsunade. Everything was charming about her, although the first thing that caught his attention was, well, you know. Hey, my eyes are up here, Tsunade said, annoyed. Yeah, sorry, please report. Jiraiya took a step forward. Jiraiya of the Sannin reporting to Uchiha Naruto and Uzumaki Menma. We have completed the mission of bringing the Godame Hokage Tsunade Senju and her assistant Shizune. Ujim. Yes, Tsunade Senju. Wait, what? Kotetsu stopped writing to look ahead, observing the blonde woman. I hope I'm not disappointed in you too. Of course not, Senju Godame-sama. The 2 took a military pose. Okay, let's go. Can you please notify the council of the meeting for the appointment of Tsunade? Jiraiya asked the chunins. Clear. The 5 of them were walking through the streets of Konoha. The people they passed looked at them with surprised faces. Some of them waved, recognizing the woman. It seemed that despite all the time he was away, people still respected him. These people is it because I am the Shadame's granddaughter? Tsunade said, somewhat annoyed. Maybe, but think about the victories you brought from the war and all the people you've healed. Some here wouldn't still be alive if it weren't for you. Once again Naruto intervened. Well, I guess so. Well, since the mission is over, I think I can go now, right? I want to show my new jutsu to Mom. The Redeed was the one who spoke. Actually yes, you can go to Naruto. Jiraiya answered the question. With your permission. Naruto disappeared in Shunshin with Menma. Each one went home. Well, now it's our turn to deal with the council. At Naruto's house. Home sweet home. Naruto opened the door to his apartment, revealing the view of his living room, where Sasuke was playing with a kunai and reading something. Oh, so you're here already? Sasuke said. That's how it is. Naruto sat next to his friend, taking a deep breath. I guess everything ran smoothly after Itachi, right? Actually no, Orochimaru appeared again. It seems he had made some kind of exchange with Tsunade. That guy doesn't stop. Yeah, who are you talking to, Sasuke? Kyomi appeared behind a hallway. Oh, Naruto. The girl went to her friend and gave him a hug. Hello Kyomi, how are you? Well, how can you see? I'm glad. Hey, by the way, I have a gift for you. Oh yeah? Give it to me, give it to me. Naruto took out the teddy bear he had won from his seal. Here you go, I won this bear at a fair in the town where I was. All that's so cute, thank you. Kyomi hugged her new teddy bear. How did I finish leaving you, huh? Asked the girl. Well, I had another little problem with just a snake I see, but thank goodness you're okay, right? Well, more or less. What do you mean by that? Well, my eyesight is already somewhat deteriorated. Oh no, what are you going to do? Well, I brought the best medical ninja in the world. I should take the opportunity, said Naruto, heading to his study room. He reached the door and put his hand, making the stamps shine and click. He entered and went to the drawer. He opened it with the key he kept in his seal. Inside you have the scroll with his mother's sealed eyes. The time has come, Oka-san, your eyes will guide me again. He stamped the Royo on his wristbands and went out to talk with his teammates. 3 days later. Tsunade had been named the 5th Hokage. The village was happy with this decision because they considered her someone worthy of holding the title of Hokage. Was none other than the granddaughter of the founder of the village and first Hokage. Currently we find Naruto walking through the streets of Konoha. He had his hands in his pants pockets while he walked at a slow pace. He considered that he had too much time to spend because Tsunade had given him a few days of rest. He continued walking, this time accelerating his pace. The anticipation of what was about to happen was something that worried him, but at the same time, it was excitement. Finally he arrived at his destination, the Konoha hospital. He entered and approached the reception. Good morning, Naruto greeted cordially. Good morning, boy, what's on offer? I have an appointment for surgery with Tsunade Denju. Really? Let me see. The receptionist reviewed her papers. Yes, here it says appointment with the Godin with the patient Uchiha Naruto. That's how it is. Well, the operating rooms are on the 3rd floor, turning right, it's your turn in room 3. The woman showed Naruto the way. He thanked and continued on his way. He arrived at room 3, when he opened the door, he was greeted by that smell of alcohol that he hated so much, plus this one was stronger. "Oh, you're here, okay, let's get started." "It's okay." Tsunade saw me. Naruto went and lay down on the bed. "Ahem, what did you have to give me?" "Ah, yes, that's right." Naruto took out a scroll from his seal and handed it to Tsunade. "Well, I guess this is where they are, right?" "Yes, you just have to apply chakra to unseal them." "Okay." Tsunade applied chakra, causing a flask with a strange green liquid to appear in an explosion of smoke. Inside it were the black eyes of Hitomi Uchiha. Naruto looked at his mother's eyes with some nostalgia. "Are you sure about this?" Tsunade asked, looking at Naruto's face. "No problem, I'm sure my mother and my brother completely agree. I love seeing the world through my mother's eyes." Tsunade smiled. "It's okay, let's give you anesthesia. Shizune is here to help me, so don't worry about anything, everything is going to be okay, okay?" Naruto nodded his head. "It's okay." Tsunade placed her hand on Naruto's face, covering his mouth and nose. A green glow began to come out of her hand. Little by little Naruto's eyes were closing. The last thing he saw was Tsunade giving him a smile, saying these words. "It's time to give you other beautiful black eyes. It's time to wake up." Naruto heard Tsunade's voice calling him. He sighed and tried to open his eyes, but the only thing he saw was a dark landscape. "I can't see anything," Naruto said, somewhat scared. "Don't worry, you have a blindfold, it's so your eyes get used to the new place they are." Already, and my original eyes. In the old jar where your mothers were. Well. The people inside the room turned towards the door watching, except for Naruto. How Kyomi and Sasuke entered the room, Naruto could feel their chakra. "Oh. It's Tsunade Senju." Kyomi looked at the woman she admired with bright eyes. "I just remembered, Kyomi is a fan of Tsunade." "Well, almost all kunoichis are." Naruto thought. "Funny, could you tell me how you managed to be so strong?" Kyomi asked excitedly. "It seems like you have motivation, I like that, but you're coming to see your friend, right?" The woman pointed to Naruto. "Hello Kyomi, Sasuke, how are you?" Naruto greeted with his typical calm tone. "Everything is fine." Sasuke approached Naruto's stretcher. "What's with that bandage?" "It's so my eyes can rest and adjust or something." Okay, and how many days does the bandage have to last?" Sasuke asked the Hokage. "Normally it would be about 3 days, but his recovery is greater because he is a senju, so it will be a day and a half." "That's fine with me," said Naruto. "Tomorrow we will be able to see your new eyes and maybe your new manjikyu," Kyomi said. "Yes, that's how it will be. 1 day later. Naruto was in his hospital bed, sitting up. He was thinking and talking to his tenant, keeping up trivial topics like what kind of things Kurama ate or did when he was free. A nurse came into his room, he could hear her, he could smell the food. "Hello boy, how are you? Here I bring you your breakfast," said the nurse. "Thank you so much. Need help?" "I don't know, worry, I can do it myself." "Oh okay, good luck." The girl left the food tray on Naruto's bed and then left the room. Naruto turned his figure and positioned himself in a lotus pose, with the food in front of him. He extended his arms touching what was in front of him, a bowl with apples, there was also egg and toast. He moved his hand a little more, finding the fork. "Well, I think I'll start with the apples first." Naruto began to eat calmly. I should have told him to open the window for me. Naruto had a hunch that it wasn't open, since he didn't feel the heat of the sun. He heard the door open for the second time, this time Tsunade, Shizune and the two Uchihas entering. "Good morning, Naruto, how was it?" Tsunade asked. "Well, I can't do much in this state." "Well, it seems so, you're eating blindfolded and you've already practiced like that, right?" "Well yeah, so I think I can handle myself." Naruto dropped his fork. Kyomi went to pick him up. "Thank you." Naruto tried to grab the fork, but Kyomi wouldn't let him. "No, sir, you need help." The girl took some egg on her fork and brought it to Naruto's mouth. "Let's see." Naruto, say ah, please don't humiliate me like this, you make me look like a baby. "Well now you are a very big baby, now say ah." I refuse." Naruto began to blush as he heard Tsunade start to laugh, and Sasuke held back his laughter. "I'm not asking you." Naruto Uchiha, say ah, don't you want to eat? Naruto felt Kiyomi's fury growing. Yeah so. Kiyomi's voice sounded serious to Naruto, he hesitated and opened his mouth. Kyomi gave him the food in his mouth. "Very good. You're a good boy." The girl smiled cutely. Sasuke couldn't stand it and let out a laugh. Naruto made a clone that hit Sasuke in the stomach. "You unfortunate blind baby," Sasuke said between grunts. "That's for making fun of me." Naruto crossed his arms. "Don't talk with your mouth full baby," said Kyomi starting to laugh. Sasuke's moans turned into laughter. Ha ha ha, it doesn't make me laugh." Naruto got a little upset. Tsunade finished laughing to sigh. "Well, I think it's time for you to take off that blindfold." Tsunade approached the Uchiha, who was finishing eating. "Good. I guess we have to get to the point." Naruto sighed somewhat excitedly. Naruto reached his hand to the back of his head, reached for the end of the bandage, and began to loosen it. Everyone watched expectantly, waiting for Naruto to remove the blindfold completely. Finally Naruto finished removing the blindfold, showing his black eyes, which now had small circles under them due to the operation. Well, it seems that at first glance there is no significant change, but can you activate your Sharingan? Tsunade asked. Without saying a word Naruto led the chakra into his eyes, causing the Jutsu to appear, Naruto's red eyes glowing brightly. I get the impression that they are more powerful than before, said Kyomi. Okay, but how about we go to the main course? Said Tsunade. Okay Naruto gulped, drove more chakra into his eyes, and was surprised to not feel the usual burning. Its tomes rotated quickly showing how they joined together and then expanded its shape. This time, the eye remained red and the pattern black. The Manjikyu maintained the figure of the four-blade pinwheel, but this time it had a triangle from which they originated, referring to the Manjikyu of Atomi. The circles were still revolving around the main design, and there was a slight thin circle surrounding the figure, being connected to the two thick circles. The Manjikyu shined brightly. Wow, those eyes instill power everywhere. To think that he can now use the Manjikyu's powers without consequences, plus they will be enhanced. This gets interesting, was Kurama's thought. Naruto blinked, looking everywhere. His perception and vision were dreamlike, he could see everything in superior detail. How do you feel? Tsunade asked. I'm not going to lie, I feel unstoppable, said Naruto. The feeling of having the power of the Manjikyu and that his eyes didn't burn was ecstatic. So what can you do? Kyomi asked. Well, since it doesn't hurt anymore, I can do something I wanted to do for a while. Naruto gets out of bed. The Kamui is a pocket dimension, and if I can transport things to it, why can't I transport myself? Naruto's right eye began to glow when suddenly space began to distort around his eye, assimilating a whirlpool that spread until it covered Naruto's entire body, causing him to disappear little by little until he was simply no longer there. I can't feel his chakra, said Tsunade. Dimension, Kamui in what seemed to be a spiral, Naruto appeared on top of a surface that was cold to the touch. He looked up, looking around, seeing that there were what looked like large cubes floating in an infinite void. There were cubes of different sizes and they floated in motion, some were connected by what seemed to be platforms. Incredibly, he could breathe well there. Wow, this place is lonely. That's right, but it looks quite extensive. It was Kurama who responded. Well, I guess being here, I can go anywhere I've been before. Naruto focused on his house and began to disappear with space distorted again. Out of the Kamui dimension. Naruto opened his eyes after the spiral disappeared, realizing that he was home. It works. Wait a minute, how did I know all this? Apparently your ocular abilities feed their own information into your head, making you naturally know what you can do with them. Impressive. Well, I think I should go back, the others must be confused. Naruto disappeared into the same vortex hospital. Where did he go? Kyomi asked. I guess to your dimension like you said before, Sasuke replied. So what? Disappear out of nowhere like that and that's it? He's not going to come back. Don't say that, Tsunade-sama. Shizune got a little scared. That's scary, Kyomi said. Everyone stopped talking when they saw how the vortex that had swallowed Naruto reappeared. The figure of the Uchiha appeared in front of them. After a few seconds, the vortex disappeared again, returning to Naruto's eye. And now you appear and disappear out of nowhere. Great, said Tsunade. Naruto deactivated his eternal Manjikyu. I feel good, said Naruto. What do you mean? I don't know, it's like I feel good in general. I feel like I'm very close to my mother and that gives me a certain warmth. Naruto hugged himself. But hey. How about we go get some ramen? Said Naruto. It's okay, we haven't been to Mr. Ichiraku's place in a while. See you and thank you, Tsunade-sama. To you I'm just Tsunade, yeah. Thank you, Grandma. Naruto smiled, quickly grabbed Kyomi and Sasuke by the shoulders and disappeared in a flash of silver, avoiding Tsunade's blow. I'm not a grandmother. The woman shouted furiously. ... Sasuke, Kyomi and Naruto entered the ramen stand. Hello Chuchi-san, Naruto greeted. Oh Naruto. You haven't come in a while. Come sit down, tell me what you want. I want a pork miso ramen, you know. I would like a vegetarian one, give me one of meat. Okay, miso, vegetarian, and meat ramen are coming out. Gucci went to the kitchen to prepare the bowls, lasting a while the Uchihas talked to each other. Trecho's daughter, came out with the three's orders. Here you go, bon appetit. Thank you for the food. The three Uchihas clapped their chopsticks in their hands and began to eat. Sasuke watched as Naruto ate while talking to Kyomi. Every day it gets stronger, it's like it doesn't stop. I remember the fight they had over the Itachi issue. I can't understand you completely, the truth is I just want to ensure my sister's future, I don't want that guy to hurt her, for that I have to be strong as much as you. Is something wrong, Sasuke? Naruto asked Naruto. No, nothing. Really happens, calm down, the boy reassured Naruto. Okay, Tucci. Give me one more please. Naruto asked for one more ramen. On the way. Sasuke returned to his thoughts with a blank look. How will I get that power? Orochimaru's face came to Sasuke's mind. No, he did not. Sasuke continued eating with a lump in his throat. He does not. The morning sun was rising over the back of Hokage Mountain. People would get up and start their day casually, setting up their stalls and opening their businesses, waiting for people to circulate and start their work. The sun's rays passed through the curtains of an apartment, traveling quickly towards the face of a boy who was sleeping soundly in his bed. Naruto moved his eyes, feeling the scorching heat of the star. Slowly opening them, he stood up and stretched his body. A cracking sound came from his body, indicating the tendon that he had kept while he slept. He finished with a big yawn that released part of his sleep. She directed her gaze to a table resting next to his bed, a photo of him and his old family, which seemed to smile at her. "Good morning, Nai-san," Oka-san, Naruto said, getting up. He took off his shirt and without interruptions or laziness, began to do daily physical exercises to stay in shape. In another room, a beautiful girl was sleeping peacefully, but the same sun stopped her sleep by waking her up in the same way as the boy. Kyomi Uchiha stood up from her stance and stretched her arms, letting out a yawn. She ran her hand through her straight hair, combing it and arranging the small unruly strands. He got up and opened the door, heading to the bathroom, knocking on the other doors around him, these being the rooms of his friend and brother. "Get up, it's time to get up," the girl shouted. "I'm already awake," Naruto responded from inside his room, still exercising. Sasuke didn't respond. Kyomi knew that he was probably still asleep, so he let him rest a little longer. Far from Kyomi's thoughts, Sasuke Uchiha was lying on his bed, with his hand supporting his head and his gaze fixed on the ceiling. He was thinking about what happened during Naruto's mission. His meeting with Itacho had been hard on his feelings. He is probably being selfish, thinking only about what he feels, but he was sure that Naruto and Kyomi would say the same thing as always. Itachi couldn't have killed the clan for no reason. He repeated those words in his mind. "You don't have proof, but they're sure it's like that," was the last thing he said. He got up and walked towards the door. He left his room, closed the door and went to the bathroom, brushing his teeth. He looked at the mirror. He seemed to have small dark circles under his eyes. Apparently, he had slept less than he thought. He finished and rinsed his mouth. He headed towards the living room, where he found Naruto sitting. Well, the smell of cooking food came from the kitchen, Kyomi taking care of that. Bluntly, he sat next to his friend. "Good morning, Sasuke," Naruto greeted. "Good morning, how was the night?" "Cold, really?" "Well, it might have rained a little." "Yeah, hey, about Itachi." Sasuke didn't continue. He could see how Naruto's look became serious. "Better not, it's better that we stay calm, right?" "Wow, I thought you really wanted to talk about it, but if you want we leave it there." "Yeah, come have breakfast," Kyomi called to the two, placing the served plates on the table. The two got up and walked to the table. Naruto was about to sit down, but Kyomi patted his hand. "Hey, why is that?" Naruto caressed her hand. "Have you washed your hands yet?" "No," the two responded. "So what are you waiting for? Go wash them." "Sometimes I think you're my mother," said Naruto. "I only want the best for you, my son," the girl joked, making Naruto smile. "They act like nothing happened," Sasuke said to himself. "Should I do the same?" Tsunade Senju was sitting in her Hokage's position, with her back to the table. He watched from the office window as the town of the Leaf dawned with all the villagers getting up. The paperwork. No longer a problem, Naruto told him the secret of the Kage Bunshin, making his job less tedious. In his hands was a cup of tea. It was relaxing and comforting, along with a beautiful sunrise. It was a very good way to start the day. He turned when he heard the sound of the door opening, turning around watching his disciple enter the room. "You called me, Tsunade-sama." "That's right, thank you for coming, Shizune. What do you need?" "Well, in a few minutes I'm going to gather the council. It's time for the Genins to receive their reward for their performance in the Chunin exams, and some in the invasion. So call Shikamaru, Naruto, Sasuke and Kyomi Uchiha, and Mito Uzumaki." "Understood, each one with their respective sensei, right?" asked the black-haired woman. "You are my right hand for a reason, tell an Anbu to do the job." "Hi, Tsunade-sama." He bowed and left. Kyomi was sitting on the couch, having a coffee. It was something she liked, maybe she had gotten this habit from her mother. Sasuke was in her room and Naruto in his office, so to speak, at least that's what he told her. That place full of stamps. Their attention was drawn to the door, which they were knocking on. He placed her coffee on a small table in front of her and opened it to greet the person knocking. An Anbu, with a cat mask, belonged to the Hokage. "What do you offer, Anbu-san?" "Tsunade-sama requests your presence in front of the council. Please come with your companions and your respective sensei." "Understood." "Well, I'll leave." The Anbu disappeared in an explosion of smoke. "Who was it?" Naruto appeared behind Kyomi, asking about the conversation. "He was an Anbu of the Hokage. He wants us to appear in front of the Konoha council, with Kakashi-sensei." "Hey. It's about time we got promoted. Are you sure that's what it's about? It is most likely. Okay, well could. You look for Kakashi-sensei? Of course, at your service mother hahaha, stop the jokes okay. Let's not be late. Kyomi gently patted Naruto's face. Well, here I go. Activating his sensor sense, Naruto searched for Kakashi throughout the village. Oh, so it's there. Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. In Konoha, there is a small clearing between a small forest. In the middle of this clearing, there was a fairly well-polished stone, which had a support made of tiles of a dark material. Something written seemed to have been carved into the rock. If you got closer, you were able to see that what was written were names. Something also normal is this clearing, it was the man who was now standing in front of her. Kakashi had been to this place many times, he had lost count, since he was 12, he had been visiting it, on the path of the shinobi, many companions are lost. He barely noticed the flash that appeared next to him. She continued to stare at the rock, her head bowed. Naruto approached his sensei silently, he realized the situation he was in. In front of the rock, he joined his hands and prayed. Kakashi-sensei, we need to go to the council. Kakashi didn't respond after a while. So, that? We won't know until we get there. Alright. They stood there for a while. Naruto placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. I'm not right, but you have to let them go. You are going to give me the same sermon of they wouldn't want to see you like this. If that is what it is, then let me tell you that they have already told me this many times. Naruto knew that Kakashi was hurt, he had not realized that Minato had died and that this, in turn, was Kakashi's sensei, the only person he had left. Kakashi had suffered a lot, he was aware of his story, in the end, Kushina was the one who told him. No, I'm not going to tell you that, it's obvious that they wouldn't want to see you like that, but do you want to feel that way? Do you want to look like this? That? When our loved ones die, it will send us to a pit of sadness, it is normal, but we cannot stay there forever. For example, there are people who will help us get out of the well, but if it is our decision not to get out, even if they kick us out of there, the darkness of the well will stay inside us, but if on the other hand you decide to get out, it will be easier for you and others, and you will be able to see how beautiful the outside is, when it is clear and light. I must admit that I am surprised by how wise you sounded, but if more and more people die, it becomes very difficult to move forward. I know. Naruto approached the rock, placed his hand on the surface, and looked for the names of his family. Inshiro Senju, the only one, Itomi UCHIHA, Fire Lady, Shisui Uchiha, Shisui of the Flickering Body, it hurt me to lose each of them, and half of the cemetery is made up of what used to be my family, but even with the little that I had left, I managed to move forward and become what I am now. Yourself Kakashi, you were a jonin at the age of 12, easily at the age you are now. You could be an S-rank ninja, but you let yourself get carried away by the pain. What do you want to come up with? Do not hide in the past, I know they hurt and it is difficult to forget, but at the end of the day it is the past, and we must move forward so as not to harm the people around us, which would have been me, Kyomi and Sasuke, if we don't get over the past. We could break our bond. Naruto is right, I have been stuck in the past for a long time. Kakashi thought, he grabbed Naruto's shoulder and gave him a smile. Thank you for that, I'm sorry if I failed sometimes. Kakashi apologized for his past attitudes. Don't worry, I'm sure we all understand. Naruto reassured his sensei. Well, how about we go to your promotion? I can't wait to see you with that vest. Haha yes, the two disappeared in a flash of silver. Tsunade stomped the ground repeatedly with her arms crossed. Where did these two go? Mito asked Kyomi. I don't know, Naruto just had to bring Kakashi-sensei. The Uchiha was also worried. Finally, the door opened, showing Kakashi and Naruto. You two. They're late. Tsunade pointed out. I'm sorry Tsunade-sama, but we got lost on the path of life. Kakashi apologized with his typical excuses. Tsunade facepalmed, as did Kyomi. I didn't expect this from you Naruto. Kyomi scolded his friend. Well, what are the things, right? Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Anyway, let's just get this started. Tsunade caught everyone's attention. Listen, I gathered you here to witness the promotion of these genins to the next rank, each of them has achieved their objectives based on their efforts, now I want each of the genins to stand in front of me in a row. All those mentioned complied with the instruction. Then let Mito Uzumaki come forward. The blonde stepped forward, standing in front of the Hokage. Mito, thanks to your efforts and your incredible performance in the Chunin exams and your help against the invasion orchestrated by Orochimaru and Tsunagakure, you more than deserve the title of Konoha Chunin. Tsunade approached the table and took a Chunin vest. It was light green and had the Uzumaki symbol on the back. Take it, wear it with pride. Mito excitedly took the vest that represented her promotion. She ran to her mother who welcomed her with open arms. The Redede wrapped her daughter in a tight hug. I kissed the blonde on the head. I'm proud of you, the woman told her daughter. Mito smiled into her mother's loving chest. Now come forward Shikamaru. The sloth gave a loud sigh before walking slowly towards the Hokage. Shikamaru, for your great performance, creating strategies in a very short time, and your help against the invasion, I named you Chunin of Konoha. Shikamaru received his vest with an almost imperceptible smile. His father saw him with pride, despite being lazy, he was still happy about his achievement as a ninja. Come forward, Kyomi Uchiha. The girl took a few steps forward, once again facing Tsunade. She was congratulated like the others, receiving her Chunin vest, she returned to her place amidst the congratulations of the Hokage and the applause of the council, the same was with Sasuke. Now, you can become the leader of the Uchiha clan and you can attend council affairs. Okay, thank you. Sasuke bowed and turned to his friends. And finally, Uchiha Naruto. The Senju called to the Uchiha. Naruto advanced calmly, already being in front of Tsunade, he received his mention. Uchiha Naruto, for your excellent performance in the Chunin exams, for your collaboration in the invasion, in addition to the defeat of Shukaku and Orochimaru, with great pleasure, I am pleased to announce that you are officially a Jonin of Konoha. The council room was dominated by an abysmal silence. Kakashi's only visible eye was wide open, while Asuma had dropped his eternal cigarette. Kushina clenched her fists in excitement. What? Naruto couldn't be sure that what he had heard was true. That's right, you are officially a Konoha Jonin. Tsunade took a scroll out of her pocket and opened it, she sent out some chakra, and in an explosion of smoke a Jonin vest appeared. This one, unlike the Chunin ones, was a darker green, it still had the Uzumaki swirl symbol on its back. Here, you more than deserve it. Tsunade extended the vest to Naruto with a cute smile. With eager hands, Naruto took the vest in his hands, gave a bow, while the council's applause was immediate. He turned to his friends who looked at him with a smile. Naruto started to take care of himself when Kyomi ran towards him, wrapping him in a big hug. Congratulations. Kyomi congratulated her friend between excited laughs. Thank you, congratulations to you too. Who would have thought, now you are a Jonin, I hope you are prepared for the missions to come. Shikamaru placed his hand on the Uchiha's shoulder. Don't relax, you are now a Chunin, you are also capable of leading missions. It's a pain. Shikamaru let out a long sigh. Don't trust yourself just because you're one rank ahead of us, you'll see how we'll catch up with you. Mito pointed to Naruto. For sure yes. Congratulations. Kakashi appeared behind him and placed his hand on Naruto's other shoulder. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. No. You don't have to call me sensei anymore, we're on the same rank now. I'm sorry, but it has become a habit. Kakashi sighed resignedly at that, but he still kept his smile. Well, you'll have to leave it for now, partner Asuma appeared behind Naruto. Kushina pushed everyone away and wrapped Naruto in a really tight hug. I'm proud of you. Not long ago you were a little boy who asked me to teach him how to seal, now look at you. Thank you Kushina-san, but it's crushing me. Oh, I'm sorry. While all this was happening, Sasuke watched a little distanced from the crowd. He shook his head, dispersing his thoughts, and approached his friend to congratulate him. Congratulations Naruto. Sasuke extended his fist, this was reciprocated by Naruto's fist. Thank you. How about we take a walk, where I don't really know, but I follow you. Naruto responded to Sasuke. Well, what are we waiting for? Sasuke began to leave the room followed by Naruto. Kyomi, however, before going with her friends, approached Tsunade, whispering something in her ear, and then put her hands together and made a mini bow. Are you sure? I don't accept just anyone. I assure you that I am capable of achieving whatever you challenge me to do. Okay, I'll think about it, after all you are a talent that cannot be wasted. Thank you very much Tsunade-sama. Kyomi ran out of the room hoping to catch up with the other two Uchihas. Naruto was walking behind Sasuke, Kyomi had finally caught up with them, seeing the path he was taking, she could guess where they were going. Finally they arrived. Time. 3:34 p.m. Location. Uchiha Complex. The two pillars at the entrance were still joined by the yellow tape that symbolically prevented the passage. Sasuke passed through some spaces followed by his sister and finally Naruto. Sasuke, why did we come here? Kyomi asked. I don't know, maybe it's just nostalgia, it's like returning after a long time, and also since I'm now the leader of the clan, technically we can return to our old homes. Kyomi looked at Naruto, who seemed to have a lost look in his eyes. Naruto noticed this and looked towards the girl who had a worried face, he smiled at her to reassure her a little. Do not worry, I'm fine. Okay, I'm going to believe you. Well, since I'm here, I guess I'll go see my old house. Okay, I guess we'll do the same, Kyomi said, grabbing her brother's hand. Naruto's old house was nothing special, since it was assumed that he was just another member of the clan, he was not from the heir family. He entered the house and stared for a bit before entering completely. I'm home. He would have loved to say those words into the apparent emptiness, so that then his mother would come out from somewhere and receive him with a hug. Now that he was a jonin, he imagined what the missions with his brother would have been like if they were alive. He would no longer have his manjikyu, but he couldn't care less. He would sacrifice his eyes so that his brother or his mother could revive. I walked through the house, passing through the living room and the kitchen. Nothing had changed at all, just a little more dust. He arrived at everyone's rooms and everything was the same. Finally he visited the backyard, where they had trained a couple of times when he was very young and his mother saw him from the window. In that place, there was a tree in which he had rested many times. I think I just remembered why I liked this place so much. He sat on the ground and leaned against the trunk of the tree. Beyond the walls, you could see the sun. I remember when he would sit here after training and watch the sun go down. I love it, it's just relaxing. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the wind hit his face. You should go check on your friends. From what I've seen, that Sasuke doesn't seem to completely get over what happened that night. Yes, Naruto placed his hands behind his head. So, what are you waiting for? Just a little more ready. Naruto stood up and performed and disappeared in a flash of silver. Location. Clan leader's house. A few minutes before Sasuke and Kyomi arrived at their old house, unlike the others, this one was bigger. It had a superior range of rooms and its own pond. Sasuke and Kyomi entered the main house. The silence was total and normal since no one but them was there. Memories began to invade their minds. Sasuke, I don't want to be in this place. How about we go to the old training ground? We could find something interesting. Kyomi tried to convince Sasuke. Sasuke turned a deaf ear and continued moving through the hallways. He opened a sliding door that he had forgotten over time, but now it brought back the most painful memory that his mind held. This room is where they had found their parents lying on the floor, lifeless, and behind them, the figure of Itachi, with that stoic face that over time he had learned to despise. Kyomi approached her brother, touching him on the back. He looked ahead, there was still some dried blood on the floor. How the hell are we going to forgive him? Sasuke said suddenly. Sasuke, please. Please nothing, answer me. How does Naruto think we are going to forgive that bastard? Naruto has already told you the reasons why the UCHIHA massacre makes no sense with the excuse that Itachi gave. That doesn't help me, it doesn't help me to base myself on assumptions. Sasuke began to clench his fists. I want to base myself on what I saw and heard, and the only thing I see is a murderer who killed his family, leaving his brothers alive so that they will hold a grudge against him. It was then that the two saw a flash of silver. Naruto had teleported to the seal he had left on Kyomi. How are you? How are you doing here? The boy greeted. Naruto. Sasuke spoke softly. What's happening? Sasuke. How can you be so sure that Itachi didn't kill the clan just because? Sasuke, we had already discussed this, so what? It's just that your arguments are the same as always. Itachi couldn't have killed the clan just because Itachi loved everyone or that he was in Anbu at the age of 13 is enough proof of his power. That doesn't work for me anymore. You talk as if you know what was going through Itachi's mind and that's not the case. Sasuke, Itachi was intelligent, he always remained calm in any situation, he couldn't have collapsed so easily. Oh, what a novelty. It's the same thing. You don't give me solid reasons. Sasuke was starting to get upset. How about the promise I made him? He made me promise that I would protect them no matter what happens, and you? You have no more proof than to say that Itachi killed everyone because it's not my evidence, it's what was seen, and it's what he told us. He even told you, please Naruto. I kill everyone. To my parents. To our friends and companions, I kill your brother. Sasuke pointed to Naruto. Naruto was quiet for a moment. You can't deny that you hate him, because anyone in our position would do it. It's true, I feel hatred, it's normal, but I didn't let myself be consumed by him. I saw more than a cold-blooded murderer. I saw a loving boy, I saw a friend, a teacher, a brother, someone who he loved his family more than anything, and he never tired of telling me that every time I asked him. I'm sure Itachi wasn't crazy, there's a reason we're alive, if not. I don't see the reason to leave us alive. If he was able to kill those closest to us, there is no reason to leave us alive. Now it was Sasuke who remained silent. I also can't deny that you have me between a rock and a hard place. I don't have much to defend Itachi, and it frustrates me too much, but I and your sister have been able to overcome this pain. I can't explain why. After all, you can do it. Because I am a normal person, a person who lost almost everything when I was less than 8 years old. And what about us? Hey. We don't go through the same thing as you can't justify yourself that way. The discussion was beginning to escalate. Naruto approached Sasuke and grabbed his shoulder. But if it makes you feel so bad, you could have told us, we are here for you, we can help you get over this. Naruto tried to calm the atmosphere. Sasuke looked up with his Sharingan glowing and patted Naruto's arm forcefully. Sasuke. Kyomi was surprised by what her brother just did. Do you think it's easy? Don't ask me to get over it in that natural way. Sasuke started shouting. Sasuke, stop being immature. Fuck that. It's not normal to overcome something like this. Sasuke, stop being rude, Kyomi told his brother. Shut up, don't get involved once again, Sasuke didn't mean what he was saying. Hey. What is the matter with you? Look how you treat her. Naruto was starting to get a little angry at Sasuke's attitude. I don't care about that now, tell me once and for all, why do you defend Itachi so much? You haven't been an accomplice have you Sasuke, stop it. His sister shouted. What did I tell you? Sasuke looked angrily at his sister. I'm not going to shut up, you're acting like shit. Calm down Kyomi Naruto caught the girl's attention. It seems I was more right than I want, Sasuke can't get over the past and our bond suffers from these wounds. He thought, remembering the words he once said to Kakashi. Do you want to know why I defend him? Well, it's because I know him much more than you, because apparently you're only basing it on what happened that night and not on what we experienced before that. How do you know he wasn't pretending? And how do you know that he killed the clan? Why yes. Because I saw it with my eyes well, I saw how good he was with my own eyes, following your logic, that's enough proof, right? Since when have you behaved like a misfortune? And since when are you so immature? Learn to get over it once and for all don't ask me to get over it damn it. In a fit of anger, Sasuke sent a blow towards Naruto who easily dodged it. Sasuke continued to throw punches towards Naruto without any consent. Naruto was dodging without any problem, Sasuke was getting carried away by his emotions, making his movements predictable. He moved back dodging another blow, then crouched down letting Sasuke's arm go over him. Sasuke was getting more and more furious, he sent a direct blow towards Naruto, who, turning his body a little, let him pass by him, took Sasuke's shoulder and pushed him, making him destabilize. Naruto parried two of the boy's blows, grabbing his fists restricting his mobility. Look what you're doing you're going crazy. You are the crazy. Defending your own brother's murderer, he must be rolling in his grave after seeing how you defend Itachi. Naruto was quiet for a while. Look at what you're saying Sasuke. Kyomi approached the two to try to separate them, when she pushed Sasuke, she realized that she couldn't move him even an inch. Sasuke grunted, feeling his bones being bruised. Raising his gaze, Naruto delivered a quick blow to Sasuke's face who fell to the ground. Naruto. You too Kyomi let out a shocked sigh as she saw Naruto's manjikyu glowing. Sasuke stood up slowly, spitting a mixture of blood and saliva onto the ground. He wiped away some of the blood that fell. Listen to me, I already told you that I understand what you feel, but that is no excuse for you to mess with me and my brother. Naruto had let himself be carried away by anger for a moment. TSK Sasuke looked at Naruto with his Sharingan glowing. This was reciprocated by Naruto's manjikyu. What are you going to do, huh? You don't want this to continue escalating. Naruto sent a bit of killer instinct, making Sasuke breathe heavily, his gaze seemed to pierce him. It was then that Naruto felt Kyomi's hands resting on his chest. I looked down seeing Kyomi's eyes, also with Sharingan. Please, enough of this, I don't like that they treat each other like this small. Tears began to appear in the girl's eyes, these two were the only thing she had left of her clan, she couldn't stand to see them fight like that. That way. Naruto looked sad, his manjikyu turned off, leaving his Sharingan staring at Kyomi's. I'm sorry it won't happen again, right? Forgive me the girl nodded her head, Naruto removed the tears with his thumbs. Sasuke began to retreat. We are waiting for you for dinner Sasuke Naruto knew that he was going to reflect, at least he had to give a sign that he no longer wanted to continue fighting. I don't know the message was half understood. Sasuke walked out the door. The Uchiha's footsteps became less and less heard until the sound disappeared. Shall we go home? Naruto asked Kyomi. Yeah. The two disappeared in a flash of silver. Time. 8:45 at night. Location unknown. A figure was lying on a stretcher, his arms resting on top of his body as if they were asleep, a partial cough came out of his mouth, which bothered him from time to time. Kabuto. Orochimaru called to his subordinate, suppressing the urge to cough. The door opened showing the figure of the boy with glasses. Your name was me? Orochimaru-sama. Yes he coughed do you need water, anything? The white-haired man, as always, was at the Sannin's disposal. None of that, what I need is a new body. I see, so what can I do? I need the Uchiha. With all due respect to Orochimaru-sama, but getting Naruto right now seems like an impossible task Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Kabuto, Naruto is not the only Uchiha. Then he refers to the two who stayed with him. Yes, especially Sasuke, in my opinion he is the one with the most potential. You believe it? That's right, when I infiltrated the Chunin exams, before fighting Naruto, I had a small encounter with him, his sister and the Hokage's two children. Sasuke was able to come up with a plan to make me switch bodies. I see, but how strong do you think he is? I would say that he is as strong as two of those four of the sound, with the mark of the curse all over his body. I see, and just out of curiosity, how strong Naruto is he could face all four in the second phase without a problem, even with Kimimaro among them. Do you really think he's that strong? Kabuto sounded impressed. Without a doubt, strong enough to fight the first and second Hokage and come out alive in the process. That's true, well, I guess I'll go to Konoha. You won't go, I need you for some things I'll send the sound for. Said Orochimaru and then coughed. Are you sure? Those guys are problematic. More than likely, you will tell them not to attack first, tell them to try to convince him well. Orochimaru-sama Kabuto began to leave, opened the door and closed it behind him. Not a second later, a kunai passed by his head and stuck into the wall. So, I guess you've heard what you have to do. Kabuto addressed the words to 4 silhouettes in the dark, one large and robust, one thin and small, possibly that of a woman, one apparently ordinary, and a guy with 6 limbs. Yes, this will be fun, what are we waiting for? Let's go after that brat, we'll get to Konoha quickly, let's go. The 4 figures disappeared into the darkness. Those 4 are a nuisance, Kabuto walked, disappearing into the darkness of the hallways. Time. 10 p.m. Location. Naruto's house. Naruto was lying on his bed, the sheets covering the lower half of his body, while the upper half was covered by a black t-shirt, his hand supported his head, and he kept looking at the ceiling. And that's why you should practice more with my chakra, Kurama spoke in Naruto's head. I see, certainly your power brings great advantages. That's how it is. Although besides that I would like to practice more with my Manjikyu now that I no longer have to worry about blindness. Okay, but don't leave me aside because of your magical eyes. He of course not. Changing the subject, where do you think Sasuke is now? Naruto let out a sigh. I don't know, I just hope that he is well, he has already had a lot of time to reflect. I don't know, he looked pretty angry. Kurama gave his opinion. I know, I honestly never thought we would come to this. Naruto covered his face with his hands. Well, these are things that happen. Naruto stopped his conversation with Kurama when he heard his door open. Kyomi entered the room, she was wearing small cloth shorts and on top of that a large short-sleeved shirt which covered her thighs a little. We'll talk later, Kurama. Yes, see you tomorrow. Kurama cut the connection. Is something wrong, Kyomi? He sat on the bed waiting for the girl's response. Sasuke has not returned, I know, Naruto also responded with his eyes down. Then can't I sleep with you? I don't feel good now being alone, sure, come. Naruto raised the sheet giving Kyomi space. She came over and lay down on the bed. Naruto lay down next to her, instinctively crossing his arms around Kyomi. It was until he realized that he tried to remove them. I'm sorry. Kyomi grabbed Naruto's arms. Don't worry, it's normal. The girl moved closer to Naruto, letting her head rest on her friend's chest. Naruto felt warm on cold nights, it was something he liked. Naruto He lowered his gaze, observing Kyomi's Sharingan once again. Everything is going to be fine, right? I can't assure you that everything will turn out perfect, but I can assure you that I will try the impossible to fix everything that comes our way. You are so good, thank you, really thank you, you are welcome. Kyomi buried her head in Naruto's chest, embracing the sleep that now consumed her. Naruto looked at Kyomi a little more, he felt sleepy and finally closed his eyes, letting himself be carried away by the warmth of the girl who hugged him. Location. Hokage Mountain. Sasuke was sitting in the Hokage Mountains. Honestly, he didn't feel comfortable with the idea of returning home, so he decided not to make it to dinner or even to sleep in his bed. The cold night air collided with his body, he mentally punished himself for wanting the comfort of a blanket but decided to continue with his thoughts. He felt like he was being watched. He turned his gaze, but there was no one. He continued looking towards the town, few lights were still on. He felt the same sensation again, stood up and turned his gaze. Who's there? You're good, you managed to feel us that easily. To tell the truth, the last thing Sasuke wanted was company, and if he could infer, this company didn't feel good. From the shadows, the 4 figures came out, a girl with red hair and a hat, a short guy with long hair that fell over his eye, a really big and robust guy, and finally the strangest one, a guy with 6 arms, the which were reminiscent of a spider. What do you want? Hey. Let's leave the hostilities for now, my name is Kitamaru, the girl is Taiya, the big guy here is Jirobo, and the other one is Seiken, and well, we came to make you a proposal. I'm not interested in anything about you, Sasuke responded bluntly. It's not ours, but what do you think of the power? Seiken offered. What are you taking about? We offer you the opportunity to gain power. I have enough. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Do you really think so? Enough to kill your brother? Oh? You do not have it? I thought all that effort you've made with all your friends here in Konoha was enough. What you say doesn't make sense. Itachi became so strong in Konoha that it prevents me from doing it too. These are different times, Itachi was forced to grow up quickly, but look now, the council is now more civilian, everyone's raw power has dropped, the education to be a ninja is mediocre, and can be evident in anyone of your generation that they are not your sister or that Naruto is, oh, and the Hokage's children. Think about it like this. Seiken joined the conversation once again. Aren't you tired of being in Naruto's shadow? In the shadow of Naruto? Sasuke questioned. That's right, he is always one step ahead of everyone. Is he the one who has to do everything? Because he's the one who has to face Itachi and not me? Sasuke asked out loud. Exact. You have always been behind Naruto and people know it, you are supposed to be the heir of the proud Uchiha clan. You just have to come with us and Orochimaru will give you all the power you want. Orochimaru. Sasuke looked up, noticing the band of Itagakure, the village created by the snake Sannin. Yes, he is willing to train you. I don't think so, that guy must want something more. Sasuke was not so easily convinced. Kidomaru tried another strategy. You don't have to worry, in a few years with the training he will give you will undoubtedly become stronger than him. You could kill him if you wanted. You will become the strongest, you will have your own brilliance, your own strength, you don't need all these fools who only play ninja. Look at us. We became strong thanks to Orochimaru, you can do it too, they won't understand you. What are you talking about, they will do it. That's when he remembered the argument with Naruto and how Kyomi supported him. They will do it. Right? Now. He was doubting. Come with us. Sasuke began to walk slowly. I have always been in his shadow and now he is not able to understand me. I can become strong on my own. It seems like it was easy to attract him, Taiya thought. I'm sorry. Kyomi flashback. 8-year-old Sasuke and Kyomi sat on the floor after a training session. I don't understand how Naruto was able to maintain this training session for so long. Sasuke was breathing heavily. It's normal, he is stronger than us. I guess so, I can't keep up with him. Kyomi noticed how her brother had a sad look. You should not underestimate yourself, little brother, you are also very strong. I admire Naruto, but I also admire you. There have been many times in which you have shown that you are more capable than me. I would never be able to forget my brother. Never forget that we are all strong, some just don't realize it yet. Thank you, Kyomi. There's no need for Sasuke, the girl hugged her brother present. Sorry Mito, Kushina-san kept walking. I'm sorry, Oka-san, Odo-san. He kept asking for forgiveness. Really, was he about to leave the village where he grew up? Or perhaps, it was abandoning the village that gave him nothing but a massacre. He thought of one last person. Sorry Naruto, flashback. You shouldn't put all that weight on you, remember that we are behind you to support you. Sasuke spoke still lying on the bed. Count on that. Sasuke just smiled. Present. Sasuke stopped his walk. Hey. What's wrong? Kidomaru asked Sasuke, who was now with his head tilted up and his eyes closed. The Uchiha took a long breath and opened his eyes, observing the moon that dimly illuminated his face. Really, I've behaved like an idiot. How could I be such an idiot? He places his hands on his face. He let out another sigh and lowered his hands. He looked ahead, with his Sharingan threatening the four that were in front of him. I'm sorry, but I won't leave the village. Sasuke said seriously. Because. This village, I may have had the worst time of my life in this village, but now I have created ties with many people in this place. It is my home, and it was the home of my clan. The people I love, they believe in me, and that is enough to make me stronger. So you plan to continue playing ninja? I don't play ninja, I am a ninja. I am someone who has shed blood to keep this land standing, the land where my family once lived, the land where loved ones grew up with their families, land where I live. It's pure talk, power is obtained by itself, he is everything. You're wrong, power is not everything, and people become stronger, much stronger when they have to protect those they love. That's where true strength comes from. It was the teaching he had left them. Haku. Well, I guess you don't want to understand, but refusing was not an option. You're going to come with us, even if we have to carry you in a bloody mess. Come, I will show you the power I have gained together with my friends. Sasuke UCHIHA SENJU. Sasuke stood in a battle pose, waiting for the ninja's attack, Sharingan active and ready to counterattack. I'll go first, I'm going to show this kid the true power. Jirobo took a step forward. It seems that the giant comes first, his speed may be the slowest of all. Jirobo disappeared in a blur. Sasuke ducked, avoiding the Falnin's blow. He is fast despite his build. Sasuke tried to sweep Jirobo's feet, but he jumped back. The Uchiha stood up and launched himself at his opponent. Jirobo blocked Sasuke's blow, who did not stop there and continued attacking. All blows were blocked by Jirobo. Is that all you have? It's disappointing. That's not all. With great skill, Sasuke managed to open Jirobo's defense and hit him hard in the stomach. Jirobo bent a little. He has great strength. Jirobo thought. Sasuke followed with a kick to the side. Jirobo blocked it and grabbed Sasuke's leg, throwing them towards a rock. The Uchiha crashed into it, but he didn't have time for the pain. Jirobo approached very quickly and sent his fist. Sasuke turned his face, causing the attack to get stuck in the rock. Sasuke got out of there, but Jirobo turned his body, sending a backhand punch. Sasuke once again crouched down, dodging the attack, rested his hands on the ground and stretched his leg, placing a kick on Jirobo's stomach. The big guy endured the pain and tried to grab Sasuke, but he jumped back. Turning his head, his Sharingan glowed as he blocked Seiken's attack. It seems we underestimated you. Seiken sent blows that were dodged by the Uchiha. He sent a kick blocked by the Odo Nin. He sent a sweep dodging once again. He unsealed some shurikens and threw them at his enemy. Seiken took out a kunai and blocked the projectiles. In a blur, Sasuke punched Seiken's stomach, sent a kick to his chin, jumped and landed a roundhouse kick on Seiken's head. He made hand seals. Heitan. Gakakyu no Jutsu, I throw the fireball. A strange spider web trapped Seiken and attracted him to Kitamaru. The fire jutsu collided with a rock, completely destroying it. That should have warned the Anbu. Sasuke thought. He turned his body, avoiding a Jirobo blow that had managed to break loose from the rock. The Odo Nai sent another blow. Sasuke passed his hand, sliding them through the man's blow. Once again he turned and elbowed, reversing himself. He sent a high kick with his heel, but Jirobo's elbow got in the way. He grabbed the limb, and with great force he hit Sasuke. Spitting blood from the blow, he fell to the ground. Jirobo was about to finish off, but Sasuke rolled and got up quickly. Leaning on his enemy's shoulder, he somersaulted, landing on Jirobo's back, a kunai spinning dangerously on his finger. He grabbed it firmly, sent the cut, but a spiderweb grabbed him and pushed him, making him fall. Sasuke began to listen to a strange melody, directing his gaze to Teiya, who had taken out a flute. Seiken sent a blow to Sasuke, who could not cover himself. His blows are like stones, and even more so those of that Jirobo type. They feel like cannon shots. Do not get distracted. Sasuke received a blow from Seiken. What's happening to me? I feel weak. Sasuke moved slower and slower, beginning to receive attacks from Seiken and Jirobo. It's that girl's flute. It's like a Jinjutsu type. Teiya watched as her companions took care of the Uchiha. It's working. This auditory Jinjutsu will weaken it little by little, she thought confidently, looked into Sasuke's eyes. Serious mistake. Meijin. Kasagi. He felt his body being pierced by metal stakes. He felt great pain and instinctively dropped the flute. Shit, I can't move. In addition to feeling great pain, something prevented him from moving. Sasuke continued fighting against the two Odo Nin. Sasuke backed away, passing hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu, he began to launch the fire projectiles towards his enemies who were making evasive maneuvers. Sasuke launched himself against Seiken, engaging him into Jutsu. Seiken was getting frustrated by Sasuke's battle style. He sent a blow that Sasuke caught with his palm. Quickly the Uchiha himself hit him hard in the face. Sasuke had to dodge a spiderweb. He turned to look at Kitamaru, who looked serious. I see, so the cobwebs come from him. He has been saving his companions all this time. Finally, Teiya freed herself from the Jinjutsu. Ah. Damn, I'll make you pay for that. The girl shouted, picking up the flute from her. At great speed, Sasuke appeared behind the girl. Your Jinjutsu is a nuisance, so I must eliminate you first. He was about to hit the girl, but once again, a web stopped him. He was tangled. Jirobo took advantage of the opportunity and hit the Uchiha again. Sasuke was thrown, landing on a giant web created by Kitamaru, which was attached to two rocks. Like a spider, Kitamaru approached Sasuke with a kunai, walking through the web as if it were nothing. Sasuke observed the material that supported him in detail. This is made with chakra. Sasuke prepared himself. Raiten. Chidori Nagashi. The strong electric current shot out of Sasuke's body, spreading everywhere with the sound of 1,000 birds. The electricity was conducted through the web and hit Kitamaru hard, paralyzing him. The web broke due to the current intensity. Sasuke landed, breathing deeply. Kaiten. Kin Senpu. A whirlwind of fire grew around him, protecting him from Seiken and Jirobo. He jumped over the barrier, unsealed several kunai and shuriken, his Sharingan working at its maximum. He threw the shurikens with absolute precision. Seiken prepared to deflect them again, but the projectiles collided with each other, deflecting around them. Sasuke landed on a rock and began moving his fingers, revealing tied ninja wire. The shurikens turned, small lightning bolts appeared from them, the ninja wire tied around the two sound ninjas. A current came out of the wire that paralyzed both of them. Hand seals flew into Sasuke's hands. Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. He blew on the wire, sending a progressive burst of fire. Shit, Jirobo snorted, orange marks began to grow on his body. As if nothing had happened, he broke the wire, freeing himself from paralysis. Doten. Darai Heki. He placed his hands on the ground, creating a wall of earth that covered them from the flare. The fire ceased as the wall crumbled. Sasuke observed with surprise the marks that Jirobo had and that were now growing in Seiken. What is that? Sasuke asked himself in his mind. Why are you wondering what this is, right? It is the power that Orochimaru has given us, the cursed mark. Is that what did Naruto warn me about? Sasuke swallowed, he had a feeling it wouldn't be the same. With mowing speed, Seiken disappeared. Sasuke opened his eyes in surprise, he raised his arms trying to block the blow, but he was hit. Sasuke crawled across the rocky ground, scraping himself in the process. Shit, it's very fast, it took me a while to get used to it. Sasuke raised his arm blocking a blow, he could feel his bones rumbling. He jumped, avoiding a blow from Jirobo, which broke the ground easily. He thought he could escape, but Jirobo sent a blow to Sasuke, who covered himself with his arms. Sasuke literally shot upwards. His body reached very high, the moonlight illuminating it completely. Kami, he's too strong and it's harder fighting everyone at the same time. He looked down, seeing his opponents preparing, but I shouldn't give up. Sasuke went through hand seals as he fell. Kaiten. Kikaku no Jutsu. He launched the fire projectile. Jirobo raised a dome of earth protecting him and Seiken. At the moment of lowering the dome, Sasuke launched himself without thinking. Jirobo received him with a blow, but Sasuke began to shine, dissolving into lightning bolts that hit Jirobo. The real Sasuke appeared and hit Seiken. He continued attacking with great speed. The Odo-nin tried to hit, but the Sharingan predicted and Sasuke dodged. He gave a strong kick to Seiken, sending him flying. Unseal his Shakudo. I'm not going to continue playing. At high speed he appeared behind Seiken and tried to cut off his head. Seiken crouched and moved as far away as he could, but Sasuke kept sending him slash after slash. He took out a kunai and began exchanging cuts with Sasuke. Jirobo was running towards the two. He sent a blow, but Sasuke replaced himself with a log. Raiden. Chidori Iso only by instinct, the two Odo-nin crouched, dodging the lightning sword that tried to impale them. Sasuke moved his arm sending truly devastating slashes that cut rocks in half, making Seiken and Jirobo retreat. Sasuke looked into Jirobo's eyes. He released his jutsu and approached Jirobo with sword in hand. What a fool, a direct attack like that. Jirobo dodged the sword and hit Sasuke, but he turned into bodies that flew through the air. What is this? Jinjutsu. The bottom nin asked himself. Seiken watched as the crows began to fly towards them. Kai. The crows turned into shurikens that were heading dangerously towards them. Get out of there. Seiken pushed Jirobo. The projectile stuck in a rock. Sasuke appeared behind Seiken, but he anticipated his move and with kunai in hand, he performed a backhand slash. However, Sasuke turned into crows once again. Another Jinjutsu. But how? Sasuke appeared in front of Jirobo with his sword ready to impale the opponent's heart. Jirobo turned his body as much as he could, deflecting the trajectory of the sword. It pierced his arm. Jirobo growled, but didn't seem to care much until Sasuke applied Raiden to the sword, causing the rays to enter directly into his system, burning the wound and part of his internal body. Jirobo screamed, accompanied by blood. Damn. Seiken attacked Sasuke. He had to drop his sword. He accumulated chakra in his fist, and predicting Seiken's attack, he crouched down and sent the blow to the ribs of the Odo-nin, who flew away crashing into a rock. Sasuke crouched down and tried to catch his breath. I've spent too much chakra. He's been throwing jutsu after jutsu, and apparently he was doing well. I've had them for a long time, a little more and the Anbu could arrive. However, Sasuke had to jump and dodge some kind of giant spiked club, the impact of the large weapon raising a curtain of dust. What is that? Sasuke observed the cloud of dust while listening to Teia's melody once again, but in a different tone. We have to finish this. Teiya now had black marks all over her body in a different pattern. The girl nodded to Kitamaru, who took out a bomb that looked like smoke. The dust in front of Sasuke cleared, revealing some sort of giant. The figure had hair covering its entire face. A black outfit, shirt and pants. His weapon, a spiked meso, which had raised all that dust. Heiya played the melody of her flute louder. In tune, the giant moved at high speed trying to catch Sasuke. He jumped, dodging the giant's attacks. Kaiten. Kikaku no Jutsu, the fireball that Sasuke spat collided with the giant. When the smoke dissipated, he could be seen with scratches, but he did not seem to feel pain. What the fuck are you? Sasuke thought. The giant went at high speed. Sasuke tried to flee, but he was getting tired. Just today he didn't have a soldier's pill. The giant managed to trap him against a rock. It was then that Kitamaru threw the bomb he had in his hands. All the four of the sound jumped. The bomb hit the ground releasing a kind of purple smoke. The giant and Sasuke were covered by smoke. It continued for a few seconds until it dissipated. When he could see again, Sasuke realized that the giant that was attacking him was no longer in front of him. What happened? He was waiting for a few seconds. The four of the sound were on top of some rocks, waiting for the Uchiha's reaction. Without realizing it, Sasuke began to breathe heavier, his body trembled, and dark circles began to appear under his eyes. A sudden cough attacked him. He clutched his chest as he began to spit out blood. That cough, what is this? He asked himself. Kitamaru smiled. On top of the rock it seems to work, a lethal poison derived from the poison of Orochimaru's Kusanagi. He really is a genius at being able to transform it into a gas. The poison may not be as lethal, but it is effective, even when you inhale it very little. Jirobo managed to remove the sword from his arm, throwing it to the ground. It's time to end this. He Jumped off the rock attacking Sasuke, who could see him. He tried to move, but his body did not respond. Jirobo finished off Sasuke with a hammer blow, but realized it was a log. That guy, he's still elusive. Sasuke was behind a rock. I have no choice but to escape, I can't fight in these conditions. Sasuke started to run, but his legs felt very weak and he was coughing a lot. Shit. Why haven't the ambush arrived yet? She was starting to get desperate. I can't let these guys take me, I have to stay here, I have to apologize to them. Sasuke remembered today's situation. Where do you think you're going, huh? Seiken appeared in front of him. Jirobo was approaching from behind with a kind of cylindrical box, it had strange seals. What's that? Cooperate and we won't have to hurt you anymore. I don't think so. By hand seals Chidori Nagashi. The little he had left of chakra he managed to spend on one last jutsu. The chirping of the birds emerged like a roar, trapping the two ninjas once again in its rays. Upon finishing the jutsu, Sasuke was caught in a spiderweb. It's over, idiot. Jirobo appeared in front of him and placed a strong blow on Sasuke's stomach. His pupils seemed to disappear for a few seconds. Now, he felt the worst pain in the world. He couldn't take it anymore. He was breathing heavily, and his muscles couldn't stand up once again. Jirobo approached once with a strange object. I can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, Naruto. I'm so sorry, little sister. Sasuke was closing his eyes while the images of the two mentioned people passed through his mind one last time. Sasuke closed his eyes, passing out from the pain, while small parts of his skin turned purple. The poison worked perfectly, Shikamaru said. Jirobo picked up Sasuke and put him in the strange container. He closed it with its lid and the seals glowed for a moment. Well, from now on the only one who can open that is Orochimaru. The marks of Seiken, Jiraiya and Jirobo retreated. It was a problem trying to catch this guy, just imagine that. Naruto said. Shikamaru imagined that someone comes to rescue him. We have to leave as quickly as possible, come on. Seiken said. The four of them quickly left the village, Jirobo carrying the container on his back. A few minutes after his escape. A group of ambush appeared. Man, that mission was long, said one of the squad members. They want to tell me why we came here in the first place. I heard an explosion noise, there must have been a battle here. Look. There are some shurikens over there, traces of burns. It's Kaiten Jutsu. One of the ambush was checking the ground. The captain of the squad advanced through the place where a battle had occurred. The battle between the henchman and the one who wanted to save himself from the fangs of the greedy snake. The only thing left: shurikens, burns, broken rocks and a sword, its blade shining from the moonlight that once illuminated Sasuke Uchiha's face. I left some music above for the atmosphere. Location. Valley of the End, Tierra del Fuego. The two figures stared at each other, the rain falling lightly on their bodies. The drop slid over them, reaching their hands and rising towards the sword they held, sliding on its blade that seemed to shine. I hope you're ready, because of you I'm very angry. The first figure observed the second with bright red eyes, illuminating the darkness under the black rainy clouds. Present. Location. Naruto's house, Konohagakure no Sado. Naruto felt the sun's rays hitting his eyes again, the heat making him move his eyelids. He finally opened his eyes, tried to move, but something didn't let him move. He remembered what happened last night. He lifted the sheet showing a peacefully sleeping Kyomi, hugging him. She had a cute smile adorning her sleeping face. Naruto smiled and started to move slowly, trying not to wake the girl next to him. Finally managing to separate, Kyomi let out a grunt, feeling the lack of heat. Naruto left the room, entering the hallway. Remembering what happened yesterday, I walk a little anxiously down the hallway, reaching the door to Sasuke's room. He opened the door slowly. In case Sasuke was asleep, he could have entered through his bedroom window. Upon entering, his face was filled with sadness when he saw that Sasuke had not returned. It seems like he's really angry, Kurama said. Yes, I feel bad for saying those things. You shouldn't feel bad, you were just defending your position, like anyone in the world would do. Well, one day we would have a discussion like that. Naruto closed the door behind him. When he turned his gaze he saw Kyomi leaving his room. He scratched his eye and let out a yawn. Good morning, Naruto. Good morning, Kyomi. How was your night? Especially comfortable. Yes, I think the same. Is Sasuke back yet? Kyomi seemed to get a little excited, but the girl noticed the change in Naruto's face. Oh, I see. The girl grabbed his shirt, squeezing it a little while lowering her head. Naruto watched her expectantly until he heard a small sob from her. Naruto quickly approached, bending down a little to see how the girl was crying openly. Oh, Kyomi. I'm sorry, I'm just worried. I don't like the fact that Sasuke disappeared like that. I'm worried too, but we have to stay strong. I'm sure Sasuke will come back. Naruto said the words to reassure Kyomi, who took breaths to calm herself, releasing occasional sobs. The boy began to dry his tears. I don't like that you see me like that, like a crybaby. You don't have to say that, anyone would react that way if they took away the person who had always been by their side, even in their mother's womb. Yeah, go change, this time I'll prepare breakfast. Alright. Naruto came to the kitchen and took out the materials to cook eggs and a couple of bacon. He began to repeat the recipe in his mind. It smells good, should I prepare it for him too? To be honest, I don't think he'll arrive this morning, said Kurama. Naruto let out a sigh. He took out 2 plates and began to serve the food. Just as he was setting the table, Kyomi came out of the hallway. He sat at the table and thanked for the food. Naruto sat down and started eating next to Kyomi. They stayed like that for a while, until the door rang. They were knocking on it. Now what? Naruto stood up and walked towards the door, opening it. An Anbu of the Hokage was in front of him. Good morning, Tsunade-sama requests your presence in front of her. Naruto felt a bad feeling. Okay, let's go there. The Anbu nodded and disappeared in a burst of smoke. Kyomi, we have to go to the Hokage office. Okay, just let me finish my food. Naruto sat next to him and finished eating. Naruto didn't even change and left the house with Kyomi, locking it, and they finally disappeared in a flash of silver. Tsunade once again watched Konoha from the window. Her hands were behind her back, clasping one with the other, squeezing each time she thought about what to say to Naruto and Kyomi. With her poor vision, she could see the faint silver light behind her. She bit her lips and took a deep breath. When the Anbu had come to her office to tell her what had happened, she didn't know how to react. First she thought about the possibilities. Who could it have been? Because. But then she hit her the most important thing, Naruto and Kyomi. What did they think? We are here, Tsunade-sama, Naruto said, bowing slightly, accompanied by Kyomi. Hello Naruto, how are you? How's everything going? Tsunade gave Naruto a smile. She seemed comforting. What were you calling us for? Shizune entered the room. Oh, hello guys. The woman greeted. Hello Shizune-san. Naruto, I called Tsunade. Yeah. Naruto looked at Tsunade's serious face, that bad feeling taking over him again. What's wrong? I stutter, I'm sorry to have to tell you this. The lump began to form in Naruto's throat, even in Tsunade, who couldn't find the words to break the news. He took a breath and prepared himself. Naruto, Kyomi, I'm sorry to tell you this, but we have evidence to say that your friend and brother, Sasuke Uchiha, has been kidnapped. There was a great silence. Kyomi had a surprised face. Even Shizune had her hands on her mouth, covering her look of surprise. What did he say? Kyomi's voice broke. Sasuke, it is possible that he has been kidnapped. No, Kyomi covered her mouth as tears began to come out in droves. Do you have any idea who it could have been? The only thing we can think of is that it was Orochimaru. Kyomi's cries now sounded throughout the room. Shizune tried to comfort her. There are signs of a fight at the top of Mount Hokage, burns that are probably from a Kaiten jutsu, and there is also blood, which we confirm belongs to Sasuke. There are no witnesses. Only one, a man who says he saw 4 guys. One carried a giant box on his back, and they all had a purple ribbon around their waist, with a bow on their back. It's Orochimaru, it's the style he uses to dress, plus the fact that they came for Sasuke is another proof. He already knows that catching Naruto is not easy, and he decided to go for my brother Kyomi. Said, still crying he could say some things. Suddenly, the atmosphere began to turn cold, and the air felt heavy. An insatiable bloodlust could be felt, chills and a feeling of not being able to breathe. You could even hear the Anbus trying to catch their breath. Tsunade looked at Naruto. He clenched his fists tightly. The floor beneath him began to crack. His hair began to become disheveled, obscuring his eyes. Whiskers began to appear on his cheeks. I'm going to. Naruto looked up, showing his eyes. Their slits were torn, and 3 tomos were spinning around them. I'm going to kill him. Naruto's voice distorted as the killing intent soared. He's channeling a lot of Kyuubi chakra, Kyomi thought. Naruto, please calm down, look at what you're doing, Tsunade said. Naruto closed his eyes, opened them again with his Sharingan deactivated, and the Kyuubi's features disappeared. He kept a serious face. He closed his eyes and began to trace the Hiraishin mark he had left on Sasuke. I can feel the teleportation mark on it. You can go. Strangely, I can't teleport to him. It seems that there is something that prevents me, a kind of intersection. Can't you do anything? Kyomi asked. Not unless I'm next to that thing that prevents me from teleporting. Naruto turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I ask permission to go rescue Sasuke. I can still feel the Hiraishin mark on him, so I can feel where he is. Okay, but I can't risk you going alone, but still, many Jonin, even Chunin are on missions right now, plus I have my Anbu busy. What a problem, Shizune said. Don't worry, I can go after him alone. No way, no matter how strong you are, you always have to have someone watching your back. Okay, so what? I only have you choose the most prodigious ninjas of your generation, the ones you think can help you with everything. Obviously they will be Kyomi, Menma and Mito. I'm sorry, but believe it or not, Kushina requested a mission for her and her children. She is outside the village now. Wow, then they will be Kyomi. Naruto went through a review of his friends. I got it, it will be Kyomi, Shikamaru, Neji and Rock Lee. I'm sorry, but I can't afford to send 2 genins on a mission that is possibly A rank, who knows if more, so what options do you leave me? You already said it, most of the ninjas in the village are on missions. Lee and Neji are the 2 best genins left, completely superior to several chunins I've seen, even though their strength sits to jutsu, the better it is, it has rotation, and Lee is also very fast and talented, he is able to handle the internal doors. How is it possible that a genin can do that? If I knew I could too, Naruto thought, scratching his head, then explained to Tsunade about Lee and his sensei. I see, so he doesn't have any talent in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, so he gave all his effort into jutsu, plus, with the green beast being his sensei, it's predictable. Well, then as I said, this is the best team I can think of. I know the other rookies, but I'm going to be honest, none of them have the necessary level for this mission. I need people who take it seriously, and I already have everything in the team I planted: strength, intelligence and tracking. I consider that they are completely capable of taking this mission and carrying it out in the most efficient way, and in addition, Kyomi knows some medical ninjutsu. Tsunade placed her elbows on the table and closed her eyes, reflecting on the situation. To be honest, I couldn't give anything more, and certainly the team was strong, especially with Naruto on their side. Okay, but I hope everything turns out perfect. Thank you, but once again, I can't guarantee that everything will turn out perfect, but I will give my all to make it go as well as possible. Kyomi recognized the phrase as the one Naruto said to her that time they slept together. One moment, him, alone in bed. Kyomi blushed. Is something wrong, Kyomi? Naruto noticed the girl's tone. And nothing, Naruto, no one better die. Tsunade warned Naruto. Maid, so what are you waiting for? We can't let them get any further away, go look for your team, they will leave in 1 hour. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto disappeared in a flash of silver. 1 hour later. Naruto was at the entrance of the village, he was next to Kyomi waiting for his companions. Naruto was wearing a turtleneck sweater with a short sleeve, this time he was wearing nothing underneath but sleeveless mesh armor. He was wearing some sort of brown shoulder pad instead of his Jonin vest. The shoulder pad had a circular extension on the back, in which was Naruto's sword, he carried it outside so he could draw it quickly. He wore the classic Anbu pants and his black bandages on the ankles, and obviously his black sandals. She also wore black wristbands under which were his sealed cuffs. It was an outfit similar to the one his brother, Shisui, wore. Kyomi was also wearing a high-necked short-sleeved shirt, a skirt over small black shorts, thigh-high stockings, black sneakers. She wore bandages over the seals on her wrists, she called it aesthetics because the bandages reached up to his elbow. Kyomi moved from one side to the other, looking quite desperate. Naruto kept his eyes closed, talking to his tenant about the mission. What level do you think the guys who kidnapped Sasuke have? Kurama asked. Actually I don't know, there are 4 types, I don't think they are all of the Kabuto level, at least he must surpass them individually. Why couldn't they be Kabuto level? I mean, according to what he said, he is at Kakashi's level, he would have been enough to catch Sasuke. Remember that even Menma managed to confront him, with you by his side, but he still managed to hurt him greatly. Shit, so these guys, yes, they must be very careful, they must be strong, and there were also 4 of them. He may send Kabuto himself to help them, Orochimaru is smart, he knows that they should have sent strong ninjas to get Sasuke back. And you better take care of yourself and take care of all those guys, you should go out now, your companions are nearby, and your friend is very desperate, I can feel that she is upset, you better calm her down, if she goes to the mission in that state mental could be harmful. Okay, thanks for letting me know, by the way, when will I be able to feel people's feelings on my own? Calm down, you haven't been my Jinchuriki for even a month, you should wait a little longer for your chakra to adjust to mine. Alright, see you later. Remember, if you need help, I'll be awake, watching. Thanks again. Naruto cut the connection. He opened his eyes, watching as Kyomi moved from side to side, biting his nails, his Sharingan active. Kyomi, what's wrong? The girl didn't look at Naruto, but continued walking. Naruto began to feel the presences of his companions. They are about to arrive, they're waiting, we have to hurry. Duh. I'll bring them myself. Naruto grabbed Kyomi's arm, without warning he hugged her. Hey, what are you doing? I had moments when I was like you, I know you feel desperate, wanting to be with that person you love, but you must stay calm, in this state your mind is clouded, you don't think clearly, and that could cost you your life. I'm sorry, it's just that I know, but do you know what my mother taught me? Right now, what a person needs most is a hug and a person who is there for them, and I am here for you. Naruto tightened the hug, the girl felt great warmth when she felt Naruto's skin. Thank you. Kyomi. Sharingan went off. The two separated, Kyomi rubbed his arm in embarrassment, Naruto just smiled. He turned his gaze to the front, he could already see the members of his squad. Shikamaru was with his hands in his pockets, a bored look on his face. Neji had a serious face just like Lee, but he seemed to have a glow in his face. His eyes. They all arrived in front of Naruto. "We're all here, Naruto." Lee said, "Ah. By the way, congratulations on becoming a Jonin and to you on becoming a Chunin, Kiyomi-san." "Thank you," the two Uchihas said. Now that they are aware of what happened, we have to proceed quickly. With every second that passes they could be moving away with Sasuke. There is no certain way for the formation, but if I know one thing, and it is that you, Neji, will go ahead. You're perfect Byakugan to look at them from a long distance. I can only feel them and also only when I am close, in addition to being able to detect the traps. Kyomi and I will go after him for the Sharingan, then Lee and lastly Shikamaru who is a medium distance fighter. Does anyone have an objection? No, everyone said. Okay, then let's go. The five boys began to run through the forest that surrounded Konoha. It was Sasuke's rescue squad, hopefully this would end that same day. 2 hours later. Location. Fire Country. The four of the Sound were in a clearing in the forest. Everyone was sitting, while apparently Jirobo took big breaths. "How are you, huh? Big guy." "Don't laugh, that thing is heavy, and the seals it has make it even heavier. Orochimaru really wants to keep that guy safe. And you tell it, you've been delaying us a lot," Taiya said. "Well, how about you take it next time, huh?" "No way, seriously, you would let a lady wear it, what a gentleman. I have nothing of a gentleman, and you have even less of a lady. But you want me to take your arms off, you fat bastard. Dare you repeat bitch. Stop fighting, you seem like idiot." Seiken interrupted the fight. "How about your Kidomaru spiders? Have you detected anything?" "Nothing for now, it seems the Konoha hasn't noticed." "Well, then I guess we have time to rest." The four of them sat for a moment. What they didn't know was that there were five boys who were advancing at high speed. Naruto, Kyomi, Neji, Lee and Shikamaru were advancing at high speed. Naruto could go faster thanks to his Shunshin, but he had to keep up with the others. Even so, he didn't complain, they were going at a good pace. At this rate, they may catch up. He felt the Hiraishin mark on Sasuke more and more. "Do you see anything, Neji?" "Yes, there are some ropes ahead. They are attached to a mechanism with several kunai and shurikens ready to be fired." "Okay, Kyomi, finish them." "Yeah." The girl jumped with her Sharingan active and unsealed some kunai, threw them with great precision, and broke each of the ropes, causing the kunai to shoot towards them, but she had already discovered the trap, so they were a good distance away. Naruto went through hand seals. Futin. Totapa Naruto exposed a large gust of wind that expelled the projectiles in another direction. Naruto felt a tug on his chest. The Hiraishin seal was getting closer. He tried to teleport, but nothing happened. "It seems that there is something that prevents me from teleporting." The five continued advancing in the same position. "Hey Naruto," Shikamaru called to his friend. "What's happening? Do you know anything about our enemies?" "Unfortunately I can't tell you anything about his abilities." At the site of the fight they had with Sasuke, remains of a kind of spiderweb made of chakra were found. "I believe that Neji could break them with his Juken style, however there is nothing else. And that's it. There's something else. I have a faint feeling that those guys must have a curse mark." "Curse mark? What is that?" "Rock." Lee asked a question that everyone except Kyomi asks. According to Anko herself, it is a seal in which Orochimaru seems to impregnate some of his chakra and essence into a person. This seal at first creates immense pain, but Anko says that later it becomes like a drug, and what's amazing is that so far I haven't found a way to remove it. I can only reduce its effects to a certain extent. And this seal has some function besides that. I don't know, but I think that this seal must grant a kind of power that over time generates a kind of dependency or addiction towards it, making someone inevitably seek out Orochimaru. That would explain why I was so eager to put it on, even at Sasuke and Kyomi. He must be after the Sharingan." Neji gave his opinion. "Yes, Orochimaru is known as a mad scientist. Kakashi-sensei once told us about an old Anbu colleague. Apparently he can control the Mokuton, wood style, thanks to Orochimaru experimenting with it and the Shadame cells, Hashirama Senju. Wow. But what's wrong with that? Think about it this way, it is not an experiment that came out the first time, and the others who were part of it are dead." Rock Lee gulped. "That guy is scary." Shikamaru and Neji just listened in silence. Unconsciously, Kyomi began to quicken her pace. "I think I scared her a little." "Don't feel guilty, you were just answering their questions." Hey, you don't have to console me, I know what I'm doing," Naruto said to Kurama jokingly. "Whatever you want." Neji stopped, crouched down and raised his hand making the others stop. "What's wrong, Neji?" Lee asked. They're ahead in the vision of Neji's Byakugan, a vision with a white tone. It seemed like a camera that zoomed for kilometers. In a clearing in the forest, there were four figures with a large cylindrical box. There are the four of them, it seems that they carry Sasuke in a kind of box that is full of seals. I see, no wonder my Hiraishin is useless, one of those seals must be preventing me from teleporting, Naruto said. It seems like they are resting, Neji added. One of them must be tired, possibly the one who carried the box. So what are we going to do? Kyomi asked. I honestly don't have a plan of attack, let's attack by surprise first, and from then on we improvise, our mission is to recover Sasuke, and it's obvious that they won't give it to us lightly. Everyone nodded, proceeding with the mission. Shikamaru was with his eyes closed, 2 of his 6 arms were crossed while the others rested on his legs. The rest of his team were also resting. Suddenly, he felt a sensation, it was danger, his skin was bruised, and he stood up from the ground listening to small sounds. What's wrong, Shikamaru? Seiken asked. Something's not right, there's someone with us. Upon hearing that, the others also stood up, each one trying to feel the slightest disturbance. It was then that among the silence, Shikamaru managed to hear the sound of air being cut. Jump now. The 4 of the sound narrowly dodged a large flurry of kunai and shuriken, which stuck into the ground. From the shadows, the 5 genins came out, placing themselves in front of the 4 of sound. Naruto sighed. I know I already said that these guys won't give us Sasuke the easy way, but I have to at least try, he thought. Listen carefully, they have just kidnapped a clan heir and also a Konoha ninja, so they have sent us to recover him, cooperate and hand him over the right way, maybe then we won't have to resort to force. No way, this boy is a request for Orochimaru-sama. Seiken said. Well, I expected that, but I want you to answer me something, why does Orochimaru want Sasuke? Well, I think it makes sense to tell you, because you are about to die, Orochimaru-sama wants to know everything, he has an almost insatiable hunger for knowledge, and for that he needs to live a long time, but he is already an old man, he has life since the time of the Sandaime Hokage, that's why he needs a young body to continue living, that's right, he got, through research. The perfect jutsu to solve that problem, that's right, Orochimaru-sama has the incredible ability to change bodies, transfer his soul to a new container, he is immortal. Seiken said as if he were praising Orochimaru. Naruto performed a wrist while Kyomi clenched her fists and teeth, showing her anger. We won't let them take Sasuke for their evil purposes. Rock Lee shouted. Oh yeah? And who is going to avoid it? You? But just a few simple genin, they have only played at being ninjas until now, Taiya mocked. Everyone prepares to fight, Rock Lee was already taking his battle pose. Heh, so that's what you want. Well come. They won't last 2 minutes. Naruto disappeared in a blur, disconcerting everyone. Hirobo felt great pain on his own face when everyone realized that Naruto's foot was hitting the ninja's face hard. He fell backwards from the momentum, hitting his back against the ground, while Naruto's foot continued on his face, burying the Jirobo's head into the ground. The Sound 4 were surprised at this, they had not even seen it. The entire weight of the Uchiha fell on Jirobo's face, breaking his head. Jirobo. Seiken shouted, but in less than a second Naruto's fist landed on his face. He's very fast. Ai and Shikamaru jumped back. Neji appeared in front of Shikamaru trying to deliver a palm strike. Shikamaru jumped again, dodging the blow, and then launched a web. Let's see if you escape from that. Neji with his Byakugan was able to see the chakra that covered the spiderweb, which at the same time seemed to be made of a strange material. He sent a slash with his own hand cutting through the web. Your web can be crossed by my Jukin. Neji continued advancing towards Shikamaru, making him retreat. Damn, if they keep pushing us back like this, we'll lose sight of the package. Heiya stepped back, taking out her flute, however Rock Lee appeared in front of her, sending a strong kick that the Reed narrowly dodged. Kyomi appeared in front of her, punching her stomach. Damn, everyone here is damn fast. Lee, go help Naruto, I'll take care of her. Lee nodded and launched himself against Jirobo and Seiken, who were dominated by Naruto. Naruto dodged a Jirobo blow by sending an elbow to his stomach, he jumped dodging a Seiken kick, in the air, he sent some kunai and shuriken towards the two. The 2 sound ninjas backed away, dodging the projectiles. However, they had to start backing away because a shadow was chasing them. Cole received a strong blow to his face, the shadow managed to distract him enough to forget about Naruto for a moment. Jirobo kept dodging Shikamaru's shadow, finally, he moved far enough away so that the shadow didn't reach him. Heh, it seems like you're able to get this far. He wanted to mock a little more, but Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, trying to hit him, but the Uchiha disappeared again, appearing after hitting him with his sword. The giant sent a backhand blow, but Naruto disappeared again in the blink of an eye, appearing once again in front of him, delivering a blow to his stomach. He disappeared again, appearing on top of the ninja, he fell hard, landing a Jirobo axe kick. Meanwhile with Kyomi, she was completely dominating Taiya, who wasn't that good at close-range battles. Damn, at this rate I'm going to have to go to the second phase of the cursed seal immediately. Taiya allowed herself to turn to see the battles of her companions. Kitamaru was being pushed away by the Hyuga boy, Seiken was now fighting the green spandex boy, who was distracted by the pineapple-haired boy's shadow. And finally, Jirobo was being slaughtered by the other Uchiha. Damn, each of us needs more space, we have to separate them. Taiya had some chakra, Jirobo had spread his curse seal throughout his body. I take back what I said, if we manage to get them together in the same place we can trap them in the Jirobo jutsu. The girl nodded to her companions, each one also felt beginning to jump, getting closer little by little, Jirobo was staying a little behind. The genins were slowly joining together until the sound 4 jumped while Jirobo went through hand seals. Doton, stone prison. A mass of stone and earth began to move quickly towards the genins. Upon reaching them, 2 curved walls rose, enclosing them in a dome of earth. Jirobo placed his hands on the earthen dome. "I'll hold them," he said as his hands began to be surrounded by blue chakra. "Good job, Jirobo," Kitamaru said. "My spiders inform me that reinforcements are coming." "Who are they? If you can know." "Well, it's the Four Eyes and Kimimaro." "Ha. With them those genins won't have a chance, especially with Kimimaro. Anyway, let's disperse, it will be more difficult for them to find us then." "Well, take the Uchiha, I'll hand over the next one, whether it's Kabuto or Kimimaro, we have to try to get him out of the country of fire as quickly as possible." Kitamaru took the large package and went the opposite way to Seiken and Taiya. "Well, let's see how long it takes them to get out of there, or at least they won't be able to, this earth prison will absorb all their chakra." Inside the dome the 5 genins had become stagnant, trying to break the earth wall, however they only received light scratches, they could not risk doing jutsus, they could feel how their chakra was stolen, and with 2 Taijutsu fighters and Shikamaru, they were only left. Kyomi and Naruto for the jutsus, however, they all tried with physical blows, according to Naruto, using an elemental jutsu would be dangerous in here. Shikamaru watched as his companions tried to break the earth dome, he continued analyzing, until he realized that in one part of the dome, the cracks were more pronounced. "Naruto, look over there," Shikamaru let his friend deduce when he turned around. "I see, thank you." Naruto approached the specific part, grabbed the wrist of his right hand, and began charging the jutsu. A purple mouse appeared in Naruto's hand with a loud bang. Raiden. Shiden. Naruto slammed his jutsu into the barrier, passing through it easily. Outside, Jirobo was alarmed to see how behind the barrier, a purple flash seemed to shine. "Perhaps. Did they manage to get out?" "It would be better if you move away a little," Naruto said. Everyone stepped back as the Shiden in Naruto's hand exploded and he shot out like a rocket, breaking the wall in the process. Some purple rays were scattered after the explosion. "Let's go quickly." Everyone followed behind Naruto and then watched as the earth dome hid in the ground. Damn, they managed to get out, Jirobo thought. In the distance, a large purple explosion appeared in the distance. What kind of jutsu is that? He broke the wall easily and was still active. Naruto turned around with his Sharingan active, Jirobo's head tilted in on himself, indicating that he was in a Jinjutsu. "Okay, let's be clear, every second that passes, those guys walk away with Sasuke and we don't even know who has him now, so we'll do this, I can feel which direction each one of them went." Everyone noticed Naruto's red eyes, they were not a Sharingan, but rather those of a feline, as well as some whisker marks on his cheeks. "Each one must take one, I can feel the presences, but not who exactly they are. Then what do we do?" "Each one must take one of them, we can't let them escape, I know you can handle them, so let's do it, I'll take care of Jirobo, and then each one will go after the others." "Okay," each one responded. "For more speed, Kyomi and Lee will go that way, I have a feeling that Orochimaru will send more minions, Shikamaru and Neji will go the other way." "Okay, well, we have the plan, disperse." They all disappeared, jumping between the trees. "You and I, we'll end this quickly." Naruto deactivated his Sharingan as Jirobo came out of the illusion. "You're not going to get away unscathed after trapping me in a Jinjutsu." Naruto did not respond and stood in a battle pose. "I see, so you want to fight, huh? Well, come on, go ahead, it will be fun to play with you, just like with that Uchiha." His grimace of laughter changed to one of pain when he felt Naruto's fist in his stomach. "You better not joke about that, I'm not going to allow you to make fun of my friend." How does he move so fast?" Jirobo wanted to hit Naruto, but he dodged his attack and finished off Jirobo with a kick that he was able to cover, but his feet dragged on the ground. He raised his elbows, covering his face with his forearms, receiving a blow from the Uchiha's hands, however, he surprisingly received a blow on the back. "What's that? A clone? Thought the Odon in its physical since it can hit me." Naruto grabbed Jirobo's wrist and pulled him towards him, the clone jumped, landing a knee on his face. Taking advantage of his enemy's stun, Naruto used his own hand to perform hand seals. After that he gave a big kick that sent Jirobo back while he jumped to launch his jutsu. "Pain." Gakakyu no Jutsu I send the large sphere of fire towards Jirobo, who managed to compose himself and went through hand seals Doten. Durai Heki he placed his hands on the ground, while instantly a large stone wall rose, covering him from the jutsu that generated an explosion upon impact. He smiled at being able to block his enemy's jutsu, but turned his gaze when he saw how the clone appeared out of nowhere next to him, glowing slightly. The clone exploded with force, raising a screen of smoke. Naruto kept half a ram seal, indicating that he had made his Daibakuha Bunshin combo with a Shunshin. It was a combination between Itachi's jutsu and his brother's jutsu. When the smoke cleared, a Jirobo could be seen with burns on its body, but that was not the only thing. Black marks spread throughout its skin, covering it completely. It seems that I activated the cursed seal, I can feel its power increasing. Be careful with that, it may be much faster now. Kurama warned. In a blur, Jirobo appeared in front of Naruto with his fist extended. Naruto deflected the blow with his arms and pushed Jirobo's arm back towards him. Naruto sent a strong upward kick, but Jirobo stopped it with his palm, pushing back at the Uchiha's foot. The other nin began to send a rapid sequence of strong blows towards the Uchiha, who dodged them seemingly without problems. Naruto began to counterattack with a palm blow to Jirobo's shoulder, then he sent a punch to his chest. He lowered his head avoiding a hook, and with his left hand, he brought another palm blow to the ninja's face. Jirobo covered himself with his two arms, making X in front of his face, but with another palm strike. Naruto opened his defense and immediately struck with his left fist. He has great strength. Jirobo compassed himself and sent a left blow. Naruto used his forearm to deflect the attack. From Jirobo's perspective, his arm and Naruto's covered the Uchiha's face, and when he completely deflected the blow, he activated his Sharingan. Jirobo closed his eyes trying not to fall into a Jinjutsu, but despite that he lowered his guard. Naruto charged the blow with Chakra and attacked Jirobo who, thanks to the blow, flew towards some trees, destroying them upon impact. Fu. Yes, you gave him a beating. Kurama said. And there's more, Naruto answered. Jirobo pushed a log that was on him. Damn, he is much stronger than the other, he is faster, and his blows hurt too much, not to mention his ninjutsu, Jinjutsu and Shunshin, he surpasses me too much in speed. Jirobo opened his eyes as he saw Naruto materialize in front of him with a few crows. That's all. Be quiet. Jirobo tried to hit, but the moment he touched Naruto he dissolved into crows that flew in all directions, but then they began to return its Jinjutsu. Jirobo realized and deactivated the Jinjutsu, the crows that were heading towards him turned into shurikens. He barely managed to pull out a kunai, however he couldn't block them all due to the shock. Some of the projectiles managed to impact, cutting her skin. From the bushes, a gust of wind hit his foot, causing a deep cut to appear on his foot. Jirobo screamed in pain. Futen. Kazekiri no Jutsu, Naruto thought, hidden in the bushes. Damned. Come and fight as it should be. Jirobo shouted on his knees. It's obvious that you don't know what you're doing, and you say that we are the ones who play ninjas. We must be hidden and attacked by surprise. Don't give your enemy any chance. TSK Jirobo got angry. With all his strength he tried to hit Naruto, but he stopped his blow. Naruto's palm glowed a little. At the moment of separating, Jirobo fell to the ground holding his hand, it was too heavy. He sharpened his sight seeing how he had a kind of seal on his fist. What's that? It's a weight seal, obviously, you won't understand it. Jirobo held his shoulder trying to lift his hand, but he barely managed to move it a little. I have no choice, cursed seal, level 2. The Jirobo mark spread even further than before as they glowed orange, covering his body. His hair grew exponentially, and his skin turned red, while the sclera of his eyes turned completely black. Now if you're going to pay for that. The seal on Jirobo's hand was now interrupted by the influence of the cursed mark, making the Odo unable to move his arm. Great, Naruto thought, somewhat annoyed. Jirobo launched himself with great speed towards Naruto. The Uchiha dodged the Odo's blow by bowing his head and deflecting his arm with his own. Now it's much faster, but it's still not imperceptible. Naruto attacked with a high kick, but Jirobo's arm stopped her dead. The sound ninja sent another blow with his other arm, but Naruto stopped him too. The two of them got into a taijutsu battle quite strong, both of them had great physical powers, and small shock waves were beginning to come out of the collision of their limbs. Naruto grabbed Jirobo's knee with both hands. He attempted another blow towards Naruto, taking advantage of the fact that he had his hands full, but Naruto crouched down and tried to sweep Jirobo's legs. He jumped back as Naruto went through hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenketsu Nabeni. Naruto took out some shurikens, and when he threw them he combined them with a small burst of fire that came out of his mouth. Doten, Durai Heki. Jirobo raised a wall of earth that protected him from the projectiles. Shunshin. Naruto appeared next to Jirobo, delivering a good blow to his face. However, Jirobo compassed himself almost instantly and counterattacked with a good punch. Naruto covered himself with his arms in an X shape. The blow sent him skidding on the ground. With great speed, Jirobo appeared in front of him with a front kick. Naruto moved his body and quickly grabbed Jirobo's leg. He placed a big elbow on his knee, making Jirobo scream in pain. Jirobo broke away from Naruto and grabbed his leg in pain. Naruto crouched down and placed chakra into his foot. He sent a big kick with his soul on the chin of Jirobo, who was hunched over. The Odonai was shot into the air. Naruto disappeared in a blur and appeared behind Jirobo in the air. Dancing Leaf Shadow, yes, I copied this movement from Rock Lee. Naruto grabbed Jirobo by the waist and the two began to fall at high speed. After falling for about 2 seconds, the Jirobo head crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Before it hit, Naruto jumped away from the fall and watched Jirobo almost buried in the ground. Naruto took out his Shakudo, ready to finish, with a single movement. Jirobo stood up with a large bleed from his head. His body ached and he felt the pain in all the points where Naruto had hit him. He was beginning to feel marinated and his mouth was gushing blood. Damn, this can't be happening. Jirobo looked desperately at Naruto, who had his Shakudo in a holster. I will give you a chance to live. I will take you to Konoha and you will tell us what you know about Orochimaru, his hiding places and what he does. If you tell us without resisting, we can consider keeping you alive and a better life than the others in prison. No way. I will never be a big mouth and you are going to die here with me. Naruto sighed. The bad thing about people like you is that they are stubborn towards the decisions that best favored them. Now, I will only finish you off. Come and try it. You won't be able to beat me. Jirobo was about to launch himself against Naruto. He supported his foot to shoot towards him, but he didn't know that that was the last thing he would do. Jirobo couldn't even blink when he saw a flash of silver, then everything turned dark for him. Behind his body, Naruto was keeping his Shakudo in its sheath, hiding the entire blade of the sword. The Jirobo head detached from his neck, falling to the ground, followed by the corpse of the once ninja of sound. Naruto put his Shakudo back on his back. Quickly. Kurama said, it couldn't have ended any other way, Naruto said. Well, now you have to divide the work, you don't have much time. You're right. Naruto placed his hands on the cross seal. He channeled a large amount of anti-aging chakra until a cloud of smoke appeared in front of him. A single clone of Naruto was staring at him. This was a reinforced clone. It was a shadow clone that was reinforced with extra chakra, making it more resistant to blows. You know what to do, the original said, making the clone jump towards the trees in the forest. Naruto took a deep breath and went in another direction. Kyomi and Rock Lee jumped from branch to branch at the maximum speed that both could give. They continued advancing until Kyomi stopped his march. Rock Lee stopped just in time to dodge a kunai that was headed straight for his face. It seems we caught up with them. In front of them were Jiraiya and Shikamaru. So you managed to get out of the Jirobo dome, congratulations on that, but how did you get past the Jirobo himself? One of our comrades stayed with him, Lee responded. Hahaha, idiots, Jirobo will tear him to pieces, Jiraiya mocked. Who knows, maybe your friend is the one who is cut into pieces right now. Kyomi said with his Sharingan active. Shikamaru took out a bow made of a rather strange material. Quickly, an arrow made of the same material came out of his mouth. Without thinking twice, he aimed and shot towards Rock Lee, who jumped back doing a backflip, barely managing to avoid the arrow. She's fast. Lee took out some kunai from her bag on her leg. He threw them towards the two ninjas who soon dodged them. As she fell, Jiraiya had to dodge Kyomi's attack. This bastard, doesn't she ever get tired? Kyomi sent an uppercut dodge by the retreat. The girl tried to get away, but the Uchiha wouldn't let her go more than 4 meters away. Kyomi, with great speed, hit Jiraiya in her stomach. I sent several blows to different parts of the girl's body. The Uchiha sent a direct kick causing Jiraiya to go backwards, but Kyomi took her hand, pulled her towards her and placed an elbow, while with her hand and the girdle she performed the horse seal. Jiraiya realized that and tried a backhand blow. Kyomi crouched down and quickly hit her with her other hand, right in the girl's face, making her stunned, performing the tiger seal. He let go of her hand and turned, sending a spinning kick that Jiraiya barely managed to block with both of her arms, while black marks began to run across her body. With great speed, Kyomi turned in the opposite direction, and with the same leg, he sent a strong kick to the Odo Nin's already injured stomach, causing her to skid on the ground. The chakra was already built up and he just had to release it. Kaiten. Gakakyu no Jutsu. Kyomi spat the large fireball towards Jiraiya, who was alarmed by the heat, so she acted quickly. From the Uchiha's perspective, the fireball had hit, however, as the smoke cleared, she could simply see a tree trunk almost completely black and with some parts falling apart. Jiraiya appeared behind some bushes with some burns, black marks now covering her entire body. That unfortunate woman is going to find out. He took out his precious flute from a seal and began to play a melody. A few times before Rock Lee punched Shikamaru in the face. The spider stepped back and covered a combo of blows from the spandex ninja with its 6 hands. Rock Lee tried to sweep his legs, but Shikamaru jumped. However, he was surprised to see how Lee appeared in front of him. Curse Lee kicked Kitamaru, knocking him to the ground. The Odo Nin had to roll, avoiding being finished off by Lee's axe kick. Kitamaru pushed himself up with his hands and regained his feet. He took out several kunai and shuriken and started throwing them towards Rock Lee. Lee jumped doing acrobatics, dodging the projectiles. He took out a kunai and began to deflect them. Kitamaru ran out of kunai and shuriken. Lee landed with a spin and accurately threw the kunai towards Kitamaru's face, who stopped the kunai with his hand. Black marks were also beginning to take over his body. Lee disappeared in a blur and appeared in front of Kitamaru. He managed to catch his foot with which he attempted a high kick. It won't be so easy anymore. Kitamaru and Lee were starting to have a taijutsu battle. To Kitamaru's surprise, Lee was still able to keep up with him, even overcoming his defense at times. He noticed when he received quick blows to his side, a small kick to the ankle and a fist to his face, the latter sending him crashing into a tree. Lee settled into his Gakken stance, his guard up. Kitamaru wiped away some of the blood that ran down the corner of his mouth. He is very good at taijutsu, I suppose it will be at long distance. Kitamaru noticed the explosion that occurred a few meters away from them. Oh no, Taiya. Don't be distracted. Lee sent a direct blow to Kitamaru's other cheek. Lee began to hear a melody that sounded like a flute, then he began to feel confused. That sound must be some jutsu. Even in his state, he managed to raise his arms to cover himself from Kitamaru's kick. I'm sending him away. Kitamaru once again took out his bow and an arrow from his mouth and launched them towards Lee. Rock Lee moved on pure instinct, managing to avoid the blurry thing that was heading towards him. That sound is very annoying, I'm tired of jutsus of that style. He thought. Kyomi began to search for the girl with her gaze. So now you're hiding, you should already know that your Jinjutsu won't work because of my Sharingan. I know, but what do you think of this? Taiya thought, still in her hiding place, beginning to change her melody to a more rhythmic one. One of Taiya's dokus appeared trying to hit Kyomi with his mallet. The Uchiha jumped and made hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Several fireballs came out towards Doki, who received them without even trying to dodge them. The smoke dispersed sharply as the giant tried to hit Kyomi once again. The girl replaced herself with a log, avoiding the range of the attack. That demon doesn't seem to be harmed. I guess he'll leave once I defeat his summoner. I should practice Shunshin with Naruto after this. The girl thought. Taiya sharpened her melody. The Doki opened its mouth, letting out a kind of ghost with a serpentine shape and a large mouth with fangs. They began to fly over the terrain until they fell abruptly on the bush where Kyomi was hidden. The Uchiha jumped away from the attack. I can see you finally, Kyomi located Taiya. Brayton, Jibashi. She extended her hands towards the reed, but the giant landed in front of her, reliving the attack. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. Rock Lee was avoiding Kitamaru's dates as best he could. Some of them had already managed to graze his skin, causing scratches. He had to find a way to get close to the other nin once again. Apparently, the jutsu that kept him married was letting it work, since I could already see how before. However, he saw the great giant that began to attack Kyomi, and those things that he had thrown out of his mouth were also attacking him. Should I take them off? Lee thought, referring to his weights. No, it's easy to reach, I just have to evade its attacks. Kyomi was dodging Taiya's Doki attacks until she realized something. And Sasuke? She asked herself. She thought they had it. She started to look around, but this cost her because the Doki sent a big punch to her, who received the blow with everything. He closed his eyes from the pain, but he placed his feet firmly on the ground and grabbed the fist with his arms. Her Sharingan shone, indicating the effort she was making. Her feet began to dig into the ground while she was still being dragged. Finally he stopped. He built up chakra into his fist and sent the attack at Doki, who retracted his fist. Kyomi unsealed some kunai and began to tie them with ninja wire. He directed his gaze towards Rock Lee and Kitamaru. Lee looked at what the girl was doing and nodded. Kyomi turned her gaze elsewhere, locating a kind of box in the middle of some bushes. There it is, we have to finish them now. Kyomi threw the kunai and shuriken towards Taiya, who told her Doki to stand in front of her, serving as a shield. However, some kunai collided with others, diverting their trajectory. Kyomi moved her fingers handling the kunai, with force she pulled the wires, attracting the kunai that became tangled in the Doki. Rock Lee quickly approached Kitamaru, dodging his arrows. It hit the spider just as it was trying to reload its ammunition. He hit him several times, causing him to cover himself as he slowly backed away towards Kyomi. Once he was close enough, Kyomi gave the signal for Lee to move away. Reed. Get covered. Lee jumped and hid behind a tree. Raiden Chidori Nagashi. Kyomi's body was covered by rays that shot in all directions, emitting the sound of the chirping of thousands of birds. The Doki was hit by the lightning at the same time as Kitamaru, who screamed in pain, while the giant did not seem to make a sound. The two were paralyzed. Taiya's Doki fell to her knees. She was helpless, just like Kitamaru at this moment. Kyomi went through hand seals while Lee removed the bandages from her arms. Kate Namet Renge each one thought about his attack. Lee moved at high speed and appeared in front of Kitamaru, kicking him with the sole of his foot right on the chin. When Kitamaru was in the air, Lee appeared on his back. Ryuka no Jutsu. Kyomi sent the great torrent of fire towards Taiya. The current was going very fast and she wouldn't have time to dodge it. However, Lee could see Kitamaru being snatched from his hands, while Kiyomi's jutsu seemed to hit, but when it ended, Taiya could not be seen. Lee landed next to Kyomi. What happened? Don't know. Suddenly, Kabuto appeared on the branch of the tree with a box that had Sasuke, and next to him was a white-haired guy with long hair tied in a ponytail, while 2 large locks were tied by 2 red accessories. He was wearing a lilac-colored shirt with long flared sleeves, and apparently the part of his torso was open. Black pants with white bandages on the ankles. Jade green eyes and 2 red dots on his forehead. Kabuto, but who is the other one? Kyomi asked herself. You guys are really careless. Look at having to save them from 2 leaf genins. Taiya and Kitamaru appeared beneath them. TSK, shut up 4 eyes. The Redeed shouted. It seems like those 2 are dangerous. Lee said. Kyomi nodded. Wait, isn't that the boy who gave us information in the Chunin exams? It's a long story, I'm just telling you that he is allied with Orochimaru. Well, now it's 4 against 2. I don't think so, friend, we can't waste time, Orochimaru-sama needs a new body. That. Once again, Kabuto told what Orochimaru wanted to do with Sasuke. Kyomi clenched her fists as her fury increased. Well, we have to go, goodbye. Kabuto and the guy next to him disappeared into the trees. Lee and Kyomi tried to follow them, but Taiya and Kitamaru got in their way. Damn, if we don't move forward they will take him, Kyomi thought. However, she noticed something, a shadow that was happy behind Taiya. Apparently the girl also noticed and jumped away from the shadow. I recognize that the Redeed thought. Air palm. They heard Neji's voice from the trees as a rapidly traveling gust of air crashed into Kitamaru's chest, causing him to spit out some blood. It's Shikamaru and Neji. Lee said with a smile. Looks like they're in trouble, how about they move fast and catch up with those 2 before it becomes a hassle. They're moving very fast, in that direction. Neji pointed to a part of the forest. Are you sure? Kyomi asked, worried about her companions. The sound ones were not easy. We know the priority in this mission, it is important to recover the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Neji said. What a pain, just trust us, okay. Go. Shikamaru said. Guys, thank you. Kyomi and Lee jumped in the direction that Neji had pointed before. We have to separate them, Neji said. Yes, I'll take the flutist, I'm sure you can handle the spider. Neji nodded. How did they find us? Taiya asked. That boy, the one with the wide eyes, seems to be able to see long distances, so much so that he could see Kabuto and Kimimaro. They must have heard the ravages of our battle and discovered the direction. Observer, but this one ends now. Neji launched himself against Kitamaru, who stopped his blow. Taiya jumped away from the battle, but Shikamaru extended his shadow trying to reach them, making her retreat much further. You stay here, I'll make her retreat further, Shikamaru said. I don't think so. Kitamaru jumped and threw a web towards Shikamaru. That thing, it's made of chakra. Neji thought, so I can cut it. He joined his fingers making a cut with his hand, destroying Kitamaru's web. That. TSK. Kitamaru began to throw webs towards Neji, who cut them as he approached. When he was close enough, he hit Kitamaru's shoulder with his palm. Hey. It hurts a lot, but there's something else, this guy has a special jutsu. Kitamaru kept trying to dodge Neji's blows, occasionally having to block them if he didn't want to be hit completely. Neji grabbed Kitamaru's arm and hit him with 2 of his fingers. The Odonin felt a sting. What are you doing? The spider took as much distance as he could, dodging several air palms sent by Neji. It seems that boy took Taiya. Now it's just me and him left. Kitamaru took a great distance. Well, I guess we'll have to win separately. From now on, Shikamaru and Neji's battles will be the same. I suppose you have already realized that in this story, everyone is a little stronger. However, the battles only change in that Shikamaru does manage to hang Taiya, and well, Neji ends up just as injured, but he will continue on the mission. You will see it below. This will be a long chapter. The next battle occurs at the same time as that of Shikamaru and Neji. With a Naruto clone. He continued advancing quickly, reaching what seemed to be a cliff in a rock valley. Passing through all that, there was a river. Naruto felt Seiken's presence nearby, so he crouched down and placed a finger on the ground, trying to feel his exact location. He closed his eyes. About 30 meters to the right, Naruto looked up. Some dense black clouds were approaching in the distance. It looks like it's going to rain very hard. Finish that guy quickly, remember that with every second that passes. The Kyuubi was interrupted. Yes, I know. You don't have to repeat it to me, I've said it a lot today. Well, what are you waiting for? Naruto took out a kunai with a paper bomb and threw it at a rock. The paper bomb exploded. Naruto turned towards the front of the explosion where Seiken appeared. "So you managed to get past Jirobo, huh? I guess you're strong." Seiken activated his cursed mark, causing another pattern of black marks to spread across his skin. "I wonder what kind of ability you have. That veil on your back must be the answer. Oh well, the other one just had super strength. I don't know if you are much. You will regret." Seiken charged towards Naruto, extending his fist, which was easily stopped. "Learn once and for all, it won't be easy to attack me head-on." Naruto placed a kick on Seiken's stomach. After he composed himself, he tried to hit again. Naruto crouched down and sent another blow to the side, making Seiken double. Naruto and Hall began to send blows to each other, Naruto demonstrating his superiority, beginning to aim for the pressure points. "You're stubborn, you see you can't beat me into Jutsu." Naruto hit Seiken in the face, sending him backwards. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared doing a low kick and then finishing it off with a kick to the face, right on the cheek. Seiken crawled on the ground. "Raiten, Amigamu." Naruto put his hands on the ground and suddenly a large amount of lightning spread out in the form of a spiderweb, reaching Seiken on the ground. "Damn, it hasn't even been 5 minutes of battle and I'm almost finished. I have to resort to the last thing." Seiken's black mark spread throughout the body, covering it in an orange glow. "Here it comes, the second phase of the cursed mark." Naruto activated his Sharingan. Salon was now red-black sclera, his hair was the same, but he had a large horn on his forehead. Seiken lunged at Naruto and tried to hit him, but the Uchiha apparently disappeared. Naruto reappeared in front of Seiken and punched him in the face. Another Naruto appeared sweeping his legs, and finally another Naruto appeared falling from the sky and crashing his foot into the stomach. Seiken spat blood. What's happening? Are they shadow clones? His idea was gone as he realized that the other two Narutos disappeared out of nowhere, joining the body of the original Naruto. Were they images? But if they hit, what were those things? Shunshin level 3 Naruto had thought. Seiken got up as best he could and hid behind a rock. "Kaiten. Kikakyu no Jutsu." Naruto expelled a large sphere of flames towards the rock. The rock was destroyed, but Seiken was not found. Naruto raised his arm, covering himself from Seiken's blow. "Apparently you are not good at no Jutsu or Jinjutsu, so you prefer to avoid it." However, Naruto was almost caught off guard as he watched another Seiken attack him. Kage Bunshin. "Well, it won't do you much good." Naruto kicked the new Seiken, but it didn't break and caught his leg. "Hey." Hehe. Naruto heard Seiken laugh. Now he had realized that he did not have his veil on his back. "That's not a Kage Bunshin, that's my brother, Yukin." Seiken tried to hit Naruto, but he disappeared into crows. "Jinjutsu." I looked him in the eyes by mistake. Seiken undid the Jinjutsu. "I see, so your body was united with your brother's, are you an experiment of Orochimaru?" "Something like that, a special jutsu maybe my body is not the only one that my brother and I can possess." "What do you mean?" "Just watch." Naruto blocked Seiken and Yukin's blow. Yukin tried to kick, but Naruto jumped and extended his legs, kicking each of them, Uchiha style. Naruto gave a high kick to Seiken's chin, sending him flying. Calculating his fall, Naruto put his hands in a half-ram seal. Right where Seiken was going to fall, a shadow clone appeared and began to shine. "Shit," Seiken thought, covering himself. "Ninpo." Bunshin Daibakuha. The clone exploded, finishing off Seiken. "Brother." Yukin got angry and attacked Naruto with everything. The Uchiha blocked his blow easily. "I have to end this quickly." Seiken rose from the ground holding one arm. Naruto picked up Yukin and slammed him to the ground. He looked into Seiken's eyes as his Sharingan spun. "Meijin. Kasagi." Seiken felt as if rock struts were piercing him. He screamed in pain and was paralyzed. "Chidori." So the sound of the bird's trill was present, the Chidori in Naruto's hand, extended until it pierced Seiken's shoulder. It seems that he manages to move a little. Unfortunate. Yukin grabbed Naruto's arm, causing him to retract his jutsu, attempting an attack with his fists, both being stopped by Naruto. He struggled, but Naruto was much stronger. "It doesn't matter if there are 2 or more of you, 2 times 0 is always 0. Naruto jumped and landed in front of Yukin, who pulled out a kunai. "Damn it." Yukin approached at maximum speed and cut Naruto's chest. "There you go." However, it seemed strange to him that he would get it right so easily. "It's a Jinjutsu." He undid it, but the blood on his hand was still there until he realized that the body at his feet was not Naruto, but Seiken. "Brother." Yukin crouched down and saw his brother dead and with a large wound on both his chest and shoulder. "Wow, so you made him believe that you were his brother and you made him kill him. He's ruthless, I like him," Kurama said. "It was an easy way to finish them. Now there's only one left and it's easy, just let's finish this." Naruto opened his palm, a perfect Rasengan forming. "I'll kill you. You bastard." Yukin shouted. "Yes sure." A silver flash appeared. Yukin only felt his stomach being hit hard as his flesh churned. A large sphere of energy sent him spiraling as he was sent flying, finally crashing into the forest. "It's over for you." Naruto looked up at the sky then disappeared in a burst of smoke. Naruto was jumping through the trees when his clone's memories came back. "They're easier than I thought. I wondered what happened so that Sasuke couldn't beat them. Anyway, you can go to your friends now, right?" Kurama asked. "Yeah. With Kyomi and Rock Lee, a few moments before Lee and Kyomi had managed to spot the two Otogakure ninjas, following them to a gigantic clearing. The two ninjas stopped. "They are fast. You must be careful. The girl is the other Uchiha and she is also quite good. The other does not have ninjutsu or jinjutsu but is exceptional in taijutsu." Kamimuro nodded. He shouldn't take long to arrive. Unfortunately, it was time to change bodies and he didn't have his vessel, so he had to take a temporary body. Kabuto and Kamimuro. They left Sasuke behind them in some bushes. "Lee, who are you going to take?" "I'm going for the new one." "Well, Kabuto is potentially dangerous. We still don't know what the other one can do. Be careful." "Yeah." Rock Lee jumped into the air and landed in front of Kamimuro with his battle pose. The battle of Rock Lee versus Kamimuro is almost the same, only this time Rock Lee has not just come out of an operation and can fight it is 100%, I will add a little more, but now let's go with a different. Kyomi landed in front of Kabuto. "So you're the girl of the group, I hope you put up a good fight." "Don't underestimate me." Kyomi stood in a battle pose. "Since I'm not going to do it, the only one of the three remaining Uchihas who is not in the eyes of Orochimaru-sama. And doesn't not being in that crazy man's sights make me strong?" "Why do you think that Naruto or Sasuke are?" Orochimaru-sama is a shinobi with a lot of experience, he knows about Sasuke's potential, not to mention Naruto's. Unfortunately, he is out of reach, we had to go for the second option. Don't talk about them as if they were just tools for Orochimaru. Hey. And after all, what are shinobis? They are tools for their people, they fight and die for it. But it's our decision. It is not always. I don't have time to talk. Kyomi launched herself at Kabuto who covered her hands with chakra. "That thing, I already read about that." Kyomi stopped in the middle. "They are chakra scalpels. They are like scalpels, I must be careful." "So you're not coming?" "Well, I'm going." Kabuto ran at high speed towards Kyomi. He dodged everything with his Sharingan and occasionally threw punches dodged by Kabuto. "It's very difficult to hit it but it won't exceed my speed." Kyomi did backflips and went through hand seals. "Chidori. Senbon. I launched the lightning needles." Kabuto also made evasive maneuvers. "Try to keep me away." I deactivate his scalpels and go through hand seals. Kaiten. Enden. Kabuto launched a giant fire bullet. Kyomi jumped over the jutsu since it did not have as much range as the Gakakyu no jutsu. However, she was surprised to see how Kabuto appeared in front of her with his scalpels active. He had no choice but to avoid further damage. He covered his face and chest with his arms. With just the touch of Kabuto, he could feel his flesh being cut and torn. She fell to the ground and rolled, preventing the glasses ninja from falling on her. He quickly stood up grabbing one arm, a green glow began to appear on his hand trying to heal his wounds. "The damage it does is quite big, if it manages to hit me in the chest and stomach, it will be a big problem." "What's happening? That's all you can give?" Kabuto scoffed. "So that's how it is, isn't it? Well, let's continue." When Kyomi was able to move his arm again, he continued his battle with Kabuto. Lee was fighting a great opponent and he sincerely believed that he could be doing better with someone else. Kamimuro was from the Kagaya clan. This is an ancient clan that was wiped out and apparently he was the last survivor. The Kagaya clan had the strange ability to be able to generate bones quickly and also remove them from their own body to use them as a weapon. Lee felt that when he hit Kamimuro's skin, he did not receive the slightest damage. Once they were separated, Lee was able to see a scene that he wished he could erase from his mind. The skin on Kamimuro's shoulder seemed to open, revealing the boy's living flesh. From the thick mass of tissue, a pure blase bone emerged. Kamimuro grabbed it with his hand and pulled it completely out of his body. After that, the hole in his heel shoulder. The bone had another one attached to it, this last one had a sharp tip, it was some kind of sword or tanto made of bones. "Okay, I have to be careful with that." Kamimuro launched himself against Lee, who dodged the cuts he gave. The Leaf Ninja performed backflips, the Odo Nim jumped and tried to stab Lee as he came down. But Lee was able to dodge the stab, letting Kamimuro's weapon bury itself in the ground. Lee tried to kick, but Kamimuro covered himself with his arms, certainly, that seemed to hurt Rock Lee more than his rival. Kamimuro grabbed his sword and tried to cut Rock Lee who jumped up. Kamimuro stood up and pointed his finger at Rock Lee, at the tip of his finger, a small white mass appeared, it shot at high speed towards the ninja in the air. Rock Lee felt something pierce his shoulder, he landed holding the injured part. He removed his hand, observing what looked like a small white stake. "Did you throw me a bone?" Rock Lee was shocked. Kimimaro appeared in front of him and then a big kick to his face, taking advantage of the fact that he was crouched down. Rock Lee crawled on the ground but got up as best he could. I guess I can't get it out that easily, it's a pain, my arm hurts a lot. He turned his gaze seeing how Kyomi was fighting hard with Kabuto. The girl kicked Orochimaru's subordinate in the stomach and then released an electric current. She is fighting hard to save her brother. I look a little more seeing the wound on her arm even hurt, that's young, I must fight that way too, I won't give up so easily. Rock Lee pulled down the leg warmers he had on. Now I must save an important person for my friends. He took off his weights, letting them fall to the floor, causing them to make their peculiar noise, cracking the floor. I can't take that thing off my shoulder anymore, it will be a bother, but now I'm going to give it my all. Rock Lee disappeared in a blur, appearing in front of Kimimaro. It's fast. Kimimaro stretched out his sword, Rock Lee tilted his head, with great skill he managed to deflect the goal using his fists. He quickly sent a blow to Kimimaro's stomach. He did not flinch, he sent a knee, but Lee disappeared and appeared again behind him. He didn't fall for the trick again, he jumped away from the attack of Rock Lee, who jumped following his trajectory. Lee started throwing really hard punches towards Kimimaro. He's as fast as a Jonin at least. Lee kicked Kimimaro to the ground. Lee fell in front of him and continued sending acrobatic kicks. Kimimaro retreated, dodging the blows. Lee managed to land several blows, but as had happened before, Kimimaro didn't seem to care, he felt as if his skin was too tough. How is it possible, his skin is hard like a. Then he finally realized. This guy can create bones, so under his skin. I guess you already realize, Kimimaro addressed Rock Lee. Under my skin there is a layer of bones, protecting me from internal damage. To tell the truth, it is a good defense, but even bones can be broken. However, it is already known to me that my current strength is not enough. Rock Lee separated from Kimimaro and stood in an X-arm pose. The fact that I can create bones guarantees that when I break its defense, it will regenerate its inner layer, so by increasing my strength, I must also increase my speed. I have no choice if I want to win this battle. Hachiman Tonkum came in. Rock Lee felt the contraction in his muscles. Kai Kimimaro prepared for Lee's assault. However, he only felt the blow land. He became faster under his gaze, observing Lee's fist in his stomach. Rock Lee wasted no time and continued hitting Kimimaro. Without him being able to defend himself, he finished off with a strong blow to the chin, sending Kimimaro flying. He spun in the air and landed on his feet. I grab his chest, feeling some pain. It is more than clear that I managed to crack it, I have to be more careful. Rock Lee watched as Kimimaro had strange black marks appear all over his body. It can't be he also has the cursed mark. I may be rushing, but I can't risk it. Rock Lee disappeared and appeared, extending his leg to kick Kimimaro, but bones emerged from his chest that trapped Lee's foot, while the tips managed to slightly pierce his skin. Lee closed his eyes and tried to remove his foot, but he couldn't. Your speed is incredible, but I have to finish this now. He grabbed his sword and tried to stab Lee, but he gained momentum, and hanging from the bones of his attacker, Lee launched a kick with his other leg, hitting Kimimaro's face. The momentum that separated them helped him remove his foot. I have to be careful with that from now on, Lee thought. It seems that it really is just a jutsu, with just that, I have an advantage in this fight, he can no longer take the liberty of hitting me all the time. Kimimaro thought. Kimimaro made pointed bones appear all over his body. I guess it will be more difficult. Rock Lee approached at high speed trying to hit Kimimaro, hitting the places where there were no bones protruding. The other ninja attempted to cut with his sword. Rock Lee crouched down and hit the bone weapon with his foot, taking the weapon away from his enemy. It didn't help much, Kimimaro made 2 bones protrude from the palms of his hands. Rock Lee dodged the ninja's cuts, took out a kunai and blocked the bone of Kimimaro's right hand. He tried to attack with his other arm, but Lee grabbed his wrist skillfully. Kimimaro made a large bone appear on his knees trying to stab Lee. The spandex ninja was forced to back away. Lee pulled out another kunai, grabbing both of his weapons in a reverse grip. I must look for an opening, so perhaps I can execute the Amit wrench. Kimimaro jumped towards Lee and attacked with his 2 bones. Lee blocked with his kunai, also sending cuts. Lee blocked a Kimimaro bone with his 2 kunai. He didn't think about it and attacked with his other arm. However, Lee disappeared in a blur and appeared behind him, sweeping his legs. Kimimaro fell and Lee quickly stood up. The Konoha ninja stepped on the Odo nin's hand, causing the bone to become buried in the ground. With great force, Lee delivered an axe kick to Kimimaro's head, causing his forehead to hit the ground. Kimimaro growled. With great force he pulled his hand out of the ground, and a bone quickly came out of his side trying to impale the boy, but he managed to dodge it, while the bone managed to make him at least a scratch. Kimimaro retracted his palm bone and grabbed his forehead. He placed his palm in front of his eyes, watching the blood that was now falling towards his face. I looked down, seeing slight cracks in the ground. He could have killed me, it was a thought that kept him still, a serious mistake. Rock Lee took advantage of this and appeared in front of him, delivering an upward kick to his chin. Kimimaro flew in when he was in the air, Lee appeared behind him and wrapped him with his bandages. Do it quickly, before one of his bones pierces you, Lee thought to himself. Lee and Kimimaro fell with great force towards the ground. At range at the moment of impact they generated a loud roar while cracks spread across the ground. Kabuto stopped his fight against Kyomi, observing how there was a large screen of smoke. What happened? It doesn't seem to have been a Kimimaro attack. Kabuto growled. Lee seems to be doing well. Kyomi smiled. Lee appeared jumping out of the large smoke screen. He crouched down taking long breaths. Ugh, I hope that worked. Kimimaro was on the ground. He now had large bruises on his body. It hurts. Kimimaro started to get up but crouched down and rested on one of his knees. That attack is devastating, it broke every part of my layer of bones, it reached my muscles. Kimimaro spit out blood while great pain invaded his body. It seems that it affects me more and more, I have to finish this battle. He survived, but at least you can see that he is damaged, I guess having to go stronger. Lee stood up straight at the same time as Kimimaro. You are an exceptional opponent, I admit it, but my duty is to fulfill Orochimaru-sama's wishes, so I must eliminate you, no matter if my body is destroyed in the process. The black marks began to expand even more, making Kimimaro's body glow orange. Now the autumn nin had brown skin, black sclera, and had large bones protecting its back, in addition to what appeared to be a tail, with bones that protruded a little from it. Are you going to give your maximum? From Kimimaro's back, a bone appeared that he grabbed, beginning to pull it out of his body. The bone seemed to be long. Don't fuck with me, really. He's taking out his. Kimimaro finally took out his bones, it being so long that it looked like a whip. Did he take out his spine? That is, Lee didn't have time to think. Kimimaro approached at an alarming speed trying to hit Lee with his whip. Rock Lee ducked, avoiding the blow, he started to back away but was hit by the bone hitting him hard. Lee backed away with his arm bleeding. It seems to pierce too, damn it. It's over. Kimimaro appeared in front of Lee with a pointed bone. Lee leaned in, but it wasn't enough. Kimimaro managed to pierce Lee's stomach. It's over for you, I didn't cross any vital points, but this will be enough, it was an honor fighting you. Kabuto watched as Kimimaro impaled Lee. It seems that your friend can't make it. Kyomi turned her gaze, seeing the scene. No, Lee. The girl screamed her friend's name in desperation. Kimimaro pulled out the bone from Lee's stomach, however, he was surprised to see Lee grab his wrist. Kickman Seiman Shmontoman Kai Lee released a burst of chakra. Kimimaro grunted as he felt his wrist break. Kimimaro stepped back, grabbing his wrist. I'm sorry, but I can't allow myself to die here. I take his battle stance. But I agree with you on something, we have to finish this now. Kimimaro couldn't react in time, Lee appeared in front of him, hitting him in the stomach, he flew away, crashing into a tree. It's too strong. Why do you support Orochimaru? You are a great ninja, why would you be with someone like him? He saved me, he is a good man, he gave me meaning. It seems that you are not able to see that the only thing that guy does is use them, you are another poor puppet. You do not understand. He told me that I would be able to see the light of this world through his eyes, he promised me. I believe him. Kimimaro's hand began to be surrounded by bones that took the shape of a spiral. Kimimaro's hand was surrounded by a bone drill. See the light through his eyes. Was Orochimaru planning to use him as a vessel? Lee thought, but shook his head clearing those thoughts, he had a battle to finish. Lee jumped towards Kimimaro hitting him once again. This time Kimimaro stayed on the ground and tried to hit the ninja with his drill, but Lee disappeared in a blur. The nail drill into the ground thanks to its weight. Lee appeared once again crouched, hitting Kimimaro with the sole of his foot. The drill broke due to the effort it made to stay on the ground. Kimimaro's back dragged along the tree trunk. The body of the Odo did not fly, detaching several leaves from the trees. Kimimaro opened his eyes, Lee was already in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. Hitting hard, Lee began to send the Autumn Nin's body from one side to the other. Rock Lee grabbed Kimimaro with his bandages, causing him to spread. This time it's my turn to make the move, eh? Naruto? Lee thought funny. Lee pulled Kimimaro towards him, hitting him with his right foot and palm. The two Kimimaro and Lee fell towards the ground and collided, raising a large screen of smoke. Large pieces of smoke came out of the ground. Lee rolled out of the cloud of smoke, the strength he had barely enough to get to his knees. When the smoke dispersed, Kimimaro could be seen on the ground, with a trickle of blood running down his mouth. My body hurts too much. His vision was becoming increasingly blurry. It seems that I managed to reach my vital organs, but if I am going to die, Kimimaro turned his gaze towards Lee, the curse mark receding. I'm going to take you with me. Kimimaro went through hand seals. Then he slammed his hands on the ground. Dance of the ferns. Lee felt the ground shake. I have to get out of here. Lee was alarmed when he saw how large bones came out of the ground around Kimimaro. With the little he had, Lee began jumping and doing acrobatics to avoid the bones. It went like this for a few seconds until Lee slipped, falling to the ground. the bones kept getting closer. Lee closed his eyes, covering himself with both arms, but he didn't feel anything. He opened his eyes. She could see the large bones stop before passing through him. I was very lucky. It was then that the adrenaline left his body. He felt a stabbing pain in his stomach, covering the wound with his hand, trying to stop the bleeding. He took some of the bandages from her hands and placed them on her torso. This will help a little, come on Lee, a little more strength and that's it. Kyomi watched as Lee finished off Kimimaro. I finish him, but I must hurry. It was very lucky that those bones did not reach him, but he must not be aware of his wound. I must finish Kabuto if I want to heal him. TSK, I can't believe that Kimimaro couldn't beat that loser. Oh well, because of his weakness he wasn't chosen by Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto thought. His thought stopped when he received a punch from Kyomi. Kabuto activated his scalpels and tried to cut Kyomi. But the girl stopped her arm. Kabuto looked into the girl's eyes. I made a mistake. Now he felt that her body was not responding to him. Kyomi sent a kick to Kabuto's stomach, who skidded backwards. Kyomi jumped and unsealed a smoke shuriken. He threw it towards Kabuto who prepared to receive it. But the kunai turned into a veritable gale of normal shurikens covered in Raten chakra. Kabuto jumped to the side dodging the attack, but the shuriken changed their trajectory. They have ninja wire. Kabuto did somersaults dodging the projectiles. However, thanks to the quantity, they reached it. However, it disappeared in an explosion of smoke, revealing a trunk. Kabuto appeared behind Kyomi at a distance. Kaiten. And then he threw the large fire bullet towards Kyomi, who was barely falling. Kyomi was replaced with another trunk. Kabuto started looking for her everywhere. He saw a small crack open in the ground beneath her feet. He smiled and tilted his head back. Kyomi appeared from below with her fist extended. Kabuto grabbed her wrist. Nice try. He took out a kunai and buried it in the girl's chest, but it turned into rays that electrocuted Kabuto. The subordinate felt himself burning until he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. It was a kunai. He noticed the ninja wire tied to it. Dodge this Kaiten. Ryuken no jutsu. Shit, Kabuto thought. The fire came out of Kyomi's mouth and he tried to reach Kabuto, but surprisingly, a wall of earth rose up, covering him from the fire. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to kill my dear subordinate. A new voice was heard in the clearing. Orochimaru-sama. It seems like they did it pretty well. All those bones that disappear, they were Kimimaro's technique. I don't see him here. Is he dead? Orochimaru scanned the area around him. Unfortunately yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto removed the kunai from his shoulder, beginning to heal the wound. It's a shame, he was a good subordinate. Oh well, what can you do to him? Orochimaru spotted Kyomi and Rock Lee. Sasuke's sister and Guy's student, maybe it's good to get rid of you now, Orochimaru said in an amused voice. Kyomi tensed up as did Rock Lee. Damn, what was missing was that Orochimaru himself came looking for Sasuke. Meh, better not, after all I already have what I want in my hands. Kabuto, let's get out of here. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto approached Orochimaru. A kunai flew between Orochimaru and Kabuto, sticking into the ground. The kunai had seals on its handle. What is that? Kabuto approached, but was blinded by a silver flash. Instantly he felt a strong kick in his stomach, sending him flying towards a log. Orochimaru smiled with annoyance, his eye had a slight twitch. Welcome to the party, Naruto. UCHIHA stood in front of Orochimaru with his Sharingan active. Kabuto stood up and looked forward. Naruto. How do I get there so fast? I'm going to remove the obstacles. Naruto looked towards Kabuto. The bespectacled ninja screamed, clutching his chest, before fainting. It seems that your Jinjutsu has improved, it is so strong that it can feint a Jonin level ninja, huh? Don't be praising me, you and I have unfinished business. Naruto was about to move forward, but Orochimaru disappeared with great speed. He's escaping, Naruto thought, but before going for him, he checked his companions. He approached Kyomi, who was now healing Lee. Naruto, don't you know how the others are? No, I'm going to bring them, I'm just asking Kami that they're okay. Naruto disappeared in a flash of silver. 15 seconds later, Naruto returned to Shikamaru, holding Neji with his shoulder. I hope you have practiced your medical ninjutsu. Neji is badly injured. What's wrong? Kyomi gasped when she saw that Neji had a hole in his shoulder. Shit, I can't cure it, it's much worse than Lee's injuries, I'll need help. Naruto thought quickly and found a solution. Kyomi, yeah? I'm going to send them to Konoha. That's right, I'll stay to fight with Orochimaru. But what if you need help? Don't worry, I can take care of myself, I've already done it before. Naruto, it's very dangerous. Naruto reached down and grabbed Kyomi's shoulders. I swear I'll come back, with Sasuke, okay? Kyomi could see Naruto's great determination behind his red eyes. Okay, I have to think about the well-being of the team now, right? Yes, try to communicate with Tsunade, Neji still has time to live well, good luck and please take care, okay? Kyomi hugged her friend who gladly received her. I already swore to you. Kyomi pulled away and kissed Naruto's forehead. He blushed and opened his eyes wide, then smiled. "See you." Naruto said goodbye, grabbing Kiyomi's shoulder, who was holding Lee, and Shikamaru's shoulder, who was holding Neji. Both couples disappeared in a flash of silver, leaving only Naruto in the clearing. He turned his gaze, Kabuto was no longer their shit, all of Orochimaru's guys are slippery pieces of crap. "Well, that's how snakes are," Kurama said when Naruto began to advance. The Uchiha used Shunshin to go faster, for some reason, he couldn't teleport to Orochimaru. It's true that guy can shed his bodies, the Horatian seal sticks to the skin, and well, basically he changes his skin whenever he wants. I sense. Drops of rain began to fall while the sky darkened thanks to the humid clouds. Naruto began to cut ground on Orochimaru until the two reached the Valley of the End, the valley where Hashirama and Madara had fought. In their honor, there were two statues of them making the seal of half a ram, separated by a waterfall. Orochimaru ran over the water until he turned and with a kunai blocked a shuriken thrown by Naruto. You caught up with me, let's stop playing games, I'm going to end this now." Orochimaru stopped his smile and then showed a serious face. "If that's what you want, then come." Orochimaru jumped towards Madara's head while leaving Sasuke behind the statue. The rain intensified, Orochimaru climbed down from the statue, facing Naruto who drew his sword from his back. "I hope you're prepared, because of you, I'm very angry." Naruto looked directly at Orochimaru. "Well, we all have that feeling, right?" Orochimaru clenched his fists preparing to fight. "I take out a kunai." The rain seemed to get stronger as Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he placed his sword in front of him, gripping the handle with both hands. The trees were moving aggressively, a leaf broke off and began to fall. Orochimaru placed the kunai in front of his face, held in a reverse grip. The leaf was getting closer to the water, spinning thanks to the strong winds that swept it. Finally, the blade fell into the water, spreading slight ripples thanks to its light impact. Naruto opened his eyes wide. The two combatants began to run towards each other. His feet raising light drops of water, generating more waves. The sound of splashing seemed to be more intentional than the sound of air droplets colliding with a large mass of water. Everything seemed to go in slow motion, but in reality, everything was very fast. The Sannin and the Jonin clashed their weapons, releasing light sparks as a large bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The sound of metal against metal resonated with a great echolocation. Valley of the End, border of the country of fire. The rain seemed to fall with more intensity. The Valley of the End was the place where a battle was taking place between two shinobi. One was greedy to the point of being crazy in the eyes of others, he simply wanted to know everything, and for that he needed the other shinobi's friend, someone who only wanted to save his friend at any cost. For his happiness and the happiness of more people who were now waiting in a safe place. In Madara Uchiha's head, Orochimaru was breathing deeply, keeping his hands resting on his knees, looking down at the cliff behind the statues. Naruto kept his face, he was kneeling. Naruto's ninja band began to slide towards his forehead, falling a little later, however, the Uchiha's hand held it before he touched the ground. He watched coldly as a few drops of blood fell on his ninja band next to his hand. She placed his band on the ground and brought her hand to his face, his left side was completely covered in blood, while his eye was closed. Shit, it was the only thing he could think. I just hope it hasn't gone further. I guess I'm the one who has the advantage. Orochimaru spoke, with his Kusanagi sword on the ground. At first glance he didn't seem to have any injuries, however his breathing was an obvious sign that fatigue was approaching. Naruto didn't breathe like Orochimaru, to tell the truth, his breathing seemed to be calm, now he had to stay calm, at all times. The rain began to clean the blood, little by little showing his almost pale skin. Her eye, still closed, now had a scar over hers, cutting into her eyebrow. "You can't let that happen again." A thick voice was heard in his mind, it was the Kyuubi. "Kurama, you're lucky I'm here, that sword contained a great poison, if you didn't retreat in 15 minutes, you could be in a near-death state, I'm pushing it as hard as I can." "Thank you, Kurama, I'm not surprised, he's Orochimaru, he's not a Sannin for nothing." Naruto ran his hand over his eye, feeling the scar. She lowered his hand, and with some suspense he opened her eye. He sighed when he saw that he was still there, his Sharingan spinning slowly. "I would never forgive myself for losing the light that my mother's eyes gave me." He looked down at his ninja band, picked it up and pressed it to his chest. "I'm going to have to use it." Orochimaru watched in suspense as Naruto raised his hands, placing the ninja band right on his forehead. Once it was in place, he tied the knot and then tightened it tightly as he opened his eyes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as the pattern began to change. Naruto's Manjikyu glowed with fury, dangerously observing the snake Sannin. "Get ready, I'm serious." Present. The clash of sword and kunai made a roar as sparks flew. Naruto could feel a wave of energy passing through his entire body, and his muscles went numb for a second. He did not let himself be carried away by surprise, and began to send cut after cut. Orochimaru blocked each of the attacks with great mastery. The snake made an upward cut, making Naruto step back. He didn't give her any rest, he quickly slid through the water and in less than a second he pulled out another kunai and rushed to fight with a double reverse grip. With agile movements of his forearm and elbow, Naruto swung his Shakudo, blocking the Sannin's continuous attacks. Do you know something? I have to admit that you have improved a lot in such a short time, since we saw each other in the Chunin exam. Orochimaru spoke while fighting with Naruto, turning on his axis with his arms outstretched, making an attack with his great strength and speed. Naruto carefully rested his other hand on the blade of his Shakudo, making his posture strengthen. Orochimaru continued spinning and landed a kick to the Uchiha's leg, then gave another roundhouse kick to Naruto's stomach, pushing him back. He wasted no time and followed, stretching his arm once more with the kunai facing forward, trying to reach the Naruto's front. The Sharingan followed him quickly, turning on its axis dodging Orochimaru's attack. He did not stop and stretched his arms trying to make a horizontal cut. The Sannin was surprised, but with great reflexes, he managed to stop the attack with his other kunai. Passing underneath of his other arm, Naruto took advantage of Orochimaru's stance and delivered a quick knee and then cut him in half, but Orochimaru turned into mud. Naruto did a backflip, avoiding Orochimaru's attack that came out of the water. Orochimaru threw his kunai trying to hit it, since Naruto was still straightening up from his previous action. The kunai managed to hit the back of Naruto's head, however, the Uchiha turned into a log. I knew I had to prepare a replacement, that guy is pretty smart. Naruto was now in Hashirama's head. Orochimaru was running at high speed up the statue. It's going very fast. Naruto raised his sword blocking the Sannin. It's obvious that Jiraiya has trained you, what a nuisance. Naruto blocked the Sannin's attacks once again. You know, once I have the body of your beloved companion, I would like to fight you again. I already told you. Naruto noticed a slight opening in Orochimaru's defense. He couldn't hit it with the sword, so he sent a blow that quickly hit the Sannin's stomach, who spit out saliva. You're not going to have Sasuke's body. Now he tried to cut, but Orochimaru managed to block it. He slid his kunai along the blade of the sword, trying to attack the Uchiha's hand. Naruto retreated, but used his Shunshin to quickly appear in front of the snake. Orochimaru blocked his blow, but Naruto landed a kick. The snake jumped back, falling towards the waterfall. Naruto threw the sword towards Orochimaru. What is he doing throwing his weapon that way? The Sannin thought, well, it doesn't matter, it's more of an advantage for me. With great force, he blocked the sword and deflected it upwards. He looked ahead trying to spot the Uchiha, but he was no longer there. Then he looked up, realizing that the Uchiha had the sword in his hands once again. Did he teleport? Orochimaru thought, confused. Naruto threw his weapon again, but this time before it touched Orochimaru, it flashed, appearing once again in front of the Sannin. Naruto began to send cuts, forcing Orochimaru to block them all, since they were still in the air and it was impossible for him to dodge. Naruto managed to kick the Sannin, causing him to fall towards the water. He managed to spin around to compose himself. However, he had to move to avoid a gigantic fireball. The collision between the flames and the water resulted in a large curtain of steam. I have to go out, he has the advantage in the fog. Orochimaru left the fog curtain, but Naruto appeared in a Shunshin and tried to cut him off. Orochimaru placed his kunai in front of him, but was surprised to see how the metal was cut cleanly by Naruto's Shakudo. A cloak of wind. The Sannin was surprised to see how a kind of yellow cloak surrounded the Uchiha's sword. Futon. Shinkijin, Naruto thought. He wasted no time and began to send cut after cut to weaken Orochimaru, who couldn't believe that small cuts began to appear on his body. The range of his jutsu is great. Orochimaru stepped back, made a ram seal, his mouth opened in unusual proportions. It was then that a sea of snakes came out of his mouth and were thrown towards Naruto. Naruto lunged forward and made horizontal and vertical cuts, while his Sharingan worked at full speed. He got closer and closer to Orochimaru, cutting his snakes in half. Naruto turned as small gusts of wind began to accompany him, cutting the animals. Orochimaru took advantage of the fact that Naruto's vision was saturated by the thousands of snakes and launched himself towards him with a big punch. Naruto managed to see the Sannin for a moment, however he was not fast enough to stop the blow that hit him in the stomach. Naruto crawled through the water, he couldn't block Orochimaru's kick who seemed to descend from the sky. Now the Uchiha was underwater holding his breath. He watched in disbelief as Orochimaru approached easily at high speed. He covered himself with his arms, trying to resist the onslaught of the Odo ninja. Orochimaru passed by and attacked again from another direction. Orochimaru began to hit Naruto cleanly and then finished his combo with a strong blow to his chin, making him come out of the water as if it were a bullet. Taking a long breath, Naruto went through hand seals. Futon. Shinkajoku. Naruto. Released several compressed air bullets that passed through Orochimaru. The Sannin's body fell into the water, but his body seemed to become part of the Great Lake. Naruto felt the Sannin's presence in one of the statues. Suiton. Suiton no Jutsu. Orochimaru sent several water bullets. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Naruto sent several small fireballs. The projectiles of the opposing elements collided. once again creating a curtain of steam. Orochimaru saw how the mist moved and then saw several shuriken and kunai, he jumped to dodge the attacks. However, the projectiles changed direction attacking him, small rays could be seen coming out of the weapons. Ninja wire, TSK Orochimaru went through hand seals. Futen. Datapa. Orochimaru sent a large gust of wind that completely deflected the projectiles. Naruto appeared on top of Orochimaru trying to make a downward cut, the Sannin extended his arm, several snakes emerged from the sleeve of his shirt that coiled around Naruto at great speed. Raiden. Chidori Nagashi. Naruto expelled a large burst of rays electrocuting the snakes, but he forgot something, his body was wet, the rays reached part of his skin, burning him a little. I should be more careful with the Raiden jutsus, Naruto said to himself. He looked forward watching Orochimaru go through hand seals. Orochimaru's mouth opened wide. Another Orochimaru came out of the mouth of the original, the difference was that the new one did not seem to have legs, its body resembled that of a snake, however it still had arms. This Orochimaru opened its mouth from which the blade of a sword emerged. Naruto raised his sword, covering himself from the great attack of the Sannin. The force was so much that he could not stay in the same place, his feet began to be dragged by the water. Naruto was sliding, raising water with his feet, he turned his gaze, observing that they were heading to the feet of one of the statues. At this rate I'm going to hit the rock. Naruto used a lot of his strength to try to deflect the blade of the sword, in the process, lifting Orochimaru's face a little. He gave a growl, raising the sword, also raising Orochimaru's body. Naruto jumped towards the statue, sticking his feet into it. Orochimaru quickly changed direction, heading once again towards Naruto. Now the Uchiha's feet were dragging on the smooth stone the statue was made of. Shit, once again in the situation as best he could, Naruto grabbed his sword with only one hand, while with the other he made half a ram seal. A shadow clone appeared and moved away from the path of the attack, then hit the middle of the snake's body, sending it flying. The clone grabbed the original's hand and threw it towards Orochimaru. The Sannin opened his mouth from which Orochimaru in his normal form emerged at great speed, almost as if he had spit him out. He punches Naruto in the face, grabs his arm and throws him into the water. He fell at high speed and hit the water hard, however he did not sink, he quickly passed through hand seals. Pain. Ryuken no Jutsu. Naruto sent a large volley of fire upwards, aiming towards the Sannin, however, Orochimaru had already been going through a large sequence of seals. Suiton. Suryudan no Jutsu. From the water itself a large torrent arose that took the shape of a large dragon with bright and threatening yellow eyes. The water creature collided with a large blast of fire, eliminating it completely and heading towards Naruto. His jutsu has great strength. Naruto threw a kunai towards the leg of a statue, the moment the dragon collided with his position, Naruto appeared flashing in the previously thrown kunai. I must come up with a plan. Naruto crouched down, spinning the Hiraishin kunai in one of his fingers. Orochimaru was trying to spot his opponent. To tell the truth, he was surprised that Naruto could defend himself so well. He had even managed to land a couple of blows. In addition, there was something that worried him. If he kept using jutsus to stop Naruto, in the event that Naruto manages to damage him too much, he will only be able to change his skin at least twice. The skin replacement jutsu used up too much chakra, he should not let his guard down. This time I will be the one who wins, Naruto. He pulled out a kunai quickly, raised his arm blocking the kunai that was coming towards him, the weapon was deflected upwards, however, Naruto appeared grabbing the kunai, lowered his leg, quickly nailing an axe kick, he passed through hand seals quickly. Futen. Renkyuden. Naruto puffed out his chest and launched a large air bullet that hit Orochimaru. The Sannin was thrown backward sinking into the water, however he wasted no time and came out of the water, a kunai passed next to his face. Was it a normal kunai? Are you trying to confuse me? Naruto went through hand seals once again, this time he accumulated much more chakra. Kaiten. Kikakyu no Jutsu. Naruto released a large sphere of fire with a strong reddish color, indicating that he was stronger than normal. That jutsu is very easy to dodge. Orochimaru jumped away from the range of the jutsu. Shunshin. Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru touching him on the shoulder. Wrong, child, you are mine. Orochimaru was about to touch the Uchiha, however, he was surprised to see that he was no longer in front of Naruto, but rather, in a space between the water and the Hashirama statue. What happened? Scanning around him, he realized that next to him, there was a kunai stuck in the statue. See, maybe it's the kunai I had thrown before. Should I teleport? He hadn't finished processing when he felt an enormous heat take over his body. He looked ahead, there was no time the large sphere of fire would collide with him, and it looked like it would leave quite serious burns. A large explosion could be seen from Naruto's perspective. I made it. Naruto was breathing a little hard. Once again, he felt that chakra stimulation, he felt how his body was recharged. There's some chakra for you, to tell the truth you did very well, said Kurama. Yes, thanks for the recharge. What would you do without me? You still don't have reserves as big as myth, you can't spam jutsu. Okay, don't scold me. Orochimaru came out of the smoke, he had big burns, parts of his body were completely black, the cuts had gotten worse, and he was sure that his arm was somewhat detached. His mouth opened in large proportions while inside him, another Orochimaru came out, finishing opening his mouth. The new Orochimaru was wet with a viscous liquid that was difficult to overcome by the rainwater. Damn, I can't be distracted like that again. He began to walk through the water until he saw Naruto again, who placed his sword in formation, ready for another round. This time I have a surprise for you. Once again, Orochimaru opened his mouth, but this time it didn't extend as far. Is it serious? This guy keeps so many things in his mouth. Naruto asked himself. A hilt came out of Orochimaru's mouth, he grabbed it with his hand and began to pull it out, after that a blade came out, completing the sword. When he finally pulled it out, he extended it to the front, almost as if he were showing it off. What's up, huh? This is my own special sword, Kusanagi. I recognize that sword, I use it to fight against Minato-san, apparently he can move it with his chakra, it is very dangerous. What I wonder is how he didn't cut his throat taking that thing out, or even how he kept it inside himself. Kurama speculated out loud. Hey. Anyway, I can't get distracted by that. So, my dear Naruto, are you ready for the other round? Orochimaru said it with a face that was intended to be funny, but in reality, he looked more serious than normal, at least in someone like him, who always seemed to have fun. Well, as you like. Naruto's sword was covered in lightning. Oh, a new trick. You will not like it. Location. Konohagakure no Sato, Land of Fire. Shikamaru, Kyomi, Neji and Rock Lee appeared in the Hokage's office. Tsunade was startled to see how the four boys appeared in front of her falling to the ground. From what she could see, they all had injuries. Kyomi and Shikamaru seemed to have less, Rock Lee seemed to not even be able to with his soul, and Neji was being treated by the Uchiha was unconscious, but apparently breathing. What happened? Tsunade said, coming out from behind her desk. Orochimaru did have more henchmen, Naruto took care of 2, well the rest of us took care of 1 each, but they were very strong, it cost us more than we thought. Lee had to use the internal doors again, and Neji almost did. Account. And Naruto. This is what I was going for. After we defeated all of Orochimaru's henchmen, he himself appeared and took Sasuke. Naruto knows that fighting him is a great danger, but he went after him anyway, leaving us here. We are wounded, and we would be nothing more than a hindrance. That boy is reckless, how he thinks he can face Orochimaru alone. He has done it before, he has the level, we must trust him. I trusted him. Trust is not enough sometimes. Kyomi lowered her head. At least, try, it's hard, I don't want to leave him, in case he dies, I will not only lose my brother, but also someone very precious, I honestly don't know what would happen to me if that were to happen. Tsunade lowered her head, to tell the truth, she didn't want to lose Naruto either, that's why she was just as worried. But Naruto is someone intelligent, he wouldn't jump into battle without thinking twice, he must have something up his sleeve, I know he can come back, I trusted him. He has taught me many times that even if you don't believe something is possible, there is always a way to improve yourself. Tsunade closed her eyes. Heh, sounds like a stupid optimist, but coming from him, I guess it makes some sense. Just because it comes from him. Kyomi said. Not only him, all of you showed it. To tell the truth, I didn't expect much of you on this mission, and the truth is I was regretting having sent you, but you showed me the opposite. Well, with some complications. Tsunade lifted Neji between her shoulders. We have to take him to the hospital, here is not a good place to perform the operation he needs. I'll stay with you. No, you have to rest, you're very hurt. I refuse, I can continue, I want to save him, please. Tsunade looked at the determination in the girl's onyx eyes, she smiled. I guess I can't stop you. Oh wow, why is everyone I meet like that? As well as of solidarity? I don't know anyway, we have to go. Shikamaru helped Lee while Tsunade left with Kyomi and Neji. This whole thing was so annoying. Shikamaru What's up, Red? Do you think Naruto can come back? I mean, I don't doubt his ability, but he's Orochimaru-san and don't ask me, don't you worry about him. Obviously yes, he's my friend, so. I can't say for sure, I don't like having to escape and leave him alone, but he's the only one who can stand up to Orochimaru. Well okay, I understand. Naruto launched himself at high speed against Orochimaru, making a downward slash towards the Sannin, but he covered himself with his Kusanagi. The two engaged in a great Kenjutsu battle. Orochimaru's style was still flexible, however he was beginning to back away from the Uchiha's strength. I'll tell you something interesting. Orochimaru blocked a horizontal cut from Naruto. My Kusanagi sword is unbreakable, so no matter how much you hit it with that lightning sword of yours, it won't break. Now Naruto was the one backing away as he began to crouch down. Orochimaru gave a downward blow with great force, Naruto blocked it with his sword, it broke a little. Naruto could see that. From one moment to the next, the two began to disappear in blurs as sparks began to fly from the clash of the swords. Naruto sent another cut that was blocked. Naruto turned, sending a kick that Orochimaru blocked once again with his elbows. Naruto returned quickly. Orochimaru tried to anticipate and sent a cut, but the Uchiha managed to predict it and quickly devised a counter. Naruto crouched down as he watched the sword pass over him. He kicked it hard, knocking it out of Orochimaru's hand. The sword flew towards one of the statues. Naruto got up immediately and delivered 2 slashes towards Orochimaru, both dodged by the snake. Orochimaru began to back away as he began to move his hand strangely. The Kusanagi sword began to move on its own until it returned at high speed to where Naruto was. The Uchiha was aware of that. He had already seen what that sword could do in the fight in the Hokage box. Naruto attacked as much as he could before jumping to avoid the sword that returned to the Sanin's hands. Orochimaru disappeared in a blur. Naruto could barely move, however Orochimaru's strength overcame him and he withdrew the Uchiha's sword. Shit, let's see what you can do now. Don't tell me you can also control the sword from a distance. Naruto dodged 2 slashes from Orochimaru but couldn't avoid the kick that landed on his face. Orochimaru once again placed himself in a battle pose. Naruto wiped some of the blood that was coming out of his mouth. "Shunshin no jutsu," Naruto whispered. Naruto's body seemed to flicker as suddenly 2 more Narutos detached themselves from his body. So that technique again. It won't help. Naruto began to surround Orochimaru. Suddenly, the 3 Narutos began to multiply. It's strange, Orochimaru thought, unlike the other time, the images don't flash. I don't know if that's a big difference in how the jutsu works. I got this variant in my month of training with Jiraiya sensei. Unlike the other variants, I use a kind of clone created by the technique. Well, the clones are physical and can attack freely. When attacked, it is very difficult to hit them, given that they are made with Shunshin, and they can stop being material for brief moments. Naruto thought. One of the Narutos launched himself against Orochimaru. The Sannin blocked his fist. Another one launched himself against the snake, who had to use his other arm. Then another Naruto appeared behind him, hitting him in the back of the head. More clones began to hit him successively. Futon. Rapusho. Orochimaru clapped his hands and sent a large wave of wind in all directions, but the clones did not dissipate. I didn't hit them. Aren't they physical? Said the Sannin. You're wrong, everything has substance, except the Shunshin. It won't end until you completely hit the original. This is the perfect Shunshin. Orochimaru was kicked in the chin, then in the stomach. His legs were swept, and as he fell, 3 Narutos planted their kicks in his body. I have to admit that it is a scary technique. Orochimaru got out of the water quickly. But I already told you that something like that is not enough. I already know it. Naruto's clones retracted as if they were rejoining his body, then Naruto placed his 2 fists in front of his face. In Orochimaru's sight, Naruto began to slide on the water without moving his feet, the image of the Uchiha becoming more and more blurry until he disappeared for a moment. Orochimaru doubled over, as if he had received a blow. I can't see it. Orochimaru received another blow, this time on his leg, making him double over, then he received another one, on the neck. He grabbed his injured part, but another blow landed right on his face. Orochimaru began to concentrate more so he could see Naruto. He's very fast. I can barely see it, at least he's less fast than the Hiraishin, maybe I can predict it. From the view of someone without ocular ability, Orochimaru moved strangely, taking hits and trying to reach something that could not be seen. Shunshin, level 4, another variant that I invented. Perfect Shunshin is more of an imitation of my brother. Orochimaru extended his arm, blocking a blow from the Uchiha. What did you think, huh? Orochimaru immediately tried to stab Naruto with his sword, but he disappeared in a silver flash. I escape. Orochimaru grabbed his stomach and then rubbed his neck, then wiped away some blood that ran down the corner of his lips. It seems that I managed to do some damage, but it's nothing serious. Naruto appeared in front of his sword, which was buried in a space between Madara's feet. It shouldn't be taking so long. Naruto removed his sword and placed it in its sheath on his back. The battle is in his favor. To tell the truth, he gets used to my techniques too quickly, but for only being a 15-year-old boy, you are doing a lot in front of someone with at least more than 30 years of experience, said the Kyuubi. Naruto sighed. I just want to go home, relax. And I don't know, you sound like that Naruboy. Oh yes, in those things I come to envy Shikamaru. I don't know why I can't relax as much as him. I could never stare at the clouds all day, just a little in the afternoon, and from Hokage Mountain, he can do it at any time and anywhere, even in the middle of a battle, but now I feel capable of doing it there. And then. Do you know something? Once after training I lay on Kyomi's legs. They are super soft, possibly better than my apartment pillow. I would love to lay on them one more time. Hey, you're very cool with her, right? What are you talking about? I just want to think about how to relax. Naruto blushed. Are you kidding? Look who you're fighting, concentrate. Kurama repressed the Uchiha. Okay. Naruto took out a kunai, placed it in his mouth, and then made hand seals. He grabbed the kunai again and blew on it, causing a large blade of wind to come out from the handle of the kunai, too well beyond the tip of the weapon. Then he took out his shakudo and coated her with lightning chakra. Now that I think about it, how come I can't feel the Hiraishin mark I left on him? Bad guy changes his skin whenever he can, Kurama responded. Oh yeah, Naruto started running. Orochimaru felt that Naruto was approaching at high speed. In a blur, she appeared in front of the Uchiha, but this blocked her lunge. He is using the Shinkijin, it is dangerous. Orochimaru was aware that the range of the technique was dangerous. Naruto and Orochimaru were starting to send cuts at each other. Orochimaru was receiving small cuts on his body. The force of the crashes began to move the water. Naruto began to advance, since Orochimaru's injuries were bothering him. Orochimaru began to put more force into his attacks, but Naruto defended himself quite well. He defends himself quite well. Naruto's Sharingan was working at maximum, predicting every attack from Orochimaru, who noticed that Naruto's eyes were beginning to glow, leaving a trail of chakra. Hey, are you predicting my attacks? Orochimaru gritted his teeth. If I had those eyes. Orochimaru suddenly turned into mud, making a substitution. Naruto began to move with Shunshin, quickly climbing the statues. Upon reaching Hashirama's head, Naruto found Orochimaru's sword pointed at his face. However, Naruto was saved thanks to his Shunshin. I jump quickly and go through hand seals. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Suiton. Suiton no Jutsu. Orochimaru took a breath and sent a large air bullet that blocked the fireball. Naruto appeared from the steam trying to cut Orochimaru with his two swords, however, Orochimaru turned into water. Naruto turned quickly and blocked with his sword a kunai that was thrown by the Sannin from Madara's head. Naruto jumped, while blocking all the weapons Orochimaru threw with his swords. The Sannin blocked Naruto's cuts and at high speed sent a kick to the Uchiha's stomach, who went flying. Naruto placed his shakudo on the soles of his feet, the sword rotated, resting his soles on the handle of the sword. He stretched his leg throwing the sword towards Orochimaru, who blocked the sword with his own weapon and sent it away. Because she knew that Naruto could teleport to her. Naruto another kunai to Orochimaru, and in a flash of speed, Naruto grabbed his sword away and then teleported the kunai holding it in his mouth. Again with his two weapons, Naruto turned forward, Orochimaru raised his elbows and placed his sword horizontally, blocking the two blows. Naruto threw his air chakra kunai downwards. Now with his free hand, he made the half-ram hand seal, making a shadow clone that quickly kicked Orochimaru. It fell at high speed, passing by Naruto's kunai. Flash in a flash of silver, Naruto appeared next to his kunai, kicking Orochimaru again, then releasing the kunai from his mouth. With great effort, he turned in the air and slammed the kunai with his heel. Orochimaru landed in the water, barely out of instinct, he raised his sword, narrowly missing the kunai. I fell completely. Orochimaru barely realized it. In a flash of silver, Naruto appeared, the kunai once again in his mouth. He strongly supported his feet in the water. Orochimaru barely managed to make a small jump back, but it was too late. Naruto stretched out his left arm, making a horizontal cut, a large diagonal cut appeared on Orochimaru's body. It's not very deep. Naruto turned his shakudo sword and threw it against a statue, the weapon buried itself in the rock. With his right hand free, he opens his palm, and purple lightning appeared in his hand. Shiden Naruto took a step forward and with determination, Naruto buried the jutsu in Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru couldn't even scream as the jutsu shot towards one of the statues, as the purple rays began to shine brightly, exploding halfway. Naruto turned a kunai, threw it at a not very high distance, appeared and disappeared. Now with his sword in his hand, he kept it in its sheath on his back. I have to admit, that was great, Kurama said, starting to heal Naruto's wounds. Thank you. It doesn't matter. Orochimaru came out of a lot of cracks, his clothes were completely stained with blood. Not a second later, he opened his mouth from which another Orochimaru emerged, who was breathing deeply. Almost he could have killed me. Orochimaru grabbed his chest, turning his figure to see how in his previous body, there was a hole in his chest. TSK, shit. Orochimaru extended his hand, his Kusanagi sword returned to his hand. It can't be that this guy is giving me so much fight. What will be up to me if I let him live for a few more years, and although I can't use my old jutsus thanks to the Grim Reaper, he should still be stronger than him. Orochimaru began to walk slowly towards Naruto's figure. If I can't put my curse mark on him, then I'll have to finish him off. He's a nuisance to my plans. Orochimaru disappeared in a blur. Naruto pulled out his sword and blocked the snake's attack. The Uchiha was surprised to see that it was now more difficult for him to block Orochimaru's attacks. The Sannin strength was too much, and combined with the Kusanagi, it was worse. Orochimaru began to channel wind chakra into his blade Futon. How many natures does this guy have? Naruto moved his arms defensively. A clone of Orochimaru appeared from the water attacking the Uchiha. First Naruto began to be dominated by the two clones of Orochimaru. He tried to make shadow clones, but he didn't have time. Orochimaru was too fast from one moment to the next, he had to start using Shunshin to match the Sannin. Naruto spun around and finally landed a kick on the Sannin clone, dispelling it. He didn't realize that his own Chikudo already had enough damage, as its blade was tearing, all the stress he was putting on it was taking its toll. Orochimaru kicked Naruto, and in less than a second, he appeared from above, with a sword about to descend out of instinct. Naruto raised his sword to block the blow, however, it couldn't take it anymore. The metal of Naruto's Shikudo broke just a second before it fell to pieces, letting Orochimaru's cut cross. Naruto saw it coming in slow motion, he could barely close his eye when the sword slightly cut his face. A clean cut, but now that he's a Jinchuriki, his beast must be working to get the poison out of his system, but the poison acts quickly, at least he won't be free of the pain. Orochimaru was satisfied with what he saw. He had achieved. Naruto began to back away, while having one of his hands on his left eye, but Orochimaru appeared in a blur and punched the Uchiha in the stomach. Orochimaru wanted to finish off with his sword, but Naruto replaced it with a log. Naruto appeared on the cliff behind the statues, he began to climb to the head, the burning in his eye intensified causing him to clutch his face. The rain seemed to fall with more intensity, the Valley of the End was the place where a battle was taking place between two shinobi, one was greedy to the point of being crazy in the eyes of others, he simply wanted to know everything, and for that he needed the other shinobi's friend, someone who only wanted to save his friend at any cost. For his happiness and the happiness of more people who were now waiting in a safe place. In Madara Uchiha's head, Orochimaru was breathing deeply, keeping his hands resting on his knees, looking down at the cliff behind the statues. Naruto grabbed his face, he was kneeling, Naruto's ninja band began to slide towards his forehead, falling a little later, however, the Uchiha's hand held it before he touched the ground. He watched coldly as a few drops of blood fell on his ninja band next to his hand. She placed his band on the ground and brought her hand to his face, his left side was completely covered in blood, while his eye was closed. Shit, it was the only thing he could think. I just hope it hasn't gone further. Heh, I guess I'm the one who has the advantage. Orochimaru spoke, with his Kusanagi sword on the ground, at first glance he didn't seem to have any injuries, however his breathing was an obvious sign that fatigue was approaching. Naruto didn't breathe like Orochimaru, to tell the truth, his breathing seemed to be calm, now he had to stay calm, at all times. The rain began to clean the blood, little by little showing his almost pale skin. Her eye, still closed, now had a scar over hers, cutting into her eyebrow. You can't let that happen again. A thick voice was heard in his mind, it was the Kyuubi, Kurama, you're lucky I'm here, that sword contained a great poison, if you didn't retreat in 15 minutes, you could be in a near-death state, I'm pushing it as hard as I can. Thank you Kurama, I'm not surprised, he's Orochimaru, he's not a Sannin for nothing. Naruto ran his hand over his eye, feeling the scar. She lowered his hand, and with some suspense he opened her eye. He sighed when he saw that he was still there, his Sharingan spinning slowly. I would never forgive myself for losing the light that my mother's eyes gave me. He looked down at his ninja band, picked it up and pressed it to his chest. I'm going to have to use it. Orochimaru watched in suspense as Naruto raised his hands, placing the ninja band right on his forehead. Once it was in place, he tied the knot and then tightened it tightly as he opened his eyes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as the pattern began to change. Naruto's Manjikyu glowed with fury, dangerously observing the snake Sannin. Get ready, I'm serious. Orochimaru didn't realize that he was slowly retreating. Am I afraid? Naruto stood in a battle pose, prepared for battle, his Manjikyu watching Orochimaru. Naruto was almost hallucinating, with a new vision of him, it was like seeing every drop of water with high definition, and a little further, to a Sannin who apparently now took him seriously. If you're not going to attack, I'll go. Naruto launched himself at Orochimaru, who was not impressed, and attacked with his sword, however, the blade of the weapon passed completely through Naruto. Once the sword left the Uchiha's body, he stretched out his fist and hit Orochimaru hard. The Sannin was sent flying backwards, falling off the statue. Naruto jumped and went through hand seals. Kaiten. Kikaku no Jutsu. Naruto expelled the fireball towards the Sannin. That won't help at all, Orochimaru said, this step through hand seals Suiton. Suryudan no Jutsu. The water dragon came out from under Orochimaru and collided with the fireball. Once again, the Jutsu continued forward trying to attack Naruto, but he passed through it like a ghost. TSK, that jutsu, it's very annoying. Naruto extended an axe kick, Orochimaru tried to block it with his sword, but Naruto became intangible once again, crossing the sword next to its bearer. Once it reached the ground, it swept Orochimaru's legs, who fell to the ground. Naruto took advantage and hit the Sannin in the stomach. Orochimaru stood up as quickly as he could and jumped back, taking his time. That jutsu, I was able to see it before, it seems like a kind of intangibility jutsu, but I don't know how it actually works, but at first glance, it doesn't seem to have any weakness, and also, now that he has activated his Manjikyu, I must be careful with his Amaterasu, which I already know is dangerous, I can't replace the skin more than twice more and… But Tsukiyomi left Kabuto out of combat without even moving Futen. To Toppa. Orochimaru sent a large gust of wind towards Naruto. Kaiten. Kakakyu no Jutsu. Naruto released a large burst of fire that was fanned by the wind thrown by Orochimaru. Orochimaru replaced himself with a log. The fire almost hit him. I can't afford to use wind on him anymore, although I can also do fire jutsu to counter his Kaiten jutsu. I should try to get him closer to a Taijutsu battle so I can use Kamui to land good blows on him. Naruto took out a Hiraishin kunai. Orochimaru went through hand seals. Kaiten. Hasenka no Jutsu. Orochimaru sent several fireballs. Naruto began to jump somersaulting. At one point he threw his Hiraishin kunai at the snake. Naruto teleported before the kunai hit and began attacking the Sannin, sending several cuts that Orochimaru blocked with his sword. Sparks began to fly from the attacks. Naruto moved masterfully, dodging several cuts. His evolved Sharingan allowed him to see the Sannin's attacks with great definition. It didn't matter at what speed he saw them, he felt like he could observe what Orochimaru would do. He dodged a slash by crouching, then moved to the right, dodging a downward slash, turning his body, dodging a kick. Orochimaru sent another horizontal slash, but this one passed through Naruto, who grabbed his arm once his weapon came out of him. I land a kick, then a palm blow to the Sannin's chest, another blow to his side, then I concentrate chakra and finish with another fist to his face. Orochimaru flew out, crawling through the water. He got up quickly, but didn't have time to rest when Naruto appeared in front of him, without him realizing it. Naruto landed an upward hook into the Sannin's stomach, who spat out blood. Naruto sent a kick to his opponent's hand, stripping him of his weapon. Damn, he placed his Hiraishin mark on me, I can't escape from him. Naruto sent a kick to his stomach that sent him skidding through the water. The Uchiha made half-ram seals, and two clones appeared next to him. The first clone seemed to blur as it moved when it suddenly appeared next to Orochimaru and exploded loudly. However, the Sannin speed saved him once again. The other clone performed the same action as the other and exploded near the Sannin again. Orochimaru emerged from a screen of smoke. Naruto followed him intently with his gaze. Should I use the Amaterasu? I don't know, it guarantees that he won't change his skin and lose the Hiraishin seal on him. Maybe I'll use the Tsukiyomi. Orochimaru sent a bunch of kunai and shurikens towards Naruto, but they just passed through him. It's incredible the advantage that these eyes give me. I have so many options to finish him off. I simply have to execute, and that's it. What I wonder is why you hesitate. You no longer have any restrictions, you just attack, the Kyuubi said. Heh, yes thank you Oka-san. Naruto stared into Orochimaru's eyes, who felt a great chill in his body. Suddenly, he stopped responding to him. I can't move, damn shit. Naruto closed his left eye. This time, he didn't feel any burning. However, the drop of blood appeared through his tear duct, indicating the jutsu that was coming. Amaterasu. Naruto opened his left eye, which was now glowing brightly red. A second later, Orochimaru was consumed by black flames. He knew what he had to do, but it still hurt too much. Well, it's more than obvious that he changed his skin. Naruto let the rain clean the small amount of blood that came down from his eye. Naruto looked forward, seeing how Orochimaru's ancient skin floated in the water. If the instinct of danger sounded loud in his head, by instinct, he became intangible. Immediately, the Kusanagi sword pierced him cleanly, returning to the hands of Orochimaru, who for the first time in many years had an angry face. And it can't be, I'm on the ropes. He thought my jutsus and my attacks are useless. He can simply become intangible and smart, and if that weren't enough, he can kill me so easily with the Amaterasu. You know something, Orochimaru. Naruto called the Sannin. I want to try something with you. Naruto began to be surrounded by a dark aura, black in color. This aura intensified and became very large. Behind Naruto, a dark gray spine began to form. It seemed to shine in contrast to the dark aura that surrounded it. After the column, the lathe, neck, arms, hands and finally, the face of Naruto Susanoo appeared, bright amber eyes and two horns on its forehead. After a while, the rain began to calm down. This is very bad. Orochimaru was in front of the intimidating figure of Naruto Susanoo, who exerted incredible pressure. He could barely get a little blood through the tattoo on his arm. Manda appeared on the fighting ground. Orochimaru, I hope you already know the price. It was then that the great snake turned towards the front. What is that? Surprised scream. It's a Susanoo. If you get me out of this, I swear I will make you twice as many sacrifices. Okay, but don't call me for this again. Learn to handle your problems. Naruto put his hands in his pants pockets. I could summon core to have fun, but I think it will be later. The snake lunged at the Chakra warrior, who stopped it in its tracks by grabbing the snake with his large skeletal hand and then punched it hard. How about a little more power? Naruto's eyes began to shine when his Susanoo seemed to begin to gain a kind of muscle fiber made of chakra, which covered his arms and part of his neck. Surprisingly, more explosions of smoke appeared around Naruto, showing snakes other than Manda. They were giant, normal snakes. A little more power, more chakra was directed at the Susanoo. The large armor appeared to form behind the Susanoo, everything seemed to be part of a samurai armor, while a kind of scarf began to form, covering half of the Susanoo's face, and finally, a Kabuto helmet appeared, finishing overshadowing its face, making it appear. In a small trace of darkness, only the strangely serene eyes of the Susanoo could be seen. The most striking thing about the Susanoo was a kind of amber magatama that shone on its chest. Naruto took his hands out of his pockets, smiled a little. Let's go there. With Naruto's shout, the Susanoo opened his two palms, out of nowhere two white swords were formed, which seemed to be made of fire, however, it was only chakra. The snakes attacked without brains, but with every attack, they were sliced in half by the Susanoo. Naruto blocked an attack with his two swords, then cut the snake. The Uchiha continued fighting the summons, but suddenly realized something. And Orochimaru? I looked back at Manda, but Orochimaru wasn't in Manda's head. Naruto expanded his sensor sense, he could feel Orochimaru approaching Sasuke's container. Not even in your dreams you won't, not after everything I did. Naruto took out 2 Hiraishin kunai. And a bomb paper. First he threw a kunai that lodged in Manda's skin. Naruto threw his paper bomb into the air while tracing seals. Fuinjutsu. Bomb seal multiplication. The paper bomb multiplied, reaching hundreds. He then threw his Hiraishin kunai into the air as hard as he could. Manda realized what he was doing and escaped, but Naruto already had him marked with the kunai. Naruto teleported the kunai in the air, the Susanoo had disappeared, he only made half-ram seals, and sent his chakra. A large series of explosions occurred. The explosions lasted for at least 20 seconds before they stopped. As the smoke dispersed, several snakes could be seen lying in the water, which then disappeared in wide explosions. Naruto went through another hand seal, and a kanji appeared on his hand, then he teleported to Manda and hit it with his palm. Traffic rhymes, yeah. Immediately, several seals spread across his body impeding his movement. Naruto jumped away from her and sent a fireball, forcing her to disappear if she didn't want to be burned. Orochimaru came across the container carrying Sasuke. At least I'll go with you. Orochimaru went through hand seals, preparing a reverse summoning. He approached the container and touched it. In the end, I win. However, a Hiraishin kunai appeared in the middle of the two. Not a second later, Naruto appeared kicking Orochimaru and placing a hand on the container. Orochimaru looked at the Uchiha with annoyance. It seems like you have the advantage. Naruto looked at him seriously. You can't do anything now, he told her. I think you're right, I guess it's 2-0 huh? And this is the last one. Naruto closed his left eye. Orochimaru's escape jutsu was already prepared, he just had to crash his hand against the ground. We will meet. Once again Orochimaru placed his hand on the ground and disappeared in an explosion of whitish smoke. Naruto sighed. I may regret letting him live, the Sandaime did it once, and it was bad. Naruto looked at the container. His manjutsu was deactivated. But that isn't the most important thing now, Naruto, and the container disappeared in a flash, appearing on Madara's head, where a Naruto kunai rested. The Uchiha turned his gaze to the sky, seeing how the clouds were beginning to clear. Then he turned his gaze to the container, seeing the seals. Barrier, barrier, lock, wait, lock, barrier, lock, and what appears to be an anti-jutsu seal. How strange. Naruto reviewed the seals he had. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Liberation. Little by little, he removed the seals that kept the container closed. As soon as I finished with the seals, I removed the lid of the container, from which a large amount of purple smoke came out. Not a second later, Sasuke came out taking a deep breath, then grabbed his chest while coughing a little. He scratched his eyes trying to eliminate a little itch. When his vision stopped being blurry, he could see it. Yo, Sasuke. Naruto greeted his friend. Sasuke smiled, he looked relieved. Yo, Naruto, you don't know how scared you gave us. Yes, this I want to tell you something, yeah? Sasuke hung his head. Forgive me, please, I didn't mean to act like that with you, and Kyomi, I honestly acted like an idiot. And Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder. I understand what you felt and also what you feel now, and for that, because I know you and for what you mean to me and your sister, I forgive you, Sasuke. Sasuke smiled, he didn't notice the small tears that were appearing, he quickly wiped them away and hugged his friend. Thank you for this, and for everything. You're welcome, we watch each other's backs, remember? Yes, by the way, is it just you? Aren't there more people? What about Kyomi? There were 4 of them who kidnapped me. Did everything get complicated? If you were really passed out in there is a lot I have to tell you. Yes, but I could feel some things I also have to tell you. Okay, we'll talk later, but for now let's go home. Yes, home. The night in Konoha was always quiet, at least right now. The stars and the moon illuminated naturally, the wind was cold because it was raining not long ago. Kyomi Uchiha walked through the streets of Konoha. Her gaze wandered around observing the lights and stalls, people walked around her talking happily, quite the opposite of her, she was worried. Her brother had been kidnapped and now her friend was fighting a rather dangerous ninja to save him, with a great risk that the two of them would come back. Turning a corner, he smelled a very familiar smell of spices. It wouldn't be bad, I'm honestly hungry, the girl thought, starting to walk towards the direction where the smell came from. A smile appeared on his face when he saw the Ichiraku ramen restaurant. It was a simple and pleasant place, although his favorite food was dango, the ramen was also very delicious in his opinion. I pass under the cloths entering the restaurant. Welcome to Ramen Ichiraku, take a seat. Tucci was the one who received the new customer. Good evening Tucci-san, the Uchiha greeted the owner of the restaurant. Oh, Kyomi. It's nice to see you, come sit down, tell me what you want to eat. The man approached the table. For now I'm just going to have a bowl of chicken ramen. The girl sat down in one of the seats. Okay, a chicken ramen to order. By the way, where is AM? Oh, she went out to compare some foods, you know. Oh well, about 10 minutes passed until the Kyomi ramen was ready. Tucci served the hot food in front of the girl, who thanked her and took some chopsticks, starting to eat. A few minutes later, AM entered the restaurant. Hello Kyomi, how are you? Eating alone? Yeah, sometimes I like to have my space. Oh, I see, well, I hope you have time to talk to me, okay? Of course, after AM dropped off the shopping in her restaurant's kitchen, she started talking to Kyomi, who ordered another bowl of ramen. The two girls were deep in conversation until some people entered the restaurant. Old man, I'm back. A blonde blur entered the restaurant, greeting loudly. Mito. I already told you to respect. Kushina entered after her daughter, followed by her other son, Menma, who kept a cheeky smile when he saw how his sister was scolded. Why yeah, I'm sorry Hello Kyomi. The blonde spotted her best friend. Hello Myth. The Uzumaki family sat next to Kyomi, Kushina and Mito on their sides. Menma was next to his mother. Each one asked for their order, forcing AM to work. So Kyomi, tell me, how is everything going? Kushina rested her elbows on the table, laying her face in her palm. Well, have you been on a mission? Now that I think about it, where? Are Naruto and Sasuke? Are they on a mission? Kyomi remained silent. Hey Kyomi, my mother asked you a question. The girl started squeezing her chopsticks. Kushina realized that Tucci approached the table and served the dishes to each of the Uzumaki, however, none of them paid enough attention, only Menma picked up the chopsticks, but he was attentive to what was happening with Kyomi. Kyomi, if you don't want to tell it, you don't have to, and no, don't worry, Kyomi said. I'll tell you. Kyomi told everything that had happened, Sasuke's kidnapping, Naruto's mission and Fight B, but how is it possible that they left him alone against Orochimaru? Kushina was exploding, she was worried that Naruto was left alone with him. It was his decision, he said he could handle it. Don't worry, mom, Mito spoke to her mother. Now Naruto has awakened his eternal, I don't know what thing, it's assumed that with those eyes he's much stronger than before, I'm sure he'll give that damn girl the beating of his life. Snake, well, but still it's very dangerous. Orochimaru is a ninja with too much experience, even though Naruto's eyes are stronger, the battle couldn't be so. Kushina noticed how Kyomi squeezed his eyes. Chopsticks in his hands. A great silence invaded them. Tucci and AM listened from the kitchen. They had stopped organizing. I'm sorry Kyomi, this. Don't worry Kushina-san, I know the odds are low, but I fully trusted him, he promised me, and he always keeps his promises. Kushina smiled. Well, after all, it's you and Sasuke who know him best. Kyomi smiled back. Everyone continued eating. Kyomi stayed with the Uzumakas for a while longer, until everyone went home. Kyomi arrived at the apartment, placed the palm of her hand on the door, a series of kanji lit up until the sound of a click was heard. This was a security seal, Naruto had adjusted it so that only he, her and Sasuke could open it. She smiled seeing her friend's work. She opened the door and closed it, the seals lighting up once more after she closed it. He entered his room and began to change. He opened the closet looking for comfortable clothes to sleep in. He put on a simple shirt with a high collar and short sleeves, they were wider than normal, so they were comfortable to sleep in. She was about to change her skirt until she heard a knock on her door. Who could it be at this time? She walked barefoot, reached the door and opened it. An Anbu, what do you offer Anbu-san? Tsunade-sama requires you in his office. Okay, I'm coming. The Anbu nodded and then disappeared. Kyomi sighed and put on her ninja sandals once again, which were on the other side of the door. He took his time. I walk once again through the streets of Konoha, alone once again. The air was now a little colder. He blew on his hands, then rubbed them against his arms. He started to think. What could he want from my Tsunade-sama at this hour? A mission. Or maybe it's news about what's happening with Naruto. He shuddered at that thought. A strong current of wind passed. He shook a little. After a while, he reached the tower, entered, and then spoke a little with the receptionist. She gave him way and once again, walking. He went up the stairs to the second floor, his footsteps could be heard clearly, there was a lot of silence. Finally he stood in front of the door that led to the office. The light from the place made it a little blinding. Everyone in the office turned to look at her, each one with a smile on their face. Hello Kyomi. The girl heard them calling her. Well, the annoyance in her eyes reduced little by little. I finally managed to observe Tsunade Shizune and Sasuke felt his sister's hug, it had been so fast, he had barely even seen her. After Naruto finally rescued him, he and his friend had returned to the village using Kamui, they used it since Naruto wanted to try it, and the truth is, he was excited. Tsunade had been scared when she saw how a kind of whirlpool that twisted space formed in front of her, but she calmed down and was very happy when she saw that Naruto and Sasuke had gotten out of it. He received each of them in their own way, he had received Naruto with a fairly strong hug, then he did a quick check on Sasuke, then he turned to look at Naruto once again, since he had noticed the scar on his face, completely healed by the Kyuubi, the skin had regenerated, but it had left the mark there. Tsunade couldn't do anything either, because the wound had actually already been treated. After asking some questions, Tsunade sent for Kyomi, but Naruto was gone. Sasuke told her that he was going to Mount Hokage, since Naruto himself had told him during the trip he would go to that place to calm down after going through so much tension. After that, Tsunade notified him that she would call Kyomi to meet him again so that the two could finally see each other. And now he was here, being hugged by his sister, and he did not hesitate for a second to reciprocate, bowing his head a little so that his cheek rested on her head. Sasuke felt his sister's tears wet his shirt, but he didn't care at all, he continued with her, feeling her warmth, feeling all her emotion, he was really happy. Tsunade smiled when she saw the scene, it kind of reminded her of her, but she may not have had the same luck. I missed you too much. Kyomi separated from the hug. Me too. This what's happening. I want to apologize for what happened between us before they kidnapped me. I don't worry, I forgive you. Sasuke was surprised, but smiled and hugged his sister. Thank you Kyomi, it's incredible that you can forgive me so easily. Naruto already told you, we understand you. There was a little silence. Wait a minute. Naruto. Where is he? He's at Mount Hokage, you know, to relax. Hey, is it that you are thinking only of him? Leave it, you've been thinking about us for a long time. I want to see it. Kyomi separated. Okay, you know where it is. Kyomi disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kyomi appeared on the plateau that was on Mount Hokage, near the cliff. He began to walk closer and closer to the cliff until he reached the shore, where he could see the Hokage heads from above. The Tsunade head was already under construction. When he saw the head of the Yondaime Hokage, he saw a figure that was apparently sitting. She smiled and jumped to reach the boy's side. Naruto had sensed Kyomi's presence, but he continued to look ahead, seeing all the lights of the village. Hello Naruto, hello Kyomi, how's everything? Naruto asked Kyomi. Everything is fine, thanks to you. Kyomi sat next to Naruto. Oh, I see, that's good. Naruto turned to see Kyomi with a smile, however, Kyomi was surprised to see the scar he had on his face. But what happened to you? Kyomi placed her hand on Naruto's face, feeling the imperfection on the boy's skin. That guy, he ruined your face. The girl caressed Naruto's face, the boy grabbed his friend's hand. It's nothing, it's just a wound, I can leave it behind. Kyomi smiled and hugged her friend. Thank you. Really, thank you. You are welcome. The two separated a while later. Naruto smiled at the girl. You must be tired, how about we go home? It's time to rest. Yes, I miss my bed, despite not being away from it for so long. The two stood up, the girl took Naruto's hand, and the two disappeared in a flash. The next day. Naruto woke up late, all the energy he had lost the day before had been regained. After that, Naruto had had breakfast once again with his two friends. After that, he arrived at the Hokage Tower to try to obtain a mission, since in reality, he wanted to clear his mind. He went up the stairs and reached the office. He opened the door, meeting Tsunade, Shizune and to his surprise, Jiraiya. Hey, hello Naruto, the Sannin said, greeting his student. Yo, Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing here? I thought you were outside the village. Well, you know I was, what do you offer? Naruto? Tsunade spoke. Well, I was only here to look for a mission. I see, but don't you think it's too soon? Shouldn't you rest? Yesterday you had a fairly long mission, and not to mention the fight you had. I'm fine, I swear, one night of sleep was enough for me. I'm not so sure. Tsunade got up from her seat and walked towards the boy, placing her hand on his forehead. A green glow appeared in her palm, indicating that she was performing a checkup. Calm down Tsunade, I can feel that the boy is fine, you don't have to act like his worried grandmother. He didn't act, and I'm not his grandmother. Did you hear me? A vein appeared on the Hokage's forehead. Jiraiya got scared. Yeah, I'm sorry. Tsunade returned to her position. Well, actually it's good that you came, Jiraiya has something to tell you. Oh yeah? What is Jiraiya-sensei? Well, Jiraiya falsely cleared his throat to try to sound interesting. Well, I was waiting for Tsunade to call you, but you arrived so perfect. Well, I'm here to talk to you about Akatsuki. Akatsuki? What is that? Tsunade asked. Akatsuki is a criminal organization made up of S-rank shinobi. Wow, that's something dangerous, and what's going on with them? Well, what happens is that we were not very clear about its objective, but with its last appearance, we can now guarantee what its objective is. Last appearance, do you mean that time? Naruto remembered when he met Itachi and his partner Kisame. That's right, I'm referring to the time when Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki appeared in the village, and then they went for Menma. With this I think they should already know what they want the Kyuubi, Naruto said. A little further Jiraiya said. Right, Jiraiya Tsunade was tense. With the help of my spies, I can infer that the Akatsuki's objective is to collect all the Bijus. What? But why would they want them all? That I don't know, but the good thing about all this is that they haven't started collecting them. Apparently, they need to run some errands before going with their main course. What are you trying to get at with all this, Jiraiya? Finally. Tsunade wanted to know what Jiraiya wanted. I have investigated, and the Akatsuki will not begin their operation for 3 years. We can use that time to our advantage. As long as they do not get the Kyuubi, they will not be able to do what they want. Myth and Naruto must become strong, since they are the current recipients of the Kyuubi, and since they are all S-rank ninjas. It will not be easy to defend against them. Naruto can already rival a Sannin, thanks to that Manjikyu. It is a very precious jewel that needs to be refined, and Myth also has great potential, and as if that were not enough, both have a good relationship with their respective halves. They are destined for greatness. So what? We'll train here? Naruto asked. Not here, I still have to keep in touch with my spies, and besides, it is good to train outside the village, to live experiences that will enrich your knowledge. Oh wow, then, would it be like spending 3 years outside the village? That's right, but there is something else. I will take Mito and Menma with me, but you Naruto, I want you to go on a training trip alone. What? No way. Tsunade said. Wait a moment, listen to me please. Yes. Naruto is very good, there are only some things that I can still teach him, but otherwise, he is very good. Now go on a trip alone, discover different things. Things in the world will give you a great experience, and you will learn many things. I have quite a few contacts that can teach you things in different parts of the world, and in addition, you will be able to continue doing Konoha missions, but you will not return to the village to continue with your training. By the way, I will also participate. You know I like the idea, Naruto said, but what about Kyomi? I will take care of her, she already asked me to be her teacher, and the truth is, I like her, I will make her the strongest kunoichi, and besides, Sakura also asked me to train her, and you know what? I also accepted. She reminds me a lot to me when I was her age, so explosive. Ah yes, that brings back memories, Jiraiya commented. That perverted old man's idea is not bad. Kurama's voice was heard in Naruto's mind. Traveling outside the village can give you different experiences, learning everything from different nations. Besides, who said I can't help you with your training? Can you help me? Naruto asked. Hey. You are talking to a creature that is more than 1,000 years old. I am a machine of experience. I can teach you jutsus and techniques that I have seen throughout my years, especially from that bastard. Bastard? Don't tell me. Oh yes, that damn ancestor of yours, as long as you agree. I appreciate you worrying, but honestly you don't have to, at least not for me. Kurama complained to Naruto. Okay, whatever you say, Naruto. Tsunade called. Do you really want to do this? Grandma. Tsunade frowned at what Naruto said. You can still call me to do missions, and I also have my Hiraishin. I can come here whenever I want, although I may not have time. Tsunade sighed. Well, you will go on that trip, Myth and Menma with Jiraiya, Kyomi with me, but what about Sasuke? Everyone stayed silent. Well, possibly they think I'm crazy. Naruto began to speak. I consider that Orochimaru has become a nuisance to all of us. He is a very smart, strong and experienced person. We have not even been able to locate his bases from the beginning. Time that the Sandaime found one inside Konoha, and we know that he must have more, because it is not normal for a renegade ninja to be out there wandering, and that no one tries to stop him, and also where the hell does he do all his experiments without that no one notices? Get to the point, Tsunade ordered Naruto. Okay, what I want to do is for Sasuke to leave the village as a mission and infiltrate an Orochimaru base. You're crazy. Well, I already knew you were going to say that, that's why I warned them, but I want you to think about the advantages. Sasuke is a person that Orochimaru wants, and now that he has had to change his body, he has to wait a few years. Orochimaru will train Sasuke, aiming for him to become a strong vessel, and also, since Orochimaru thinks that Sasuke is on his side, Sasuke could send us information about Orochimaru's different bases and his movements. But what if Orochimaru tries to put the cursed seal on Sasuke? Tsunade asked. Let him put it on, Naruto responded simply. What? Okay, you're definitely crazy. Would you seriously let that guy put that mark on Sasuke? It's a danger. I am aware of what it is and what it can do, in addition to the danger it entails, but by then, I consider that I already found a way to get rid of the seal. In addition, I trusted Sasuke, and I know that he will be able to against the influence of this dot. If you trust him so much, why didn't you let him go back then and tell him this plan? Jiraiya said. Because I needed the Hokage's authorization to what Naruto said. Tsunade smiled victoriously at Jiraiya. Naruto continued, besides it hadn't occurred to me until when I came here. I don't think it's a bad idea, Jiraiya said, rubbing his chin, but in any case if it goes wrong we will lose a lot, especially you don't have to remind me, I'm aware of what I can lose, but I want to be optimistic and look on the positive side. We will have a spy in Orochimaru's bases, and in a few years, a fairly strong shinobi in our ranks. Okay, but I have 2 questions, Tsunade said. Alright, first, you already consulted with Sasuke about this? No, but I plan to do it today. Okay, in the end it all depends on whether he wants to or not, and the other question is, how did Sasuke meet Orochimaru or one of his subordinates? Shit, Naruto was silent for a moment. Haven't you thought about it? Tsunade said. Did I tell you that the idea occurred to me yesterday? Naruto defended himself. Just give me a few minutes to think. The room was silent for a little while. Okay, I just thought of this, Naruto said. Okay, say it. Tsunade spoke. We have to put Sasuke in the bingo book. This time Tsunade didn't scream, she simply made a sign with her hand to tell Naruto to explain. By putting Sasuke in the bingo book, surely the information would reach Orochimaru, surely he would send someone to look for him. What do we do with the other villages? Surely they will send someone too. It's dangerous, but I honestly can't think of how to escape from it. Well, Kurigakure can't afford to look for it, being at war, almost post-war. Sunagakure, I'm not sure, maybe they will try to bring it back to us to compensate us for what they did to us, but Sasuke can handle them, plus, they are also busy with their internal affairs now. The Wagakure and Kumagakure do worry me, they are both villages with which we have friction. I'm sure they will try to catch him and maybe offer him to us for a large sum of money, or perhaps, not even return it to us, but rather keep it. Naruto closed his eyes, reflecting once again. Wow, he does think about things a lot, I don't blame him, Shizune thought. I have no choice but to take the risk. Anyway, I can use the Hiraishin and the weight, that's it. I can use the Hiraishin. And if you teleport to him you can bring him here in case he is in danger. Yeah, well, I guess we can take that risk. I hope this plan of yours turns out well. I trusted you and your thinking, okay? Naruto bowed. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama. You don't have to treat me like that, you already know we're close once again. Naruto nodded. Well, you already have to talk to Sasuke about. And also with Kyomi, Naruto said, looking at Jiraiya, who smiled at him. Everyone has to do their own things, create their own paths. Jiraiya told Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. Okay, well, I'm leaving. Naruto disappeared in the blink of an eye. I'm sure he will be the strongest, Jiraiya thought out loud. What did you say? Tsunade asked. What about what? Location. Naruto's house time. 8:34 p.m. To clear his mind, Naruto had spent the entire day with Sasuke and Kyomi. They had trained together as they had done until now. The 3 of them realized that it had been a while since they had done so. After that, they had eaten at Ichiraku, at Naruto's request, where they met Mito, Menma, and even Hinata, who was between the 2 brothers. They talked about different things, like the missions they had done. Hinata commented that now, Neji was nicer to her. After that, Menma challenged Naruto to a battle, a classic. Naruto accepted, and they fought a little. After seeing Menma fall honorably, each one went towards his house, but before Hinata magically took out a healing ointment to cure Menma, Kyomi thought that maybe she would also be a good medical ninja, because she likes it better. Heal the agent than hurt her. Once at home, they stayed talking in Kiyomi's room, about anything. It was always easy to find a topic of conversation between them, they always had that ease of sharing. And so, now I will learn medical jutsu, and I will also become stronger. Kyomi finished talking about her future training with a Hokage. She was standing on her bed while punching the air. Kyomi, get off the bed. Sasuke said, scolding his sister. Hey. Did you hear me or what? Of course, I'm just asking you to stop doing that, you look like a little girl. Oh whatever. Kyomi sat on her bed with her arms crossed and pouting. Naruto laughed. She really acts like a little girl, just look at her. Sasuke laughed too. Stop making fun. Kyomi was blushing with embarrassment. Okay, don't go crying, Sasuke said. I'll tell Kushina-san that you read Jiraiya's book. Hey. Let's not go to those extremes. Sasuke said. Also, I haven't read that. I do, Naruto said. Kyomi stared at him with wide eyes. Are you kidding? Sasuke said, just as surprised. Naruto placed his hands behind his head. Well, apart from the morbid scenes, it has a good background, a love story between 2 young souls, and that, at least that's what Jiraiya-sensei says. I can't believe it, Naruto, you're a pervert. Kyomi said, covering her mouth. Hey. None of that, I'm not a pervert. Kushina-san wouldn't like to know this. You should stop planning my premature death, you know. You're scaring me, Naruto said. Oh wow, can you imagine? I would make you Tsunade-sama if I knew. I'm starting to question if you're really my friend. Kyomi laughed. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone that, you're 15 years old, it's normal for you to have those impulses. Now what? Do you think you're older than me? No, but I know about those topics. Oh yeah? Who taught you? Oka-san. Wow, Mikoto-san always knew about these topics. And you say it, to tell the truth, Itachi used to say that our mother was a bit mischievous, but she knew how to hide it, although she was still the neat and kind person she was. Sasuke said. You see, Kyomi. We are all perverts at some point, Naruto said. Speak for yourself, I am a clean being, Sasuke said. Sure, hey and. What about Menma's sexy jutsu, it sounds a lot like a myth. You better stop holla right now Naruto Uchiha. Naruto laughed. It's okay, I'm sorry. The three of them were silent for a moment. Guys, Naruto called the two brothers. What's wrong? The two paid attention. Naruto took a breath. He decided to get to the point. I'm going to leave the village. What? Kyomi screamed. Sasuke just opened his eyes wide. I think I didn't say it with the right words, or rather, I missed some words, he thought. Do you think so? Kurama said in his mind. What I meant was that I'm going to leave the village for a while. Why? Kyomi said, her expression turning sad. Naruto told them about the journey he would take alone, about what he would do with Jiraiya and everything. So is that, Kyomi said, sad. Yeah, but I remember that I can still come visit you, the problem is time. Don't worry, I'll be very busy anyway. Wow, so Kyomi will be training with Tsunade-sama and you'll be going on a trip with Jiraiya-sama. Well, Menma and I are not the only ones who may possibly leave the village. Oh yeah? And who else? Sasuke, we were thinking about a special mission for you. I have a bad feeling, Kyomi thought. Sasuke, your mission is to infiltrate Orochimaru's chambers and serve as a spy for Konoha. No way. Kyomi hugs her brother. I'm not going to leave him, I just got him back. I'm not going to send him back to his kidnapper. Kyomi refused to let her brother go once. Would you like to listen to me first? What do you think, Sasuke? I don't really want to do it, Sasuke replied. I understand you, after what you went through, you wouldn't want to have anything to do with Orochimaru, but I need you to listen to me too, we have reasons for choosing you and not me. I imagine one reason is the ease of seeing Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru currently aspires more to get you and not me, so it is easier for you to access. What am I supposed to do? Sasuke asked. Basically you would have to pretend to be a renegade ninja in order to put yourself in the bingo book for a reward to return you here alive. We are counting on Orochimaru to send someone to catch you, but you will pretend to give up and join him. I don't like that part, Sasuke said. Let me finish. Anyway, once you are inside Orochimaru's bases, you will let him train you, he needs some time before he can possess your body, we need you to tell us that, after that, you will inform us of his movements, his bases, his experiments, and basically what he does, also, in the process he will train you, so you will become very strong. Okay, that part interests me, but what if he tries to put the cursed seal on me? Sasuke saw that Naruto looked away. No, is it serious? I don't know what else to do so that Sasuke doesn't look suspicious, unfortunately it's a risk you have to take, Naruto. Are you crazy? Are you thinking of using my brother like that? I'm going to talk to Tsunade-sama. Kyomi was getting upset. Please don't do that, sit down and listen, it's better that you see what Sasuke decides. Kyomi sat down once again with an angry face. Sasuke, once again I don't have many reasons to convince you, and in the end it's what you decide, I can't, and no one can force you to do something you don't want, but think about it cold, they are entrusting this mission to you because they trust you. What you can do, you can give us valuable information, make us always stay one step ahead of Orochimaru, you already saw what he is capable of doing, as if that were not enough, you will become a really strong shinobi under the tutelage of someone who, although this almost crazy, he is very strong and experienced, if you make this great sacrifice on your part. I will do my best to find a way to remove the cursed seal. Sasuke closed his eyes, pondering what he was going to decide. Think that you are protecting us all. Besides, I will meet you whenever I have time. Alright, that Kyomi was surprised. I'll do it. Sasuke stood up. Naruto smiled. Kyomi stood in front of her brother. Sasuke, are you sure of what you decide? Yes, if I'm honest, I don't think I'll make much progress being in the village, you and Naruto will be busy with your things, including Myth and Menma. What about Kakashi-sensei? It's good, but Sasuke didn't know what to say. Naruto looked at him seriously. It's what I can do, I trust Naruto, and the Hokage. Sasuke grabbed his sister's hands and smiled at her. Everything will be fine, okay? It's okay, I trusted you. Kyomi hugged her brother who caressed her head. Naruto smiled. Well, it's time to sleep. Sasuke was about to leave, but Kyomi grabbed his shirt. Stay here, please. Good. Kyomi lay down on the bed next to her brother. Naruto was leaving the room, he turned off the light and wished goodnight to the twins, who responded the same. Naruto walked down the hallway until he reached the room. He entered and took off his shirt, choosing to sleep without it. He opened the curtains, letting the dim light of the night enter his room. He lay down on his bed. He looked to the side, seeing his nightstand, from which he grabbed the photo that he had with his mother and Shisui. I've been through so many things and sometimes I need them to be here. Naruto caressed the photo frame. But at least they are resting and I feel like they are watching me. I guess that's enough. He put the frame back in its place and prepared to sleep. Location. Hokage Mountain. Naruto appeared once again near the cliff of the Hokage Tower. He looked down, seeing the head of the Yondaime, but this time there was someone there, indeed. Naruto lowered himself to the head and greeted his friend. Yo, how are you, Menma? Menma turned his figure, looking at Naruto. Ah, it's you. Well, everything is fine. Menma turned once again towards the front. What are you doing here? You're not much for coming to sit and watch the village. Well, today yes, also, here I feel closer to my father. Naruto approached Menma and sat next to her. Yesterday, Jiraiya appeared and told us that we would go on a trip with him for 3 years. Yes, I know. It took a few moments for Menma to remember that Naruto was also Jiraiya's student. Why don't you go? Menma asked. Well, if I go on a trip but not with you, basically we will only see each other when Jiraiya-sensei has time to train me, but I will meet several of his companions who will help me become strong. I see. Well, what about Kyomi and Sasuke? Well, Kyomi will train with Tsunade-sama and Sakura, and Sasuke. Well, Naruto told Menma what was happening with Sasuke. Wow, so he has to do that. It's a big burden. Yes, but he can handle that. Right now I was talking to Grandma Tsunade. I see. I hope it goes well for you. By the way, how did Kushina-san react to the news? It's a mix of amazement, fear, denial and acceptance. That's quite strange. In the end he let us go, but he told me not to let myself be influenced too much by Iro-senin. Naruto laughed a little. Yes, and where is Myth? I honestly don't know. Maybe it's in Ichiraku. No, I'm here. Mito appeared behind the two boys, with a bag in her hand. And just so you know, I was at Ichiraku, but I ordered the ramen to go. Do you want it? Yes, of course, yes. Naruto and Menma received the ramen from the girl, who sat next to them. Where are Kyomi and Sasuke? Naruto? Mito asked with his mouth full. Naruto once knew that this conversation would lead to the same place, so he just let it flow on its own. Grandma Tsunade can't allow Sasuke to go to that place. Mito shouted. Hey. What's going on? You're almost as upset as Kyomi, and since she's her sister, does it really worry you that much? Of course, and you should be the same. You're his best friend. Well, I'm basically the creator of that idea. Naruto thought. Believe me, I'm worried, but I know Sasuke can handle it. And no, it's not normal. That guy already said it. He wants your eyes, nothing more. It's possible to possess your body. Mito made strange signs with his hands. I know, that's why we need to know what he's doing. We can't catch him if we don't know where he is. Who knows, it may be Sasuke himself who is in charge of finishing it. Naruto, I don't want anything to happen to him. Me neither, but that's how it is. That's how things are in the shinobi world. We can't let a threat as big as him step forward. Sasuke is the right one, the best one for this. Okay, if you believe it. And when is he leaving? Actually, I don't know. That's not my decision anymore. We have to wait for the bingo book to gain relevance here in the Land of Fire. After Orochimaru captures it, we will remove it from the bingo book so they stop attacking it. Wow, it's very risky, Menma said. And that you say it? Mito placed her arms on top of her knees, covering her mouth. Menma picked up 2 bowls of ramen. Do you want one? The redeed asked Naruto. Yes, actually I'm hungry. Time skip. 2 months. And how did the best jonin in this village fare? Tsunade turned around at his desk, looking at Naruto and Kakashi next to him. Tsunade Oba-chan, you shouldn't treat me like that, Naruto said, scratching his head. Kakashi sighed. There is no longer respect for those who have been here longer. I'm sorry Kakashi, I haven't forgotten you, and tell me how it was in that place. Well, everything is fine, the scroll was successfully recovered and the thugs have been killed, Naruto said. Excellent. Well, they have already done enough missions these days. They can take a break. Although you're Naruto, I want you to stay a little longer. Okay, see you mate. Kakashi patted Naruto on the back and then disappeared in an explosion of white smoke. Naruto and Tsunade were left alone. And tell me, Naruto, have you already spoken to Sasuke? Tomorrow is the day. Naruto sighed. Yes, Kyomi is going to meet us at the Ichiraku. Meet. You know, our friends and that. Let's say goodbye. Ah now. Well, Tsunade watched as Naruto's fingers trembled. Are you sure you're okay? Tsunade asked. Who, me? Of course I'm fine. Tsunade stood up from her chair. You forget that I am the Hokage, but beyond that, I am a small part of your family, do you understand? Naruto nodded. I can notice something in your gaze, something beyond those impassive and cold eyes, which know how to show affection and love when necessary. Tsunade took Naruto's trembling hand. And you know I can guess what you're feeling right now, right? What do I feel? Fear. Naruto didn't respond. You forget that you are a boy who is only 15 years old, who is about to send his best friend of all his life on a very difficult mission, to be separated from him, and he doesn't know when something bad can happen, naturally. You're worried. Yes, I don't know if it's really good, and also I'm scared by the fact that the creator of the idea was me, and that if something bad happens, it is nothing more and nothing less than my fault. And that's the problem, stop thinking that it's going to end in something bad. Tsunade stood in front of Naruto and caressed his cheek, letting his thumb pamper the boy. Naruto felt a familiar sensation, it was how his mother felt, with Kyomi, so warm. You are someone strong, Naruto, everything is going to turn out well, it is not a perfect plan, but you thought of solutions, if somehow it goes wrong. I know, but I already told you. Tsunade kissed her almost grandson on the cheek. Though enjoy with your friend, the one who needs your presence more than anyone now, and forever. Naruto nodded, then disappeared in a flash of silver. In the Ichiraku ramen, a silver flash appeared announcing the arrival of Naruto, who passed under the tablecloths completely entering the ramen stand. Naruto. The unison voice of the genins of Konoha, all of us, received Naruto. Hi guys. The afternoon was fun, everyone talked to Nate, shared experiences, walked around the village for a while, then, when saying goodbye, each one said goodbye to Sasuke and wished him good luck on his future mission, and some said that the time and once Mito, Menma and Naruto leave, they should repeat the meeting. At night, Naruto was in his stamp room, working on future projects, Kyomi and Sasuke were already sleeping, he would go after a while. Naruto turned his head as he saw the door being opened. Opening completely, Sasuke appeared. Hey Naruto, can we go to that place? I asked. At this time? You're sure? At this time the lights are more visible, right? Naruto smiled, stopped what he was doing and stood next to Sasuke, who grabbed his shoulder, and the two disappeared in a flash of silver. They appeared at the top of Mount Hokage, above the Yondame's head once again. This will be the last time in years that I will see the town from up here. Sasuke's eyes shone in the reflection of all the lights of Konoha. Yes, this is the town where you and I are going to train for years. We already did that, didn't we? Sasuke turned to look at Naruto. Oh yes, but this time we are going to be outside of it, with the purpose of becoming stronger than ever. You know, I had a doubt. Tell me, I was wondering if me and Kyomi will ever awaken the Manjikyu. Naruto was silent for a moment. You know, Sasuke, awakening that power is not easy, but that does not mean that I hate that one day you will awaken it, but understand that the price is very high. Now I have a question for you, why is that? Ask. The thing is, does it bother you in some way that you don't have that power? How come you can always hit the nail on the head? Sasuke said, turning to look somewhere else. Sasuke, I understand that the power is very great and in some way it makes you feel invincible, but remember the price I paid to awaken it. Out of the corner of his eye, Sasuke saw Naruto, who had his Manjikyu active, looking towards the village. I had to lose my own brother, every time I was forced to use him, it was as if I could see once again how he faded in front of my eyes, while he was losing his light. The good thing is that somehow, my mother's eyes were a cure for the darkness in which those eyes plunged me, and in some way, you will be the same for Kyomi, and she for you, I see well. I guess I'll have to become stronger without them, so I can prove that I don't need them. You'll see that not, Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Anyway, you only brought me here to ask me that, you could have asked me the same question at home. Yeah, but Sasuke shrugged. It's much better here, I could sleep here comfortably. Sasuke stretched out his arms. Okay, good night. Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. Wait, it was just a joke. Naruto appeared in another flash of silver. Don't worry, I was joking too. Damn, Naruto let out a laugh. The next day. The day was getting dark, it seemed like it was going to rain. Sasuke was already ready to leave, he had all his things in the special seals that he had made for him, these had much more space than normal seals. It was already a little late, so I was about to leave. In fact, now I found myself in front of the south gate of the village. There were also the Hokage, Kakashi, Kyomi, Naruto, and surprisingly Mito and Menma were also there. Sasuke was about to say goodbye to each one, it was his time to leave. Tsunade had already put her name in the bingo book, and it wouldn't be long for the new edition to reach every corner of the country of fire. Many people would receive the information that the heir and newest head of the Uchiha clan was now in the bingo book, wanted by none other than his village, Konoha. Sasuke stood in front of the Hokage, who put her hands on his shoulders. He trusted you for this mission, remember that he has us all after you, so don't worry, Naruto will see you from time to time, he is the one you have to transmit the information to, although you can also use your crows to send it directly, whatever seems most correct to you depending on the situation. Sasuke nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded. Good luck. Sasuke walked in front of Kakashi, it was one of the few times he was without his book. I don't have much to tell you, just don't die out there, you've already earned some space in here. Kakashi hit his chest with his fist. Sasuke responded the same, with a smile. Sasuke came to the forefront of myth. Does it really have to be you? Can't it be someone else? Everyone has their job, and this is mine, I am the one for this. Mito was silent for a moment. Okay, if Grandma Tsunade trusts you with this, I guess it's okay. Who would have thought that one day you would be worried about me, it's something strange, don't you think? Well you see, you better come back alive, after 3 years we'll see who kicks whose ass. Mito gently hit Sasuke. Yeah, that's a farewell that's closer to who you are, it's not so strange anymore. Mito stayed silent for a while longer, but in a quick movement, she grabbed Sasuke's shoulders and pulled him closer to her. She moved her head in another quick movement. Sasuke felt the soft sensation of Mito's lips on his cheek. I doubt what he meant. It was going through a moment, but it was already being confirmed. I hope it goes well for you, try hard. Mito said with a cute blush. Sasuke put his hand on her cheek. Why yes, see you, I changed the farewell of these two lovebirds, I changed some things so that they look better, at least for me, this time, Sasuke versus Menma. They both nodded. Actually I only came to accompany my sister, but on behalf of me and my mother, take care of yourself. Menma gently hit Sasuke's chest. Sure, thanks. Sasuke nodded towards Menma. Sasuke now walked in front of his sister, who was holding back tears, this time she was going to be separated from her brother for quite some time. You have no words to tell me. Kyomi shook her head. Well, I know of a way you can tell me everything. Sasuke opened his arms. Immediately, Kyomi entered into her brother's arms, crossing hers over Sasuke's torso. As Sasuke said, he felt everything his sister felt with that hug, it was beautiful for him, that hug said 1,000 I love you and take good care of yourself. The hug lasted for about a minute until the two separated. Sasuke kissed his sister on the forehead. Finally, he passed in front of Naruto. I guess we'll be in touch. Naruto nodded. Sasuke extended his fist towards him, Naruto returned his fist, but quickly grabbed the arm and pulled him towards him, giving him a tight hug. Sasuke responded after a moment of surprise. I love you too. Sasuke patted Naruto. See you. Naruto said. Sasuke took off and stood a few meters in front of them. See you. Each one responded with a nod. Sasuke turned and started running away from the village. Sasuke UCHIHA's S-rank mission begins right now. Tsunade said. Little by little, the people left, until only Naruto and Kyomi remained. Let's go home. Naruto said, hugging Kyomi with one arm. She just nodded, then disappeared in a flash of silver. A few days passed. Mito and Menma had gone on their trip with Jiraiya, they also had their farewell. Kyomi this time said goodbye to her best friend, and Menma, Kushina had cried and comically warned them not to get carried away. Both of Jiraiya, Menma had promised his mother that. Tsunade also said goodbye to the Uzumaki twins, and of course, so had the owners of the Ichiraku restaurant, who gave them a large seal made of Naruto stuffed with ramen that would stay warm, Fuinjutsu things. After Jiraiya left some instructions for Naruto, the Sannin, Mito and Menma left Konoha on a training trip that would make them quite strong. And since Jiraiya had already left and Kyomi's training was about to begin, it meant that it was time for Naruto to also leave on his own journey. And faster than anyone would have wanted the day came. Naruto was looking at the village from Mount Hokage, like Sasuke, he decided to go up there before leaving, to see the village from there for the last time in years, then he flashed towards the Hokage's office. When he was there, he found Tsunade and Sakura at his side. Hello Tsunade Oba-chan, hello Sakura. Naruto greeted the two. Hello Naruto, Sakura responded with a smile. I guess I can't stop you from calling me grandma anymore. Tsunade sighed. Do you already know where you're going? First I'm heading to Sunagakure. So, that. There I will learn to control my wind element perfectly, I will learn about the arts of the village, and, furthermore, I have a pending appointment. What kind of quote? Tsunade asked, somewhat intrigued. I'm going to meet Gaara, the village Jinchuriki. I agreed to help him with his seal, I realized that I didn't really help him the time he was here. So you're friends with Suna's Jinchuriki? Charming. Yes. How is Sakura and Kiyomi's training going? Well, they are both doing well at their respective levels. Sakura is just starting out with this medical ninjutsu, but her chakra control is helpful. Kyomi is more advanced, she learns quickly, she is very good, these 3 years will be great. Naruto could see the emotion in the Hokage's honey eyes, he smiled. I'm glad you're doing well. Tsunade stood up from her chair. The fact that you are here means that you have already decided that it is time. Naruto nodded. I was thinking of leaving at night, my speed with the Shunshin would help me reach Suna in the afternoon of the next day. Yes, after all you will be able to go in the blink of an eye once you mark it. Tsunade said comically. I suppose the two remained silent. Don't tell me you're scared. Tsunade asked. What? Not at all, it's just I'm going to miss seeing them every day. What I'm going to do is very different, I'm going to be somewhat alone. Don't forget that you have that fox by your side. The woman of half a century is right, Kurama spoke in Naruto's mind. And, also, be honest with Jiraiya and his acquaintances, and with Menma and Mito, and don't forget that I will be sending you missions, so you may see yourself with the other teams. I almost forgot about all that, it was what motivated me to take this trip, all the experience I will accumulate in these years will be of great help, really, it is going to feel very long. Oh yes, how can I bear that my dear family is so far from me? Tsunade hugs Naruto lovingly. Are you forgetting what you just said? I have the Hiraishin. Yes, but time doesn't stop, and you must take advantage of it, I don't know how many times I can see you in these 3 years. Tsunade released the hug. She grabbed Naruto's shoulders. Take good care of yourself out there. Are you saying goodbye already? He asked Naruto. It will be easier for me to do it now, so listen to me, pay attention to everything your future teachers tell you, wise is also the one who knows how to listen, pay attention to the details, the world and nature show beauty, even in the germination of its smallest plant, enjoy the small moments in which you can rest, eat a lot, relax and also. I come back and repeat, rest. Naruto nodded. And, above all, Tsunade continued, cold mind in the face of adversity. Tsunade tapped his finger on Naruto's forehead. Calmness in the midst of the storm is a virtue, of which I see that you are born. I place his hands on his cheeks. You are a Senju, never forget your Konoha family. Tsunade kissed Naruto's forehead. Sure, thank you, Grandma. Naruto hugged Tsunade. Leave that, please. Instead of hitting, Tsunade reciprocated the hug. Well, see you, I guess I'm going to say goodbye to everyone starting with you, Sakura. Yes. Before you left I wanted to tell you something, thank you very much for the words you told me at the ramen restaurant, really, they were very helpful in deciding what I want to be, when you come back, I want to fight you, truly how strong I will become. Sakura clenched her fist and grabbed his arm as a sign of power. Naruto smiled. Surely so, good luck and try hard, bye. Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. Tsunade turned and walked towards her office window, hands behind her back. Good luck, Naruto. Naruto said goodbye to each of his friends, Shikamaru, Choji, some Kiba, Hinata, and a little bit of Neji, Rock Lee, with a little Esperon. Well, basically he said goodbye to each one, until he got to Kyomi, who was in the hospital, training his medical ninjutsu, healing some people. Naruto appeared behind the Uchiha, who was healing the wounds of a small child, apparently he had slipped, Kyomi was healing some scrapes and bruises. The girl had her hair up in a tomato, but some of her locks were escaping, creating a small ponytail. Hello Kyomi, Naruto greeted from behind. Oh, hello Naruto, the girl didn't stop what she was doing, bandaging the boy's hand. I see you're busy, I just wanted to tell you that tonight I'm leaving, I'm finally going to travel, and I think you already know all the details. So are you coming to say goodbye? Kyomi placed her hands on the boy's knee, a green glow came out of them, while the scratch on the boy's skin began to fade. Do you want to eat a little? I invite. Naruto pointed to the door. Kyomi turned to look at Naruto, she put on a sad smile. I'm busy, after him comes another, and then to Jutsu class with Tsunade-sama. Kyomi joined his hands. Oh, I see. Well, Kyomi noticed how Naruto hesitated, showed another cute smile, grabbed Naruto's hands and raised them. I don't know how to sound interesting like you, but I'm going to try, the moment is more special between you and me, without anyone else, go to the edge of the cliff, and before you fly, I'll be there, to see you leave, but not before having told you my words. Naruto caught it, smiled and tapped the girl's forehead with her index and middle fingers. Sounds good to me. Well. I'll go get ready, bye. Naruto disappeared in a silver flash. Kyomi turned to her patient. I'm sorry about that, are you feeling better now? The girl stood in front of the boy. Yes, thank you miss. Excellent. By the way, excuse my imprudence, but was that your boyfriend? Kyomi blushed. And no, he's just my friend, but I still love him very much. Oh, okay, I understand. He's my friend, Kyomi thought. It was almost night, the sun was slowly setting, staining the sky with the characteristic orange color of twilight, giving way to the dark blue of the night. There was a full moon. Naruto was walking for the last time, right along the path that led to the exit of Konoha. Everything he was going to need was sealed. He had bought a kind of black tunic, with a formal collar and buttons. This one reached almost to the heels, over time it would grow, and it would no longer reach so low, it's like adult Sasuke's. Once again he had black fingerless gloves, and this time without a metal plate, underneath him a grey shirt with a normal collar, long sleeves, black pants and his classic black bandages, as if he were in mourning, and his black sneakers. He was walking at a slow pace, as if he didn't want to reach the door, but the opposite was true, he was anxious. Something that made him sad was the fact that he couldn't spend the afternoon with Kyomi, but she had promised him that they would see each other before he left. Finally he arrived at the door, there were Izumo and Katetsu, ready to report their departure, one that will be very long. Yo, Naruto. Ready to go? The two were already informed of Naruto's trip. Yes, it's time. Well, good luck. I hope you come back stronger than ever. Izumo encouraged Naruto. Yes, thank you. Each one gave Naruto a slap along with a thumbs up. Naruto left the village, walking towards the forest. He didn't start running right away, he knew that someone was waiting for him ahead. He smiled, Kyomi's figure was increasingly visible ahead, the girl was also waiting for him with a smile, her hands together, the night wind moved her loose hair, hypnotizing Naruto. Hello, the girl's soft voice greeted Naruto. Hello, so, you're alone? Here I am, I want to hear you, Naruto responded to the girl. Oh Naruto, you are just as special as Sasuke, the girl hugged Naruto. Hey. Hug can already say everything I feel. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth that Naruto's arms gave her, which were now surrounding her. Seemed to protect her from the cold night air. Yes, that's enough, but if. You're right, a few words wouldn't be bad, Kyomi. Separated, the fact that you and Sasuke are so far away from me for so long hurts me, but like you, I have to get over it, with the hope that we will meet after 3 years. I just hope that things go well for you, that you learn a lot, that you become strong, that you help my brother. I'll take care of that, don't worry. Well, this will be the last time we see each other for a while. I want you to know that I love you very much, and that I'm going to miss you. Kyomi grabbed Naruto's hands, leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Kyomi broke away, her eyes glowing red, just like Naruto's. Why did you activate your Sharingan? The girl asked. I don't know, why did you activate yours? Naruto responded with another question. I don't know. Kyomi closed her eyes. Well, you have to go. Kyomi's hand traveled to Naruto's cheek, he grabbed her hand, closing his eyes. Kyomi also closed her eyes, both of them feeling the contact. I just remembered something. Naruto spoke still with his eyes closed. Oh yeah? What is it? Kyomi didn't open her eyes either. The Sharingan is capable of storing sensations, can you remember? I once felt that way, but there are things I don't want to remember. I know, but it's good to heal those wounds. With these moments, it's comforting to know that I'm going to save this moment. It will help me a lot. Kyomi blushed, the two didn't notice it, their eyes were closed. Naruto finally opened his eyes, lowering his hand next to Kyomi's. It's time. Yeah, Naruto hit Kyomi's forehead with his fingers and turned to leave, but the girl grabbed his hand tightly. Naruto turned around, looking at Kyomi's bright eyes. I'll be back. The girl finally let go of her friend's hand, walking, getting out of Kyomi's sight. Finally, the girl disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto didn't look back, he looked up at the sky, observing the full moon. The stars were visible due to the lack of artificial light. So, let's start with this. Kurama spoke. We will take advantage of these 3 years to make you the strongest shinobi of all, and we are serious. Yes, that's the goal. Akatsuki is going to have to think twice. Stubborn, I like it. If you don't mind, I'm going to sleep, and you? I'm going to cut the road, I'll sleep a little, and we'll arrive quickly tomorrow. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Kurama closed his eyes. Okay, let's go there. Naruto's body blinked and he began to run quickly. Each one to continue on his way. He had left the village, his friends and half his family, but he was sure that he made the right decision. This trip made him promise one thing, he would return, stronger than ever, to continue with his word, to follow his goal, to fulfill your dream. Naruto Uchiha will return. This concludes our story, and I trust you enjoyed it. If you're interested in more content from this channel, activate the notification bell to stay updated. I'll see you in my next video. Until then, everyone.